He was the top scorer in Lingzhou City's written exams, a prodigious talent, yet under the watchful eyes of thousands, he awakened the most unremarkable support class. In the plaza of Southern University, a massive crystal pulsed with brilliant light, each beam witnessing the turning point in a new generation's destiny. Lin Chuan, Sword Immortal; Wang Tsong, Necromancer; Feng Yin, Flame Warrior. Top-tier combat classes emerged one after another as teachers recorded names, classes, and origins while secretly anticipating the birth of the next legend. Su Zhan stood in line, his heart beating slightly faster. 3 top-tier classes had already appeared, and he couldn't help wondering what fate awaited him. The solar flare explosion a century ago had completely transformed the world, merging reality with gaming elements. Monsters ran rampant, beasts mutated, and class awakening became humanity's only hope for survival. From then on, awakening ceremonies replaced high school graduation exams. Dungeons, secret realms, battlefields, wilderness hunting. Every battle became a stepping stone to growth. Classes fell into 3 categories: combat, support, and special. Warriors, mages, and swordsmen belonged to combat classes. Alchemists, beast tamers, and armorers were classified as support, while special classes were the rarest, possessing unique skills that made them legendary. The Sword Immortal was among the elite of special classes. Discussions erupted across the plaza. Look, Su Zhan's going up, top scorer from Lingzhou High School. What good is being first in written exams? Awakening a class is what really matters. But those with good grades usually don't awaken poor classes either. Discussions, doubts, envy, and jealousy surged like a tide. Su Zhan stepped onto the platform and placed his hands on the awakening stone. A gentle energy flowed into his body, as if some seal had been instantly broken. The teacher looked down to record. Su Zhan, talent class, mechanic. Those 6 words instantly ignited discussions throughout the venue. Mechanic? Isn't that just a car repairman? Lingzhou City's rising star awakened just a support class. See? Being good at studying is useless. Awakening is everything. Mechanic isn't bad though. Fixing cars and forging metal can still put food on the table. Mockery, ridicule, and sighs filled the air. Su Zhan frowned, a trace of helplessness crossing his mind. Mechanic, an extremely ordinary support class that primarily involved manufacturing machinery and using firearms and ammunition, with a combat rating of only intermediate level. Combat power was divided into 6 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, elite, divine, and transcendent. Intermediate meant only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The teacher's gaze also carried regret. A former prodigy had now fallen into obscurity. Don't lose heart. Mechanics can protect themselves with firearms and live comfortably. The teacher consoled, making notes with a complex expression. Thank you, teacher. Su Zhan forced a smile, maintaining his composure as he walked down the steps and sat in a corner of the rest area. He opened his class panel, and his gaze suddenly trembled. Mechanic first advancement, level 0, stamina 10, strength 10, spirit 10, speed 10, all attributes maxed. Su Zhan gasped, his pupils contracting sharply. All 4 basic attributes were at maximum values. This meant his class potential could shake the entire world. Having even one maxed attribute was already top tier, for maxed attributes would cause earth-shattering waves if word got out. What made his heart race even more was the skill section. 2 skills were prominently displayed. Mechanical Lord, a passive skill that made him master of all mechanical creations, granting absolute control over modified machinery regardless of distance. With just a touch, he could identify mechanical flaws and upgrade them. Mechanical Enhancement, the Mechanical Lord's unique skill, allowed him to analyze mechanical structures and directly upgrade them. The combination of active and passive abilities granted him unprecedented power. Mechanical Lord was equivalent to having a second class. External mechanical devices had limited communication and signals easily disrupted, but he could perfectly control all machinery without environmental constraints. Resource shortages and tedious experiments problems that plagued all mechanics were meaningless obstacles to him. With these 2 skills, he was completely confident about standing out in the upcoming practical examination. Southern University's admission assessment included not only class awakening, but also a practical exam 3 days later. 10 stages, with rewards increasing for each stage cleared. Those who completed all stages would receive free tuition, choice of exclusive mentors, unlimited access to campus resources, and half-price access to premium resources. The benefits were beyond imagination. 2 hours later, all students who came to take the exam had completed their profession awakening. At the center of the platform, the teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony held a microphone, his voice echoing across the playground. Students, today's awakening assessment is now complete. Gather here again in 3 days for the practical combat test. These 3 days are not a vacation, but time for you to familiarize yourselves with your professions. If anyone is unwilling to participate in the combat test, please inform your respective supervising teachers during this period. As his words ended, he raised his hand to signal dismissal. Su Zhan rose from his seat, dusted off his pants, and walked toward his school's group. Passing through the crowd, a flash of garish yellow hair caught his eye. Su Zhan, only awakened as a mechanic? Want me to take you leveling? The yellow-haired skinny guy Lu Qianwu immediately approached, squinting with cold mockery. Su Zhan sneered, showing no courtesy. Looking for another beating? Lu Qianwu was a student from Lingzhou Second High School and Su Zhan's classmate. Relying on his family's influence, he had bullied others at school until Su Zhan taught him several lessons, leaving him with a lasting grudge. Now seeing that Su Zhan had only awakened a support profession, he immediately sensed an opportunity for revenge. Oomph, I'm a pugilist, a proper combat profession. Lu Qianwu clenched his fists, his face flushing red. You're just a support mechanic, and you still dare act arrogant? Just a pugilist, and you dare shout in front of me? Why don't you come over, and we'll exchange a few moves? Su Zhan raised an eyebrow and beckoned with his finger. At the early awakening stage, everyone's power levels were limited, and with Lu Qianwu's skinny arms and legs, he could knock him down with one hand. Provoked into losing his rationality, Lu Qianwu stepped forward. You're asking for death, in front of his classmates. He couldn't afford to show weakness. Lu Qianwu, you really want to fight? I'll keep you company. A crisp female voice interrupted, and a slender, graceful figure appeared between them. Zhuge Xuanyue looked up directly at Lu Qianwu, her voice cool. A pugilist picking on a support class, doesn't your face hurt from shame? Lu Qianwu's neck shrank back, but he still tried to maintain his stance. Zhuge Xuanyue, what does this have to do with you? His tone clearly lacked confidence. Su Zhan was somewhat surprised. Zhuge Xuanyue also came from Lingzhou Second High School, usually quiet and reserved, with outstanding liberal arts grades. Today she had awakened as a warlock, an all-around profession combining both combat and support abilities. Legend had it that her family bloodline traced back to Zhuge Liang, with most descendants awakening as warlocks with skills related to mystical arts, the most famous being this 7-star life extension lamp. Once cast, it could forcibly extend the life of someone near death, making it invaluable on the battlefield. Now that the game had merged with reality, death meant true death, and resurrection was extremely rare, making such life-extending skills treasures that major factions would fight desperately to obtain. Although they attended the same school, the two had little interaction. It's nothing. I just can't stand watching you bully classmates. Zhuge Xuanyue's voice was calm, yet her clear gaze carried an undeniable authority as she stared directly at Lu Qianwu. At that moment, their team leader teacher Li Yuan approached. Lu Qianwu snorted, glaring fiercely at Su Zhan before leaving. Don't think you're safe just because Zhuge Xuanyue stood up for you. With that, he turned and strode away. Zhuge Xuanyue turned back to Su Zhan and said softly, you don't need to fear him. As long as a mechanist is willing to work hard, they can defeat many other professions with firearms. It's not impossible. Thank you, but he's not worth my fear. Su Zhan smiled and shrugged. Lu Qianwu was indeed nothing to him, especially considering he secretly possessed the powerful passive skill Mechanical Lord. But this secret must never be revealed. He knew well that news of talented professionals being assassinated wasn't just rumors. Before gaining sufficient strength, exposing special talents was suicide. Learning to hide was the survival principle he'd set for himself. As long as a mechanist creates powerful machinery, they can also possess intermediate-level combat power. Work hard. Seeing Li Yuan approaching, Zhuge Xuanyue gave Su Zhan a meaningful look, added this encouragement, and left. Before awakening, she had once considered Su Zhan a rival to chase. Who would have thought that now, with their professions determined, the hierarchy was clear. A mechanist's potential was far inferior to a warlock's, and the gap between them would only widen with time. Li Yuan walked over to Su Zhan and patted his shoulder. Su Zhan, don't lose heart. Mechanists can also possess intermediate combat power, which is much better than other support professions. I know guns and ammunition are expensive, and your family situation is modest. If you really don't want to participate in the combat assessment, you can tell me. A mechanist's primary methods were firearms, explosives, and artillery, prices that were frighteningly high for students. Su Zhan was an orphan whose tuition depended entirely on scholarships from being first in liberal arts. Using that money to buy guns and bullets was clearly a drop in the bucket. Teacher, I still have some savings. I want to participate in the combat assessment. He answered without hesitation. The combat assessment not only tested professional strength, but was also linked to university scholarships. He didn't want to go to college only to be unable to afford food. Li Yuan nodded and pulled out a golden card from his pocket. Good that you've decided. This card has 10,000 gold coins. Take it for now. Su Zhan accepted the card solemnly. Thank you, teacher. I'll definitely repay you as soon as possible. 10,000 gold coins equaled 2 months of Li Yuan's salary. Such teacher's kindness, Su Zhan silently etched it in his memory. Study well. Mechanists improve rapidly after their second-class advancement. We'll talk about repayment later. Li Yuan smiled as he advised, then called everyone back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he announced dismissal. The next 3 days are free time. Come find me if you have any problems. As the crowd dispersed, Su Zhan didn't linger and headed straight out of campus. Half an hour later, he stopped in front of a mechanical goods store. A mechanical goods store is a shop that specializes in selling various mechanical items. Due to the nature of its merchandise, this type of store is essentially exclusive to mechanics. And since there are quite a few awakened mechanics and similar professionals around, business is fairly decent. As Su Zhan pushed open the glass door, the cold metallic reflections from the shelves immediately caught his eye, with various mechanical items neatly displayed under soft lighting. Before he could even steady himself, a girl in a light blue employee uniform approached him, wearing a gentle yet efficient smile. "Hello, I'm Xiangwen. How may I help you?" Her voice was cheerful, and her gaze briefly fell on the awakening badge on Su Zhan's chest before naturally looking away. "I'd like to look at some first-tier combat robots," Su Zhan said directly. According to the widely accepted law among professionals, first-tier mechanics can only control first-tier machinery. This is because all mechanics possess the skill of mechanical control, and when facing high-tier machinery, the massive amount of data that needs processing far exceeds a first-tier mechanic's limits. "Certainly, this way please." Xiangwen led him deeper inside with light steps. During the short walk to the inner exhibition area, she suddenly turned her head with a hint of playful curiosity. "You're a new junior, aren't you?" "I'm a sophomore at Southern University, working part-time here." "Nice to meet you, senior. However, I just completed my awakening ceremony and haven't passed the combat assessment yet, so strictly speaking, I'm not quite a Southern University student yet." Su Zhan replied with a smile. Those admitted to Southern University were always among the elite professionals. Xiangwen waved her hand encouragingly. "Don't underestimate yourself. While mechanics are generally rated as intermediate-level combatants, they have excellent prospects." As they spoke, the two had passed through the open display area and reached the deeper interior section of the shop. Here, the merchandise was more densely packed and the lighting brighter. She pointed toward a row of ebony display cabinets along the wall. "The mechanical items here are pricier, but their combat effectiveness is significantly better. They should be helpful for you. Would you like me to explain their functions?" Su Zhan waved his hand slightly. "I'll take a look myself first." He knew that with his mechanical enhancement skill, he needed to pay attention to models that had the greatest improvement potential for him. "No problem, take your time. The customer is king, after all." Xiangwen simply stood to the side, watching with a smile. Her natural demeanor made Su Zhan feel somewhat embarrassed, so he cleared his throat twice, looked away, and began browsing. The display cabinet on this level was as tall as two people and neatly compartmentalized. Each section contained mechanical models of various sizes, with labels indicating their purpose, materials, and prices. Even the cheapest cost 100 gold coins. From what he could see, Su Zhan nodded to himself. Considering their effectiveness and materials, they were indeed worth the price. Self-destruct robots, reconnaissance robots, machine gun robots. His gaze swept across rows of similarly colored metallic shells. Just the self-destruct robots alone came in 4 sizes: micro, small, medium, and large. While self-destruct robots had limited functionality, they were favored by many novice mechanics due to their affordability, availability, and considerable destructive power. Su Zhan reached out and picked up a micro self-destruct robot from the bottom shelf. The metallic spherical shell, only the size of an egg, rolled in his palm, perfect for covert carrying and combat in narrow terrain. The moment he touched the machinery, a line of blue text appeared before his eyes. Micro self-destruct robot, enhancement available. Enhancement effects. Explosion range increased by 100. Explosive power increased by 100. Movement speed increased by 100. All attributes doubled, equivalent to a medium self-destruct robot, while maintaining the original size and cost. For a newly awakened mechanic, this enhancement was incredibly powerful. Su Zhan made his decision immediately. "I'll take 20 of these micro self-destruct robots." The size and materials remained unchanged, but the power was enhanced. The terrifying potential of the mechanical enhancement skill was evident. "All right, micro self-destruct robots are 100 gold coins each, totaling 2,000 gold coins." Xiangwen smiled sweetly as she recorded the price on the crystal ledger beside her. Su Zhan's gaze moved past the counter to a solitary compartment on the top shelf of the display case, where a black off-road vehicle model sat. "What's that?" He pointed upward. "An automotive robot." Xiangwen casually pressed a button on the side of the compartment, and the tray slowly descended to eye level. Normally, it's in vehicle form for transportation, but when switched to combat mode, it transforms into mechanical armor, providing comprehensive protection and strength enhancement. As she spoke, she gently lifted the model and handed it to Su Zhan. "Only mechanics who've reached at least the 3rd tier can create dual-form mechanical items," she added. "A fully functional one starts at 100,000 gold coins. This one has a damaged power system in vehicle form. It can barely go faster than a running Persanso. It's only 3,000 gold coins." Su Zhan examined the vehicle body as system notifications instantly appeared. Z300 Dual Form Land Rover, upgradable. Upgrade effects. Vehicle form, speed 100, power 100, all-terrain capability 100. Mech form, strength 100, speed 100, can mount ranged weapons. The mechanical upgrade prompt made his decision immediate. I'll take it. Xiangwen nodded, confirming the details once more. Despite its flaws, the defense is solid. It'll help with your upcoming assessment. Senior, show me the firearms. Su Zhan secured the rover and began preparing his offensive capabilities. For a mechanic, ranged weapons were equally essential. They moved between the shelves as Xiangwen gestured to each item. Vulcan Gatling Gun, 6,000 rounds per minute. Reaper Gatling Gun, 8,000 rounds per minute. Barrett Sniper Rifle, plus other caliber heavy artillery and accessories. An hour later, Su Zhan emerged from the shop. The 10,000 gold coins from his teacher, plus his personal savings of 18,000, had all been converted into mechanical equipment stored in his spatial bracelet. 28,000 gold coins spent to the last coin. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he headed straight out of the city to find a secluded area where wild grass grew waist-high. For his first use of mechanical upgrade, he decided to proceed cautiously. After confirming no one was around, Su Zhan placed the Z300 dual-form Land Rover on the ground and took a deep breath. Mechanical upgrade. His palm pressed against the roof as crimson light spread along his arm, engulfing the entire vehicle. Click-click sound of internal gears rotating in sequence filled the air. The massive vehicle visibly expanded, its originally dull black paint deepening into a profound, mysterious black, like colorfully brilliant black. The red light faded. Let's test it. Su Zhan opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. The interior resembled an ordinary car, but appeared more streamlined and practical, with orange as the dominant color scheme. Battle mode. At Su Zhan's command, the entire vehicle suddenly erupted with mechanical clicking sounds. All four wheels simultaneously retracted into the chassis, replaced by two massive steel legs that crashed down with a thunderous boom, crushing the gravel beneath. Su Zhan felt his seat rise from the ground as his field of vision rapidly elevated. The windshield transformed into a holographic display, transparent yet crystal clear and showing the outside world. A mech status panel appeared on the left side of the screen, energy readings on the right, and a weapons loadout list below currently blank. The entire cockpit lacked any traditional controls, everything governed by intelligent operation, a unique advantage granted by Su Zhan's passive skill Mechanical Lord. The HUD automatically scrolled through parameter descriptions. Z300 dual form all-terrain vehicle modified. Current form, battle mode. Level, first tier. Operation mode. Intelligent control Mechanical Lord exclusive effect. Energy 100. Weapons, none. Strength, 300 pounds can burst to 1,000 pounds at full power. Maximum speed, 60 km/h increases with energy output. This Z300 originally came from a third-tier master's workshop, with a base strength of only 150 pounds. After Su Zhan's modifications, it doubled directly, and at full power could even reach 1,000 pounds a single punch capable of piercing thick steel plates. More importantly, the remote unmanned control function granted by Mechanical Lord completely eliminated interference, allowing Su Zhan to operate as if he were physically in the cockpit, regardless of his actual location. Load Vulcan Gatling guns. With a mere thought, the Z300 strode to a black supply crate. Its metallic palm pressed down, red light flashed, and the crate's alloy plates separated layer by layer, extending and reassembling along the mechanical arms. Moments later, each arm had formed a Vulcan Gatling gun. The original Vulcan Gatling had a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, but mechanical modifications boosted it to an astounding 12,000 rounds per minute. Such dense bullet curtains would be impossible for even steel-bodied creatures to survive. Let's test the firepower. Su Zhan piloted the Z300 toward the boundary between city and wilderness. 2 or 3 miles ahead lay the wild boar forest, a place teeming with wild boars ranging from level 1 to 90, growing more dangerous the deeper one ventured. The Z300 moved swiftly, and within minutes, grass waves surged ahead, accompanied by a crude boar's roar as a 2-meter-tall wild boar with steel needle-like black bristles burst through the vegetation. Blackhide wild boar, level 5. The moment the target appeared, Su Zhan's holographic display immediately showed a red targeting circle, locking onto it firmly. Fire. With the mental command issued, both arm-mounted Gatlings roared to life, spitting blazing tongues of fire as bullets poured down like torrential rain. Rat-a-tat. In just 3 seconds, the fire ceased, leaving only a puddle of bloody remains on the ground. The level 5 Blackhide wild boar was instantly annihilated. Congratulations. You have slain a Blackhide wild boar and gained 300 experience points. The moment the Blackhide wild boar died, Su Zhan received the notification. I still have 60,000 rounds left. Su Zhan quickly checked his ammunition reserves mentally, then piloted the Z300 deeper into the wild boar forest. To him, level 5 blackskin boars were nothing more than paper targets against the Z300's firepower. As long as his 60,000 rounds held out, he was a walking catastrophe in this low-level zone. Rat-a-tat. The Vulcan Gatling gun roared to life, muzzle flashes blazing as the ammunition belt spun wildly. Dense bullets wove a web of death through the air, causing vegetation to tremble and blood mist to explode wherever they struck. The agonized squeals of black-skinned boars, ironhide boars, and horned boars were drowned in the metallic storm. Congratulations! You have slain a black-skinned boar and gained 200 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain an ironhide boar and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a horned boar and gained 400 experience points. System notifications chimed continuously as Su Zhan's level skyrocketed like numbers on a scoreboard, reaching level 8 in the blink of an eye. What's that sound over there? Sounds like a machine gun. That's way too rapid, must be a Gatling gun. Those bullets cost a fortune, definitely some rich player. On the other side of the Boar forest, players who were grinding levels were drawn by the relentless gunfire, moving in small groups toward the deeper areas. However, before they could spot the source, Su Zhan's 60,000 rounds had been completely expended. Level 32. Looking at the numbers on his status panel, Su Zhan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Going from level 1 to 32 in 1 hour was rocket-fast progression. The moment the ammunition belt stopped, he immediately commanded the Z-300 to transform into vehicle mode and roared back toward the city. The Boars dropped plenty of materials should cover the bullet costs. Holy crap, everything up ahead is just meat paste. The players who followed the sounds arrived to find only scattered chunks of flesh and severed limbs, their scalps tingling with shock. That firepower had to be at least a Reaper Gatling gun. What a whale. All this boar meat is valuable material too, worth at least 5 or 6,000 gold coins, and he just blasted it to bits. Such a waste. Meanwhile, Su Zhan had already stepped into the familiar general store. Junior, is there a problem with your purchase? Xiangwen was organizing the counter and looked puzzled seeing him return after just a few hours. Did the robot malfunction? Senior, this time I'm not buying, I'm selling. Su Zhan smiled as he piled his backpack spoils onto the counter. Help me figure out what this is all worth. Mechanical goods had always operated as both buyer and seller. Looking at the mountain of equipment and materials, Xiangwen's mouth formed an O shape. This much? Did you rob an equipment shop? Robbery's illegal, I wouldn't dare. Please appraise these. Su Zhan joked. Xiangwen worked swiftly, sorting, weighing, appraising. A total of 2,384 pieces of equipment, plus boar tusks, boar hide, and other materials 110,000 gold coins altogether. She handed over the itemized report. I trust you, Senior. Su Zhan nodded, then handed over another list. Please help me buy these items too. Just deduct the cost from what you owe me. All bullets. Didn't you just buy some? Xiangwen frowned. What I bought earlier was too little, not nearly enough. Su Zhan brushed off the question casually. An hour later, Su Zhan left the general store completely satisfied. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 4th morning, while the mist still lingered, Teacher Li Yuan led the entire class out of the school gates, heading toward the assembly square at Southern University. Their footsteps echoed hurriedly as they walked, with classmates chatting excitedly along the way, eager to share their leveling achievements from the past 3 days. I went leveling outside the city these past few days and reached level 8. I'm definitely going to pass this assessment. A male student patted his chest confidently. Impressive. Level 8 in just 3 days. A nearby classmate raised his eyebrows in amazement. Hee, I'm a swordsman after all. What about you? The boy brandished the long sword in his hand. I went leveling too, but I'm only level 4. Another student scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh. Similar conversations continued throughout their journey. After awakening, most people couldn't wait to rush outside the city. Even if they were just fighting low-level beasts, they wanted to personally test their newly acquired professional abilities and experience the thrill of wielding power. What's so great about level 8? I'm already level 19. In the crowd, Lu Qianwu stood by the roadside with his arms crossed, looking arrogant. His words immediately drew everyone's attention, and he unconsciously glanced towards Su Zhan. Level 19? That fast. Amazing. Incredible. The students erupted in discussion, their faces filled with shock. They knew that upon awakening, everyone started at level 1. Low-level monsters provided limited experience, so reaching level 19 required killing at least several hundred monsters above level 10. The higher the level, the less experience low-level monsters provided, making it necessary to hunt creatures of equal or higher levels for rapid advancement. What an idiot, Su Zhan thought coldly. In his eyes, this guy was nothing but a conceited fool. If they knew that he, a mechanic, had reached level 32 in just 2 hours, they'd probably be too shocked to speak. If it weren't for needing to participate in the assessment while keeping it secret, he could have spent 2 more days training and challenged level 99 for his first-class advancement. Moments later, they arrived at Southern University's square. Students from various high schools had already gathered like an ocean of people, roughly 10 to 20,000 at first glance. Hello everyone. I'm Fong Su, the supervisor for this assessment. On the elevated platform, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit approached the microphone. His voice was deep and resonant, like a tolling bell that made everyone's eardrums tingle. Wow, Professor Fong Su from Southern University. A student whispered in awe. He has the special profession of musician and can supposedly kill people with sound waves. There's actually a profession like that? Really? I heard he's already completed his 6th class advancement. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Southern University was Lingchuan City's premier institution, known for harboring hidden talents. Fong Su raised his hand, and the scene instantly fell silent. Today marks the second phase of your entrance assessment actual combat. Shortly, we'll head to the wild boar forest outside the city to hunt wild boars and bring back a boar tusk as proof. The more you kill, the better your score, and the richer the rewards you'll receive after enrollment. Wild boars pose certain dangers, but the path to becoming strong is always fraught with peril. He surveyed the crowd, his tone resolute. So, students, for your future give it everything you've got. With the objectives and rewards clearly explained, the crowd's passion ignited instantly. Become the strongest. Kill. I will definitely succeed. I'll become the ultimate professional. Their thunderous shouts merged into waves that seemed to shake the very sky. Under Fong Su's leadership, everyone boarded vehicles in groups, which then drove toward the assessment site outside the city without looking back. Senior Xiangwen? As Su Zhan boarded his vehicle, he discovered that their supervising teacher was actually Xiangwen, who had previously worked part-time at the general store. Xiangwen also spotted Su Zhan and flashed him a distant smile, giving him an encouraging thumbs-up gesture. Based on previous years' experience, the teachers accompanying them served as both proctors and guardians. Injuries and even deaths during practical exams weren't uncommon. About half an hour later, the bus stopped at the outer perimeter on the other side of Wild Boar Forest. The entire bamboo grove spanned nearly 100 miles, with this entrance separated from where Su Zhan had arrived earlier by half the forest. Everyone, I suggest we stick together. We might get fewer trophies, but safety comes first. Xiangwen surveyed the group, his gaze lingering briefly on Su Zhan. Good luck to you all. With the command given, students quietly discussed forming partnerships, while some confidently ventured into the bamboo forest alone. Over 20,000 examinees scattered throughout the 100-mile forest area. After walking just a few hundred meters, encountering another person would become quite difficult. Su Zhan, let's go together, Zhuge Xuanyue called out from behind him. No thanks, I prefer to work alone, Su Zhan declined with a smile. Given his current abilities, the low-level wild boars on the periphery wouldn't be much help. He needed to head straight for the depths. Taking Zhuge Xuanyue along would only slow him down. This exam had no rigid requirements. Those who collected more boar tusks would score higher. If someone could extract the Boar King's tusks, they'd likely secure first place outright. Be careful then. Zhuge Xuanyue hadn't expected to be turned down. Mechanics were almost certain to die if monsters got close to them in the wild, but since Su Zhan insisted, she could only let it go. He's really going alone? Not far away, Xiangwen watched Su Zhan enter the forest by himself, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes before quietly following. The supervising teachers had to patrol the entire area, ready to rescue students at any moment. After shaking off the crowd, Su Zhan found an open space and summoned the Z-300, directly switching it to vehicle mode. The engine roared as it charged toward the depths of the forest. How is the Z-300 running so fast? Did he actually fix it? Xiangwen watched the dual-mode off-road vehicle that should have been scrapped from a distance, as if seeing a ghost. The reason that third-tier mechanic had sold the Z-300 so cheaply was because the vehicle was supposedly beyond repair, yet now it was racing through the bamboo forest at speeds comparable to a brand-new model of the same type. This guy definitely has secrets. She took a deep breath, mentally noting this scene, even more determined to figure out how Su Zhan had brought the Z-300 back from the dead. Meanwhile, Su Zhan had been driving at breakneck speed for half an hour and had reached the central area of Wild Boar Forest. Wild Boar Forest was divided into 3 zones based on monster levels. The outer ring housed levels 130, the middle section 30-60, and the deepest area 60-99. The higher the level, the greater the danger. Although Southern University's exam didn't restrict the range, most students typically hunted in the outer areas and wouldn't venture deeper into the forest. The slaughter began. When a level 30 wild boar appeared in Su Zhan's line of sight, he activated the Z-300's combat mode without hesitation. Accompanied by the grinding of gears and the roar of hydraulics, the imposing off-road vehicle completed its transformation in just 5 seconds. Rising from the ground, the steel giant stood 8 meters tall, with each arm extending into a Vulcan Gatling gun. The cold barrels gleamed with an eerie blue metallic light, radiating a chilling aura of death. Roar! The thunderous sound of transformation echoed through the forest, immediately attracting nearby wild boars. Level 30 and above wild boars measured 2 meters in length, with thick, sturdy hooves and black bristles covering their bodies like steel needles, forming natural armor that ordinary weapons couldn't penetrate. This was precisely why the inner areas of the wild boar forest were far more dangerous than the outer regions. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Su Zhan's lips curved into a smile as both Gatling guns simultaneously spat tongues of fire. Bullets wove a metallic storm, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh and clouds of blood mist. The charging wild boar was instantly shredded into a pile of meat. It didn't even last a second. Normally, it would take at least 10 seconds for a regular Gatling gun to penetrate a level 30 wild boar's defenses, but after mechanical modifications, both firing rate and penetration power had increased by 100. Combined with dual barrels, this instant kill was well within Su Zhan's calculations. Is that the sound of Gatling guns? On the other side, Xiangwen immediately picked up speed upon hearing the gunfire. In less than half a minute, she reached the source of the sound, only to find a puddle of remains on the ground, causing her to gasp in shock. From when I heard the gunshots to arriving here, it was less than 30 seconds. Even if every bullet hit, it should have taken 10 seconds of firing, plus time to collect loot. I should have been able to see Su Zhan. But where is he? She looked around and only discovered massive footprints extending deep into the wild boar forest. Professor, I think I've discovered a genius. With this thought, Xiangwen immediately sent a message to her mentor, Feng Su. Provide details. Feng Su quickly replied. Xiangwen sent over everything she had witnessed at the general store and just now. Follow him and observe closely. Understood. Taking a deep breath, she followed the footprints into the forest. At this moment, about 2 kilometers away from Xiangwen, Su Zhan Z300 was pursuing a group of panicked, fleeing wild boars. Little piggies, don't run. Try Big Brother's Gatling power. Inside the cockpit, Su Zhan laughed maniacally as both Gatling guns roared, unleashing torrents of fire. The metallic bullet rain swept across, and any wild boar caught in its path collapsed without a chance to struggle. Regardless of their level, none could withstand more than 3 seconds under his sight. In just over 10 minutes, his level had skyrocketed to 40. What exactly has Su Zhan been doing? From a latecomer's perspective, this scene defied common sense. Xiangwen, who had caught up, felt her scalp tingle as she looked at the shocking trail of blood along the way. The wild boar corpses scattered across the ground alone numbered in the hundreds. Is he planning to open a slaughterhouse specifically for killing pigs? Only now did she understand why Su Zhan had bought 100,000 gold coins worth of ammunition in one go. This rate of killing, buying any less really wouldn't be enough. Teacher, I haven't found Su Zhan yet, but I think you should see this. Xiangwen took a deep breath and connected the drone's live feed to the call, causing a screen to light up before Feng Su's eyes. At that moment, Feng Su was sitting in the temporary rest area outside the wild boar forest, with teachers from various high schools crowded behind him. The instant the feed came through, he saw a blur of blood-red carnage in the central area of the wild boar forest. Level 30 wild boars crushed into pulp, debris scattered everywhere, with a rough count revealing at least several hundred casualties. Feng Su suddenly straightened up, his breathing becoming rapid. Can a mechanist really achieve this level of destruction? He muttered to himself. When he first heard that Su Zhan was merely a mechanist, he had only asked Xiangwen to keep an eye on him. After all, the mechanist profession was widely acknowledged to have a low ceiling. But the brutal scene before his eyes completely shattered conventional wisdom. Forget about professional limitations. Even a legendary mechanist couldn't possibly venture into the heart of the forest and slaughter entire herds of level 30 wild boars just 3 days after awakening. Holy crap, who did this? They turned the boars into complete mush. A teacher caught a glimpse of the screen and couldn't help but exclaim. The blood-red expanse was too conspicuous, drawing more teachers to gather around. Looking at the scale, that's at least several hundred wild boars. Which school has this kind of monster? Discussions erupted one after another. Second high school, Su Zhan. Feng Su announced grimly. Su Zhan? Anyone heard of him? Oldly. Is he really from your school? What's his profession? Everyone looked questioningly at Li Yuan, the team leader from second high school. Li Yuan looked thoroughly embarrassed, stammering. He's a mechanist. Even he began to doubt whether Feng Su had made a mistake. Mechanists had always been at the bottom in terms of combat power. Even those with exceptional talent were considered mediocre at best, let alone capable of the massacre scene before them. Teacher Feng, could there be a mistake? Skeptical voices arose one after another. Feng Su wasn't certain either and immediately ordered, Xiangwen, pursue them and see clearly who did this. Understood. Xiangwen cut the communication and sprinted at full speed. Spirit summoning Zhongli Mai. She called out in a low voice, her eyes suddenly flashing with crimson light as her black pupils split into double pupils. Simultaneously, the phantom of an armored ancient general wielding a sword materialized behind her, armor plates ringing. Wild winds surged as her speed instantly skyrocketed, transforming her into almost a blur streaking through the forest. Spirit Summoner, a profession capable of summoning ancient heroic souls for battle. Ordinary spirit summoners had random summoning targets of varying strength, but Xiangwen was different. She claimed to be a descendant of Xiangyu, with her double pupils serving as a bloodline mark, allowing her to summon only heroic souls connected to the Xiang lineage. If her power advanced further, She was confident she could even summon the soul of the overlord Xiangyu himself. The roaring of the Vulcan Gatling gun grew closer and closer, the air scorched by continuous tongues of flame. Rounding the last bamboo grove, the blood-soaked battlefield opened up before her, simultaneously appearing on all the teachers' screens. Rat-a-tat. An 8-meter-tall mecha giant bounded like a cheetah, each stride covering over 20 meters in a single leap. Heavy Gatling guns were embedded in both its arms, fire tongues tracing blazing lines as each bullet precisely tore through its targets. Wild boars above level 40 were covered in iron rain the moment they appeared, unable to last even 2 seconds before being reduced to pulp. At this moment, within a 10-meter radius around Su Zhan, the ground was littered with fallen weapons and equipment, hundreds of pieces by the looks of it. Holy crap, that powerful, came a shocked exclamation from the crowd, followed by someone recognizing the massive silver gray machine. That's a Z300 dual mode robot. But I've seen this model before, it's nowhere near this strong. Doubts quickly spread through the crowd. This is a mechanist? Impossible. The Z300 is clearly third-tier machinery, and a newly awakened mechanist's mental power simply isn't sufficient. He must be cheating. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. Plus that robot's been fitted with a Gatling gun, making it even harder to control. You'd need at least second-tier abilities to handle it. This is definitely cheating. Teacher Fong, someone's cheating here, you need to do something about this. In the commotion, a group of supervising teachers crowded behind Fong Su, all talking at once. Fong Su raised his hand for silence, his expression still somewhat grim. Using machinery as weapons was perfectly acceptable, but the Z300's level was simply too high, and it had clearly been tampered with. Mechanists were classified as a support profession precisely because the machines they created could be used by anyone. However, if the machinery's level was too high, the operator needed correspondingly high mental power. Su Zhan was just a newly awakened mechanist. Even if his mental power maxed out at 10, he shouldn't have the ability to control a Z300. Teacher Fong, this student is cheating. I suggest we immediately disqualify him from the assessment, said supervising teacher Zhou Yong with a cold expression. He had long-standing grievances with Li Yuan, and unable to deal with Li Yuan directly, he could only vent his frustration on Li Yuan's student. Fong Su suppressed the doubts. No interference is allowed during the assessment. Other issues will be investigated after it concludes. Rest assured, Southern University will never cover up cheating. He turned to scan the crowd, pausing briefly on Zhou Yong. Xiangwen, keep your video recording running throughout Su Zhan's assessment. Bring him to me immediately after the test ends, and don't let anyone else contact him first. Yes, teacher, Xiangwen nodded. She actually suspected Su Zhan had hired someone to secretly modify the machinery. After all, she had sold him those parts, but the current power output was worlds apart from the original specifications. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed it. Meanwhile, in the wild boar forest, the thunderous Gatling gunfire suddenly ceased. Su Zhan was oblivious to the commotion outside. At this moment, his level had skyrocketed to 59 faster than a rocket, and his mind was focused solely on leveling up. But the wild boars that had been swarming toward him suddenly vanished completely, and this abnormal situation made him suspicious. Logically, the wild boars in this forest moved in groups, and any disturbance would attract their companions from the surrounding area. As long as the Gatling opened fire, there should always be boars charging out, but now there wasn't even one in sight. Something was definitely wrong. Could they be scared off? That doesn't seem right, since when do wild boars fear humans? He muttered, deciding to venture deeper into the forest. Just as he took a step forward, a sharp and vicious boar's roar suddenly erupted, the sound waves rolling forth and making his eardrums throb. Roar. Soon after, wild boar squeals erupted one after another, accompanied by thunderous stampeding sounds. What's happening? Su Zhan stood frozen in place, clearly sensing something was terribly wrong. Oh no, the wild boars are going berserk. Xiangwen's face turned pale as she rushed over to shield Su Zhan, shouting, Su Zhan, run. The wild boars have gone berserk. Roar. As soon as she finished speaking, the towering bamboo forest in the distance collapsed like falling dominoes. A dark tide of wild boars surged toward them like a bursting dam, carrying broken bamboo and dust. Wherever they passed, vegetation snapped, rocks shattered, and the ground trembled as if it might tear apart. Let's go together. Su Zhan instantly realized the gravity of the situation. He raised both arms as his Vulcan Gatling gun spat blazing tongues of fire, creating a steel barrier with streams of bullets. A wild boar rampage was an extremely rare phenomenon in the wild boar forest. When the boar population reached its carrying capacity, all the boars would frantically charge out of the forest in every direction, leaving nothing unharmed in their wake. Each rampage brought massive casualties. In the monitoring room, Fong Su shot to his feet. There are tens of thousands of students in the wild boar forest. If this rampage spreads, at least half will die. He shouted at Xiangwen through the screen. Xiangwen, get Su Zhan out of there. Then he spun around and ordered the other teachers. Everyone follow me into the wild boar forest to rescue people. Yes. The teachers followed without hesitation, while one of them was already making an emergency call to the president of Southern University. The once bustling rest area was empty in the blink of an eye. Deep in the wild boar forest, Xiangwen and Su Zhan pressed their backs against a massive boulder, completely surrounded by countless wild boars with no escape route. Whoosh! Xiangwen was enveloped by the ghostly shadow of Zhong Liwei's soul. Each swing of her sword unleashed 3 Zhong sword light, instantly cleaving 5 or 6 wild boars in half. However, there were simply too many boars to kill them all. Senior, I'm almost out of bullets. Sujan glanced at his ammunition display, his heart sinking. The 50,000 bullets that cost him 100,000 gold coins had been consumed in less than 3 minutes, leaving only about 3,000 rounds. Hold on, the school reinforcements will arrive soon. Xiangwen gritted her teeth and struck again, sending wild boar blood flying. As a second-tier level 89 spirit summoner, ordinary wild boars posed no threat to her. But during a rampage, not only were there low-level boars, but first-tier and even second-tier boar kings from the central area could appear at any moment. If a second-tier boar king charged at them, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Boom, 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 boom. 5 deafening explosions shattered the night as 5 massive fireballs erupted from the ground. The scorching shockwaves cleared a large area around them. I should have bought more. Sujan cursed under his breath. These were his modified miniature self-destructing robots. He had only bought 20 because they were expensive, which was sufficient for regular combat exams who could have predicted a wild boar rampage. Senior, get on. As the last ammunition belt ran out, the Vulcan Gatling gun's red-hot barrel fell silent, becoming nothing more than scrap metal. Su Zhan quickly retreated towards Xiangwen and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Clang clang. The Z-300's armor plate slid open, and 2 3-meter-long blades gleaming with cold light shot out. You installed close combat weapons on it too? Xiangwen was completely stunned. An 8-meter-tall steel robot, wielding a 3-meter-long gleaming blade in each hand. The visual impact was overwhelming. If Xiangwen hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed what stood before her. Sujan, let me remind you that while purchasing machinery is allowed, you can only modify it yourself. If you get help from others, that's cheating and violates the exam rules. She snapped back to reality, her face grim. Simply mounting a Vulcan Gatling gun on the Z-300 would be acceptable if someone guided Su Zhan while he did the work himself. But now these twin giant blades had completely altered the mechanical structure, something only a third-tier mechanic or higher could accomplish. Don't worry, Senior. I would never cheat. I modified everything myself. The situation is urgent right now. I'll explain in detail once we're safe. Su Zhan had no time for explanations as he controlled the Z-300, swinging its blades. The blade shadows formed spinning wheels, and wherever they passed, wild boars were instantly cleaved in half. After the mechanical improvements, the Z-300's power had increased dramatically. Already possessing tremendous strength, its capabilities were now even more terrifying, which allowed him to equip the heavy mech with close combat weapons. Excellent. Xiangwen knew this wasn't the time for questions, but her video recorder remained running. She trusted Su Zhan, yet was still shocked the Z-300 had changed too drastically. Thud. Under the enhancement of his mechanical lord skill, man and machine seemed to merge as one. Su Zhan felt as if he had become an 8-meter-tall giant himself, with the twin blades transformed into instruments of death. One strike, one pig's life. How can it be so agile? Xiangwen's pupils contracted sharply. She knew the Z-300's clunky specifications well. Its speed could never be this fast. Had he switched mechs? But the appearance was clearly still the Z-300. Crash. With a thunderous roar, the ground collapsed into a deep crater. The Z-300 leaped over 20 meters into the air, and upon landing, 3 wild boars beneath its feet were crushed into pulp. It can jump too? Xiangwen was completely bewildered. Heavy machinery 8 meters tall had trouble even walking normally, yet this one could leap over 20 meters? Don't worry, Senior. As long as it's not the Boar King, these wild boars pose no threat to us. Theory perfect for leveling up. Su Zhan was currently level 87. At this rate of killing, he could reach level 99 in less than an hour and prepare for his first advancement. Roar. Just as he finished speaking, a fierce and resounding howl erupted from the distance. Su Zhan, it's the Boar King. Xiangwen urgently warned. Damn it. Su Zhan cursed under his breath, raising his hand to deploy 10 miniature self-destruct robots. These 10 little devices didn't explode immediately upon landing, but instead burrowed underground with a whoosh. Su Zhan turned and stopped, gazing intently at the bamboo forest behind them. A second-tier Boar King with its thick hide and steel bristle talent would be much harder to deal with. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the bamboo forest looked as if it had been bulldozed by heavy machinery. Large swaths of bamboo fell in unison as a massive black behemoth burst into their view. Boar King. Level. Second tier 26. Talent skills. Steel bristles. Boar charge. Boar trample. Boar roar, etc. It's that huge. Su Zhan glanced at the Boar King's attributes, then at its massive frame, feeling his scalp tingle. The male Boar King before him stood 5 to 6 meters tall, and though not as towering as his own Z300 mode, its 12 to 13 meter body length rivaled that of a large train car. Its rotund torso appeared particularly menacing under the blood-red sunset. Su Zhan, let's go. This second-tier Boar King is too powerful, no match for it. Xiang Wen's double pupils blazed with piercing light as the soul projection, Zhonglime, behind her rapidly solidified. Having advanced to the second tier, her combat prowess was formidable, yet with the beast horde running wild, a single second-tier Boar King was already cause for despair. If another appeared, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. We can't leave now. Su Zhan's voice was low as his gaze suddenly swept to the left. The earth trembled as an even more massive Boar King approached, its heavy tusks gleaming as it moved like a walking mountain. This was the female Boar King, even larger than the male, and a full 20 levels higher at second-tier level 56. Su Zhan, I can only maintain this technique for 5 minutes. I'll hold off the Boar King while you escape. Xiang Wen's pale face was etched with gravity, radiating a resolve to face death. Since her awakening, she could summon the soul, Zhonglime. At first tier, she added Xiang Shang, and at second tier gained Jibu. Combined with her exclusive skill Twin Souls Manifest, she could simultaneously deploy 2 soul projections for combat, though only for 5 minutes. With Su Zhan's Z300 speed, 5 minutes would be enough for him to escape danger. Senior, how could I possibly abandon you? Su Zhan lowered his left arm and raised his right, both blades trembling slightly as he assumed an offensive stance. Facing 2 second-tier Boar Kings, rather than retreating, he charged forward. You handle the female Boar King, leave the male to me. Before his words faded, he had already shot forward like a phantom. Su Zhan, I don't believe you would cheat. Watching that retreating figure, Xiang Wen felt an inexplicable surge of trust. Then her double pupils blazed again as she fixed her gaze on the female Boar King to the left. Twin Souls Manifest. Zhonglime Jibu. Light exploded as 2 figures separated from Xiang Wen's body and rapidly solidified, transforming into 6 maternal armored giants wielding blades, flanking her on both sides. Roar. The female Boar King sensed the threat and released an earth-shaking shriek, its hooves thundering against the ground as it charged forward. Boom. After just a few steps, the earth beneath its feet suddenly erupted, blazing flames shooting several meters high and hurling the beast 4 to 5 centimeters into the air. When did he plant those explosives? Xiang Wen's heart warmed, not expecting Su Zhan to have prepared contingencies for her even in this dire situation. Her expression hardened as she commanded both soul giants to attack the female Boar King simultaneously. Meanwhile, Su Zhan pushed his speed to the limit, reaching the male Boar King in an instant. Raising both blades high, he executed Mount Tai's crushing blow directly at its skull. Clang, clang. The blade edges struck the pitch-black bristles, sparks flying as if hitting steel plates. Dark luster rippled outward, and Su Zhan immediately recognized the male Boar King's innate skill steel bristles. He pivoted sharply and delivered a devastating kick to the Boar King's flank. The Z300's terrifying power made the air roar, yet the massive body remained unmoved like a mountain range, only its layers of fat trembling violently from the impact. What terrifying power! Xiang Wen stood before the female Boar King, glancing toward the battlefield from the corner of her eye. She saw Su Zhan's Z300 standing steadily amidst the scorched earth, and her anxious heart quietly settled. With the Z300's combat capabilities, self-preservation would definitely not be an issue. Roar! The male Boar King bellowed furiously, black light erupting across its body as its charging skill instantly activated. Its entire form resembled a heavy truck at full sprint, thundering forward in collision. Su Zhan's mind stirred, and the Z300's legs fired jets, leaping high into the air. The massive boar head whistled past along the ground, sending dirt and stones flying. If this had been a conventional mech, there would have been absolutely no room for evasion. An 8-meter-tall machine weighing 4 to 5 tons would naturally struggle to leave the ground, let alone dodge by taking flight. Fortunately, this modified Z300 had precisely remedied this fatal weakness. No matter how strong a second-tier Boar King is, it's useless if it can't touch me. The moment he landed, Su Zhan maneuvered the Z300 to turn and charge toward the male Boar King. Swish! The mech's blades swept like wind, skimming past in close combat. Both edges fell simultaneously, carving 2 pale scars into the rough, bristled exterior. Ridiculously tough. Su Zhan quickly pulled back, his gaze falling on the shallow white marks. Those 2 strikes had cut a full 2 to 3 centimeters deep, yet hadn't even drawn a drop of blood, showing just how thick and resilient this hide was. Bang! 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 The provoked beast grew increasingly frenzied, once again turning its massive body to charge. However, the Z300's speed far exceeded its predictions, and Su Zhan merely shifted slightly to the side, as the thundering hoofbeats brushed past his shoulder. In that same instant, 5 micro self-destruct robots launched from the Z-300's forearm, adhering to the Boar King's scalding hide. Boom, boom, boom. Chain explosions erupted in blazing flames, crimson tongues of fire engulfing the colossal beast. Fat crackled and popped as it burned, accompanied by waves of meaty aroma. Explosion roasted Boar King. Su Zhan licked his lips. One word, delicious. Xiang, not far away, also caught the savory scent. Turning to look, she saw the male Boar King that had been so ferocious moments before now resembling a toy pig on fire, helplessly struggling in the sea of flames. She was momentarily speechless. Boom, boom, boom. The Boar King, burning with rage, roared as it turned and lunged at Su Zhan again. However, after advancing only 4 to 5 meters, 5 more muffled thunderclaps erupted beneath its hose as the second group of micro self-destruct robots directly blasted away its front legs. Losing support, the multi-ton body pitched forward, its head slamming hard into the ground. With all 10 self-destruct robots expended, Su Zhan hesitated no longer. The Z-300 shot forward like a bullet, both blades piercing through the gaps torn open by the explosions. Howl! The excruciating pain drove the male Boar King to even greater madness. It endured the cold steel, powered up with its hind legs, and furiously rammed the Z-300. Crash! The heavy mech was sent flying by the tremendous force, tracing an arc through the air as it was hurled 40 to 50 meters away. The male Boar King was also pierced through the heart by the twin blades, struggling on the ground for a moment before falling still. Alert! You have slain the male Boar King. Reward: 36,800 experience points. Alert! You have reached level 95. 2 consecutive pleasant yet blood-tinged system notifications rang out as the battered Z-300 mech's chest cavity popped open with a crack, black smoke billowing out. Su Zhan crawled out covered in dust, breathing heavily. Looking up, he saw that the Z-300's alloy chest plate had been completely crushed by the male Boar King's final charge. Without the previous defensive reinforcements, that impact would have been enough to turn him into pulp inside the mech. Ruer, not far away, the much larger female Boar King witnessed her mate's fall. Her blood-red eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as she let out a piercing, ear-splitting shriek that made the entire forest tremble. With leaves and bloody foam still hanging from her tusks, she opened her massive maw and lunged toward the nearest target Xiang. Lightning flashed. The sky seemed split by a blade as a thunderbolt thick as a barrel crashed down with tremendous force. The acrid smell of burning and white smoke instantly filled the air. The female Boar King remained frozen in her roaring pose, her massive body now motionless, her charred hide crackling and sizzling. Teacher, you're here. Xiang, having narrowly escaped death, turned to look at Fong Su in the distance. The latter dismissed the remaining electric arcs from his fingertips, his gaze quickly sweeping over the 3 charred Boar King corpses, Su Zhan, and the collapsed Z-300. Clean up the battlefield and evacuate immediately, Fong Su said curtly. Yes. Xiang nodded, then urged Su Zhan. Hurry, pack everything up. There are still third-tier Boar Kings in the deepest parts of the wild boar forest. Don't delay. Su Zhan said nothing more. He first stored the damaged Z-300 in his spatial ring, then crouched beside the male Boar King to pack up all the dropped items and remains. When the massive boar carcass was swallowed by the spatial equipment, only bloodstains and mud remained in the forest. 5 minutes later, the bloodstains were diluted by rain, leaving only chaotic hoof prints on the ground. Fong Su led his 2 students in a swift departure. During their journey, the 3 met up with other teachers. The rampaging boar herd had swept through the forest like a mudslide, and the situation was far more devastating than imagined. Although most of the boars had been drawn to Su Zhan's location, numerous stragglers still charged in all directions, and many unlucky students fell beneath their tusks. Teacher, there were too many boars. Teacher, little Six was trampled to death. Cries and pleas for help rose one after another as teachers busied themselves stabilizing emotions and calling back survivors. Back at the camp, in front of a temporarily expanded military green tent, Zhou Yong came running over almost at a sprint. His face was ashen, his sleeves still stained with half-dried blood. Pointing at Su Zhan, he shouted angrily. Teacher Fong, you must give us an explanation. 3 students from our school are dead, all because he cheated and triggered the boar rampage. Teacher Zhou, watch your words. Fong Su's brow furrowed slightly, his voice carrying a chill. Participating in combat assessments inherently carries risks. You all signed agreements accepting responsibility for life and death. The boar rampage was a special incident that no one could have predicted or controlled. Whether Su Zhan cheated or not will be investigated by the school. It's not for you to determine. Zhou Yong was momentarily stunned by the rebuke, his face twitching, but he still gritted his teeth and made a threat. Humph. If we don't get a satisfactory answer, I'll report this to the Academy administration. Zhou Yong's expression stiffened. After delivering his threat, he turned and walked away. Su Zhan, what exactly is going on? Li Yuan frowned deeply, clearly worried that if Su Zhan was truly found guilty of cheating, he would not only lose his chance at Southern University, but might even face imprisonment in serious cases. Teacher, please don't worry. I didn't cheat. Everything was achieved through my own abilities. Su Zhan smiled gently, his attitude confident and resolute. Su Zhan, come back to school with me first. Fang Su glanced at the crowd of onlookers, raised his hand to signal them to disperse, then led Su Zhan and Xiang went onto the hovering vehicle back to school. Whether you cheated or not, we'll discuss it once we're back at school. All right. Su Zhan nodded readily. Southern University. After arriving at the school gate, Fang Su first arranged for Xiang to take Su Zhan to the restroom, while he headed straight to the principal's office. In the office, he projected the complete video from the competition onto a light screen. This Z300 was bought from Shop 69, wasn't it? Principal Chen Ziyuan of Southern University stared at the screen, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. That Z300 was indeed the work of his friend from years ago during his third-tier period. With an eagle spreading its wings carved on the side, recognized it immediately. Principal, do you think this kid cheated? Fang Su pressed. He knew clearly that a third-tier mechanic's abilities were nowhere near sufficient to transform a Z300 into such a monster, and there were no fifth-tier mechanics in the academy. Even a third-tier couldn't achieve this level. As for fifth-tier, we indeed don't have any here. Chen Ziyuan shook his head slightly. You mean he didn't cheat? But his professional panel clearly shows only mechanic, with no second profession. Fang Su looked completely puzzled. What if it's a hidden profession? Go bring Su Zhan here. Chen Ziyuan smiled. Restroom. Su Zhan, do you have a hidden profession? Xiang Wen leaned against the table, her dark eyes sparkling brightly. Senior, I really don't. Su Zhan spread his hands. Then how did you transform that Z300 robot like that? I truly don't have a hidden profession, but I do possess a hidden skill mechanical enhancement, which allows me to directly upgrade machinery based on its existing foundation. Su Zhan explained. There's actually such a skill? That's amazing. Xiang Wen clenched her fists excitedly. This meant Su Zhan hadn't cheated. His results were completely sufficient for admission to Southern University, and once this skill was applied to higher-tier machinery, its potential would be immeasurable. At that moment, Fang Su pushed the door open. Su Zhan, Xiang Wen, come with me to the principal's office. Principal's office. Su Zhan, tell us about your situation. Chen Ziyuan looked Su Zhan up and down, his tone gentle. Principal, I possess a hidden skill that allows me to upgrade and enhance machinery. The Z300's enhancement was completed using this skill. Su Zhan spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, explaining once again. I believe you, but you must also prove yourself. Xiang Wen will be responsible for recording the video. Within 3 days, you can choose any piece of machinery and transform it to achieve the same effect as that Z300, and I'll acknowledge your results. Chen Ziyuan pointed to the holographic camera nearby. Principal, there's no need to wait 3 days, he can do it right now. Don't you have an automatic cannon here? I'll use that. Su Zhan had already noticed the miniature automatic cannon on the display shelf when he entered. As long as it was a mechanical creation, his skill could work on it. Transform it out of thin air? Without any additional materials? Chen Ziyuan showed genuine surprise for the first time. Conventional mechanical upgrades required adding metals or energy cores, yet Su Zhan claimed he could do it empty-handed. My skill is rather special. I can upgrade without additional materials, though the effect would be even better with high-grade materials. Su Zhan replied calmly. Mechanical enhancement. Su Zhan stood before the small automatic cannon, placing both hands on the barrel. Crimson flames spread from his palms, instantly enveloping the entire cannon. The office filled with the intricate clicking sounds of gears, and the metal surface seemed to be recarved by invisible blades, with crack-like light patterns flickering one after another. Red light emanated from his hands, wrapping around the small automatic cannon. A continuous series of mechanical clicking sounds emerged, and as the light faded, a transformed small automatic cannon appeared before everyone. The original small automatic cannon stood 50 centimeters tall, just an ordinary artillery piece equipped with an automatic loading and firing mechanism, plus a short-range radar. But after Su Zhan finished his mechanical modifications, the cannon was completely transformed. Its overall height increased by at least 20 centimeters, with a streamlined, integrated shell design that looked much more refined and efficient. The original automatic loading and firing systems had been recalibrated, with internal gears and circuits gleaming like new, and the power feedback fully activated. When everyone quickly pulled up the attribute panel, they discovered that both projectile velocity and loading speed had doubled, the small radar's search range had tripled, and a new automatic targeting assistance function had been added. Hiss! Fang Su and Xiang Wen simultaneously gasped in shock, their eyes filled with amazement. How is this possible? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe such a skill could exist. Even more incredible was that Su Zhan hadn't added any additional material. She had achieved this upgrade purely through internal structural reorganization. This level of craftsmanship completely shattered everyone's understanding. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Chen Zhuan took a deep breath nearby, struggling to contain his excitement. He stared at Su Zhan as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Su Zhan's ability could essentially transform any piece of machinery, and such value was immeasurable. In the professional training system, truly powerful combat professionals were limited in number, while numerous support professionals remained at the bottom tier. When venturing out, they typically relied on conventional weapons like firearms and cannons for protection. If weapon performance could be doubled from its original baseline, it would undoubtedly greatly improve these people's survival rates. This alone was enough for Su Zhan to elevate the entire mechanical engineer profession to a higher level. Chen Zhuan finally couldn't contain himself and announced directly, "Su Zhan, from today forward, you are a student at Southern University. Full tuition waiver. We'll provide you with the maximum scholarship amount annually, and as long as you don't break any laws, the school will do everything possible to meet any other conditions. Furthermore, since you killed the wild boar king in this assessment, you naturally rank first. On behalf of the school, I'm awarding you 500,000 in financial aid, plus a top-tier treasure." He rattled off these conditions in one breath, each statement making Fong Su's heart race. "Principal, isn't this a bit excessive? Shouldn't we convene a meeting to discuss this?" Fong Su lowered his voice. Southern University consistently ranked in the top 10 professional universities in the Dragon Kingdom and had produced countless influential figures. For ordinary people wanting to enter this institution, tuition alone was astronomical, while the full scholarship amounted to 6 million. Now Chen Zhuan was not only waiving tuition and providing the maximum scholarship, but also promising to do everything possible to fulfill any request. With Southern University's influence, 99% of things could be accomplished. Adding a reward worthy of being called a top-tier treasure essentially meant Su Zhan could walk sideways through the Dragon Kingdom. In Fong Su's view, while Su Zhan's abilities were extraordinary, this treatment seemed excessive. However, Chen Zhuan waved away his concerns. No discussion needed. He already decided. From today on, you'll be Su Zhan's mentor. Whenever Su Zhan encounters any difficulties, you must help him with everything you've got. His gaze sharpened, his tone becoming serious. Also, Su Zhan's abilities must remain confidential. As for the truth that other high school teachers are demanding, just tell them the school has already conducted a thorough investigation. If they're not satisfied, they can file a complaint or simply choose not to come to Southern University. Chen Zhuan sat behind his massive desk, his tone uncompromisingly firm. He completely dismissed the various conditions those high school teachers had proposed, adding bluntly, "If you don't want to come, I couldn't care less. Su Zhan alone is worth far more than all of them combined." In his view, as long as Su Zhan developed successfully, Southern University could potentially leap to become the nation's top institution. Understood, Fong Su nodded in response. Though he had doubts, he didn't press further. "All right, go handle Su Zhan's enrollment procedures. I'll take him to select a treasure," Chen Zhuan said, rising and opening the door, gesturing for Su Zhan to follow. Leaving the administrative building, the two walked side by side along the tree-lined path. Few people were around, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. "Su Zhan, I know you have many questions," Chen Zhuan suddenly spoke as they walked, though his pace never slowed. "We harbor no ill will toward you, but I won't deny we have our own interests. The school is investing resources in your growth, and naturally we hope you'll give back to your alma mater in the future. You should understand this." "Principal, I understand," Su Zhan replied straightforwardly. He was indeed surprised by the generous conditions Southern University had offered, benefits far exceeding what ordinary freshmen received, but upon reflection, he realized it was essentially an early investment by the principal, which didn't bother him. Minutes later, a nearly 100-meter black building appeared before them. The entire structure resembled a massive rectangular box standing upright, its dark metallic exterior gleaming coldly in the sunlight. "Since you're a mechanic who also masters mechanical enhancement skills, I'm bringing you to the mechanical treasury," Chen Zhuan explained, pointing at the building. "All the common parts you can buy outside are here, but there are 3 real treasures inside, and you can choose one of them." He approached the smooth black wall, which immediately lit up with scanning beams that swept across his shoulders. After identity verification, an entire section of the wall receded inward, revealing an elevator-like enclosed space. The two entered, and Chen Zhuan tapped the side wall several times. The alloy doors closed silently. "The first item is the Deep Blue, a heavy firepower warship left over from 300 years ago. You probably won't have much use for it. The second is Gypsy Danger, an 80-meter humanoid combat mech equipped with plasma cannons and chain swords, though it lacks a suitable energy core and cannot currently be activated. The last one is Megatron. I recommend you choose it. It has 3 forms: robot, tank, and flying tank." The elevator doors opened again, revealing a vast warehouse that was so spacious it could produce echoing reverberations. Three massive objects stood quietly under the lights. In the center was the Gypsy Danger mech, its deep blue armor cold and sharp, its 80-meter height imposing. A circular hole gaped in its chest. The energy reactor had gone dark, but once successfully enhanced, this machine could crush ordinary 6th or 7th tier warriors with a single punch. On the left sat the deep blue warship, its white hull sleek and elongated, with 9 heavy main cannons at both bow and stern, 18 guns total, making it a veritable floating artillery fortress. On the right stood Chen Ziyuan's highly recommended Megatron, currently in tank form. It was entirely silver white, with 2 rows of tracked wheels front and rear, a massive cannon barrel in the center, and below the barrel, an imposing humanoid face. Su Zhan's gaze locked onto the Decepticon and couldn't look away. At the center of the display platform, Decepticon Megatron maintained his Cybertronian flying tank form, 3 meters tall, 8 meters long, weighing 15 tons, with a flight speed reaching Mach 2. The cold statistics and massive steel frame simultaneously overwhelmed the senses. For Su Zhan, any machine capable of flight held an irreplaceable attraction. If the ground was treacherous, taking to the skies was both the safest and most convenient option. Moreover, many special terrains could only be reached by aircraft. Although Danger Wanderer had superior raw firepower, Decepticon was clearly more balanced in overall performance. Mechanical life forms could act independently, while the fully mechanized Danger Wanderer was bulky and slow to react. Combined with Su Zhan's heaven-defying mechanical enhancement skill, Megatron's cost-effectiveness after modification would be on a completely different level. As for Danger Wanderer and Deep Blue, Su Zhan decided to acquire them later when his skills matured. From the moment he first glimpsed these 3 machines, he had already considered them his own, with Southern University merely serving as temporary storage. So, which one do you choose? Chen Ziyuan smiled, his tone carrying a hint of testing. This one. Su Zhan pointed at Megatron without hesitation. Chen Ziyuan nodded. Good, I'll immediately gather the Academy's mechanics to repair it for you. It'll definitely be operational within 3 months, and then you can come take it away. In fact, all 3 ancient machines had lost their power sources, and even with Southern University's deep resources, restarting them would require time and cost. Principal, that won't be necessary. Su Zhan shook his head and stepped toward the Decepticon. My mechanical enhancement can directly replace the energy supply. The steel armor gleamed coldly under the lights, and at close range, Su Zhan could feel even more intensely the dormant violent power. Absolute mechanical perfection. Your skill has that kind of effect too? Chen Ziyuan gasped. Having just witnessed mechanical enhancement once in his office, he thought that was its limit, never imagining it could even upgrade energy systems. Su Zhan took a deep breath and placed both hands on Megatron's armor. Mechanical enhancement. Blinding red light suddenly exploded, completely engulfing the Decepticon. The thunderous sound of mechanical linkages rose and fell, as if a sleeping giant was awakening. After a full minute, the red light faded, revealing a completely renewed Cybertronian flying tank lying quietly before them. The transformed Megatron was even more imposing, 5 meters tall, 15 meters long, weighing 28 tons, with flight speed soaring to Mach 4. His silver-white armor was so bright it could serve as a mirror, with newly added red stripes like sharp war markings, reflecting an unshakable majesty. The head beneath the cannon barrel lit up with blood-red eyes, as if true life was observing the surroundings. His size had increased slightly, but all attributes except size had doubled entirely. So incredible. Chen Ziyuan murmured in amazement. A mechanical relic from hundreds of years ago, sealed away for years with no one able to activate it. Yet Su Zhan had completed its upgrade with just a touch. It had to be said, the mechanical enhancement skill was incredibly powerful. The truth is, nobody uses peak mechanical products like Decepticons because after the emergence of professionals, there are simply too many special abilities to counter them. Take Xiangwen. For example, if she summoned Xiangyu, the old Decepticon models couldn't even keep up. Even if it were Gypsy Danger, it would just be a moving target in front of Xiangyu. However, when the same machinery falls into Su Zhan's hands, the situation becomes completely different. Even if Xiangwen actually summoned Xiangyu, she might not be able to stop Su Zhan's Decepticon. Robot mode. Su Zhan commanded. The Cybertronian flying tank's treads suddenly retracted, heavy armor plates sliding layer by layer. Dozens of tons of steel rose from the ground amid the sound of grinding gears, transforming in the blink of an eye into an 18-meter-tall steel giant. The former tank barrel rotated to the Decepticon's right shoulder, its dark muzzle aimed forward, radiating overwhelming pressure. Return. After surveying his creation with satisfaction, Su Zhan waved his hand lightly. The massive form seemed compressed by invisible force, metal plates rapidly folding until it shrank to palm size and fell into Su Zhan's hand before disappearing completely. This was the unique, mechanical space within a mechanical lord's body, capable of concealing machinery for instant access. You can shrink them too? Chen Ziyuan's eyes widened. Such a massive Megatron had vanished into thin air with just a gesture from Su Zhan. This visual impact was more direct than any theory. This is another one of my hidden skills. Sujan scratched his head, sounding somewhat embarrassed. Sujan, oh Sujan, are you absolutely sure you don't have a second hidden profession? Chen Ziyuan stared at him, his tone growing heavier. Principal, absolutely not. I'm just a mechanic. These are all hidden skills. Sujan patted his chest in assurance. He wasn't lying. Mechanical Lord was simply an advanced progression of mechanic, not a second profession. Chen Ziyuan waved his hand, no longer pressing the matter. Fine, if you need anything at school in the future, come find me directly. With that, he led Su Zhan away from the mechanical vault. Outside the vault, Fong Su was already waiting. He had long since arranged Su Zhan's accommodation. Unlike other students, Su Zhan would live directly in the faculty district's standalone villa. As a top-tier institution, Southern University had always treated its faculty generously. Each received a luxurious villa on 10 acres of land, complete with dedicated housekeeping staff. This Villa 36 is your residence. I'm next door at 35. Come find me anytime if you need anything. Fong Su escorted him to the entrance, making sure to emphasize this point. Thank you, Teacher Fong. Su Zhan bowed in farewell and pushed open the door. The villa had 2 floors above ground and 2 below, with a high-ceilinged living room, crystal chandeliers, complete furnishings, and decoration standards comparable to a 5-star hotel. There was no need to go out for meals, either just one phone call, and food would be delivered to the door. University courses mainly focus on practical combat and professional development. My mechanical lord skills don't lack development, but I should see what level other mechanics have reached in their research. Sujan settled into the soft sofa, contemplating his future plans. With Megatron at his disposal, monsters below the 6th rank posed no threat to him. His immediate priority was figuring out where he could level up fastest. Meanwhile, Southern University publicly announced the results of this practical examination. Due to the wild boar rampage that caused massive casualties, the school decided that all surviving candidates would be admitted. First place Su Zhan. Is that guy really that powerful? After understanding the announcement's contents, Zhou Yong slumped completely in his chair. He knew Southern University had always been fair and feared no background influence. Since the school officially named Su Zhan as first place, there was only one explanation. Su Zhan had indeed demonstrated matching strength, and the school simply hadn't disclosed the details yet. What on earth happened? Zhou Yong scratched his head vigorously, unable to figure out how Su Zhan had become so powerful. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and the others also saw Southern University's announcement regarding Su Zhan's alleged cheating incident. The announcement was displayed on the electronic screen at the orientation area, with black text on a white background that was extremely eye-catching. Su Zhan has not engaged in any cheating behavior. His results are valid. The crowd stirred, and Li Yuan turned to look at the several freshmen who had followed him. Did that guy Su Zhan get first place by cheating? Lu Qianwu frowned, his eyes blazing with anger. Lu Qianwu, don't talk nonsense. Zhuge Xuanyue looked up, her voice soft but carrying a warning tone. The announcement clearly states he didn't cheat. Besides, with his scores, he'll definitely get into the student council this time. If you go around spreading rumors, it won't look good, she added unhurriedly. Questioning the announcement means questioning Southern University's fairness. We're all going to be part of this school, so we need to learn to protect the school's reputation. Lu Qianwu's mouth twitched, and in the end, he just snorted and turned his head away. Unless he didn't want to survive at Southern University, he really didn't dare say more. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Li Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, you'll all be classmates in the future, so help each other out. Southern University isn't so easily fooled. Since the announcement has been officially stamped, I believe Su Zhan is indeed innocent. 3 days later, all orientation procedures were completed. Under the school's unified arrangements, the freshmen finished a series of tasks, including subject allocation and dormitory lottery. Although they were all professionals, they were subdivided into different colleges based on their future development directions. For example, 1. Lu Qianwu Boxer, a close combat melee profession. 2. Zhuge Xuanyue Warlock, magic-oriented. Southern University specially established a Warlock College, as the Dragon Kingdom has a vast number of Warlocks. Warlocks are further subdivided into various schools. Zhuge Xuanyue's bloodline traces back to Zhuge Liang, with the profession name Marquis Wu's Mystical Gates. Tai Mystical Gates, commonly found around Mount Wudong. Various other Warlock schools, each with unique characteristics, often substantial enough to warrant separate academic departments. 3. Su Zhan Mechanic, assigned to the mechanical department. Mechanic is one of the largest foundational professions of the contemporary era. Outstanding graduates often participate in the development of high-end weapons like firearms and artillery, while more people enter various maintenance positions. Villa number 36. In the night, Su Zhan closed his laptop and stretched. Time to go level up. On his character panel, he had reached level 95, just 4 levels away from triggering his first class advancement quest. For all professionals, class advancement quests are crucial for promotion. Some need to collect rare materials, others must hunt specific monsters. The forms vary widely, but they always revolve around the core of one's profession. Most people team up with companions to avoid failure. After packing his equipment and preparing to leave, his computer suddenly showed an email notification. The professional association? Su Zhan clicked it open, and at the top of the page was a gold-embossed invitation. The professional association is an extremely large organization, with over 50% of the Dragon Kingdom's professionals as its members. Since the professional association is an official organization of the Dragon Kingdom, joining it would provide significant conveniences when operating within the country. However, convenience always comes with a price. Su Zhan stared at the formal invitation email on his computer screen, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and clicked close. His university life had just begun, and he didn't want to dive headfirst into a world filled with bureaucratic oversight and endless work schedules. Leveling up was the priority, and he needed to build his strength first. Half an hour later, he had driven to the outskirts of Wild Boar Forest. The last boar rampage had devastated the peripheral beast population, leaving only occasional scattered wild boars darting about near the forest edge. But when his gaze penetrated deeper into the woodland, dense shrubs and vines still concealed clusters of massive dark shadows. That was the true interior zone, where they had once engaged the Boar King in close combat. Megatron tank mode. The sound of folding metal pierced the silence as the silver-gray Megatron instantly completed its transformation, heavy treads hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Su Zhan had spent the past few days restocking ammunition but hadn't made additional modifications. Megatron was already formidable after its mechanical upgrades, and ordinary components could hardly push its limits further. Only rare materials or special equipment would warrant additional installations. Virum. The engine drove the treads forward, the heavy cannon barrel tilted slightly upward, and Megatron charged into the forest like a steel hurricane, kicking up clouds of dust. Within just 10 minutes, he had reached the heart of the woods. Rough howls echoed all around, and before him, wild boars of second-tier strength or higher trampled through dead branches, each as massive as a train car. The hunt began. Su Zhan's mind stirred, the breach mechanism clicked into place, and with a bang, the first shell screamed through the air. Boom! A blazing fireball erupted on the distant ground, sending a column of flames 40 to 50 meters in diameter shooting skyward, with shockwaves rippling outward. 7 or 8 second-tier wild boars didn't even have time to squeal before being torn to shreds. When the smoke cleared, the earth bore a crater over 10 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters deep. The new ammunition's power had doubled compared to the old type. Su Zhan gazed at the destruction with a slight smile. The mechanical upgrades had not only strengthened Megatron's body, but also enhanced its ammunition system. With a thought, he controlled Megatron to advance, crushing everything in its path. Rolling artillery fire and boar squeals wove together into a symphony of death. Notification. You have killed the Boar King and gained 34,020 experience points. Notification. Your level has increased to 99. Notification. You have met the requirements for the first advancement quest. Quest objective. Travel to the Confronting Mountains and hunt 10 armored earth dragons. Brilliant system notifications flooded the screen. Having just reached level 99, the first advancement quest had automatically appeared in his mailbox. Confronting Mountains. Su Zhan glanced at the quest location, his heart sinking. He didn't know much about the specific details of that region, but one thing was crystal clear: the weakest monsters there were all third tier. Most people's first-tier missions involve hunting first-tier monsters or searching for items in areas where first-tier creatures roam, but Su Zhan was directly tasked with hunting a third-tier monster, which was indeed quite outrageous. Yet he wasn't panicked at all. Thinking of the Mechanical Lord's incredible passive skill, Su Zhan felt confident. Forget third-tier monsters, even fifth-tier creatures wouldn't stand a chance against this Decepticon tank if they dared to get close. At the end of the mountain path, a towering bamboo forest swayed in the breeze. Dark tracks carved deep impressions in the soil as the Decepticon tank's massive frame reflected cold metallic gleams in the sunlight. Occasional passing players couldn't help but stop and marvel. Damn, what an imposing tank. What model is this? I've never seen it before. Young master, this is way more badass than your ride. Su Zhan had originally planned to take advantage of the reduced foot traffic after the wild boar rampage to level up peacefully near this bamboo grove. He lightly pressed the pedal, preparing to turn the cannon and leave, when he suddenly heard rustling bamboo leaves. In the distance, a group of people emerged, trampling bamboo branches as they filed out. Most conspicuous was the steel tiger leading the group, gleaming with cold light, its limbs disguised as hydraulic pistons that extended and retracted silently like beast sinews. On the tiger's back sat a black-clad youth looking down arrogantly, his gaze fierce and unruly. I see it. Gu Chonglin's voice carried excitement as his eyes locked onto the Decepticon, practically glowing with desire. Lingchuan's city had 4 major families, and he was the third son of the Gu family patriarch. His profession, puppeteer. Unlike mechanics who focused on manufacturing machinery, he could use his professional skills to control puppets he crafted for combat. The metal tiger was currently his masterpiece. Su Zhan frowned. He had chosen this location for peace and quiet, but still ended up encountering troublemakers. With this thought, he simply started the engine, turned the tank around, and with a thunderous roar, prepared to leave. Stop him. I want that thing. Seeing this, Gu Chonglin's expression darkened as he raised his hand and waved. His mind quickly painted a picture. Himself driving the Decepticon with a puppet army following behind, sweeping through the outskirts, absolutely exhilarating. Don't worry, young master. The accompanying guards responded in unison. Hey, you stop. A guard named Li Chong strode up to the tank, slapping the armor twice with his hand, his tone arrogant. Kid, crawl out of there and name your price. My young master has taken a liking to your tank. In the distance, Gu Chonglin rode his puppet tiger leisurely forward, not finding Li Chang's behavior inappropriate at all. Throughout Lingchuan City, except for the other three major families, no one dared refuse the Gu family face, especially out here in the wilderness. Sujan silently complained to himself. Unlucky. Really ran into a rich young master. Previously, when he was dirt poor, he wouldn't even register on these spoiled brats' radar, but now this Decepticon would probably cause an instant sensation if driven into the city, naturally attracting attention. He couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and said coldly, "Not for sale. Move aside quickly." Li Chang's lips curved into a cold arc. "Whether you sell or not isn't up to you." Gu Chonglin clapped his hands, smiling confidently. "Brother, I'll offer 1 million for your tank. Don't make me say it twice." 1 million. Sujan scoffed. "I said it's not for sale, get lost." Gu Chonglin's expression suddenly turned dark. "Ignorant fool, beat him out of there." His tone carried bone-chilling coldness. "This is the wilderness, not the city district. It's perfectly normal for 1 or 2 people to die here." Understood. At Gu Chonglin's command, Li Chong and the others grinned wickedly and immediately launched their attack. Fire spell. Water arrow technique. Over a dozen spells carrying scorching heat and icy water force struck the Decepticon tank almost simultaneously. Hissing sounds mixed with explosive blasts as the air itself twisted from the intense heat. Seeking death. Inside the tank, Sujan's expression grew ice cold. He'd heard plenty of tales about murderous bandits, but never expected to encounter them himself today. Bang! Without hesitation, he swiveled the cannon and locked onto Li Chong with lightning speed. Boom! The shell burst forth, explosive flames instantly engulfing a 50-meter radius. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, and amid the rolling inferno, Li Chong and his companions didn't even manage a scream before being reduced to charcoal. After the flames subsided, a charred tiger puppet stumbled away in retreat, its damaged mechanical joints creaking harshly. Decepticon robot mode. At Su Zhan's mental command, the tank's armor rapidly disassembled and reformed as he transformed into a steel giant. The massive frame leaped over 10 meters and crashed down, pinning the tiger puppet firmly underfoot. "Don't kill me. I'm from the Gu family. If you kill me, you won't survive either." Gu Chonglin's terrified pleas echoed from within the puppet's cavity, his face deathly pale and clothes soaked with cold sweat. Had he not dove into the puppet at the first moment, he would have been reduced to ash like Li Chong. "All the more reason you can't be spared." Su Zhan's eyes gleamed with deadly intent as the Decepticon's feet applied pressure. With a sickening crack, the tiger puppet and Gu Chonglin inside were completely crushed. Su Zhan had long heard of Lingchuan City's 4 great families, and Gu Chonglin's evil deeds were notorious murder, robbery, every conceivable crime. Protected by his family's influence, victims could only suffer in silence. In this era where might makes right, though the Dragon Nation maintained surface order, corruption festered beneath. Su Zhan had understood these rules since childhood. Suppressing his killing intent, he quickly cleaned the battlefield, dragging several second-tier wild boars from nearby and placing them around the explosion site before departing in the Decepticon. This area was deep within the wild boar forest where second-tier boars roamed everywhere. Within half a day, the battle traces would be trampled and buried by the beasts. Deaths during leveling expeditions were all too common. No one would question a second-tier cultivator like Gu Chonglin and his group perishing here. Meanwhile, atop the Shanghai building in Lingchuan City, Gu Feng was reviewing documents when his computer's notification sound interrupted his thoughts. What trouble has that boy gotten into now? Seeing the sender was Gu Chonglin, he frowned slightly. Gu Chonglin was his 3rd son and his current wife's only child. Gu Feng had 2 wives. His first died in a beast tide, and his current wife's influence made him particularly indulgent toward Gu Chonglin. "Dad, save me, someone's trying to kill me." The email contained only this brief sentence, yet it made Gu Feng's pupils contract sharply. In all of Lingchuan City, those who dared target his son could be counted on one hand. After all, he was a 6th-tier level 99 berserker who would have already advanced if not for the 7th-tier advancement requirements being so demanding. Gu Feng immediately grabbed his desk phone. "Old Wang, take your men to Wild Boar Forest immediately. Someone's making a move against Chonglin." The man he called was Wang Ning, Shanghai Corporation's security chief. Though officially security chief, he was essentially the company's enforcer, possessing 4th tier level 80 strength. Those above the 3rd rank, follow me. Wang Ning hung up the phone and shouted toward the door. The group that had been lounging listlessly on the sofa immediately sprang to their feet, filing out one after another and following him straight to Wild Boar Forest. Meanwhile, Su Zhan, who was responsible for cleanup work, had already returned to school. Without lingering, he pushed open the library doors, intending to research information about the Crossfang mountain range. After rummaging through the shelves for about 10 minutes, he finally pulled out a book titled Detailed Guide to the Crossfang Mountain Range, sat down by the window, and began flipping through it rapidly. The book stated, the Crossfang Mountain Range is located 600 li northwest of Lingchuan City, stretching over 1,000 li with endless deep forests and ancient woods, where high-level wild monsters roam freely. Legend has it that beasts of the 8th rank or higher have appeared in the depths of the mountains. Though no one has witnessed them firsthand, people have spotted the 7th rank Flying Tiger King on the outskirts. The Flying Tiger King has wings on its back and resembles the Qiangqi from ancient texts, though they are not of the same species. The target of Su Zhan's mission, the armored earth dragon, dwells near Lurking Dragon Mountain in the middle section of the Crossfang mountain range. The armored earth dragon resembles a giant lizard encased in steel armor, with razor-sharp claws and a single horn on its forehead. Common individuals typically reach the 3rd rank, while 4th rank specimens are called armored earth dragon kings. Next, the detailed guide to the Crossfang mountain range provided the stats for an ordinary armored earth dragon. 3rd rank, level 60. Vitality, 4,200. Strength, 3,900. Spirit, 3,000. Speed, 2,800. Innate skills, Earth Dragon Flip, Dragon Horn Lightning Strike, Charging Dragon Claw. Su Zhan stared at the numbers, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The vitality alone reached 4,000, truly terrifying. The book further explained, wild monsters have different attributes from humans. Once they enter the 1st rank, their various attributes roughly stabilize around 1,000. This is their natural foundation. Human attribute growth, however, depends on base values. If the base is 10, each level before the 1st rank adds 1, after the 2nd rank 2, after the 3rd rank 3, and so on. Therefore, the higher the foundation, the stronger one becomes later. Even so, the upper limit for a single attribute for 3rd rank humans is only 604. However, humans excel in skill bursts. Take the most basic mage skill, Awaken Spirit. As an example, it can increase spirit by 10 for 10 minutes. A 10 increase on 604 spirit points only adds 60 points. And this is just the most elementary skill. Higher tier skills can even multiply effects, greatly enhancing combat power. From the stats, the armored earth dragon was already among the top tier 3rd rank wild monsters. Fortunately, Su Zhan still had Optimus Prime as backup. Otherwise, this 1st rank mission would be nearly impossible. He closed the book, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With Optimus Prime's strength, never mind 3rd rank, even 5th rank armored earth dragons could be easily handled, and a mere 10 would pose no problem at all. However, thinking about the 2nd rank mission made him somewhat worried. If the 1st rank required hunting 3rd rank wild monsters, the 2nd rank would likely involve challenging 4th rank ones. Following this pattern, by the 7th rank, he might have to face 9th rank fierce beasts. Whether human or wild monster, once one steps into the 9th rank, their power becomes incomparably vast. Calling them immortals wouldn't be an exaggeration. Well, he'd deal with that when the time came. Su Zhan shook his head. Class advancement tasks were automatically assigned by the world based on individual circumstances, and no one could interfere with them. No amount of overthinking would help. Unless he gave up on advancing, he had to grit his teeth and complete the task, no matter how difficult it was. Su Zhan, is that really you? A voice filled with pleasant surprise suddenly reached his ears. Su Zhan turned toward the voice and saw Zhuge Xuanyue walking quickly toward him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, it's you. He smiled and walked over to meet her. I've been at school for half a month now, and I haven't run into you even once. Zhuge Xuanyue blinked playfully. I've been out leveling these past few days, so I haven't been attending classes. Su Zhan explained casually. Where do you train? We should team up sometime when you're free. Her enthusiasm remained undiminished. Su Zhan scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He understood her good intentions, but he didn't really need a training partner. Su Zhan, there you are? I need your help with something. An urgent shout came from the library entrance as Xiangwen rushed into the hall, her face etched with anxiety. Senior, what's wrong? Su Zhan's heart tightened with concern. Some students from our department are trapped in the Crossfang mountain range. I'd like you to come with me to rescue them. Xiangwen got straight to the point. Us? Su Zhan was slightly taken aback. Southern University had a dedicated rescue team. Why would this task fall to them? The trapped area is territory controlled by 2nd-tier monsters. I was supposed to lead the team, but since it's the Crossfang mountain range after all, I'm worried about accidents, so I wanted to ask for your help. Xiang Wen's voice carried a hint of embarrassment, and her cheeks flushed red. The reason she could oversee freshman assessments was because she was the president of the Soul Summoning Department's student council. The rescue team leadership rotated among departments, and this time it happened to be her turn. Asking Su Zhan for help was actually her personal decision. The Crossfang mountain range has 7th-tier flying tiger kings roaming around. Isn't it suicide for Su Zhan to go there right after starting school? Zhuge Xuanyue frowned as she spoke up. And you are? Xiang Wen turned to stare at Zhuge Xuanyue, her brow slightly furrowed. I was asking Su Zhan, not you. Why are you butting in? It's fine. I happen to have a task to complete anyway, so it's on my way. Su Zhan sensed the tension and quickly tried to smooth things over. You're Su Zhan's high school classmate, aren't you? With Su Zhan's tacit approval, Xiang Wen smiled as she looked at Zhuge Xuanyue. Yes, I am. Zhuge Xuanyue nodded coolly. That explains why you don't know. Su Zhan killed a 2nd-tier Boar king during his entrance assessment. 2nd-tier monsters pose no threat to him at all. Xiang Wen's voice carried a note of pride. Southern University's original announcement hadn't revealed the details of what happened in the Boar forest, so no one outside knew about it. But this wasn't classified information either, so there was no harm in her mentioning it. What? Zhuge Xuanyue's lips parted slightly in disbelief. There were only 3 days between the entrance assessment and class awakening. Even with frantic leveling, one could only reach level 5 or 6, which was a full 2 tiers below a 2nd-tier Boar king. How had Su Zhan managed it? It was all just coincidence. Su Zhan waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to dwell on the topic. All right, we should get going. We can chat more when we have time. With that, he nodded to Zhuge Xuanyue in farewell and pulled Xiang Wen along as they quickly left, knowing in his heart that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't make it to the Crossfang mountain range in time to rescue anyone today. Did he really kill the Boar king? Zhuge Xuanyue watched Su Zhan's retreating figure disappear into the distance. Her heart, pounding like a boulder, had settled on her chest. It had only been a few days since the career awakening ceremony for new students, and everyone was still learning to stand steady. Yet Su Zhan was already able to sprint, and sprint incredibly fast at that. What made it even more incomprehensible was that he wasn't some combat-oriented specialist class, but rather a mechanist, an auxiliary profession universally acknowledged as having the lowest combat capability. Zhuge Xuanyue couldn't wrap her head around it. She could almost visualize Su Zhan facing a 2nd-tier monster alone, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't piece together the key to his victory. Meanwhile, Xiang Wen practically dragged Su Zhan away from Southern University, almost forcibly pushing him onto a westbound train with no room for refusal. Their destination, a Hengjia mountain range. Just the two of us. As the train started and the tracks began to vibrate, Su Zhan couldn't help but ask. He had assumed the school would assign a few more team members to carry out the rescue mission together. Everyone else has been deployed elsewhere, though we could find them if we really wanted to. Xiang Wen smiled, but her eyes showed unwavering confidence. But with your abilities, we don't need additional people, right? You flatter me, senior. Su Zhan waved his hand modestly, though he didn't deny it. Outside the wild boar forest at the northeastern foothills of the Hengjia mountain range, Wang Ning led over 100 armed personnel as they tore through the sea of trees, charging into the forest like a torrent of steel. Cold light flashed as every boar that blocked their path met its doom, blood splattering across vines and withered leaves, the metallic scent quickly permeating the air. Boss, we found the young master's puppet remains. A subordinate waved from a patch of mud, his face grim. Looks like it was overwhelmed by the boar herd. Let's go. Wang Ning's brow furrowed tightly, scoffing at the notion that Gu Chonglin died to wild boars. Gu Chonglin was at least 2nd-tier, equipped with high-grade puppets provided by Gu Feng, capable of handling even 3rd-tier wild boars. Not to mention he had so many subordinates even if they faced defeat, escape shouldn't have been difficult. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the scene, a large muddy area covered with crisscrossing hoof prints, with several mangled boar carcasses scattered about. Mixed into the mud were gears, metal frameworks, and crystal core fragments, clearly the remains of Gu Chonglin's puppets. Based on the traces, it appeared he had been surrounded and killed by wild boars, but the more Wang Ning looked, the more something felt off. Wait, there are gunpowder scorch marks here. He crouched down and scraped away the mud, his fingertips touching a layer of blackened powder. Though the muddy ground in the forest had been trampled into a chaotic mess, he still caught glimpses of scattered burn marks forming arc-shaped patterns of expansion. Short explosion duration, range of at least 40 meters. Wang Ning muttered to himself, a term floating into his mind: Dariel bomb. Only something like that could tear open such a wide area in an instant. Yet hardly anyone used them anymore. While powerful, they had limited effect on professionals, and even landmines were more cost-effective for eliminating low-tier targets. Even more bizarre was the question of why anyone would use an aerial bomb such overkill to deal with Gu Chonglin. Wang Ning ordered his men to search further. Take everything we can carry. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze cutting through the shadows between trees like a blade. But he still couldn't find a more reasonable explanation, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. Unable to figure it out, he could only return and report first. Wang Ning made his decision and began having his team clean up the scene. Puppet fragments were sorted into specialized containers, not even the smallest screw left behind. As they finished up, he looked once more toward the depths of the forest, frowning with reluctance. Better head back and report. So Wang Ning could only have his men pack up the puppet remains and report the news to Gu Feng, letting him make the decision. 2 hours later, the train came to a stop, and Su Zhan and Xiangwen stepped off. Another 200 kilometers northwest lay the location where the Southern University student had sent out the distress signal. Su Zhan, did you get your Z300 fixed? Xiangwen stepped down onto the platform, patting her backpack with a smile. With that thing's top speed, we could definitely make it there in an hour. I'm missing some materials, so it's still not repaired. Su Zhan shrugged, his fingertip lightly tapping the summoning device. But I've got something even faster than the Z300. As his words fell, a mechanical roar erupted beside the railway tracks. Megatron suddenly materialized. Silver light gleamed like scales, red battle markings coiled across its surface, and heavy cannon barrels rose high, the entire tank radiating fierce menace. A tank. Xiangwen's eyes widened. She had only seen these steel behemoths behind glass displays in museums before. Sure, it's got firepower, but isn't it too slow? Against those wild monsters that run like the wind, it'd be nothing but a sitting duck. She recalled her military history classes. Tanks and rocket artillery had been phased out because their power was limited, only capable of threatening professionals below the third tier. After the fourth and fifth tiers, professionals underwent a qualitative transformation in combat ability. Running speeds easily reached 50 to 60 miles per hour, and their punches could even match artillery shells, not to mention their skill bursts. Compared to single-shot, ammunition-limited shells, professionals had virtually no weaknesses, no need for fuel or reloading, autonomous thinking, and absolute obedience to orders. With such comparisons, tanks naturally ended up relegated to museum corners. Simple repairs on the Z300 would be easy enough, Su Zhan explained, but that form can no longer satisfy my needs. I'd rather set it aside and wait until I learn new skills before upgrading it. This Megatron was an additional reward from the principal, much more powerful. That's it. Xiangwen's face fell. She had thought the principal had only given Su Zhan an old-fashioned tank. How stingy. Not stingy at all. Su Zhan laughed heartily. Cybertron flight tank mode. Click clack click clack. Megatron's metal frame folded dramatically. The main body's height dropped suddenly. The cannon barrels above retracted into the track axles. The rear tracks extended to both sides, and 4 jet ports, 2 large, 2 small, emerged from the center, blue light flickering deep within the nozzles. Let's go. We'll be there in less than half an hour. Su Zhan gestured invitingly. The Cybertron tank's interior was spacious enough for 5 people. Only then did Xiangwen snap back to reality, stepping through the hatch door while still unable to suppress her amazement. This tank can actually fly? It can do more than just fly. If it were really just an ordinary tank, Southern University wouldn't have kept it in their collection. Su Zhan closed the hatch door. Roar. 4 blue exhaust flames shot out, and the flying tank lifted off the ground, instantly breaking through the cloud layer. In the sky, a silver streak flashed like lightning, gone in an instant. 10 minutes later, the Cybertron flying tank landed gently on a grassy field, the residual heat from its nozzles causing the green grass to curl, while several herbivorous wild monsters grazing nearby scattered in fright. We're here already? Xiangwen hadn't even finished examining the control panel when the gentle inertia of the smooth landing gave her a slight push. She stared with wide, round eyes, her face full of disbelief. Megatron's flight mode reaches Mach for 10 minutes was more than enough time. Su Zhan explained. 4 Mach. Xiangwen froze completely on the spot. In this era, almost no one used Mach to measure speed anymore. Professionals could typically fly at higher levels, and with various flight skills available, people were more accustomed to communicating in terms of kilometers per hour. 4 Mach converted to roughly 4,900 kilometers per hour, a terrifying figure that instantly shattered Xiangwen's understanding. She knew that some flight-specialized professionals at the 6th or 7th transformation stages could only reach speeds of just over 1,000 kilometers per hour, which was already praised as swift as flowing light. Compared to the mythical Monkey King, a tank had actually caught up to a quarter of the speed of his 108,000 Lee somersault. Clouded was absolutely absurd. Let's find them first. Su Zhan's voice pulled her back to reality. Yes, yes. Xiangwen nodded repeatedly, quickly bringing up the holographic map and projecting the distress coordinates she had received earlier. Over here. After locking onto the direction, she took the lead, with Su Zhan following closely behind as they rushed northeast. 10 minutes later, they stopped before a pile of scattered rocks. Xiangwen frowned as she looked around. The marker was right beneath their feet, yet the scene was completely empty. Strange. She carefully compared the coordinates with no margin of error, but they had already circled the rock pile once without seeing any sign of people or traces of wild monsters. Could they have fallen into a secret realm? Su Zhan suggested. There were indeed hidden secret realms in the wilderness. Some required special materials to open, while others acted like traps that directly swallowed intruders. Regardless of the type, the monsters inside were at least second transformation level and came with special skills. Without proper preparation, there was an 80 to 90% chance of dying inside. Very likely. I've been trying to contact them the whole way, but no one has responded. Xiangwen took a deep breath, her temples throbbing faintly. If it really was a secret realm, the trouble lay in finding the entrance. With Su Zhan and that tank, she wasn't worried about combat power, but not being able to find the entrance meant they could only stare helplessly. The coordinates point here, so the entrance must be somewhere nearby. Let's keep looking. Su Zhan comforted her. He was actually eager to explore inside secret realms, always had generous drops, and could even yield rare items that had vanished from the outside world. Xiangwen nodded, crouching down to push aside the rubble, her eyes scanning through the gaps. Su Zhan expanded his perception, trying to catch any possible spatial fluctuations. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sudden scraping sound pierced their ears. The two exchanged glances and both crouched down to search for the source. It seems like underground. As Xiangwen spoke while looking down, the ground covered with fine gravel suddenly bulged up, and brown ants the thickness of a pinky finger and the size of soybeans began emerging one after another. Stone-devouring army ant soldier ant. Level, second transformation, level 89. Skills, stone-devouring, soldier ant charge, bite. Get up here quickly. After scanning the attribute panel, Su Zhan immediately had the Megatron tank switch to robot form, its joints clicking as they extended, and almost simultaneously grabbed Xiangwen and pulled her onto his shoulder. In just a few seconds, the surrounding ground surface completely erupted, with countless stone-devouring army ants spreading out like a brownish-yellow flood, forcibly laying out a moving carpet among the scattered rocks. A rough estimate suggested there were at least tens of thousands of them. Ants, once transformed into wild monsters, become absolutely terrifying creatures. Not only do they possess special abilities, but their colonies are also massive in scale. A dense black tide surged through the rubble, and even Su Zhan, who had witnessed countless battles, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, let alone Xiangwen. Thinking of the missing students, Xiangwen's voice trembled. Could they have already been devoured by the ants? His face turned pale instantly. Thousands upon thousands of second-tier, stone-devouring army ants could easily consume not just a few second-tier students from Southern University, but even third or fourth-tier professionals who ventured in would be gnawed down to nothing. Boom. Megatron's mountain-sized foot stomped down heavily, shaking the ground and instantly crushing hundreds of ants. Notification. You have killed stone-devouring army ants and gained 2,100 experience points. The notifications kept coming, but against the endless sea of ants before them, this achievement was barely a drop in the ocean. Su Zhan finally understood that the scattered stones around them had been gnawed into pieces by these very ants. He stepped back and warned, Senior, if they really encountered this swarm, I'm afraid they didn't just fall into a secret realm, but have already. Before he could finish, whoosh, a teleportation array suddenly lit up beneath their feet. Su Zhan had no time to react before being sucked in. The scenery changed abruptly, and after a brief moment of disorientation, they found themselves thrown into an entirely new world. This was a massive underground cavern, over 20 meters high, apparently excavated by some enormous creature. The musty, putrid smell hit them immediately, while rustling sounds echoed from the depths, as if countless creatures were scurrying about. Notification. You have entered the underground ant nest. You can only leave after killing the army ants. Su Zhan suddenly understood. This was the secret realm. Those students had likely come here to level up, only to be surrounded by army ants. They were forced to send out a distress signal, but were completely swallowed by the secret realm just as the signal went out. Su Zhan, I've located them. They're 200 meters straight ahead, Xiangwen said, looking up. Let's go. Su Zhan nodded and controlled Megatron to stride forward. The wide passage wound through the dim light, with Megatron standing upright and still having room to spare. After advancing about 10 meters, sharp squeaking sounds suddenly came from around the corner, like giant rats shrieking. 3-meter-tall ants came crawling toward them. Stone-devouring army ant worker. Level, second tier level 89. Skills, stone-devouring, soldier ant charge, bite. Bang, bang. With a slight mental command from Su Zhan, Megatron shot forward, crushing the middle worker ant into pulp with one foot, then swept both arms horizontally, instantly crushing the left and right ants as well. Ants possessed special communication abilities. If they had managed to send out an alarm, the consequences would have been unthinkable. After confirming all 3 worker ants were eliminated, Su Zhan continued advancing without pause. Xiangwen had long grown numb to such scenes. It had been the same during the Z300 period. No matter how massive the mech, it remained as agile as a monkey in Su Zhan's hands. Crying voices suddenly echoed from the cave wall ahead. Senior. Sob sob. Senior. Gao Ming has been taken away. Following Xiangwen's guidance, Su Zhan turned 2 corners and lifted a boulder, revealing a small cave barely 2 meters wide. In the faint glow, 3 students from Southern University were crammed into the tiny space, covered in foul mud and reeking of decay. The ants possessed an incredibly keen sense of smell, and if not for the mud covering them, they would have been discovered long ago. 2 girls and 1 boy huddled in the corner, with the male student covered in blood and unconscious. His left leg had been gnawed down to white bone, blood dripping from his torn pant leg. Treat him first. Xiangwen leaped down from Megatron's metallic shoulder, dragging the 3 out of the mud for a quick examination. He's barely hanging on to life, and we're completely out of medicine. Do you know where they took that guy named Gao Ming? Su Zhan scanned the surroundings vigilantly, staying alert for any returning ants. We don't know. The 2 conscious girls shook their heads with red-rimmed eyes, their voices trembling. The underground ant colony stretched over 10 kilometers deep. Finding one person in this maze-like network of tunnels would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Zhan's brow furrowed deeply. Su Zhan, transform into tank mode so they can get inside. After bandaging the boy's severed leg, Xiangwen urged in a low voice. Su Zhan nodded, and Megatron immediately began reconfiguring. With the dull sound of mechanical parts interlocking, it transformed into a Cybertronian tank. They placed the 3 terror-stricken students inside the armored compartment. Though this was an era where everyone had professions, most students still lacked real survival experience when faced with blood and death. This was precisely why prestigious institutions like Southern University Existedo teach them how to maintain their sanity in extreme situations over 4 years. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as everyone had squeezed into the tank, dense chattering sounds echoed from the distant cave walls. At the tunnel's end, a massive swarm of black army ants poured out in countless numbers. Hold tight. Su Zhan barked as the cannon barrel blazed with blinding light. Boom. The high-explosive shell screamed forward, tearing through the ants in its path before striking the far cave wall. The deafening explosion filled the entire tunnel with flames, instantly incinerating over half the ants that had just emerged. As the smoke cleared, the blast had torn a massive breach in the wall, revealing a vast underground cavern beyond spanning 5 or 6 li in area, with ants of various sizes crawling everywhere across the ground. At the center lay a massive milky white column about 30 meters long, with an ant's head at the front and rows of soldier ants guarding the rear, where a white egg was expelled every few minutes. Is that the queen? Battle intent flickered in Su Zhan's eyes. An information panel appeared. Stone-devouring army ant queen. Level, 4th rank, level 29. Skills, summon ant swarm. Ant swarm frenzy. Rapid egg production. Special egg production. Just as Su Zhan prepared to attack, one of the girls suddenly screamed, "That's Gao Ming." Following her gaze, he saw a soldier ant carrying a male student in the queue directly in front of the queen, clearly intending to feed the person to her. Open fire. Su Zhan didn't hesitate. The Cybertronian tank's cannon roared again, the shell landing in the center of the ant swarm. Accompanied by terrible flames erupting outward, dozens of ants were blown apart. Whether they wanted to escape this place or rescue Gao Ming, they had to kill the queen ant. Screech. The queen ant suddenly startled, letting out a piercing shriek from her throat. The thick carpet of black ants instantly erupted into chaos, and countless giant ants that had been lying flat suddenly reared up in unison, surging towards Su Zhan like rolling black waves. Hold on tight. Su Zhan grinned and slammed the control stick forward. The Cybertron tank's armor plates clicked and shifted as it transformed into flight mode, white-hot flames shooting from its tail thrusters as the heavy war machine became a streak of light soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, it swept over the sea of ants and seized the high ground above the queen. Beyond the dozens of tons of steel beast dove down like a hammer striking a nail, slamming hard into the queen ant's bloated carapace. Yet the massive queen's shell proved surprisingly elastic, actually bouncing the tank back into the air. Su Zhan, save him first. Through the internal screen, Xiangwen saw the giant ant that had been holding Gao Ming casually toss him to the ground before charging forward with snapping mandibles. She urgently reminded him. Gao Ming lay unconscious among the rubble. Any random ant stepping on him would be enough to crush him to pulp. Don't worry. Su Zhan had already planned the rescue route. The moment he was bounced back by the recoil, the flying tank dove down again with roaring flames, ramming into the giant ant that was about to use Gao Ming as a stepping stone. The hatch opened. Xiangwen leaned out and grabbed Gao Ming's legs, dragging him into the vehicle. Screech, screech, screech. In just a few seconds, the ant swarm had surged around the vehicle's hull, a dark mass pressing the Cybertron tank firmly beneath them. What do we do? Are we going to die? Senior, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. He don't want to die. The 2 girls saw the monitor screen suddenly go black, and terror overwhelmed them as they huddled together in the corner, crying. Stop crying. With Su Zhan here, none of us will die. Xiangwen snapped impatiently, then bent down to bandage Gao Ming. He was covered in external wounds and had been poisoned by the ant's paralyzing toxin. She didn't have a specific antidote, so she could only stop the bleeding and stabilize him for now. Senior Xiang-1 is right, none of us will die. Su Zhan's lips curved into a confident smile as he charged the Megatron main cannon. Bang! Fire erupted from the barrel as a high explosive shell roared out, the dark screen exploding in blinding white flames as the giant ants directly ahead were instantly vaporized by the searing blast. Boom, boom, boom. 6 consecutive explosions carved deep craters in the ant swarm. Su Zhan floored the accelerator, the tank crushing charred carapaces as it burst onto open ground, then immediately turned around with its cannon aimed at the struggling queen ant. The queen ant was massive, dark green fluid oozing from cracks in her carapace, barely able to move. Under the Cybertron tank's firepower coverage, she didn't even have room to struggle. Boom! The main cannon roared, explosive flames shooting up in a pillar over 10 meters high as the queen's body was torn apart into chunks of flesh and shell fragments. Alert! You have killed a stone-devouring army ant queen. Reward: 54,123 experience points. The system notification echoed through the vehicle. As the queen died, a blue glowing portal materialized where she had been. Su Zhan immediately drove the tank forward at full speed. As they passed the queen's remains, he spotted a skill book scattered on the ground, casually extended a mechanical arm to grab it, then plunged into the teleportation gate. A brilliant flash later, they appeared among a pile of rubble on the surface. Did we really make it out? One of the girls stared in disbelief at the familiar scenery displayed on the screen. The endless sea of ants and their roars seemed like a nightmare, yet they had so simply slain the queen ant and escaped to safety. In reality, this was only possible because Su Zhan's Cybertron tank was so powerful. If it had been anyone else, even a 5th-tier professional facing countless ant swarms, there would have been only one outcome: death. The other girl stood there with a vacant stare, unable to believe her own eyes. Su Zhan, thank you. Xiangwen patted her heaving chest, still shaken by the experience. Thank goodness she had called Su Zhan over at the last minute. Anyone else facing that terrifyingly massive ant swarm would have been completely helpless. How are their injuries? Su Zhan turned his attention back to the team. Gao Ming is still unconscious, but he's just paralyzed by the toxino life-threatening danger. Tang Hong only has external wounds that have been bandaged up, Xiangwen reported quickly. Su Zhan nodded. Then come with me to the depths of the Crossfang mountain range first. I need to hunt a few armored earth dragons to complete my first-tier advancement quest. Since there's no major problem, we don't need to rush back to Lingchuan City. It takes half a day to get here anyway, so we might as well finish the quest and leave together. Your first-tier quest requires hunting armored earth dragons. Xiangwen's voice rose in shock. Armored earth dragons were 3rd-tier monsters, she knew that well. Normal professionals' advancement quests at most involve fighting same-level monsters. Never heard of anyone challenging creatures 2 tiers higher. Wild monsters were already stronger than professionals of the same tier, and when they were 2 tiers higher, their combat power increased exponentially. A first-tier professional fighting 3rd-tier wild monsters was practically suicide. I don't know what's going on either. Su Zhan shrugged, equally puzzled by this unusual requirement. But thinking of his passive skills, he felt more at ease. It's probably related to your mechanical modification skill. Xiangwen could only explain it that way. With that, Su Zhan gave the command, and Megatron transformed into a flying tank with mechanical clanking sounds, sparks flying as steel plates interlocked and cannon joints locked into place. The massive treads retracted, exhaust ports glowed with blue-white flames, and the tank roared toward the depths of the Crossfang mountain range. In just 2 minutes, the screen locked onto an armored earth dragon covered in dark blue-green scales, its body massive as a small mountain. Don't be nervous, this will be quick. Su Zhan reassured everyone while maneuvering the cannon downward. Boom! Fire erupted in the valley, the deafening explosion creating shockwaves that sent debris and scorching air rushing toward them. When the flames cleared, only a deep crater remained along with the shattered remains of the armored earth dragon. One shot took down a 3rd-tier monster. The 2 female students' jaws nearly hit the ground. They had witnessed Su Zhan's combat power in the ant nest, but in their panic then, they hadn't seen the details clearly. Now, seeing firsthand how a single cannon blast obliterated an armored earth dragon was a shock that would be etched into their very bones. Both were 2nd-tier professionals, but if they truly encountered an armored earth dragon, their only option would be to flee. It wasn't that they were weak, but these monsters had thick hides, strong armor, and terrifying attacks. Even with all 4 of them working together, they might not be able to wear one down. He's the top scorer in this year's freshman assessment, Xiangwen added with a smile. You're that mechanist? Are you really a mechanist? The 2 girls looked at Su Zhan in disbelief. Both of them were completely stunned. This freshman assessment had already caused quite a stir throughout Southern University due to the sudden beast tide and complaints filed by high school teachers at the academy's administrative office. More importantly, the top scorer of this assessment was actually a mechanist. This rumor had sparked immense curiosity among countless students, all eager to catch a glimpse of Su Zhan, this legend. However, Su Zhan lived in the faculty quarters and never attended classes, so no one had yet seen him in person. I am indeed a mechanist, Su Zhan replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Megatron suddenly transformed, his massive steel frame crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending debris flying and causing the earth to tremble slightly. Su Zhan casually collected the materials dropped by the fallen armored earth dragon into his backpack, then continued searching deeper into the area. Only one type of fierce beast inhabited the armored earth dragon's territory. Their power was so overwhelming that other wild creatures didn't even dare approach. Roar. After taking just a dozen steps, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distance. Su Zhan's eyes lit up as he immediately sprinted toward the sound. After pushing through dense forest, 3 armored earth dragons came into view. 3rd tier, level 10. 3rd tier, level 60. 3rd tier, level 98, just one step away from 4th tier. After a quick assessment, the cannon on Su Zhan's shoulder armor instantly locked onto the 3rd tier level 10 target. Boom. The shell exploded, and the massive beast was blown to bloody fragments before it could even let out a cry. Roar. The remaining 2 armored earth dragons were so terrified by this thunderous display that they turned tail and fled. They actually run away? Su Zhan was momentarily surprised, then understood. Today's wild monsters possessed independent consciousness, so fleeing on instinct was perfectly natural. Junior, you're incredible. I've never seen such a powerful mechanist. I never imagined robots could reach this level. The 2 female students stared in amazement. They had encountered plenty of mechanists before, but someone like Su Zhan who could take on multiple enemies and instantly kill dragon beasts was a first. Su Zhan simply smiled and stepped forward to pursue the 2 fleeing armored earth dragons. You have entered the Dragon Herb Garden. As soon as he stepped into the valley, a system notification suddenly appeared. A special secret realm? Su Zhan looked around, his pupils contracting sharply. Throughout the valley, pale red grass covered the mountainsides, swaying like waves in the gentle breeze. The attribute panel immediately popped up. Dragon Grass. Level, 3rd tier. Effect, direct consumption increases strength by 10 for 10 minutes. Can also be used in alchemy. Description, legend tells of red grass nurtured by earth watered with dragon blood, containing the power of dragons, and granting temporary draconic courage to those who consume it. Secret realms came in various types. The previous ant nest was a hidden secret realm, while this dragon herb garden was a manifest secret realm accessible to anyone who found the entrance. I've seen this grass in the Crossfang mountain range documentation. It's an extremely rare 3rd tier medicinal material that can be consumed directly or used for alchemy and weapon crafting. Su Zhan's heart raced. Each plant was worth a fortune, and there were at least tens of thousands before his eyes. I've struck it rich. His breathing quickened, the joy in his heart nearly bursting from his chest. How can there be so many dragon grass plants here? Xiang Wen was equally shocked, fully aware of their immense value. So many earth dragon grass plants worth hundreds of millions. The lush green medicinal herbs swayed in the sunlight across the mountainside as several people prepared to excitedly harvest them. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a jagged boulder in the distance, staring with great interest at the Megatron robot standing at the edge of the grass field. There's someone else here? Su Zhan's heart skipped a beat. If the stranger hadn't spoken first, he wouldn't have even noticed the man's presence. You folks inside, the newcomer said with a lazy smile. Name your price and sell me that robot. I'll spare your lives and won't pursue the matter of you trespassing here. As he spoke, he leisurely walked up to Megatron and knocked on its alloy foot plate with his hand, producing a clang-clang sound. Who are you? Does this place belong to you? Su Zhan frowned. Wild secret realms were always ownerless. Monsters roamed freely, and no one could occupy them permanently unless they possessed a city-building token to establish a settlement. But once a new city was built, it would immediately face beast-tide attacks and likely couldn't be defended. Let me introduce myself. The man spread his hands. Zhu Min's sect, Quan Guisheng, 6th rank, level 94 wind and fire fist master. This place was discovered by our Zhu Min first, so naturally it's our territory. He's actually from Zhu Min? When Xiang Wen heard those 2 words, his face turned deathly pale, as if he'd heard something terrifying. Zhu Min? Su Zhan asked in confusion. Xiang Wen took a deep breath and quickly explained. You know about the 100 schools of thought during the Qin dynasty, right? Zhu Min is the inheritance of Yang Zhu's school, following the philosophy of valuing oneself and preserving life. They believe heaven, earth, and all things shouldn't be constrained, that they alone are truly free people who can do whatever they want. Simply put, they kill without mercy and feel no guilt whatsoever. There are really people like that? Su Zhan gasped. In this age where everyone was a professional, various philosophical schools had re-emerged. He'd only heard rumors, but never expected to actually encounter them. Xiang Wen whispered a warning. It's best not to provoke them. These lunatics think whatever they see belongs to them. They rob openly, and their sect is full of powerful members, plenty of 7th and 8th rank professionals. Su Zhan snorted coldly. If they want to steal my things, they'd better see if they have the ability. Not only was selling Megatron absolutely impossible, but he also wouldn't give up the Earth Dragon grass covering the ground, worth hundreds of millions. So Zhumin people just claim whatever they see belongs to them. How shameless, nothing but bullying through superior force. Quan Guisheng narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. How's your consideration going? My patience is limited. If he weren't worried about damaging the robot, he would have attacked already. Whoosh. Megatron's massive palm suddenly swung down like a meteor crashing toward Quan Guisheng's head. Boom. The alloy giant hand slammed heavily into the ground, causing the valley to shake violently as debris flew everywhere. Why did you attack directly? He's a sixth-rank professional. Xiangwen's face showed deep concern. She knew Su Zhan was powerful, but the gap between a sixth-tier and first-tier professional couldn't be bridged by just a skill or two. We can't leave without finishing him off, Su Zhan whispered, his eyes fixed on the control screen. On the display, a pale red circle flashed rapidly before locking onto a massive boulder in the distance. Quan Guisheng had quietly repositioned himself, hiding behind it. You refused the toast, so now you'll drink the penalty wine. Quan Guisheng's face darkened with murderous intent. In that brief moment, he had experienced firsthand the absurd speed of the Megatron robot. If not for his wind fireburst technique instantly tripling his movement speed, he would have been crushed to pulp by that metallic giant arm. Meteor flame kick. With a thunderous roar, he launched into the air, his left leg wreathed in blazing fire like a falling meteor, striking directly at Su Zhan. Boom. Flames exploded and dust billowed. But Su Zhan controlled Megatron's legs to stomp hard, and despite its massive frame, the mech moved as nimbly as an ape, sliding several meters sideways. Quan Guisheng crashed down where Su Zhan had been standing, instantly creating a crater 4 to 5 meters wide. Such a massive frame, yet it moves this fast. Quan Guisheng rolled out of the crater, his gaze locked deadly on Su Zhan, his mind reeling. Su Zhan glanced at the charred medicinal plants on the ground, secretly pained. What a waste. That was over 100 Earth Dragon grass plants. Bang, bang, bang. Megatron's shoulder cannons locked on target, firing 5 shells in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Just these little toys? Quan Guisheng sneered, dodging sideways for over 10 meters. But the moment the shells hit the ground, flames swept across 30 to 40 meters, and the blazing wave engulfed him completely, sending him flying backward. Wind fire Vajra body. Realizing the second shell was about to hit, he roared and activated his skill. Flames erupted around his body, his speed surged again, and he leaped 100 meters, finally escaping the subsequent explosions. Su Zhan wasn't surprised and commented coolly, worthy of a 6th-tier professional. At the 6th-tier level, everyone had life-saving trump cards, and their professional skills were terrifying. What kind of robot is this? Quan Guisheng in the distance couldn't hide his shock and fury. If he hadn't escaped quickly just now, a dignified 6th-tier powerhouse would have nearly been killed by a 1st-tier kid's cannon fire. What a laughingstock that would be. Just an ordinary robot. Su Zhan chuckled and controlled Megatron to charge forward again. Ow! How can it be this strong? Is this really a robot? Behind Su Zhan, Xiangwen and the other 2 female students stared in disbelief. A 1st-tier mechanist was using a robot to chase down a 6th-tier professional, and the 6th-tier professional had nearly been killed? This is definitely a hidden profession. If it were just a special skill, it would be absolutely impossible to modify a robot to this extent. Xiangwen stared at Su Zhan's back, his judgment growing more certain by the moment. Outside the valley, Megatron's flight thrusters suddenly erupted with blazing white flames. The metallic giant created a sharp sonic boom as it closed in on Quan Guisheng in the blink of an eye. Its millstone-sized iron fist seemed like an entire mountain peak crashing down. Holy shit! Quan Guisheng watched as everything before him suddenly magnified. In that moment of shock, he saw the mountain bearing down on him. Without hesitation, flames exploded within his body as his flame Vajra form pushed his speed to the limit, allowing him to dart away diagonally. Boom! The heavy fist grazed his clothing as it struck the ground, creating a crater. Rocks instantly shattered into marble-sized fragments. Stone debris pelted Quan Guisheng like a rainstorm, opening dozens of bloody cuts across his body. He retreated over 100 meters before barely managing to steady himself. What the hell kind of monster are you? He glanced down at his blood-soaked shirt, then looked up and roared in fury. Monster? It's just a robot. Su Zhan sneered coldly, quickly calculating the next attack pattern in his mind. Quan Guisheng couldn't handle a direct confrontation with Megatron, but the explosive speed granted by his flame Vajra form was extremely troublesome. Even though Megatron could already move at supersonic speeds, adding the thrusters still couldn't completely lock onto the target. A prolonged battle would definitely not be advantageous. Kid, no matter how strong your robot is, I'm still a 6th rank. Quan Guisheng, pushed to desperation, whispered menacingly as the flames around his body suddenly contracted. Reverse Dragon Heaven Fist. The compressed flame stream suddenly burst outward, forming an armored Earth Dragon around his body. Its blazing scale armor gleamed as it charged towards Su Zhan with tremendous kinetic energy. The speed was so fast, it almost became burning lightning. Boom. Sujan also threw a heavy punch. The fire dragon phantom clashed with the metallic fist, and violent energy exploded instantly. The armored earth dragon burst into a sky full of fire rain, while Sujan's feet carved two deep grooves as he slid backward more than 10 meters before stopping. How is this possible? Quan Guishan couldn't believe it. This technique came from a skill book he'd obtained after slaughtering thousands of armored earth dragons, which he'd then fused with his own professional skills. It was his ultimate trump card, yet it had only forced Su Zhan back a few steps. Sixth rank is nothing special. Su Zhan snorted coldly as Megatron's shoulder cannons roared to life, firing over a dozen shells in succession. Explosive flames rolled through the air as Quan Guishan rolled around desperately, dust and debris flying everywhere. How long are you going to keep watching? This guy's robot is too bizarre. It's definitely a hidden profession. Capturing him would be a major achievement. He shouted while running frantically. Getting anxious, are we? Haha, an unfamiliar mocking voice echoed through the valley, its source impossible to pinpoint. Shadow possession. As the words fell, over a dozen pitch-black misty tendrils suddenly shot up from beneath Su Zhan's feet. Like living creatures, they wrapped around Megatron, instantly binding the massive machine like a dumpling. Another professional? Don't tell me it's another sixth rank. Su Zhan's heart sank. How could this small valley have so many sixth-rank professionals? Inside the cockpit of the Megatron robot, Xiang Wen and his companions were terrified. One sixth-tier opponent was already enough to make their scalps tingle, but if another sixth-tier emerged, wouldn't they be walking into a dead end? In this moment of panic, a sharp yet arrogant voice came from behind the explosion dust. Allow me to introduce myself, Lu San of the Zhu family, a 7th-tier level 10 shadow warlock. In the distance, soil churned and black energy surged like boiling water as a gaunt old man stepped forward, his narrowed eyes gleaming with malevolent light. Upon hearing 7th tier, Xiang Wen's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, and even his breathing began to tremble. With one 6th tier and one 7th tier opponent before them, did they really have any chance of survival? Don't be afraid, it's okay. Sujan lowered his voice to comfort everyone, then pushed Megatron's energy output to maximum. With a sudden burst of force from both arms, he shattered the binding black energy ropes with a loud bang. Outside, Quan Guishan stared at Lu San with surprise. When did you reach 7th tier? Lu San waved dismissively with disdain. Let's not talk about that first. That guy's robot is only 1st tier, yet it can withstand 6th tier attacks. It must be a hidden profession. If we could take this profession back and transfer it to the right person's TSK. He greedily examined Megatron, unable to hide the ambition in his words. In this world, there indeed existed forbidden secret techniques to strip professions and transfer them to others. Quan Guishan naturally understood the implications and immediately growled. Do you need to remind me? Let's attack together. The next second, he activated Flame Vajra Body, transforming into a blazing inferno as he charged forward. Shadow form. Lu San cackled wickedly as his entire body dispersed into black mist, surging directly towards Su Zhan. Bang! 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 Su Zhan decisively activated Megatron's automatic attack mode. Dual crosshairs flashed on the cockpit screen, simultaneously locking onto both enemies. Shoulder cannons fired instantly with deafening explosions, forcing Quan Guishan to retreat repeatedly. However, Lu San's shadow form was immune to physical attacks. The cannonballs passed right through him without causing any damage. Shadow erosion. Lu San shouted, and the black mist instantly enveloped Megatron, corroding it like acid. Dense black patterns appeared on the silver-white armor, accompanied by harsh corrosive sounds. This skill can even erode robots. Su Zhan was secretly alarmed, never having imagined someone could directly corrode mechanical control cores. Lu San's triumphant sneer came from within the black mist. You don't understand the power of hidden professions. Forget robots, even stones. I can corrode them for you to see. This was precisely his trump card technique mastered after advancing to 7th tier, with few defenses capable of blocking it. Su Zhan's lips curved into a mocking smile. Is that so? Then try this lightning field. As his words fell, 100,000 volts of high voltage instantly erupted from Megatron's surface, with blue-white electric serpents dancing across its entire body. The black mist recoiled like a tide struck by heavy impact, reforming into Lu San's figure as he retreated in disarray. You can discharge electricity too? His face turned ashen, the terror of nearly being instantly killed still pounding in his chest. Su Zhan snorted coldly. There's much more you don't know. Megatron's massive fist, wrapped in electrical current, struck toward Lu San. Mechanical beings like Megatron naturally possess the ability to generate electricity. It's their fundamental life instinct. After Su Zhan enhanced him with his skills, the electrical energy within Megatron's body surged even more violently, crackling and dancing along his metallic armor like an interwoven web of blue and white lightning that enveloped his entire steel frame in a brilliant, shimmering glow. Shadow Strike. Loose and flipped midair, and the moment his heel touched the ground, he launched himself upward again. With arms spread wide and his back arched like a drawn bow, dark mist surged from between his shoulder blades, condensing into a pitch-black longbow. As his fingertips released, a black arrow shot forth. The moment the arrowhead left the string, it exploded like spilled ink, multiplying into countless projectiles that transformed into a rain of arrows whistling downward as an ominous wind suddenly rose. Windfire fist. Quan Guisheng roared from the other side. Though he stood over 100 meters away from Su Zhan, he threw punches through the air. Each heavy blow generated fist imprints woven with red and blue energy that blazed like flaming wind clusters, hurtling forward with devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves crashed in from all directions as the arrow rain and fist imprints struck in tandem, filling the valley with rolling dust and debris. With nowhere to dodge, Su Zhan simply pulled his arms close and braced for impact. In an instant, Megatron's entire form was engulfed by explosions and arrows. Su Zhan, are you alright? Should we retreat? Inside Megatron's cockpit, Xiangwen gripped the control handles tightly, his face pale and voice filled with anxiety. Su Zhan took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the external battlefield through the cockpit monitors. He could indeed overpower the 6th-tier Quan Guisheng and match the 7th-tier Lu San evenly in single combat. But with the level gap before them, once the two joined forces, Megatron's massive size became a disadvantage no matter how fast he moved. His actions were inevitably conspicuous, and his opponents gradually compressed his opportunities to land effective hits. I'm fine, he replied calmly, though he sighed inwardly. It wasn't that Megatron wasn't strong enough, the opponents were simply too agile. Haha. Kid, your class is certainly unusual, but level gaps can't just be casually overcome. Lu San sneered as he drew his bow again, sending another night-dark rain of arrows across the sky. Quan Guisheng snorted coldly, guarding the flank. Later, I'm definitely going to tear apart your mech and see what class you really are. No mechanist should be this ridiculous. With that, his fist energy churned, ready to close in at any moment. To counter Su Zhan's flash step speed, both opponents had chosen long-range suppression, forcibly keeping Megatron at bay beyond 100 meters. Roar! The thunderous sound of shattering valley walls carried far, startling dozens of armored earth dragons that came rumbling in from the opposite mountainside. The grinding of their thick rocky armor mixed with heavy footsteps, like a moving torrent of steel. Time to complete the mission first. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. Cannon barrels extended from his shoulder armor, and as electrical arcs flashed, they quickly locked onto the approaching armored earth dragon. She still needed 8 more kills for his class advancement quest. Boom, boom, boom. 10 shells fired in rapid succession, trailing blazing white tails like meteors crashing into the dragon herd. Explosions erupted as stone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. Over 10 armored earth dragons were instantly blown apart, while the survivors writhed and screamed. Has this kid lost his mind? Quan Guisheng scoffed, but didn't advance. Those dragons are already scared witless, and he still has time to deal with them? The next moment, system notifications flooded the screen. Alert! You have slain 10 armored earth dragons and completed your advancement quest. Alert! Congratulations on reaching Tier 1, Level 1. Alert! You have learned the skill, Mechanical Life. Mechanical Life Skill Description. 1. Mechanical Life Form. Grants life characteristics to your mechanical creations. 2. Mechanical Life Armor Form. Mechanical creations imbued with life characteristics can transform into perfectly fitted living armor, increasing all attributes by 100. 3. Mechanical Life Fusion Form. Combines multiple mechanical creations with life characteristics, upgrading them into higher forms of armor that integrate various mechanical properties. The continuous notification sounds echoed within the cockpit as Su Zhan read through the complete description, his breathing becoming rapid with excitement. He never imagined that the skill he'd learn after reaching the first transformation would be like this. On the skill panel, only one name lit up, but it came with 3 forms equivalent to 3 entirely new ability trees, each more outrageous than the last. First form, grant mechanical beings the characteristic of life. Su Zhan stared at the description. His first thought being, isn't this just turning a pile of parts directly into living creatures? On top of super intelligent robots, stuffing them with independent personalities, this was definitely the work of a creator. This alone was enough to make his palms sweat with excitement. Second form, transform machinery into armor. The words, armored warriors, instantly flashed through his mind, anime, forcibly slapped into reality. Considering today's extraordinary world and the diverse array of professionals, he felt it wasn't so unbelievable after all. His thoughts racing, Su Zhan took a deep breath and silently chanted mechanical life form. Before Megatron, streams of ethereal blue data flashed by. The next second, a deep, heavy voice invaded Su Zhan's consciousness. Megatron greets his master. You are Megatron? Su Zhan probed. Yes, my master. Confirmation complete. He couldn't help but roar. Excellent. The towering mech before him, dozens of meters tall and already torn beyond recognition, had originally been just a corpse that Su Zhan had temporarily patched up using mechanical improvement, stiff in movement, and not much different from an ordinary robot. But now, with the life form activated, it had completely revived, gaining a second life. Before anyone could react, Su Zhan shifted his focus again. Mechanical life. Armor form. Boom. Megatron's massive body seemed to be shattered by an invisible hand, instantly disintegrating, with countless parts scattering like a steel waterfall. Su Zhan, your robot got blown up. Xiangwen's eyes nearly popped out. It was fine just now. How did it explode in the blink of an eye? Not far away, two female classmates completely broke down. Senior, save us. I don't want to die. Wah. I don't want to die either. I haven't had children yet. I haven't gotten married yet. They were suspended in midair by some force, unable to move. Su Zhan smiled. Don't worry, this isn't an explosion. Before his words finished, the countless scattered parts suddenly blazed with blinding light, like stars flowing backward, all converging toward him in unison. In the blink of an eye, those parts rapidly contracted, enveloping Su Zhan entirely. The brilliant light faded, Xiangwen and the others were released from their restraints, their bodies falling toward the ground. Xiangwen reacted quickly, immediately summoning Zhonglime to catch everyone safely. Looking up, a brand new figure stood before Thema, full 2 meters tall, covered entirely in silver and red alloy, with sharp lines and power circuits flickering with flowing light. It's me. Su Zhan's voice came from the armor's chest as the figure slowly turned around. What is this? Xiangwen instinctively asked. Senior, I've completed the first transformation mission. You all rest here for a bit. I'm going to kill those two. Su Zhan's voice was deep yet clear. In the distance, Lu San and Quan Guisheng exchanged glances, their hearts trembling in unison. They hadn't seen clearly what had just happened either, only remembering that the dozen soft-meter-tall Megatron had suddenly vanished, replaced by this 2-meter-tall suit of armor. Smoke and mirrors. Lu San gritted his teeth, forcing himself to shout defiantly. No matter how you transform, you still have to die. Quick as lightning, though they were secretly shocked, in their view no matter what Su Zhan had become, the level gap was still there. Shadow Strike. Lu San roared, his entire body erupting with pitch-black mist. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a twisted shadow, gliding across the ground towards Su Zhan. Bang! The shadow was only half a step away from its target when Su Zhan, without even shifting his feet, smirked slightly and casually extended his right arm. In the next instant, violent energy exploded outward, instantly dispersing the black mist as his 5 fingers clamped around Lu San's throat like an iron vice. How is this possible? As the dark energy faded, Lu San's blood-flushed face was fully exposed, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. He couldn't comprehend how Su Zhan had so effortlessly shattered his technique and precisely captured his true form, a move that even peers of his level or higher had struggled against. The grip felt like a mountain pressing down on his neck, leaving him completely immobilized. Nothing's impossible. You're just too weak. Su Zhan's voice was cold and indifferent. With a slight twist of his fingers, a crisp crack echoed as Lu San's throat bone shattered instantly. System alert. You have defeated a 7th turn professional above your level. Experience reward, 70,000. The world notification appeared with an electronic hum, but Su Zhan remained expressionless. Everything was within his expectations. His first turn skill, granting Megatron life characteristics, was absurdly powerful. The massive Fortito 50-meter mech was compressed into form-fitting armor. While the volume decreased, the mass remained unchanged. Steel plates originally 2 to 3 meters thick were compressed to 2 centimeters, causing defensive power to skyrocket exponentially while providing an additional 100 boost to all attributes. With such enhancement, his strength far exceeded others of his rank. You killed Lu San? In the distance, Quan Guisheng's face turned deathly pale, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Seeing a 7th turn professional killed instantly had shattered even his courage to flee. Whoosh! His vision blurred as Su Zhan appeared before him. An icy voice delivered the final judgment. You can go keep him company. As the words fell, his hand pierced straight through Quan Guisheng's chest, blood spraying between his fingers. In less than a minute, 2 powerhouses, 1 6th turn and 1 7th turn lay dead. Su Zhan. Xiangwen swallowed nervously, testing the waters cautiously. His mind was still stuck on the chase scene, but in a flash, 2 corpses now lay at their feet. Even another 7th turn professional couldn't have managed this so effortlessly. Senior, don't just stand there. Quick, gather the Earth Dragon grass. Su Zhan collected the items dropped by Quan Guisheng and Lu San, then turned around. The brief battle had destroyed about 30 to 40% of the Earth Dragon grass in the valley, but what remained was still worth at least 1 to 200 million gold coins. Xiangwen felt no sympathy for the deaths of Quan Guisheng and Lu San. The Crimson Gate group had always been notorious. Most of them wanted criminals. Their deaths were actually a service to society. Right? You two help as well. She quickly snapped back to reality, calling the other two girls to join the harvesting. The four worked together, laboring intensively. After a full half-day, they had completely cleared all the mature earth dragon grass remaining in the valley. The immature plants would have to wait for next time, though. Who would benefit from the next harvest was anyone's guess, since others knew about this location too. Su Zhan, I just did the math, roughly 18,000 plants, worth at least 180 million, Xiangwen said, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had never imagined discovering such enormous wealth in the wilderness. We'll split it evenly when the time comes, she added, unable to hide her joy. Su Zhan carefully calculated the value. 180 million gold coins lay before them. Even split 4 ways, each person would receive over 40 million gold coins, a fortune no professional could refuse. No wonder the Zhu clan had specifically sent a 6th-tier and 7th-tier expert to guard this area. No need. This is all your achievement, Xiangwen shook her head. Without Su Zhan, she couldn't have even completed the rescue mission, let alone seize these resources right under the Zhu clan's nose. She felt she had contributed nothing. Beep beep beep. 3 urgent notification sounds shattered the mountain forest tranquility. Regular mail chimed once, urgent mail twice, but 3 times meant something major had happened. Almost simultaneously, Su Zhan and the other two also received message alerts. Emergency notice. Beast tide outbreak in the city area, temporarily classified as intermediate level. All Southern University students currently outside must proceed to the nearest safe zone immediately. Do not return to the city area. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The moment Xiangwen opened the message, her face turned deathly pale. A beast tide. Su Zhan's eyes swept across the screen, his heart sinking. He had only seen the disaster-level term, beast tide, in news reports before, never imagining it would suddenly affect him directly. Beast tides were classified into 5 levels. 1. Basic, primarily 1st and 2nd-tier monsters, with a few 3rd and 4th-tier mixed in. 2. Intermediate, mainly 2nd and 3rd-tier monsters, with 4th and 5th-tier interspersed. 3. Advanced, centered on 4th and 5th-tier monsters, with considerable numbers of 6th tier. 4. Special, frequent appearances of 7th and 8th-tier monsters. 5. Apocalyptic 9th-tier monsters emerge, capable of devastating entire human civilization. Even the most ordinary 9th-tier monster required a professional of equal level to face it. Yet Su Zhan had never truly encountered a 9th-tier professional. Su Zhan, what do we do? Xiangwen's voice tightened, her eyes darting nervously. Head to the safe zone, Su Zhan decided grimly. Staying in the wilderness is more dangerous than the city. The nearest safe zone to the Henjia mountain range was Lingchuan City, but once a beast tide formed, everything within a 1,000-mile radius became a danger zone. He might be able to escape unscathed alone, but bringing Xiangwen and the 2 wounded companions would inevitably slow them down. Xiangwen took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. They couldn't delay any longer. Cybertron, flying tank mode. Accompanied by the metallic grinding sounds of mechanical transformation, Megatron shifted into flying tank form. Su Zhan boarded first, pulling Xiangwen and the 2 companions aboard, then roared into the sky, speeding toward Lingchuan City at high velocity. Su Zhan, look. Just as they cleared the treetops, Xiangwen tapped his shoulder and pointed at the screen. No need to tell me. I see it. Below, in what had been a quiet valley, countless armored earth dragons now surged forth. The grinding of their rocky armor produced ear-piercing roars as they moved in dense masses like a flood, crushing forward along the mountain ridges. In the distance, various other monsters were also changing direction, all heading straight for Lingchuan City. This was hardly an intermediate beast tide. Su Zhan assessed at a glance this was at least advanced level. Emergency notice. Beast tide level upgraded to advanced. All students please seek nearby shelter immediately. An advanced beast tide? Su Zhan's heart sank. An advanced beast tide consisted mainly of 4th and 5th-tier monsters, mixed with a small number of 6th and 7th-tier beast kings. Combined with their overwhelming numbers, this would be nothing short of apocalyptic for Lingchuan City. Hold on tight. With his mind made up, he suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward Lingchuan City. At that moment, atop the walls of Lingchuan City, Jin Xingping, president of the Lingchuan branch of the Professionals Association, was coordinating personnel and setting up defensive lines behind the heavy battlements. 10 miles away, a dark beast tide rolled forward like a torrent. The sky was equally black with flying monsters that blocked out the sun, their howls mixing with the sound of rushing wind, making one's scalp tingle. President Jin, Southern University will take responsibility for the Eastern District. Principal Chen Ziyuan arrived with Fong Su and other teachers, immediately claiming their defensive zone. Thank goodness you're here. Jin Qingping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This beast tide had come too suddenly and moved too quickly, leaving no time for preparation. The association's 18 7th-tier professionals and that 1 8th-tier expert were all out leveling, and though they had been recalled, it would still take time for them to return. They had to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. An advanced beast tide. Let's hope there aren't too many 7th-tier beast kings. Chen Ziyuan shook his head with a sigh. City-destroying disasters were always triggered by beast kings. Monsters of the 6th tier and above had exponentially increased strength, often requiring 2 or 3 professionals of the same tier working together to defeat them. As the beast horde approached, tension mounted on the city walls. Both Jin Xingping and Chen Ziyuan were 7th tier, the former at level 90, the latter at level 89. Southern University normally had 5 or 6 7th-tier professionals, but with some away, they could only muster 3 at the moment. On the association's side, Jin Xingping was the only 7th-tier professional who could stand on the walls. The rumbling grew closer. In an instant, the beast tide had reached the base of the city. The first creatures to come into view were bronze-armored rhinoceros 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier specimens among them. Their scales gleamed with a dull bronze light, and their galloping hooves struck like charging tanks at terrifying speed. Fire! An association officer roared. The cannons on the city walls thundered in response. Boom, boom, boom. Successive explosions erupted among the beast horde, sending up waves of blood, flesh, and dust that sent countless wild beasts flying. These cannons were crafted by mechanists. While mechanists didn't excel in individual combat, when many worked together, they could create large-scale weapons with power comparable to the full-strength attacks of 3rd or 4th-tier professionals. Though these cannons were too large to move easily, they had the advantage of not consuming the operator's energy. Even 1st-tier apprentices could operate them, making it possible to deploy large numbers along the city walls specifically for dealing with beast tides. Screech. After the first wave of artillery fire, the aerial monsters descended from the sky. Piercing shrieks tore through the air as countless hawks and twisted monstrous birds dove down like a torrential downpour, their dark shadows eclipsing the morning light. Some of the creatures opened their beaks and spewed massive fireballs that blazed like roaring flames, trailing scorching tails as they crashed toward the city walls. Golden Light Shield. Chen Ziyuan raised his hand with a sweeping motion, and his golden light peachwood sword instantly unsheathed itself. With a flick of the sword tip, a concentrated beam of golden light shot forth, expanding into a brilliant barrier in midair that intercepted the entire first wave of fireballs. The searing flames crashed against the golden screen, producing only brilliant white sparks before being absorbed completely. Chen Ziyuan. Level, 7th rank, level 89. Class, Golden Light Taoist. Weapon, Golden Light Peachwood Sword. Skills, Golden Light Flow Form, Golden Light Sword Strike, Golden Sword Rain, Golden Light Shield, and others. I'll handle the ones in the sky, Jin Xingping said quietly from beside him. White spiritual energy erupted from his entire body, forming a vortex that lifted him upward. In the next moment, he launched himself skyward, the sound of cutting wind like a bowstring snapping. Jin Xingping. Level, 7th rank, level 90. Class, Elemental Energy Grandmaster. Weapon, True Essence Spear. Skills, Spear Toward Origin, Chi Element Sky Escape Technique, 100 Chi Slash, Elemental Dragon Sky Strike, and others. Jin Xingping materialized his spear in midair, his arm strength surging as he swept the spear tip forward horizontally. A semicircular energy wave roared outward, and every monster bird it touched exploded instantly, blood and feathers raining down like precipitation. Without pause, he plunged directly into the flock. With each thrust and horizontal strike of his long spear, at least dozens of monster birds were torn apart or pierced through, their corpses falling in succession. On the ground, Chen Ziyuan steadied himself and shifted his sword technique, Golden Sword Rain. The peachwood sword sliced through the air, and countless golden sword lights fell from above like a torrential downpour, blanketing the monsters below the city walls. Where the sword light penetrated, blood sprayed into mist, and waves of monsters died instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening cannon fire mixed with the two men's offensive strikes. In the distance, hundreds of cannons continued spewing flames, their shells carving out blackened furrows in the earth. However, the beast tide scope was so vast it seemed almost boundless, with monster numbers like raging ocean waves. The slaughter by Chen Ziyuan and Jin Xingping, even combined with the artillery bombardment, amounted to nothing more than a single splash on the ocean's surface. The fallen creatures were instantly replaced by their kind from behind, and the tide showed no signs of weakening. Roar. 5 minutes later, a resonant and savage beast roar struck everyone's eardrums like a hammer blow, and the dark mass of the beast tide finally crashed against the base of the city walls. The charging vanguard of armored rhinoceros and tusked bulls all lowered their heads to build momentum, their hoofbeats merging into muffled thunder that shook the earth. Deploy shield wall. From the crowd in the distance, a commanding mage holding a staff shouted. Behind him, 40 to 50 mages from Southern University simultaneously raised their staffs, pure white light streams flowing from the staff tips, interweaving with each other to create a light shield 50 to 60 meters long that hung down outside the city wall like an inverted curtain of light. This team consisted entirely of mages, mostly only second or third rank, but their combined technique multiplied their power. Bang, bang, bang. The first rhinoceros to arrive crashed into the light shield with savage force, causing the light screen to shake violently with ripples spreading in all directions. More rhinoceros followed closely behind, their heavy hooves pounding the ground as they repeatedly rammed with their horns, quickly covering the shield's surface with cracks until it finally shattered into white radiance with a thunderous crash. Use fireball technique. The moment the light shield collapsed, the commanding mage issued another order. All staffs swung down simultaneously, and thick fireballs fell like meteors. The explosive flames ignited large numbers of rhinoceros, turning the ground into a sea of fire where the stench of burning and blood merged into one. But there were too many monsters. The creatures in the rear ranks surged forward, crushing the flames with their very flesh, their charging momentum showing no signs of diminishing. Just then, in the distant sky, a high-speed flying tank tore through the cloud layer and appeared in the heavens. Senior, let me get you all down first. Inside the cockpit of the cyber flying tank, Su Zhan peered through the holographic windows at the battlefield below. Flames, smoke, and blood mist intertwined as defenders clashed with wild beasts in a chaotic melee, with multiple breaches torn open in the city walls. High-level professionals from the Professional Association and Southern University were desperately holding the front lines, but the wild beasts kept coming in endless waves, diving from the sky, bursting from underground, nearly shredding the defense line to pieces. Many close combat professionals were torn in half by razor-sharp claws the moment they were engaged, their blood raining down across the city walls. Be careful, Xiangwen said from the tank's rear compartment, gripping the bulkhead as she couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry. Even 7th-tier professionals can't handle me, let alone these wild beasts, Su Zhan replied calmly. He understood the pattern well. Beast tides always started with low-level creatures scouting ahead, then the levels would gradually increase until boss-level monsters appeared. The real life-or-death moment would come when they had to kill that top-tier beast, otherwise, the city would fall and everyone would perish. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the city walls. What is that? A plane? Impossible. Nobody uses planes anymore. That's not a plane, it's a tank. A tank flying in the sky. Holy crap, a flying tank. Is there some beast that can create illusions? The cyber flying tank streaked across the sky like a beam of light. People only caught a glimpse of its metallic hull flashing in the firelight before it had already crossed the battlefield and landed within the city. Shock and bewilderment were written across every face. The tank touched down, its buffer jets spewing blue flames. The hatch opened, and Xiangwen and several other students quickly jumped out, but Su Zhan didn't linger. He fired up the thrusters and shot straight into the sky. Be careful, Xiangwen shouted, clenching her fists as she watched the rapidly disappearing tail flame. 2 female students watched the flying tank depart, still unable to believe their eyes. Senior, how did he actually do that? Is he really a mechanist? Nothing about Su Zhan can be leaked to anyone, or the school will severely punish us, Xiangwen said with a serious expression, giving them a solemn warning. The other 2 unconscious students were completely clueless and could be ignored for now. Don't worry, Senior, we understand. The 2 girls nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Su Zhan piloted the tank, hovering above the city walls. What is that? Guard Jin Xingping looked up to see a metallic behemoth suspended just meters away, his heart filled with alarm. Megatron cyber tank. Chun Ziyuan below recognized the familiar silhouette immediately, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. A tank flying in the sky? It can actually fly? What's going on? More professionals engaged in bloody combat were drawn to this incredible sight, looking up and chattering among themselves. The next moment, everything changed. Time to start the killing, Su Zhan said from the pilot's seat, looking down at the dense masses of wild beasts stretching to the horizon below. Without hesitation, he activated mechanical life, armor mode. Brilliant light erupted from the cyber flying tank as its metal armor clanked apart, folded, and reassembled. When the radiance faded, the Megatron armor had perfectly fitted onto his body, with crimson energy flowing through the mech's circuit patterns. Holy shit, it turned into a person? What the hell? A flying tank was weird enough, but now it can transform? Is this really a mechanist? Don't be ridiculous. Mechanists don't have abilities like that. This has to be a hidden profession. What kind of hidden profession could this possibly be? Everyone was utterly shocked. They had seen tanks before, but never a flying tank, let alone one that could transform. Who knew they could be used like this? Chen Ziyuan felt his scalp tingle with fear at the scene before him. The moment the cyber tank appeared, he recognized it as Su Zhan's vehicle. But who could have imagined that Su Zhan had modified it into a monster capable of hovering in midair and instantly folding its components to transform into humanoid mechanical armor? Jin Chungping's eyes widened, his hard-faced mask unable to conceal his overwhelming astonishment. With years of combat instinct, he roughly guessed it was Su Zhan, but he was more concerned about the principle behind this silver-white armor. It clearly wasn't ordinary equipment, but rather seemed like an independent combat life form. Screech. A sudden piercing shriek tore through the air as a fifth-tier golden feather iron eagle dove from the clouds, its talons raking two bloody lines across Jin Qingping's shoulders. Its golden feathers gleamed with metallic luster, reflecting a blinding cold light. Damn! Jin Qingping's heart sank as he quickly steadied himself. Screech! The golden feather iron eagle wheeled around for another attack. Just as Jin Qingping gathered his strength to counterattack, a beam of silver-white light streaked past his face like lightning piercing the night sky, instantly striking the iron eagle's chest. Bang! In the explosive sound, the silver-white armor brushed past the golden feather iron eagle, the cutting edge smooth as a mirror. The massive eagle's body was brutally split in half, blood and scattered feathers exploding into a crimson cloud in the sky. This strong, Jin Qingping's pupils contracted. A fifth-tier golden feather iron eagle had feathers like refined steel. Usually only sixth-tier experts could barely break through its defense, and even he would need several moves at full strength to kill one. Yet now, his opponent had torn it apart in a single exchange. He tried to access his reconnaissance panel, but the name, level, and skills all displayed? That was the exclusive passive ability of Life Form's complete attribute concealment. Clear the air first, then handle the ground, Sujan murmured. After confirming Jin Qingping was unharmed, the silver-white figure surged forward, blue flames igniting from the back thrusters as it transformed into an extremely thin beam of light shooting toward the dense cluster of flying monsters in the distance. Bang! 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 Continuous muffled explosions erupted as blood mist bloomed in midair. Su Zhan used no skills, relying solely on the speed and armor hardness of the Megatron life armor to cut through the flock of flying creatures. Monsters below the sixth tier were directly smashed to pieces, unable to even cry out. Crimson blood rain drifted down. The many professionals below looked up to see the sky torn open by bloody streaks, the silver-white figure moving so fast that even afterimages couldn't form. What kind of monster is that? So fierce. Fifth-tier monsters are like paper. At least eighth tier. The professionals who had been locked in fierce battle with the flying monsters suddenly found all the attack targets drawn to Su Zhan, leaving them with nothing to do but look up and discuss. Is that really Su Zhan? Chen Ziyuan's mind was full of questions. This flying tank had first transformed, then crushed a fifth-tier Iron Eagle with overwhelming force, and created a blood rain in the sky. Such combat power clearly reached the eighth-tier level. But Su Zhan had only awakened a few days ago, and should be first-tier at most. How could he possibly have eighth-tier combat power? Electrical energy surged. High above, Su Zhan activated his armor form skill and swung his arm forcefully, unleashing a brilliant blue arc of electricity 4 to 5 meters in diameter that roared through the air like a lightning whip sweeping across the sky, extending over 100 meters. Wherever the electric light passed, clusters of wild monsters were instantly charred black, screaming as they plummeted to the ground. Notification: you have slain Golden Feather Iron Eagle. Gained 7,982 experience points. Notification: you have slain Flamingo. Gained 8,000 experience points. Kill notifications appeared one after another, and his experience bar visibly skyrocketed. In just moments, his level had surged to 60. For most professionals, a sudden beast tide meant a life-or-death crisis. But for a player like Su Zhan with overwhelming strength, this was a natural leveling paradise. Wild monsters of different tiers kept coming wave after wave, seemingly endless. Screech! A piercing, malevolent shriek tore through the sky as a dazzling blaze suddenly rose ahead, like a small sun suspended in the air. Golden Pupil Fire Feather Beast. Level: 7th rank, level 98. Skills: Fire Wreath Golden Feathers, Fire Breath Projectile, Blazing Ring. Drops: Burning Golden Pupil, Scorching Golden Feather, Flame Talon. Su Zhan scanned the attribute panel, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he charged toward the ball of fire without hesitation. 7th rank wild monsters may be trickier than professionals of the same level, but unfortunately for you, you've met me today. Consider yourself unlucky. Is that a 7th rank Golden Pupil Fire Feather Beast? It's the strongest flying wild monster among 7th rank creatures. Its entire body is covered in burning feathers as hard as refined steel, incredibly fast. Even 3 to 5 7th rank professionals working together wouldn't be a match for it. Can that armored professional handle it? Could he be 8th rank? We're doomed. If the Golden Pupil Fire Feather Beast breaks into the city, Lingchuan's city will be burned to ashes. On the city walls, the professionals defending against the beast tide all looked up. The firelight reflected on their faces as despair spread among them. Chen Ziyuan furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze from the Golden Pupil Fire Feather Beast to quickly survey the surroundings. If it were just a single 7th rank creature, we could barely hold it off. This is already the limit of a high-level beast tide. If the number of 7th rank wild monsters surges dramatically, it would mean 8th rank leaders are about to appear, and the beast tide level will escalate again. If it truly upgrades to special class, Lingchuan City will have no chance of survival. He's charging in alone? On the other side of the sky, Jin Qingping watched Su Zhan facing the enemy single-handedly, unable to hide his concern. Screech. The blazing giant beast locked onto Su Zhan, killing intent flaring in its golden pupils as it opened its mouth to spew a scorching fireball nearly 10 meters in diameter. Useless. Su Zhan sneered coldly, his form transforming into a bolt of lightning as he crashed straight into the fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, flames rolling and surging, but they were completely torn apart by the crackling electric arcs. Electric acceleration. The moment Su Zhan burst out of the fireball, blue electric currents surged across his body, instantly doubling his speed as he transformed into a streak of light and appeared before the golden-eyed fire feather beast in a flash, delivering a powerful kick to its head. Screech. A piercing shriek tore through the sky as the golden-eyed fire feather beast was sent plummeting straight down, its blazing flames trailing behind like afterimages in midair. Holy crap, that powerful. Jin Qingping, watching from above, felt his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets as his worry for Su Zhan was instantly replaced by shock. This, a 7th-tier golden-eyed fire feather beast taken down in one hit. Chen Zhuan beside him was completely stunned. That's at least 8th-tier power. He quickly pulled out his terminal and rapidly sent a message. Su Zhan, is that silver-armored figure you? Principal, it's me. But I don't want to be exposed, so please help me keep this secret. In less than a second, Su Zhan's reply popped up. The moment Chen Zhuan confirmed the identity, he felt his worldview completely overturned, but still immediately replied, "Don't worry, absolutely confidential." High in the sky, Su Zhan glanced at the reply with a faint smile, then dove down like falling thunder, plunging straight toward the still-falling golden-eyed fire feather beast. Its golden eyes were premium materials worth millions of gold coins. A thunderous crash as it hit the ground. Amidst the flying dust, the golden-eyed fire feather beast staggered to its feet, raising its slender neck high and releasing a fierce screech that shattered nearby trees. Immediately after, its forehead's golden eye shot out a hair-thin beam of fire. Hiss! The ear-piercing sound of metal being cut rang out. Su Zhan couldn't even react before the fire beam struck his chest. Looking down, he saw a long, narrow white mark had appeared on his silver armor. So sharp. He was secretly alarmed the armor condensed by Megatron had always been indestructible, with ordinary 7th-tier monsters unable to break through its defense, yet now it bore a scratch, demonstrating the golden-eyed fire feather beast's true strength. His thoughts racing, he assumed a flying kick stance. Thunder rush kick. Lightning surged around his right leg as his entire body was enveloped in brilliant electric arcs, transforming into a meteor streaking across the sky. Boom. A terrifying explosion swept across 100 meters. Flames, shockwaves, debris, and lightning scattered in all directions as nearby monsters died instantly in the tremors. When the thick smoke cleared, the golden-eyed fire feather beast had been stomped deep into the ground, its body twitching slightly before going completely still. Notification. You have killed a golden-eyed fire feather beast, rewarding 80,000 experience points. Notification. Your level has increased to 99. The world channel continuously displayed. Notification. You have met the second advancement conditions. Second advancement quest: collect 10 blazing fire golden eyes. As expected, the second advancement quest is even more terrifying. Su Zhan glanced at his inventory, where a blazing fire golden eye lay quietly, the loot that had just dropped. Compared to the first advancement, which only required hunting 3rd-tier monsters, the second advancement directly demanded hunting 10 7th-tier elites, representing a steep increase in difficulty. Too bad there's only one. He looked at the massive corpse beneath his feet, shook his head lightly, and prepared to continue clearing the area. However, just as he raised his head, the previously dim sky in the distance suddenly turned fiery red, as if the entire heavens had burst into flames. What's happening? Why has the sky turned red? The crowd looked up to see the heavens consumed by vast swaths of crimson. Countless massive beasts with golden eyes and flaming wings dove down from the clouds in endless waves. Someone cried out in terror. Those are golden-eyed flame-winged beasts. This is a special grade beast tide. So many 7th-turn monsters. This is definitely a special grade beast tide. We're finished, completely finished. Lingchuan City is doomed. We can't stop them. There's no way to stop them. Despair spread through the streets. Firelight reflected on every face as the overwhelming aura of 7th-turn beasts rolled over them. Everyone understood. Only when massive numbers of 7th-turn monsters appeared did it mean the beast tide had escalated again. Even more terrifying, within such a vast swarm of golden-eyed flame-winged beasts, 8th-turn creatures were certain to exist. Even just one ordinary 8th-turn monster would be enough to destroy all of Lingchuan City. On the ground, Chen Zhuan swung his blade while roaring. President Jin, come back. Don't fight alone. As his shout faded, he quickly sent a message to Su Zhan: fight within your limits. His blade swept through the air in brilliant golden light, shredding the attacking monsters to pieces as flaming feathers and blood rained down together. Jin Chengping landed hard, his boots cracking the ground, his face ashen. How can this beast tide be so massive? With just us, we can't possibly stop a special grade beast tide unless headquarters sends reinforcements. When will your headquarters people arrive? Shun Zhuan cut down 3 flame-winged beasts, the golden light barely fading before he swept his blade again. The fastest an 8th turn professional could arrive is 1 hour. Jin Chengping lowered his voice. He had reported to headquarters when the beast tide first appeared, but misjudged it as a high-grade beast tide, only calling for 6th and 7th turn support. Only after sending the upgraded alert did headquarters finally dispatch 8th turn powerhouses, but from takeoff to arrival would take at least an hour. 1 hour. Shun Zhuan looked at the increasingly dense fire shadows in the sky, his heart sinking like iron. With these numbers, lasting even 10 minutes would be lucky. Jin Chengping shook his head helplessly. Mobilizing 8th turn professionals is always a major decision. At that level, no one can command them casually. I've already recalled all 7th turn professionals in Lingchuan City, hoping we can hold out. Shun Zhuan's brow furrowed as his gaze fell on Su Zhan's figure. If they were to survive 1 hour, only that person remained. Su Zhan stood at the edge of the ruins, gazing up at the sky ablaze like a sea of fire, his lips slowly curving upward. Perfect timing. In the next moment, electric light exploded from his body as his skill electric force field thunderously activated. Blue-white lightning arcs coiled around his entire form, creating an electrified field. 50 speed increase, 50 strength increase, lasting 10 minutes. Su Zhan shot skyward like thunder piercing the heavens, transforming into a blazing bolt of lightning as he charged directly into the golden-eyed flame-winged beast tide. Can he do it? Shen Ziyuan looked up, both worried and excited. Look, the armored professional is going after the golden-eyed flame-winged beasts. He can definitely do it. Yes, he's an 8th turn professional. He can definitely handle this. We haven't lost yet. We still have a chance. We can definitely hold the line. Shouts echoed across the battlefield as the previously despairing professionals found their spirits renewed. Blade light, arrow volleys, and magical seals converged once more as they fought desperately against the surging flame-winged beasts. Atop a high building in the city, Xiangwen clenched his fists tightly, watching that electric light pierce into the depths of the beast tide, his heart pounding wildly. Su Zhan, you must return safely. He turned to the senior student beside him and asked quietly, Senior, why didn't Su Zhan come back with you? Suddenly, Zhuge Xuanyue approached, staring intently at Xiangwen. The group gathered here consisted entirely of students from Southern University. Zhuge Xuanyue had been following their movements, originally planning to join them in supporting the defense against the beast tide at the city walls, but now remained on the periphery to assist. Xiangwen took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and looked up at everyone. Are you all ready? Ready. Dozens of Southern University students responded in unison. Move out. Xiangwen took the lead, charging toward the city walls like an arrow released from its bow, with everyone following close behind. Zhuge Xuanyue, however, remained where he stood. This batch of newly awakened professionals was too weak, and even if they reached the walls, they wouldn't be of much help. Those following Xiangwen were 1st and 2nd tier professionals with some combat experience, capable of handling low-level monsters. Screech. High in the sky, a blue shadow streaked across the heavens like lightning. Su Zhan instantly closed in on a golden-eyed fire feather beast, and before his piercing cry had faded, he had already grasped the creature's neck and torn it apart with tremendous force, sending bloody feathers flying as the massive body was ripped in half. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large group of golden-eyed fire feather beasts launched their assault simultaneously. Countless fireballs shot from their maws, converging into a blazing sea of flames that engulfed Su Zhan from all directions. Boom! The thunderous explosion shook the sky as waves of fire completely swallowed Su Zhan. Su Zhan, don't push yourself if you can't handle it. Shun Zhuan witnessed this scene from the city walls, his heart tightening as he hurriedly sent several messages, urging Su Zhan to prioritize his safety. As the flames receded, blue electricity crackled around Su Zhan, and his mighty thunder armor remained pristine, without even a trace of scorch marks. Shen Zhuan's pupils contracted sharply, then he couldn't help but laugh. Thunder kick. Lightning erupted once more as Su Zhan transformed into an electric arc, cutting through the beast horde. Where the lightning passed, 3 7th-tier golden-eyed fire feather beasts instantly crashed to the ground. He reached out and caught 3 blazing fire golden eyes in his palm. 5 more to go. Including his previous kills, he now possessed 5 blazing fire golden eyes. Whoosh! Blade-like crimson light suddenly appeared from all directions, scorching sky, fire blades. Dozens of fire blades shot toward him from every angle, the same terrifying skill that had previously left white marks on his mighty thunder armor. Bang! Despite Su Zhan's evasive maneuvers, over a dozen fire blades struck him, carving more than 10 shallow white scratches across his chest. His eyes turned cold, Time to speed things up. Individual golden-eyed fire feather beasts posed little threat, but when their numbers surged, even the mighty thunder armor might not hold out much longer. Crack. The electric surge skill activated as violent currents exploded from Su Zhan's palms, instantly charring over a dozen golden-eyed fire feather beasts and sending them plummeting to the ground. His fists fell like rain, and within mere seconds, all remaining beast shadows were shattered. Notification. You have completed your second-tier advancement quest. Notification. Level increased to second tier, level 1. Notification. New skill, learned weapon loading. Weapon loading. Can weaponize mechanical equipment that has similarly been imbued with life characteristics. As Su Zhan heard the notification of his level increase, he also mastered a new skill. Weapon loading? Su Zhan was stunned for a moment. When he first saw this skill, he was a bit confused, but after reading the skill description, he finally understood. It turned out this was another absolutely divine skill-first mechanical life, then paired with weapon loading. Once combined, their power increased exponentially. As the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately pulled out the nearly scrapped Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle from his storage space. The first skill, mechanical life, instantly infused vitality into this pile of scrap metal. Then, weapon loading activated, and a crimson glow erupted from the Z300's body, racing along electrical patterns straight to Su Zhan's Megatron life armor, connecting the two into a unified whole. What is that? A red light. Looks like that armored professional's skill. How is this profession so mystical? The crowd below was blinded by the sudden intense light, only able to look up and see a mass of blinding red energy churning in the sky. After 3 seconds, the light faded, revealing a silver-white Megatron armor covered in red stripes hovering in the air like a steel deity. Each arm of the armor extended into meter-long, barrel-thick, 12-barreled Gatling cannons, with metal components clicking into place in the night wind, radiating deadly intent. Just as I thought. Su Zhan glanced at the weapons on both arms, his heart filled with wild joy. The skill description had been vague earlier, but now after testing it, he completely understood. Any machinery given life characteristics by mechanical life could be transformed into usable weapons by weapon loading. If it originally had a fire system, it would be enhanced and directly integrated into the armor. If weaponless, it would randomly generate close combat forms like broadswords or spears. This time, the Z300 had already been equipped with an extremely powerful Vulcan Gatling system, and now not only were its attributes doubled, but it was perfectly integrated with Megatron. Come on, let's try this super enhanced Gatling. Su Zhan licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. He looked up and locked onto the dense swarm of golden-eyed fire feather beasts ahead, his finger pulling the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. 2 streams of blue fire suddenly erupted, bullets instantly weaving into a giant net of death that covered the sky. The high-speed metal rain penetrated the golden-eyed fire feather beasts' feathered armor, blood mist exploded, and their steel-hard feathers were torn to shreds. Orange flames intertwined with fresh blood, crimson flooding the sky, and the originally fire-churning clouds were dyed deep red. The Gatling's firing rate had now soared to 40,000 rounds per minute. Even more terrifying was that it no longer consumed traditional ammunition, but directly drew from the Megatron armor's energy current, equivalent to unlimited ammo. What the hell? Blue-flamed Gatling. This armor profession can be played like this? The bullets are denser than a rainstorm. Even 7th-tier golden-eyed fire feather beasts can't last a second. The crowd that had been struggling in battle stopped their movements in shock, staring blankly at that crimson sky. Just moments ago, they had been filled with terror, thinking they were about to die, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had completely changed. The monsters that seemed invincible to them were being slaughtered. Yes, slaughtered, and it was a complete massacre. The dual-armed Gatling guns spewed streams of blue flames like scorching tongues of fire, weaving the entire sky into a web of death. The golden-eyed fire feather beasts had no power to resist against the thunderous gunfire, their wings torn apart by bullets as charred bird corpses plummeted one after another. Su Zhan, oh Su Zhan, what else are you hiding? Chun Zuan stood frozen in place, the shock in his heart nearly drowning out the roaring gunfire beside his ears. He knew Su Zhan was powerful, but never imagined he was this formidable. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he snapped back to reality and bellowed. What are you all standing around for? Is the beast tide over? Right, the beast tide. Everyone jolted awake as if from a dream, quickly lowering their heads to continue unleashing their skills on the ground monsters, though they couldn't help but steal glances at that brilliant blue firelight above. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling barrels spun at maximum speed as Su Zhan remained steady as a rock in the heavens, blue bullets forming a curtain of light. Notification. You have killed a golden-eyed fire feather beast and gained 7,000 experience points. Notification. You have killed a golden-eyed fire feather beast and gained 7,000 experience points. Notification. Your level has increased to second rank, level 36. System notifications rang out continuously, and in just a few minutes, his level had shot up to second rank level 36. Beast tides were indeed the best opportunity for gaining experience, but only if one could harvest kills at high speed. Clearly, Su Zhan possessed such capability. 5 minutes later, the last golden-eyed fire feather beast was blasted into a fireball, and the sky returned to clarity. Just as Su Zhan was about to catch his breath, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from the distance. A massive fire dragon, 30 meters long, dove down from the clouds, its wings stirring up a storm of blazing flames. 4 flame-wreathed dragon claws on its belly gleamed with cold light, while its scales appeared forged from red gold. Fire Dragon. Level, 7th rank, level 99. Skills, Dragon Fire Breath, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Claw, Dragon Pounce. This was the highest level monster in this beast tide. Su Zhan glanced at it and understood. As long as he could withstand this fire dragon's assault, the special grade beast tide would be over. With only 7th rank monsters appearing, this tide, though rated as special grade, was among the simplest of its kind. With a thought, he dove forward to meet the fire dragon. On the ground, Jin Xingping turned to look at Chen Ziyuan. Principal Chen, do you know who this person is? Jin Xingping was curious about this armored professional who had never shown himself before with such strength. Probably only Nanfang University in all of Lingchuan City could have trained him. Chen Ziyuan's eyes flickered as he forced a bitter smile. Heh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Come on, who is he exactly? Jin Xingping pressed. Hearing that the other party assumed Su Zhan came from Nanfang University, Chen Ziyuan actually felt relieved. He lowered his voice. This needs to stay confidential, I hope you understand. Whether or not to reveal Su Zhan's identity was something he needed to discuss with the man himself first. Jin Xingping shrugged helplessly and didn't press further after all. That was an 8th rank professional, and people at that level were essentially superpowers unto themselves, beyond anyone's control. The 8th transformation represents the pinnacle for practitioners. Although practitioners have existed in this world for hundreds of years, those who achieve the 9th transformation remain exceedingly rare. The current power structure is still upheld by 8th transformation experts. Beyond that lies the 9th transformation, but crossing that threshold has always been as difficult as ascending to heaven, regardless of the era. As levels increase, the transformation trials for each profession become increasingly demanding. Before the 5th transformation, one can still complete them through effort alone, but starting from the 6th transformation, they become extremely perilous. One careless mistake could mean death. For this very reason, even those who achieve the 6th transformation can hold high positions within major factions. Rat-a-tat-tat. At this moment, high in the sky, Su Zhan pressed close to the 7th transformation max-level fire dragon. The Gatling guns on both his arms spewed blue tongues of flame as bullets hammered against the dragon's scales like a torrential downpour, sending up cascades of sparks. Tough hide, but how many rounds can you take? Su Zhan muttered in slight surprise. The firepower that even the golden-eyed fire feather beast couldn't withstand only managed to create sparks against this fire dragon. However, the effect wasn't entirely negligible. Could clearly see the dragon scales being torn apart, with fragments falling alongside waves of heat. The only issue was that the firepower wasn't intense enough. Weapon loading, transform. With a thought, brilliant blue light exploded from his body. As the radiance faded, 4 brand new Gatling guns clicked into position on his shoulders. Su Zhan's appearance was now quite spectacular. 1 gun in each hand, plus 2 on each shoulder, 6 Gatling guns in total. All 6 barrels roared simultaneously, instantly boosting the maximum firing rate from 40,000 rounds per minute to 240,000 rounds. Even an 8th transformation expert might not escape unscathed from such firepower, let alone a 7th transformation fire dragon. Look, he's transforming. Holy crap, 6 gun barrels? You can do that. How many bullets does that fire per minute? Doesn't his gun need ammo belts? The crowd on the ground stared in stunned disbelief, completely unprepared for Su Zhan to summon 4 additional Gatling guns. Even more absurd was that they couldn't see any ammunition belts whatsoever. In reality, Su Zhan's weapons consumed his own energy, condensing it into energy projectiles. As long as his internal energy wasn't depleted, his ammunition was limitless. Just how many more surprises are you going to give me? Chen Ziyuan watched the violent firepower in the sky, excitedly rubbing his hands together. If they had actually expelled Su Zhan over that so-called cheating scandal back then, they would probably be regretting it bitterly by now. Roar. The opposing fire dragon bellowed in fury, its entire body erupting in explosive flames as it forcibly enhanced its defenses. Its wings beat frantically as it darted left and right, attempting to evade the covering fire. However, it was all in vain. Su Zhan's Gatling guns came with automatic targeting, and no matter how the fire dragon twisted and turned, the blue bullets continued to pound accurately into its massive frame. Under the dense barrage, dragon scales along with scorching dragon blood were stripped away and scattered, creating what looked like a crimson curtain of rain falling across the sky. Bang! In the blink of an eye, within less than 2 minutes, the fire dragon's body was battered to pieces. It let out an unwilling wail before plummeting toward the ground, crashing and creating a massive crater. System notification. You have slain a 7th rank fire dragon and gained 9,000 experience points. System notification. Your level has increased to 2nd rank, level 97. Two pleasant system notifications rang out almost simultaneously as Su Zhan's level climbed to 2nd rank, level 97. In just a few hours, he had skyrocketed from 1st rank dozens of levels to his current height. Just 2 more levels, and he could accept the 3rd rank class advancement quest, a speed that could only be described as lightning fast. With this fire dragon dead, the remaining monsters will be easy to handle, Su Zhan thought to himself as he gazed down from the city walls. Beast tides weren't endless, typically consisting of only 2 or 3 waves. This fire dragon wave was already the 3rd, and no new monsters could be seen in the distance. Once they cleared the remaining creatures on the ground, this beast tide would be completely over. Everyone keep it up. The strongest fire dragon is dead. The greatest crisis has passed. Kill all the remaining monsters, and the beast tide will end. Below the city walls, Chun Ziwan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Principal, we understand. Kill them all. This beast tide is nothing. Haha, this beast tide has been so easy. Everyone cheered excitedly. During every beast tide, large numbers of professionals would typically fall, and they had prepared themselves for death in battle. Yet thanks to Su Zhan's presence, they were experiencing unprecedented ease. With Su Zhan single-handedly eliminating the highest level and most dangerous monsters, they only needed to work together to handle the low-level creatures. Su Zhan. Xiangwen looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with undisguised admiration. People naturally admire strength, and Su Zhan was precisely that insurmountable peak. The scenes of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast and fire dragon being slaughtered were burned into his memory, impossible to forget. Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by deafening gunfire, 6 barrels spat out blazing white energy bullets. The Gatling guns swept across the battlefield, and wherever the muzzles passed, monsters were instantly torn to shreds, blood mist filling the air. That's about enough. Half an hour later, only scattered monsters remained below the city walls. Su Zhan deactivated his weapon loadout, and the 6 Gatling guns quietly disappeared. Having already collected all the items dropped on the battlefield, he spread his wings and glided toward the city to avoid exposing his identity. Xiangwen, lead everyone in cleaning up the battlefield. Chun Ziwan watched that gradually distant figure with urgency in his heart. He turned to give chase, but suddenly collided with someone. Where do you think you're going? Jin Xingping stared at him with piercing eyes. What are you doing? The beast tide is over, so naturally I'm going home. Chun Ziwan looked up at the sky, pretending not to see him. Cut the nonsense. Take me to meet that armored professional. Jin Xingping grabbed his wrist. Don't worry, I absolutely won't expose his identity. I'm the branch president of the Lingchuan City Professional Association. With such a powerful expert in Lingchuan, I must pay my respects. It's only proper courtesy for a junior. Due to Su Zhan's terrifying strength, Jin Xingping had preconceived notions and assumed he was a veteran expert who had lived for decades. After all, only someone who had lived for decades would have such a high level and such formidable power. Junior. Chen Ziyuan looked puzzled. If Jin Xingping knew that the so-called senior he was referring to was just a college freshman, he wondered what his reaction would be. I don't care. If you don't let me go today, don't expect to go back either. Jin Xingping, thinking Chen Ziyuan was blocking him, grabbed his hand tightly and wouldn't let go. All right, I'll take you there. Chen Ziyuan was both amused and exasperated as he took the lead. There was no point hiding it anyway. The professional association was the largest official gathering place for professionals in the Dragon Kingdom, and they'd have to face it sooner or later. Really? Let's go. Jin Xingping was as excited as a child, pulling Chun Ziyuan straight towards Southern University. Villa number 36, Southern University. Sujan quietly pushed the door open and entered. With the beast tied over, he had collected a large batch of high-value materials and planned to organize them before selling. The intense battles had also left him exhausted, and he needed a good rest. However, his gains were astonishing. When he left, he was still an unclassed individual, but now he had reached level 97 of the second class change, just one step away from the third class change. My current combat power is equivalent to an 8th class professional. He sank into the rattan chair with a smile. I can handle any wild monster below level 30 of the 8th class. The Mechanical Lord's skills were incredibly powerful, especially the newly acquired mechanical life and weapon loading after the first class change. With these 2 skills, I can even control those 2 large mechanical units at school. If I modify them into armor or weapons, 8th class monsters won't stand a chance. He immediately thought of the 2 heavy mechas gathering dust in the school warehouse. Rather than letting them go to waste, he might as well put them to good use. Beep beep, beep beep. The doorbell suddenly rang. Principal Chun. Su Zhan looked up to see 2 figures on the security monitor, Chun Ziyuan and a middle-aged man. He got up to open the door. Principal, what brings you here? I came to thank you. Chun Ziyuan looked pleased as he stepped directly into the house. Old Chun, why did you bring me here? Weren't we supposed to meet that senior? Jean Qingping looked around and saw only Su Zhan, a young man, his face immediately showing displeasure. This is Jean Qingping, the branch president of the Lingchuan Professional Association. You can call him President Jean. Chen Ziyuan made the introduction. Nice to meet you, President Jean. Su Zhan nodded politely. Hello, Jean Qingping replied casually, then immediately turned to give Chen Ziyuan meaningful looks. Stop joking around and take me to meet the person. This is the person you're looking for. Chen Ziyuan smiled meaningfully. Him. Jean Qingping suddenly turned to Su Zhan, looking him up and down several times before turning back to glare at Chen Ziyuan. Are you pulling my leg, old man? This is just a kid. How could he be the dragon-slaying senior? Genuine article. This young man is exactly the senior you're looking for. Chen Ziyuan's expression was serious. Kid, were you the armored figure who fought against the beast tide? Jean Qingping's gaze suddenly became intense as he stared at Su Zhan. That was me, Su Zhan said openly and confidently. After learning Jean Qingping's identity, Su Zhan roughly understood their purpose for coming. The professional association was a massive organization, and Su Zhan trusted that Chen Ziyuan wouldn't bring someone here to deceive him without good reason. Already had a pretty good idea of what this was about. What exactly is your profession? Jean Qingping's eyes narrowed as he lowered his voice. Mechanic, Su Zhan replied calmly. You've got to be kidding me. What kind of mechanic can do that? Jean Qingping's expression darkened as he suspiciously glanced between Su Zhan and Chen Ziyuan. Are you two working together to fool me? Why would we fool you? It's all true. Chen Ziyuan shrugged, then shot Su Zhan a look that said, show him what you can do. Senior, please watch carefully. Su Zhan knew that verbal explanations alone wouldn't convince anyone about a mechanic who could transform. So he decided to reveal his trump card directly. Life Armor Megatron. White lights suddenly expanded, tearing through the room's lighting like lightning. In the next instant, silver-white mechanical armor fitted precisely onto Su Zhan's body. The metal lines were sleek, and the intricate energy patterns at the joints glowed with a soft luminescence under the lights, as if he were covered in divine radiance. Holy crap, it's really you? The usually composed and steady Jean Qingping couldn't help but curse. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this young man possessed 8th-tier combat power. You're really a mechanic? He still asked persistently. In everyone's impression, mechanics had always been a support profession, and no one had ever heard of a mechanic who could energize equipment to this extent. My profession is indeed mechanic, just with a few hidden skills. Su Zhan brought up his attribute panel and swiped his finger. The words mechanic appeared clearly, while skills like mechanical lord were all hidden and invisible to others. Damn it, mechanics can be this powerful. Jean Qingping finally accepted the truth. Su Zhan was indeed the armored figure who had single-handedly held back the beast tide outside the city. However, this completely subversive image of a mechanic still felt surreal to him. All right, you've met him now. Chen Ziyuan patted Jean Qingping's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down first. Think carefully about your plans. Su Zhan and I have some things to discuss. Okay. Jean Qingping answered in a daze, slumping onto the sofa with his gaze still glued to that suit of armor. Chen Ziyuan gave Su Zhan another meaningful look, and the two moved into the adjacent room. Su Zhan, as you can see, old Jean insisted on coming. I couldn't stop him. But his visit is actually good for you. The Professional Association is an official Dragon Kingdom organization with enormous resource control. If you join, it would benefit your future development. He paused, then added solemnly. Even if you join the association, you'll still be a member of Southern University. With your current strength, you're no longer suited to be a student. I'm planning to grant you the title of Honorary Academician of Southern University, with the same treatment and privileges as mine. What do you think? Behind closed doors, Chen Ziyuan spoke at length. Principal, Su Zhan hadn't expected Chen Ziyuan to offer such substantial terms. Setting aside the professional association matter for now, just the title of Honorary Academician of Southern University alone was extremely valuable. Southern University has been established for over a century and has produced only 18 academicians in total. With Su Zhan included, that would make it 19. One of the hard requirements for becoming an academician is reaching the 8th professional rank, and that's merely the entry ticket. There's still a long list of academic criteria to meet afterward. When Chen Ziyuan immediately bestowed the golden title of Honorary Academician upon Su Zhan was stunned for 3 seconds on the spot. This didn't just signify academician status. It meant campus authority, second only to the president himself. With Southern University's century-long accumulated prestige, the business card of Southern University Honorary Academician alone could leverage resources beyond ordinary imagination. Chen Ziyuan continued paving the way for the future rising star. Once old Jean arrives, he'll definitely pull you into the professional association. The association appears to be a civilian organization, but internally it's divided into numerous special groups, and old Jean absolutely wants to get you in. I'm granting you such high clearance in advance for 2 reasons. First, to secure the school's future interests, and second, He paused, his tone unusually solemn. Your hidden skill is too revolutionary. The school needs to prepare for what's coming. Su Zhan was still processing the word academician when Chen Ziyuan, seeing his state, felt compelled to spell things out earnestly. After a moment, Su Zhan's lips curved slightly upward as he suddenly changed the subject. President, could I have those other 2 pieces of machinery from the warehouse? As long as Southern University has it, take whatever you need. Chen Ziyuan gave his answer with barely a thought. What were those 2 old relics in the warehouse? If Su Zhan truly asked, even for other rare equipment, he would approve the requisition without hesitation. Then I sincerely thank you, President. Su Zhan was genuinely grateful. Without Chen Ziyuan, he wouldn't have even touched a Megatron mech, let alone used it to grind his way to second rank in the Beast Tide. Meanwhile, in the adjacent office, Jin Chengping listened carefully to the sounds next door, and after confirming no one was paying attention to him, he lowered his head and dialed a number. Old Jin, rare for you to contact me first, what's up? The voice on the other end was deep and raspy, with a hint of teasing. Big news. Jin Chengping lowered his voice and briefly recounted the day's events. The Beast Tide, second rank with 8th rank combat power, mechanic class, hidden skills, laying everything out completely. I want to bring him into your Azure Dragon group, or else I'll go ask the Phoenix group people. Are you drunk? The other party was initially stunned, clearly disbelieving. I'm not joking. Without him, Lingchuan would have fallen today. Jin Qingping spoke rapidly, fearing misunderstanding. On the other end of the line, the man called Zhang Sanjia frowned, casually opened his computer, and typed Lingchuan City. Related videos flooded out, with one having the highest view count. Silver-armored youth single-handedly fighting a giant dragon. On screen, the silver mech gleamed menacingly as it brought down its sword, instantly killing the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast. Immediately after, a Gatling module emerged, and with another transformation, 6 terrifying gun barrels appeared. Holy hell, it's actually real. Zhang Sanjia sucked in a sharp breath and grabbed the phone. Old Jean, spare no expense, I want this person. From the silver armor slaying the dragon to the 6-barreled Gatling taking shape, every frame reminded him that Su Zhan wasn't an ordinary genius, but a rule-breaking monster. Zhang Sanjia understood immediately that Su Zhan was exceptional talent. The Professional Association is a massive organization that oversees all registered professionals. Within this colossal entity, countless elite squads have emerged, with the Azure Dragon Group being the most distinguished among them. The 3 members led by Captain Zhang Sanjia are all top-tier professionals above the 8th rank. Every mission they undertake either secures tremendous benefits for the Dragon Nation or eliminates potential threats capable of destroying cities and nations. They could practically be called the guardian deities of the Dragon Nation, and thus enjoy privileges and resources beyond ordinary people's reach. In the darkness, Zhang Sanjia hung up a phone call, his face still bearing a hearty smile. He and Jin Qingping on the other end were both life-and-death brothers and kindred spirits in their profession. He said loudly, "Good. With your word, I can handle this easily. You owe me a big favor this time. Kitty, you'd better buy me drinks." On the other end, Jin Qingping was sitting sideways on the armrest of a sofa, casually swinging his feet with a smile playing at his lips. "I'll drink with you for a whole month if you want. Remember, you need to help me keep this person here. I'm coming over right away. Don't worry." Zhang Sanjia's laughter rumbled like thunder, followed by the decisive click of the call ending. The door next door opened with a click, and Jin Qingping immediately put away his phone as Chen Ziyuan approached with a teasing look in his eyes. "Old Jin, what have you decided?" Chen Ziyuan slipped his hands into his coat pockets, wearing a half-genuine, half-joking smile. Jin Qingping waved his hand, too lazy to beat around the bush, and stood up directly. "I've arranged for him to join the Azure Dragon group." After saying this, he shot Chen Ziyuan a pointed look, then composed his expression, speaking each word with conviction. "What? The Azure Dragon group?" Chen Ziyuan instinctively raised his voice, his eyes widening in shock. He had assumed Jin Qingping would, like himself, arrange some respectable honorary position like honorary president for Su Zhan, never imagining he would send him directly to the Dragon Nation's most elite unit. As the words settled, Su Zhan, standing behind them both, couldn't help but ask, "Principal, what is the Azure Dragon group?" "Let me explain." Just as Chen Ziyuan began to speak, Jin Qingping raised his hand to interrupt, turning to explain solemnly to Su Zhan. "You know I'm the president of the Lingchuan City branch of the Professional Association, which is the Dragon Nation's largest official organization. But within our ranks, there are 4 core teams that truly gather the strongest professionals: the Azure Dragon Group, Phoenix Group, Black Tortoise Group, and White Tiger Group. These are the backbone forces that defend the Dragon Nation against catastrophes and handle the highest risk incidents. All members are at least 8th rank, and their treatment is absolutely top tier." At this point, he locked eyes with Su Zhan, his tone unusually grave. "The Azure Dragon Group is where I'm recommending you." "There's such a distinction?" Su Zhan unconsciously held his breath. He had only speculated through news fragments about who the Dragon Nation relied on to handle those inexplicable incidents, and now the mystery was finally being unveiled. Chen Ziyuan nodded gently beside them. Su Zhan, my offer of honorary academician was already generous, but it pales in comparison to the Azure Dragon group. That's where the real core lies. Su Zhan remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, as if making some ceremonial decision. I'm willing to join. He understood that high rewards meant high risks, and bearing responsibility was always an equal exchange. He never ran from it. Good lad. Jin Chengping stepped forward and clapped Su Zhan on the shoulder, his palm radiating undisguised joy. Once you're truly in the group, you'll understand the benefits. Let's go. Azure Dragon Group's leader is coming over right away. Please wait for me a moment. I have some things I need to take care of first. Su Zhan calculated the timing. The true Dragon Group members wouldn't arrive for a while, which gave him the perfect opportunity to retrieve the remaining 2 mechs from the warehouse. All right. Jin Xingping nodded immediately without objection. Su Zhan turned to Chen Ziyuan and said, Principal, I'd like to take the other 2 mechs from the warehouse as well. Of course. Chen Ziyuan agreed readily. Given Su Zhan's current status as a true Dragon Group member, his future prospects were limitless, so naturally he would offer his full support. The 3 left the dormitory and headed straight for Southern University's mechanical vault. The heavy alloy doors opened to reveal 2 towering metal giants standing silently, Deep Blue and Gypsy Danger. The last time Su Zhan had seen them was months ago, and back then he never imagined he could take them with him. Now, in just over a month, everything had turned upside down. Jin Xingping craned his neck to look up at the 2 massive machines, wondering to himself, how exactly are you planning to take these mechs with you? Just watch. You're about to see something incredible today. Chen Ziyuan smiled slightly, still vividly remembering the scene when Su Zhan had moved Megatron last time. That moment had truly shocked him to his core. What are you planning to do? Jin Xingping looked at Su Zhan expectantly. Su Zhan walked up to Gypsy Danger, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Mechanical life, form living mode. Instantly, a layer of crimson energy surged from his palm, rapidly spreading along Gypsy Danger's cold, hard metal frame. Within seconds, the entire mech was completely enveloped in red light. Gypsy Danger, which had lost its power core and slumbered in the warehouse for years, slowly raised its head. Its 2 mechanical eyes now glowed with the distinctive spark of organic life. It's alive. Jin Chengping gasped, his scalp tingling as he instinctively stepped back several paces. He had expected to be surprised, but seeing cold steel gain life with just a casual touch from Su Zhan was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Chen Ziyuan had originally wanted to enjoy Jin Xingping's reaction, but now found himself equally stunned. Su Zhan had never mentioned having this kind of ability. If word of this got out, it wouldn't just represent the pinnacle of mechanical engineering, it would be a worldview-shattering act of creation. Su Zhan raised his hand. Armor mode. The red light suddenly exploded into countless beams, and Gypsy Danger disintegrated into particles in the blink of an eye, then fell towards Su Zhan like a shower of light. As the glow faded, a brand new suit of armor fitted snugly against his entire body. The armor was deep blue throughout, with fiery red stripes winding around the shoulders and arms. The spiral core on the chest pulsed with red light, its sharp lines radiating an imposing presence. Gypsy Danger Armor Mode. Strength, 50 tons. Speed, 10 Mach. Skills, L19 Plasma Cannon, GD6 Chainsword, Cryo Cannon, Rocket Propulsion, 98 BD Ultra Torque Driver, and more. All abilities remained intact, and being fully energized, their power was further enhanced. Su Zhan glanced over the attributes of Gypsy Danger's armor mode and was thoroughly satisfied. Like the previous Megatron, all original abilities were retained and enhanced, and the energy output method was also upgraded since it had become a living being, no longer requiring outdated energy input methods like electricity or nuclear fusion. After gaining life, both Jaeger and Megatron could function like true living organisms, directly absorbing free-floating energy from heaven and earth, or consuming materials containing massive amounts of energy to replenish their own consumption. Holy shit, is that how you got your armor? Jin Xingping and Chen Ziyuan both cursed simultaneously. They had seen Su Zhan's armor before, but never imagined it originated from a mountain-sized mecha that was now compressed into a form-fitting battle suit. This is my hidden skill from my first transformation. Su Zhan dismissed his transformed state and returned to his original appearance, offering only a casual explanation without going into detail. According to the mechanical life skill description, the truly strongest third casting method was to completely merge all life armor into one. A single Megatron or Jaeger was already terrifying enough, but if they were fused together, even Su Zhan himself didn't dare imagine how powerful that would be. This was his trump card, never to be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Good. I'm sending this video to the true Dragon Group leader to see how shocked he gets. Jin Chengping said good 3 times in a row, grinning from ear to ear as he looked up at the ceiling while sending out the video file. All right, let me collect deep blue as well. Su Zhan walked over to deep blue and repeated the same process, granting it life characteristics, then directly storing it in his internal space, without demonstrating the armor form again the first time had been shocking enough. After Jin Chengping finished observing, he called out, "Let's go. Come to my place first. He'll be here soon." Meanwhile, True Dragon Group leader Zhang Sanjia had just walked out of headquarters when he received the video from Jin Qingping. The image of that giant machine instantly shrinking into armor made even the usually composed leader gasp several times. This is heaven blessing our dragon nation. Zhang Sanjia trembled all over and couldn't help but cry out to the sky. Passers-by were startled by him and turned to look. What's going on? Has the True Dragon Group leader gone mad? Sure, an 8th turn master wouldn't go crazy. Could it be he found a way to enter that special secret realm? It's possible. If that's true, then heaven is truly blessing Dragon Nation. The crowd continued discussing, but Zhang Sanjia seemed oblivious. After closing the video, his eyes grew profound, and the terrifying aura of an 8th turn professional erupted without reservation, instantly enveloping the entire headquarters base. Then he shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for Lingchuan City. Profession Buddha Burier Hidden. Level 8th turn, level 90. Skills 3 stages of Buddha Burial. In other areas of the headquarters base, many who sensed the aura looked up. Phoenix Group, what's wrong with that old man? Why is he suddenly releasing his aura within the base? In the Phoenix Group office area, inside a luxurious office, a graceful figure reclined on the sofa, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, beautiful eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Feng Ruming's profession, 100 Birds Fire Immortal, a hidden profession at level 92 with 8 transformations. Her skills included Avatar, Phoenix, Immortal Art, Phoenix Transformation, and many more. Feng Ruming had graceful curves, wearing a flowing crimson dress that resembled molten lava, with dancing flame patterns embroidered on the hem and sleeves, making her appear as if she stood at the center of roaring flames. Team leader, have you found a way to enter the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm? Asked the little girl with twin ponytails beside her. The Professional Association headquarters gathered the nation's strongest professionals and was known as the safest and most crucial area in the Dragon Kingdom. Any energy outbursts were strictly forbidden inside the building. As the leader of the True Dragon Group, Zhang Sanjia should have set an example, but his sudden violation of regulations clearly indicated something of great importance. That makes sense. You should follow and take a look. Feng Ruming's expression grew serious. The girl who spoke was named Susu, the fastest wind controller on the team. Got it. Susu grinned and rushed out of the room like a gentle breeze. At the same time, golden light pierced through the sky above the association base. Zhang Sanjia was enveloped in brilliant golden radiance as he shot up from the ground. Pushing his speed to the limit Su Zhan was too important. As long as they could recruit that mechanist into the True Dragon Group, they would enter the ranks of the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, or even the world. Moreover, they held a clue that could shake the entire world, the super special secret realm that had remained unsolved for 100 years, Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter. Legend had it that it contained the ultimate secret for professionals to transform into true immortals. Now that universal awakening had occurred, immortals were no longer mere legends. Zhang Sanjia, with his 8 transformation strength allowing him to fly through the heavens and traverse the earth, was already comparable to the immortals described in ancient texts, but Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter might hold the key to the true path to immortality. Meanwhile, Su Zhan followed Jin Qingping to the Lingchuan City Professional Association branch and entered the latter's office. Principal Chen Ziyuan hadn't accompanied them. He was leading Southern University students in handling the aftermath of the Beast Tide. Thanks to Su Zhan's participation in the battle, casualties were minimal, but many students had witnessed a bloody battlefield for the first time and suffered psychological trauma, so Chen Ziyuan needed to comfort and encourage them. Please, sit anywhere. Jin Qingping gestured toward the soft black leather sofa, then bent down to retrieve precious tea leaves from a cabinet, skillfully brewing a cup for Su Zhan. Thank you. Su Zhan accepted it with a smile. Don't mention it. Jin Qingping waved his hand with enthusiasm. As long as you nod and agree to join the True Dragon Group, we'll be colleagues. Strictly speaking, you'd have higher clearance than me, making you my superior. He laughed so heartily that the wrinkles around his eyes trembled, as if they had known each other for decades. Are you really so certain I can definitely get into the True Dragon Group? Su Zhan asked doubtfully, rubbing his nose. He understood that his hidden skills were powerful and his combat abilities outstanding, but he was currently only at the 2nd transformation, still 2 levels away from the 3rd transformation. This might actually be possible. Su Zhan nodded. He completely believed what Jin Qingping said. After all, the ability to grant life to machines was incredibly powerful. But precisely because of this, you'll become a prime target for many people who want you eliminated. Jin Qingping lowered his voice. No one wants to watch their opponents grow stronger. He added, and one more thing, don't get cocky. If you can have hidden skills, so can others. There are countless bizarre professions out there, with more long-range instant kill abilities than you can count. Your most important task right now is to stay alive. Understand. Su Zhan's expression grew serious as he nodded again. I understand. He thought of Zhu Min's Ganji if he hadn't completed his first advancement and awakened his new skill. Lu San and his crew would have killed him already. Whoosh. Just as the two men finished exchanging glances, a muffled roar swept past their ears. Wild wind slapped against them like blade edges, and golden light instantly flooded their vision. Show off. Jin Chengping called out in exasperation, his tone full of resignation. The golden light faded, revealing a modest figure. Gray cloth robes, graying short hair, appearing only 70 or 80 years old, yet with piercing eyes. It was Zhang Sanjia. So you're the mechanist? He fixed his gaze on Su Zhan, his voice deep and resonant. That's me. Su Zhan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Good lad. This trip wasn't waste. You've got decent character. Zhang Sanjia's slightly upturned lips showed satisfaction as the remaining golden light around his body dissipated completely. The earlier pressure had been merely a test. He needed to confirm whether Su Zhan's heart was strong enough. Combat professionals needed more than just skills. They needed the mental fortitude to wield those skills. Could there be any problem with someone I recommended? Jin Qingping raised his eyebrows smugly. I owe you a big favor this time. I thank you on behalf of all of Dragon Country. Zhang Sanjia turned to express his gratitude. Come on behalf of Dragon Country? Who do you think you are? Jin Qingping rolled his eyes, showing no courtesy. Your mouth is still as foul as ever. Zhang Sanjia didn't take offense and settled into the sofa. He should have already explained the situation to you. Are you willing to join the True Dragon group? I'm willing. Su Zhan barely hesitated. Jin Qingping was right. Professionals were everywhere, and hidden skills were never absent. Though his profession was strong, it was far from invincible. A reliable backing was exactly what he needed most right now. Excellent. From this moment on, you're one of our True Dragon group. As soon as Zhang Sanjia finished speaking, he stood up and grabbed Su Zhan's arm. Come on, let's go to the professional headquarters base. What's the rush? Jin Qingping looked stunned. You're leaving after just a few words? Su Zhan had also assumed the man was just coming to meet him, give him a few days to prepare, then provide an address for him to go on his own. There's no time. You know that Placino 1 has been able to enter for 100 years. He's our only hope. Zhang Sanjia stared at Jin Qingping with grave intensity. I understand. Then you really do need to hurry. Jin Qingping nodded. Many people knew of the existence of the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm, but no one had ever been able to enter it. Is there anything else you need to take care of? Once we leave this time, you won't be back for at least several months. As soon as Zhang Sanjia finished speaking, he nodded slightly to himself, then turned to face Su Zhan. In those eyes that had weathered countless storms, a rare excitement and anticipation flickered. No, I'm ready to go now. Su Zhan shook his head. He had few relatives to begin with, and those truly close to him were only Senior Xiang Wen from Southern University, Principal Qin Ziyuan, and Teacher Feng Su. As for the materials listed in his online store, they were maintained by dedicated staff. Whenever someone made a purchase, the payment would automatically transfer to his account, so there was nothing to worry about. Good. I saw your armor's speed in the video. How about we race and see who's faster? Zhang Sanjia's lips curved upward, his voice brimming with excitement. Aren't you bullying the young man here, old fellow? Jin Qingping interjected with some displeasure. Although Su Zhan possessed 8th tier strength, Zhang Sanjia before them was a genuine peak 8th tier powerhouse. Don't be ridiculous. With the speed he showed in that video, I'm not even sure I could keep up. Zhang Sanjia laughed and waved his hand dismissively. He did want to test Su Zhan's limits, but he had no intention of bullying him. Even if he wanted to, he might not be able to. No problem. Su Zhan responded with a light chuckle. Then let's go? I'll send you the coordinates. Zhang Sanjia raised his hand and pointed into the air, sending the Professional Association headquarters location to Su Zhan's communicator. In the next moment, golden light exploded from his entire body. Buddha's light soaring technique. With a soft shout, Zhang Sanjia transformed into a brilliant golden streak and shot directly out through the window. Megatron armor mode. Su Zhan's eyes focused as crimson light blazed forth, and the Megatron armor flowed like a torrent to cover his entire body. President, I'm leaving. Rather than rushing to give chase, he first cupped his fists in farewell to Jin Qingping, then leaped out the window to follow the golden light. Jin Qingping watched the two streams of light disappear into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Good heavens, that speed. Old fellow, you're going to eat your words this time. Whoosh, whoosh. Above Lingchuan City, two bands of light tore through the air one after another, their continuous sonic booms thundering like giant drums as countless people in the city looked up. Is that Su Zhan? Where are they going? Atop the city walls, Qin Ziyuan was comforting students. Hearing the sonic boom, he looked up and caught only a glimpse of crimson light, but he was certain it was Su Zhan. Principal, why did Su Zhan leave? Xiang Wen turned around upon hearing this. a trace of disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had planned to personally ask Su Zhan about the secret of his armor after dealing with the beast-tide aftermath, but he had already departed. Don't worry, he'll come back. Chun Zhan noticed her expression and spoke gently. Though memories from the past stirred in his heart, there had once been a girl who worried about him, just as Xiangwen did about Su Zhan. Will he really come back? Xiangwen gazed in the direction where Su Zhan had vanished, her eyes distant before hardening with determination. She needed to work hard at leveling up and improving her strength so she could fight alongside Su Zhan. Senior, would you like to team up? Zhuge Shuangyue approached at that moment, wearing a gentle smile. We can team up, but you'll need to keep up. Xiangwen turned around, fixing her with an intense stare. Don't worry, senior. Zhuge Shuangyue replied with confidence. Meanwhile, 500 miles outside Lingchuan City, two figures streaked across the sky like arrows released from their bowstrings. Zhang Sanjiao flew at full speed, the howling wind roaring past his ears as his robes were nearly torn to shreds. Suddenly, an even more ferocious gust swept past him, and he barely caught a glimpse of Su Zhan's retreating figure before realizing his companion had already left him far behind. Holy crap, that fast! Zhang Sanjiao's heart trembled with shock. He thought he had mentally prepared himself for Su Zhan's speed, but only now did he truly grasp the gap between them. A complaint nearly burst from his lips. Men absolutely cannot be too fast. His competitive spirit instantly flared up as he activated his auxiliary skills, spiritual energy surging through him and his speed climbing once more. Yet no matter how much he accelerated, Su Zhan remained like a leisurely drifting cloud or an uncatchable gust of wind, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters that left Zhang Sanjia unable to even catch his slipstream. An hour later, a colossal 10-centimeter peak suddenly loomed on the horizon. Su Zhan lightly touched down on the summit, turned gracefully, and dove toward the ground. 5 minutes later, the panting and exhausted Zhang Sanjia finally arrived. Young man, do you know there's a saying? Zhang Sanjia bent over, gasping for breath. The 3,000-mile round trip in such a short time had nearly drained him completely. What saying? Su Zhan wiped away some sweat, his eyes full of confusion. Men absolutely cannot be too fast. Zhang Sanjia looked up with a solemn expression, his voice deep and grave, as if imparting a profound life lesson. Ah! Su Zhan froze, having expected some profound insight, only to be left speechless by this remark. Glancing at the 70 or 80-year-old man, he wondered suspiciously, is this old gentleman still capable? Let's go. Seeing Su Zhan's stunned expression, Zhang Sanjia felt immensely satisfied. His earlier frustration at being outpaced completely vanished as he strode toward the mountain face ahead. Buzz! What appeared to be a sheer vertical rock wall began rippling like water as Zhang Sanjia approached. In the next instant, his figure seemed to be swallowed by the lake-like surface and disappeared entirely. Su Zhan followed closely behind, his palm touching a soft barrier of light. His vision blurred momentarily, and he found himself stepping into an entirely new world. It was a vast basin, easily 40 to 50 miles across. Silver ribbon-like rivers meandered through it, with lush trees and vegetation flourishing along both banks. Even more striking were the buildings distributed on either side, layered pavilions and towers displaying ancient elegance on the left, while steel and concrete skyscrapers piercing the clouds exuded modern sophistication on the right. How about it? Pretty impressive, right? Zhang Sanjiao introduced with evident pride. This place gathers over 90% of the Dragon Nation's top experts. It's the very heart of our country. I, Zhang Sanjia, leader of the True Dragon Group, am also among the Dragon Nation's highest echelons. Impressive, very impressive. Su Zhan offered appropriate praise. Group leader, who is this? A crisp, childlike voice suddenly interrupted as a small figure bounced out from nearby. Her sky-blue puffy dress swayed with her movements, twin ponytails standing high, and gem-like black eyes blinking curiously at Su Zhan. It was Su from the Phoenix Group. What are you doing here, little one? Go on, Shu. Zhang Sanjia's expression darkened as he waved her away dismissively, taking Su Zhan's hand and heading directly toward the depths of the basin. At the professional headquarters, the other 3 group leaders held the same status as him. If they discovered he had recruited such a genius, they would definitely stop at nothing to win Su Zhan over to their side. Especially the leader of the Phoenix Group. That woman had always been ruthless when it came to poaching talent. She might even go as far as offering herself to seal the deal. What's your name, handsome? A crisp female voice rang out. Su smiled like a little fox, her bright eyes fixed on Su Zhan. Being young and endearing, she had already become familiar with Zhang Sanjia and the others, completely ignoring his outstretched hand. This was precisely why Feng Ruming had sent Su over. Anyone else who dared to publicly disregard Zhang Sanjia would likely have been slapped away already. Hey, what are you doing? His name is none of your business. Zhang Sanjia's voice boomed as he stepped directly between them, separating the two. Oh, come on, Grandpa Sanjia, just tell me. Su grabbed onto Zhang Sanjia's large hand, blinking pitifully. Otherwise, when I go back, the group leader will scold me again. Your pitiful act won't work. he said, though his expression clearly showed he was helpless against her. Su Zhan watched the scene unfold with great interest. Logically speaking, someone of Song Sanjia's level should command respect and authority. This scene suggested an unusual relationship between them. Yet he had heard Su Su say she wasn't a member of the true dragon group, indicating there was more to the story. In less than a minute, Song Sanjia surrendered. Fine, fine, his name is Su Zhan, and he's a professional mechanic. Come on, Grandpa Sanjia, you're lying, right? You'd personally make a trip just for a mechanic? Su Su pouted, wearing an expression that said, don't treat me like a child. Everything I said is true. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Song Sanjia seized the opportunity to pull his hand free, grabbed Su Zhan, and shot into the sky in a blazing golden light. Grandpa Sanjia, Su Su stamped her feet as she watched their retreating figures, feeling both frustrated and helpless. While she dared to act coquettish in private, she wouldn't dare to truly confront Song Sanjia hidden. When the golden light touched down, Sujan found himself standing in the center of a complex of ancient-style buildings on the left side of the basin. Before him stood the tallest structure, a 6-story pavilion with a black and gold plaque bearing the characters True Dragon Pavilion in flowing calligraphy. This is the core of the True Dragon Group. I have my office on the top floor, Song Sanjia casually introduced, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Just then, a young man in his early 20s emerged from the building. Standing nearly 6 feet tall with solid muscles, his every movement resembled that of a charging bull. Group leader, who's this? Song Sanjia smiled as he brought the two closer together. Ji Guangfei, rank 7 level 60, professional Thunderfire Berserker Fist, specializes in close-range assault attacks, and between you and me, his defense can withstand rank 8 monsters. Group leader, why are you telling him all this? Ji Guangfei snorted in dissatisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Su Zhan with suspicion. His name is Su Zhan, a new member of the True Dragon Group, Song Sanjia stated matter-of-factly, his tone brooking no argument. Oh, so you're one of us. Brother, what's your profession? Don't worry, Brother Fei's got your back from now on. Ji Guangfei's wariness instantly vanished as he threw his arm around Su Zhan's shoulder with hearty enthusiasm. I'm a mechanic, Su Zhan replied with a smile, thinking to himself that Ji Guangfei was indeed straightforward and genuinely hospitable. Bro, you're not treating me like one of your own here. Ji Guangfei raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with displeasure. We're going to be teammates from now on, so what's with this attitude? Across from him, Song Sanjia stood at the warehouse entrance, calmly raising his hand to signal for quiet. While there were plenty of mechanics in the professional association, not a single one had made it into the big four groups, a fact that particularly grated on Ji Guangfei. Don't underestimate mechanics, Song Sanjia said steadily. His strength surpasses yours, and even I might not be able to defeat him. Bro, you're that strong? Come on, let's have a go. I've never seen a mechanic who could fight like that. Ji Guangfei's eyes lit up as he suddenly stepped back half a pace and assumed a fighting stance. His Vajra Thunderfire body activated instantly, crimson flames rising from his feet, while lightning coursed through the sea of fire like chains. Song Sanjia's lips curved upward. Su Zhan, indulge him a bit. Su Zhan had just arrived at headquarters, and outsiders couldn't gauge his level. But if he wanted to establish himself in the True Dragon Group, he'd need to demonstrate his real capabilities. Though the area seemed empty, Song Sanjia knew countless eyes were watching Su Zhan from the shadows. Since Su Zhan's placement was already decided, he might as well let him show off properly. All right, just one move, and we'll stop there, Su Zhan replied loudly, understanding the situation. Definitely stopping there. Ji Guangfei was practically delirious with excitement. After a thunderous roar, he transformed into a lightning fire afterimage, his fist cutting through the air straight towards Su Zhan's chest. Armor mode, Megatron. Brilliant light exploded as Megatron armor instantly covered Su Zhan's entire body. The next moment, 2 iron fists wrapped in fire and lightning crashed against the chest plate. Bang! Su Zhan raised his palm to block, mountain-like force exploding in his palm. The terrifying shockwave sent dust flying while the surrounding debris was shredded by the fierce winds. Didn't land a hit? Bro, what kind of freaky armor is that? Ji Guangfei flipped backward, retreating several yards. Seeing the gray-black metallic shell clearly, he couldn't help but cry out in amazement. He'd never seen equipment like this before. Su Zhan glanced at him and said quietly, Brother Kuan, I'm going to attack now. Before the words finished, his back thrusters fired at full power, blue-white exhaust flames propelling him forward. What Kuan? Ji Guangfei had barely begun speaking when he felt like he'd been hit by a high-speed fighter jet. His body flew backward like a cannonball for 100 meters, snapping several thick trees along the way before finally crashing into a steel wall with a thunderous impact. At the same time, in the Phoenix Group leader's office, Feng Ruming sat upright on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the surveillance screen. In the footage, Su Zhan, clad in Megatron armor, sent Ji Guangfei flying with a single punch as air currents sent fallen leaves dancing through the sky. The headquarters was covered with surveillance cameras, and all 4 group leaders had real-time viewing access. How is this possible? Phone Rumming shot to her feet, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her chest rising and falling rapidly, as if 2 massive thunderclouds were about to burst from her clothes, her breathing becoming somewhat labored. Clad in armor, and sending Ji Guangfei flying with a single punch? Phone Rumming stared at the surveillance footage. Although the system couldn't retrieve any data on Su Zhan, she almost immediately concluded that this was definitely a brand new profession. The base archives had never recorded any professional capable of generating armor on their body surface, let alone possessing such overwhelming combat power. If Su Zhan had already reached the 8th rank or even 7th or 6th rank, the professional headquarters would have filed records long ago. Yet now there was nothing but blank space, leaving only 2 possibilities. First, he had been cultivating in seclusion until reaching a high rank before emerging. Second, his level wasn't high, but he possessed combat abilities far beyond his stage. Similar anomalies had appeared a century ago. As for being secretly trained by some faction, impossible. If that were the case, Zhang Sanjiao would never have brought him into headquarters. Team leader, that person is called Su Zhan. Grandpa Sanjia says he's a mechanist. The office door was pushed open as Susu walked in leisurely, carrying documents. I see. Phone Rumming turned around, her gaze falling on Susu's face, the corners of her lips curving upward. I have a new assignment for you. You're still single, right? What do you think of Su Zhan? Huh? What do I think about what? Susu froze, nearly dropping her files. Team leader, you're not asking me to seduce him, are you? I'm still just a kid. She lowered her head, her ears turning red. Phone Rumming narrowed her eyes and pulled her into an embrace, her tone more serious than ever before. This is a mission related to the Phoenix Group's future. Then she whispered the key points in her ear. In the nearby White Tiger Group office, Bai Zizai was also staring intently at the screen. A red flash appeared as armor materialized around Su Zhan's body like energy, yet also like machinery. Ji Guangfei's punch, which he boasted was at the 7th rank limit and could handle most 8th rank monsters, was casually deflected by his opponent. A new powerful profession, perhaps he really could break into that place. Bai Zizai leaned back in his chair, anticipation flickering in his deep eyes. In the depths of the marshlands on the eastern side of the base, Xuanwu Group leader Huating was also watching the replay of the battle. Notify Su Dongsheng to return and prepare to enter Coffin Mountain. As his words fell, his assistant left to carry out the order. Outside the True Dragon Pavilion, the battle had ended. Su Zhan dismissed his Megatron armor, his expression calm. Brother, I'm convinced. Ji Guangfei ran over from 100 meters away, his eyes shining. What profession are you really? Mechanists don't have this kind of ability. I really am a mechanist. Su Zhan shrugged with a smile. Just as Ji Guangfei was about to press further, Zhang Sanjia interrupted. Enough. You can chat later. Go notify all the group leaders to gather in the conference room. Su Zhan, come upstairs with me. With that, he turned and entered the True Dragon Pavilion. Su Zhan nodded to Ji Guangfei in acknowledgement, then followed. Moments later, in the study on the top floor, the two sat across from each other at a table. The situation is urgent, so I won't waste words. Zhang Sanjia got straight to the point. Your information has been entered into the system. From now on, you're part of my True Dragon group. First, take a look at this document. As he finished speaking, he sent an encrypted file to Su Zhan. Su Zhan opened the email and began reading. The attachment's file name read boldly. Encounter with Immortals at Coffin Mountain. Danger level, catastrophic. Seeing the word catastrophic, his heart skipped a beat. Secret realm danger levels followed the same classification as beast tide ratings, and catastrophic meant 9th-tier monsters lurked within. No wonder Zhang Sanjia and his team of 8th-tier professionals had hesitated to venture inside. What puzzled him was that Su Zhan's current combat power was only at the 8th tier, roughly equal to theirs. How could adding just one more person change their desperate situation against a group of 9th-tier monsters? With this question in mind, he glanced up at Zhang Sanjia, who sat with eyes closed in meditation, then suppressed his doubts and continued reading. Secret realm location, below 1,000-foot cliff deep in the Kunlun Mountains. The entrance is an ancient teleportation array, but guarding it is a monster called the Immortal Seeker. The Immortal Seeker. Level: 8th tier, level 1. Skill 1, Blizzard Maze Formation. Skill 2, False Immortal Body. Though it possessed only 2 skills, both were terrifying. The Blizzard Maze Formation created mist and fierce winds around the Immortal Seeker, causing anyone who entered to lose their bearings. Even 8th tier professionals weren't immune. If one managed to approach the creature, its false immortal body would activate, making it seem blessed with immortal power. A single 8th tier professional stood no chance. At least 3 would need to coordinate an attack to have any hope of victory. Zhang Sanjiao was confident Su Zhan could break the deadlock precisely because Su Zhan was a mechanist. Mechanical positioning devices could function briefly within the Blizzard Maze Formation. Even high-grade mechanical constructs would only last seconds before being destroyed by frost. But Su Zhan's energy armor came equipped with an advanced positioning system that could theoretically withstand the extreme cold. As long as Su Zhan could lock onto the Immortal Seeker and share the coordinates in real time with the team, the 8th tier professionals could follow the trail and launch a coordinated assault to open the teleportation array. This secret realm had been discovered a century ago. For 100 years, various factions had tried countless methods, all ending in failure. The fundamental reason was the lack of 9th tier professionals with a 9th tier fighter. Positioning wouldn't be necessary. They could simply tear through the formation with brute force. Su Zhan closed the file. Finished reading? Can your armor handle positioning? Zhang Sanjia opened his eyes, his voice softened. Yes, it can. Su Zhan's lips curved slightly upward. Good, let's go to the meeting. Zhang Sanjia's anxious heart finally settled. His theory had just been confirmed by the person who mattered most. Meanwhile, the team leaders of Phoenix, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise squads received Ji Guangfei's message and headed toward the conference room. When they pushed open the door, Zhang Sanjia and Su Zhan were already seated. Fake monk, aren't you going to introduce him? Feng Ruming entered with a smile, her eyes fixed on Su Zhan. Since Zhang Sanjia's profession was Grave Buddha, everyone privately called him Fake Monk. No need, I'll send you his information directly. Zhang Sanjia could barely contain his smugness as he synchronized Su Zhan's data to the 3 team leaders' wrist displays. Second tier? That low. All 3 scanned their light screens and froze. They had expected Zhang Sanjia to bring them a hidden master, but he was only 2nd tier? What kind of expert was that supposed to be? Suspicious, the 3 team leaders each activated their investigation skills and focused on Su Zhan. Zhang Sanjia and Su Zhan had discussed this beforehand, so Su Zhan had lifted his level and skill concealment, didn't mind others seeing his ordinary mechanist abilities. However, they could only see his basic mechanist skills. His mechanical lord abilities remained hidden. Mechanical lord was Su Zhan's most crucial skill set, the foundation of his power, and absolutely could not be revealed to others. Calm down, what's the rush? Everyone sit down and let's talk this through. Zhang Sanjia was quite pleased with the 3's reaction and gestured for them to take their seats. The moment Feng Ruming sat down, she couldn't help but urge, Fake monk, stop being so mysterious and spill it already. She considered herself clever, yet she had still misjudged Su Zhan's true capabilities. Who could have imagined that the person who sent Ji Guangfei flying with a single punch was merely at the 2nd tier? Bai Zizai was equally anxious, his gaze fixed intently on Su Zhan. Old Zhang, what's really going on? Huating squinted with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No wonder you suddenly released your aura at headquarters. Turns out you've unearthed such a treasure. All 3 team leaders could barely contain their excitement. Regardless of which team Su Zhan ultimately joined, as long as he was a member of the professional association, he would be one of their own. Zhang Sanjia shook his head with feigned profundity. Better let Su Zhan tell you himself. Su Zhan stood up and bowed slightly to the 4 team leaders as a sign of respect. Without their years of bloody battles, how could the Dragon Kingdom enjoy today's peace? After the bow, he spoke. Team leaders, my profession is indeed mechanist, but unlike conventional mechanists, I possess several hidden skills. It's these skills that allow me to transform machinery into armor. However, I must refrain from detailing the specific effects. What I can tell you is this: after transformation, I possess 8th tier combat power. Well, I'll be damned. Bai Zizai excitedly slammed the table, the sound causing the cups and dishes on the surface to jump slightly. This calls for redefining the entire mechanist profession. All 4 tactfully refrained from asking about the skill details. The association had always respected personal privacy. As long as they confirmed his genuine intention to join, that was sufficient. Feng Ruming blinked her beautiful eyes and leaned forward slightly. Little one, how about considering joining our Phoenix team? Your sister here leads a group of beauties. You've met Su, haven't you? She's a cute little thing, and single 2 sister can play matchmaker for you. Ahem. Team leader Feng, mind your words. Zhang Sanjia cleared his throat a few times, smoothly steering the conversation back on track. Su Zhan's ability can precisely locate the Immortal Seeker's position within the wind and snow maze formation. I'd like to organize another reconnaissance mission. What do you all think? The Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm had troubled them for nearly a century and involved secrets beyond the 9th tier. No one dared take it lightly. Su Dongsheng is already on his way back, Huating added. Su Dongsheng was an 8th tier powerhouse from the Black Tortoise team, with combat strength comparable to his own. My side is ready to. Old Xiao is right here at headquarters. Bai Zizai followed up. I don't have much to prepare on my end, and no one else is around, just me. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruming's face lit up with a smile, yet deep within her bright eyes, the flames of longing still couldn't be concealed. Good, there's no time to waste. Let's get ready and set off tomorrow. Zhang Sanjia decided on the spot, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. After years of waiting, he could finally see a glimmer of hope for breaking through, and he could barely contain himself. In fact, with their current strength, pushing their levels to level 99 of the 8th rank wouldn't be difficult, but none of them dared take that step. The predecessors of the Professionals Association had left stern warnings. Once one reached level 99 of the 8th rank, the system would immediately trigger the 9th rank advancement quest. Failure to complete it within the allotted time would result in being forcibly demoted back to the 7th rank. Even more terrifying was that the 9th rank quest had a death rate of 99%, truly a matter of life and death. This was precisely why everyone was so eager to crack the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Su Zhan received a departure message from Zhang Sanjia. After packing briefly, he hurried to the small conference room in the True Dragon Pavilion. Pushing open the door, he found all 14 leaders already assembled, along with several unfamiliar faces. Behind Huating on the sofa sat a young man in his late 20s, with shoulder-length white hair and wearing a clean white shirt. An ancient-style longsword was strapped across his back, making him quite conspicuous. Against the wall behind by Zizai leaned a middle-aged man in his 40s. He also wore a white shirt with dress pants, his shiny black shoes reflecting the light. His gold-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair made him look like a gentle neighborhood uncle. In the center of the conference table, within a formation diagram, sat a silver-haired elderly woman cross-legged with her eyes closed, looking serene. Since everyone's here, let's set off. Zhang Sanjia nodded to Su Zhan, gesturing for him to stand beside the formation diagram. Su Zhan asked in confusion, "How are we getting there? Don't we need to leave this place first? Why is everyone gathering around like this?" "This is Granny Foam, a professional teleporter. She'll send us directly there," Zhang Sanjia explained. "A teleporter?" Su Zhan was startled and about to ask more when Granny Foam lightly tapped the floor. The formation diagram instantly blazed with brilliant white light, and a sensation of weightlessness washed over them, as everyone felt like they were being thrown into an invisible abyss. After more than 10 seconds of free fall, their feet suddenly found solid ground. As the blinding white light faded, Su Zhan finally saw their surrounding snow-capped peaks stretched endlessly before them. Howling winds whipped up snowflakes as sharp as knives. Life armor, Megatron. As the extreme cold invaded, he immediately summoned his armor for protection. Once the armor fully formed and he looked back, he noticed the others were also glowing with faint light, having clearly activated their own cold-resistant skills. "This is Mount Kunlun." Zhang Sanjia gazed into the distance, pointing toward the depths of the ice and snow. 10 more miles ahead lies the entrance to the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm. That teleportation just now crossed 10,000 miles. Su Zhan was shaken, silently marveling at the unfathomable depths of the Professionals Association's capabilities. Although the teleportation distance is vast, it has limitations. Coordinates for teleportation points must be set in advance, so there are still drawbacks. That's quite impressive. Su Zhan finally understood why the Professionals Association could maintain such firm control over the countless professional organizations throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Large and small, there were simply too many talented individuals. Your Lingchuan city actually had the formation set up as well, Zhang Sanjia added with a smile. "Last time, we originally planned to send people directly through teleportation, but your beast tide ended too quickly, so the formation never got a chance to be used." At that time, when news of Lingchuan's beast tide first arrived, Zhang Sanjia had already contacted Granny Wind and prepared to activate the teleportation. But before they could even start the formation, they received notification that the beast tide had ended, which left Granny Wind complaining bitterly about being made to rush around at her age. "I never expected it either," Su Zhan said somewhat embarrassedly. At the time, he knew nothing about these inner workings and never imagined that as a mere second-tier professional, he could unleash such powerful combat strength. "All right, let's go. But we need to stay alert from here on." Zhang Sanjia's expression grew serious. "The wind and snow maze formation covers 10 li. As soon as we get within 1 li of the immortal pursuer, he'll immediately activate his skill and randomly scatter us anywhere within the formation. That's exactly why we chose this teleportation point. It'll be up to you then." As he spoke, he created a chat room on his combat wristwatch and pulled everyone into it. Once Su Zhan determined his position, the others could regroup based on the coordinates he provided. "Understood," Su Zhan nodded. Half an hour later, the group climbed onto a small snowy slope. Ahead stood a snow cliff 20 to 30 meters high, its surface appearing to be ordinary ice layers, with only one notable feature, a crack over 2 meters tall, in the center. In front of the crack sat a figure draped in a black straw cloak, motionless, with thick layers of wind and snow piled on him like a snow sculpture. "Once we go down this slope, we'll enter his formation's range. Are you ready?" Zhang Sanjia turned to look at Su Zhan, his expression particularly grave. Everyone nodded in unison. This mission had the shortest preparation time, yet thanks to Su Zhan, it had the highest chance of success. "Yes." Su Zhan took a deep breath and stepped down the slope with the others. The moment his toes touched the snow, the statue-like figure suddenly raised his head. Su Zhan finally got a clear look. Half the man's face was withered wood, while the other half, though flesh and blood, was a sickly blue-black color, lifeless and bearing no resemblance to anything immortal. Whoosh! Violent wind and snow exploded from around him, instantly engulfing everyone. Team leader Zhang, Su Zhan's vision blurred, and Zhang Sanjia and the others vanished instantly. His surroundings seemed shrouded in thick fog, with visibility reduced to less than a meter. Scan. With a thought, the scanning module of his Megatron armor activated instantly. In his visor, a flat map centered on himself unfolded, with pale blue beams spreading out and illuminating surrounding light points one by one, each marked with a name: Zhang Sanjia, Granny Wind, Feng Rumming. At this moment, everyone had been randomly scattered within the Tenli range, with Feng Rumming being the farthest away, almost back at their original teleportation point. Su Zhan was also teleported away from his original position, now 3 miles away from where the immortal pursuer was located. After determining his bearings, he advanced step by step. Howling winds raged around him, and ice-sharp snowflakes scraped against his metal armor, leaving only fine scratches but causing no real damage. After about 5 minutes, he was only 100 meters from his target. Suddenly, his vision brightened within 100 meters. The wind and snow completely dissipated, as if swept away by an invisible hand. Behind him, the storm and snow condensed into a massive white wall, completely cutting off the outside world. Everyone, I found the location. Sujan immediately shared the coordinates with his teammates. They only needed to follow the signal to reach him. A mere mortal dares to pursue immortals? A harsh voice like grinding sandstone suddenly pierced his eardrums. Sujan's figure flashed as he dodged sideways more than 10 meters. Looking back, the immortal pursuer was already standing where his feet had just been. So fast. No, that was spatial movement, with no sound of cutting through air. Damn, truly worthy of an 8-turn elite monster. He cursed inwardly, instantly sensing danger. No wonder Zhang Sanjia and the others had been reluctant to force their way through. Even if they managed to break through the snow into the formation, without unity, they would only be walking to their deaths. The Vulcan Gatling's bullets would hardly be able to lock onto a teleporting target. Only close combat would work. Weapon loading, flame twin blades. Red light surged as the Z300 dual mode off-road vehicle transformed into 2 5-meter-long blades that fell into his left and right hands. Flame thrusters, activate. Jets behind him spewed blazing flames as Su Zhan became a streak of crimson lightning, his twin blades tearing through the air, leaving visible ripples in space where the blade edges passed. A sharp whistle rang out as he struck at the immortal pursuer, his twin blades crossing as they slashed down. However, his opponent showed no telegraphing movement, his figure fading into transparency before vanishing completely. The moment he landed, Su Zhan spun around sharply, his twin blades slashing in reverse. Bang! A withered, tree-like giant palm covered in a layer of pale gold caught the blade edges. In the next moment, that arm shook violently. The Megatron armor weighing 40 to 50 tons was easily flung away. Such incredible strength. Stabilizing himself with jet flames as he landed, Su Zhan's mind rapidly searched through intelligence. Wind and snow maze formation, pseudo-immortal body. It seemed this golden light was indeed the effect of the pseudo-immortal body, at least greatly enhancing physical strength. Perfect, I'll use you to test the third skill form of mechanical life. He took a deep breath and deactivated weapon loading. Red light flashed again. Danger Wanderer landed on his left side, while the Z300 dual mode off-road vehicle returned to his right side. Mechanical life, fusion form. Megatron, combine. Danger Wanderer, combine. Z300 dual mode off-road vehicle, combine. As Su Zhan's voice faded, the 2 mechanical constructs on either side erupted with blinding red light. The crimson radiance rapidly converged in midair, compressed as if by invisible hands, before surging entirely into Su Zhan's body. When the light dissipated, a brand new fusion armor was revealed, built upon Megatron's cold, rigid frame as its skeleton, with Gypsy Danger's signature circular orange glow at the chest, which was the compressed and energized nuclear reactor. Scale-like patterns emerged across both arms, representing the enhanced Gypsy Danger chain swords now seamlessly integrated with Megatron's body. On each shoulder guard were the distinctive Vulcan Gatling patterns unique to the modified Z300. The silver and red color scheme gave the entire armor set an awe-inspiring aura of might and dominance. Buzz, accompanied by high-frequency energy resonance, the immortal pursuer suddenly appeared before Su Zhan, delivering a devastating punch straight to the armor's chest. Bang! The thunderous impact exploded outward, the shockwave blasting away accumulated snow to reveal the frozen ground beneath. Yet Su Zhan stood like a towering mountain, completely unmoved. This fusion wasn't mere addition, it was multiplicative enhancement. Sensing his opponent's ferocious assault, he roughly gauged the armor's capabilities and called up the status panel. Megatron Gypsy Danger Z300 Dual Form Off-Road Vehicle Triple Mechanical Fusion Armor. Strength, speed, energy, skills. Everything except the armor's name showed question marks, not because the system couldn't display them, but because the values had long exceeded the current system's maximum parameters. The skills were the same. After the 3 merged into one, they had recombined entirely. For instance, fusing the Z-300's Vulcan Gatling with Gypsy Danger's plasma cannon could generate a new form, the Gatling plasma cannon. Bang bang bang. The immortal pursuer's fists rained down like a storm, pummeling Su Zhan relentlessly, yet only faint energy ripples appeared across the armor's surface. Su Zhan chuckled softly. Eighth transformation eased that all. As his words fell, he slowly raised his arm, then swiftly brought it down the motion so fast the transition was nearly invisible. Boom. The immortal pursuer instantly became a shooting star, streaking across the ice field before crashing deep into a distant ice cliff. The cliff face collapsed with a thunderous roar, cascading ice fragments burying the figure completely. The power of this single strike still left Su Zhan secretly amazed. Moments ago, he could barely track his opponent's afterimage, yet now he could effortlessly swat them away. Meanwhile, 3 to 4 miles away in the howling blizzard, Zhang Sanjia and the others struggled forward against the fierce wind. How far are you all from Su Zhan? Zhang Sanjia checked the positioning while sending a message to the group. I'm still 3 miles out. Should be there in about 3 minutes. Ting replied first. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll definitely make it. I'm about 5 minutes away too. The other members reported in succession. Pick up the pace. I just sent a message to Su Zhan, but he didn't respond. 9 times out of 10, he's already engaged in combat with the Immortal Seeker's people. After hearing this, Zhang Sanjia's heart sank, the worry in his brow deepening visibly as his pace unconsciously quickened. Though the wind and snow maze formation contained no wild monsters, it was filled with howling winds carrying countless snow blades that swept across like razor-sharp edges, forcibly slowing everyone's progress. The others who saw Zhang Sanjia's message felt their hearts sink as well, immediately activating skills to increase their speed, especially the team leaders. If something happened to Su Zhan and they lost their positioning, they could forget about approaching the Coffin Mountain secret realm. Moreover, Su Zhan's potential was limitless. If he could grow to his peak, he might very well lead the Dragon Kingdom to new heights. To these leaders, Su Zhan's value far exceeded their own. Even if they perished here, they absolutely could not let anything happen to Su Zhan. Su Dongsheng, don't hold back, get over there now. Ting sent an urgent message. Su Dongsheng was the sharpest blade under his command, a Bloodblade Berserker profession at 8th rank level 30, whose combat power even surpassed Ting's. However, Su Dongsheng had a cold temperament and rarely spoke. Receive. 2 brief words came back in response. The next second, intense blood-red light erupted around Su Dongsheng's body as his speed dramatically increased. He had activated Explosive Spirit Bloodlight, which would last 10 minutes and comprehensively boost all his attributes. This bloody radiance was particularly striking against the wind and snow. On another front, Bai Zizai also issued orders. Old Xiao, stop dawdling. Su Zhan absolutely cannot come to harm. Don't worry, old Bai. I'll be there shortly. Old Xiao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and bowed slightly. A faint golden glow emanated from his body as he transformed into a golden streak that tore through the blizzard. No one knew his full name, and he wouldn't say, only mockingly calling himself mentally ill and advising others to stay away lest he couldn't help but beat them to death. His profession was Evil Sinvajra, also at 8th rank level 30. The other team leaders weren't to be outdone, each employing acceleration techniques as they raced towards Su Zhan's location. At this moment, in the center of the wind and snow maze formation, bang! The snow pile covering the Immortal Seeker's person exploded, golden light swirling around his body like flowing sand. Without using spatial teleportation, he suddenly closed in on Su Zhan at such speed that afterimages couldn't even form, his golden-wrapped fist carrying world-destroying force as it crashed down. However, Su Zhan moved even faster. Thud! His punch landed squarely on his opponent's chest. The golden light around the Immortal Seeker's person trembled violently before shattering completely, sending him flying once again. Su Zhan looked slightly surprised given the power of his combined armor. That punch should have killed the Immortal Seeker's person, yet it had only shattered the golden light, showing that his opponent's defense had been enhanced by the false immortal body to an unimaginable degree. No wonder Zhang Sanjia said it would take at least 3 8th rank cultivators to deal with the Immortal Seeker's person. By Su Zhan's estimation, forget 3, perhaps even 5 8th rank cultivators would struggle against this false immortal body. However, there's always a higher mountain beyond the mountain. You're still lacking something in the end. Su Zhan's lips curved upward as he took a step forward, his figure suddenly appearing before the Immortal Seeker's person. Plasma Cannon. Su Zhan's mind stirred, activating the dangerous Wanderer skill. His raised left arm's armor instantly burst with blinding blue electric light, the lightning expanding thunderously, creating what seemed like a brilliant blue thunder curtain within a dozen meters. The electric light then rapidly converged, condensing into a thin electric membrane over his fist. In the next moment, his fist fell like thunder, striking hard against the Immortal Pursuer's chest. Boom! Thunder light exploded within a 100-meter radius, snow was overturned, and the Immortal Pursuer was smashed into the ground. Wherever the impact reached, ice and snow shattered inch by inch. The ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, the scene resembling a magnitude 10 earthquake. The deafening roar shot up to the heavens, as if it would tear the sky itself apart. The terrifying energy wrapped in thunder light instantly tore through the wind and snow maze formation. The protective winds immediately ceased. The swirling snow suddenly stopped and was swept far away by the aftershock in an instant. Within a few breaths, a 5-mile radius was completely barren. Not even a trace of snow remained. At this moment, Zhang Sanjia and the others who had been hiding in the wind and snow had nowhere to conceal themselves. Su Dongsheng, who was closest, had bloodlight surging all over his body. Originally over 100 meters away, he was now forcibly pushed back another 100 meters by the impact, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. How could there be such powerful energy fluctuations? Su Dongsheng struggled to steady himself, looking up to see a massive crater nearly 100 meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep appearing not far away. What happened? What's going on? His heart pounded wildly. Immediately after, several golden lights flashed by as Zhang Sanjia and the others landed beside him one after another. Everyone stared at the deep crater, collectively gasping in shock, their scalps tingling. After exchanging glances, they all flew to the crater's edge. At the bottom of the pit, silver armor with red patterns stood prominently upright. Heavy metallic lines outlined a powerful physique, radiating an intimidating presence. Beneath the armor, the immortal pursuer had long since lost all breath of life, collapsed on the ground. This, Sujan, is that the immortal pursuer at his feet? And he changed armor too. The immortal pursuer was killed by him alone? This is a top-tier monster that requires at least 3 8th-turn practitioners working together. This isn't a dream, is it? Since when are second-turn mechanists this terrifying? Zhang Sanjia and the others stood stunned for a long while before regaining their composure, still finding it hard to believe. The immortal pursuer, an 8th-turn top-tier monster, undefeatable when no 9th-turn practitioners were present, now lay dead before their eyes. They had originally invited Su Zhan merely for positioning, yet this monster was directly eliminated by him? A problem that had plagued the Practitioners' Association for 100 years, solved by him in less than 10 minutes upon arrival? Su Zhan, however, was completely unaware of the others' presence, let alone their shock. With the immortal pursuer's death, a series of world notifications appeared before his eyes. Notification: you have killed the immortal pursuer, rewarding 100,000 experience points. Notification: your level has increased to second turn, level 99. Notification: you have obtained a skill book, False Immortal Body. False Immortal Body. Skill effect: freely stack other attributes onto a single attribute, allowing it to break through limitations. Note: true immortals are rare in this world. Only false immortals remain. Prompt: you have acquired the skill book 1-step turn. 1-step turn. Skill effect: instantly appear behind a marked enemy. Usable once per minute. Note: who can trace an immortal's path? Only in turning lies the great way. Prompt: you have acquired Immortal's Footprint Fragment Map. Immortal's Footprint Fragment Map. Usage: records partial routes leading to the Immortal's footprint. Note: legend says the place where immortals set foot is called the Immortal's Footprint. Find it, and you may behold the true form of an immortal, truly worthy of a super elite monster. After the battle ended, Su Zhan sheathed his weapon, his gaze sweeping over the glowing drops scattered across the ground as excitement stirred within him. He had witnessed the Immortal Seeker demonstrate these very skills in public, seeing their devastating power firsthand. Now they all rested in his inventory, with the Immortal's Footprint Fragment Map being especially precious. In the hundreds of years since the game merged with reality, legends of immortals had never ceased, yet no one had ever truly encountered one. If he could follow this fragment map to reach the Immortal's footprint, no one could imagine what kind of fortune awaited. You're here. His thoughts settling, Su Zhan turned around, meeting several intense gazes at the crater's edge. Zhang Sanjia and the others were staring at him in stunned silence. Ahem. You killed them all by yourself. Zhang Sanjia realized his composure had slipped and coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. The others quickly averted their eyes, pretending to survey the surrounding terrain. They were all experienced individuals, and it would be embarrassing if word got out that they had been shocked speechless by witnessing a single wild monster being instantly defeated. This guy wasn't particularly formidable, just relied on that grand formation. Though his false immortal body was powerful, with enough people, defeating him would only be a matter of time. Su Zhan's expression grew serious, though his tone remained casual. Boss, I'm not dreaming, am I? Old Xiao couldn't help but adjust his gold-rimmed glasses. Su Zhan spoke with full vigor, his breathing steady. It appeared that killing the Immortal Seeker had barely cost him any effort. His slightly trembling voice still betrayed his shock. It's real. Though I don't understand how, one thing proves Ithis is absolutely real. Our Dragon Kingdom is destined for greatness. Bai Zizai was so excited his lips quivered, his body trembling slightly as his emotions nearly overflowed. Haha. Excellent. Truly excellent. Zhang Sanjia snapped back to reality and couldn't help but throw his head back in laughter. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Feng Ruming also looked up, her phoenix eyes carefully studying Su Zhan as a meaningful smile curved her lips. They all understood that once Su Zhan fully matured, he would undoubtedly add brilliant glory to the Dragon Kingdom's future. I didn't expect the combined strength to be this powerful either. Su Zhan spoke honestly. The armor formed by his 3 mechanical units fusion had actually reached the 9 revolutions level. More importantly, this wasn't even his limit hadn't yet deployed the deep blue super mecha. If he combined with that as well, his combat power would be even more terrifying. The items dropped by the immortal seeker. Su Zhan thought of the spoils on the ground and quickly spoke up. According to standard team rules, drops from jointly hunted wild monsters should be shared among all participants. Although he had killed the immortal seeker single-handedly, Zhang Sanjia and his group had provided the precise location. We didn't contribute anything, so all of this belongs to you. Zhang Sanjia raised his hand to interrupt Su Zhan, decisively pushing all the spoils of war toward him. The other team leaders nearby had no objections either. Without Su Zhan, they wouldn't have even caught a glimpse of the immortal pursuer, let alone obtain these drops. Then I thank you all. Su Zhan stopped being modest and lightly tapped the interface with his fingertip. Notification: you have learned the skill False Immortal Body. Notification: you have learned the skill One-Step Turn. 2 streams of pale golden light merged into his body, and the skills were successfully acquired. However, their proficiency remained at the lowest level. To reach the immortal pursuer's mastery, he would need repeated combat practice and comprehension. Everyone, shall we enter now? Zhang Sanjia looked up at the black crevice on the distant snowy cliff. As his initial excitement faded, his expression gradually grew heavy. They had long known about this secret realm, but had never set foot inside. If just the guardian monster at the entrance was this formidable, no one could predict how fierce the creatures within might be. The association did have many more experts, but they were scattered across various locations for leveling. If they truly wanted to assemble everyone, they could gather at least several hundred 8th-tier powerhouses. The problem was time coordination, planning, and getting everyone together couldn't be accomplished in just a few hours. We've come this far, we definitely have to go in, Hu Ting stated firmly. That's right. We came all this way, it wouldn't make sense not to take a look inside. Bai Zizai nodded in agreement. What have we been holding back from leveling all these years for? The opportunity is right in front of you. Are you really willing to let it slip away? Feng Ruming chuckled softly, though her eyes were resolute. Zhang Sanjia surveyed everyone before finally settling his gaze on Su Zhan. Su Zhan, what about you? You killed the immortal pursuer, so once we're inside, we'll probably have to rely on you again. For the other team leaders, Su Zhan's attitude was crucial. Zhang Sanjia certainly wanted to venture into the secret realm, but if Su Zhan didn't enter, he would never risk his life. They could no longer gauge Su Zhan's true strength, and by his estimation, even if they all joined forces, they might not be Su Zhan's match. Of course we're going in. Anticipation gleamed in Su Zhan's eyes. My level isn't high, but if I can find an opportunity to break through to the 9th tier, it will be greatly beneficial for the future. Good, let's go. With that response, a flash of determination sparked in Zhang Sanjia's eyes as he led the way toward the crevice in the snowy cliff, with the others following close behind. Just as everyone began moving, the system suddenly displayed a pop-up. Notification: your 3rd-tier mission has been issued. Mission objective: find a Azure Dragon's reverse scale. Azure Dragon's reverse scale? You want me to hunt an Azure Dragon? Su Zhan frowned. For hundreds of years, reality and the game had merged into one, yet no one had ever seen a true Azure Dragon. The closest thing in legend was a certain 8th-tier flood dragon. It had taken several 8th-tier powerhouses and the tragic cost of 5 deaths to slay it. Azure Dragons, did such divine beasts truly exist? Su Zhan pondered silently. The cold wind howled across the snowy cliff, and the crevice was right before them. Zhang Sanjia gave one final reminder. Everyone, once we're inside, your personal safety must be the top priority. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Don't worry. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions growing solemn, though excitement was more evident than anything else. Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath and stepped into the fissure first. The water-like curtain of light rippled gently, and his figure was immediately swallowed up. My turn. Hu Ting's lips curved slightly as he followed close behind. Su Dongsheng, Bai Zizai, and Old Xiao entered one after another, disappearing one by one as fragmented light flickered around them. Little brother, you go last. Seeing Su Zhan about to enter as well, Feng Ruming grabbed him and stepped forward. Her eyes blazed with intensity. No matter what happens, you must ensure your own safety first. I understand. Please be careful too. Su Zhan nodded knowingly. This was an unknown secret realm, and no one knew what dangers lurked within. Feng Ruming and the others would take the lead, while Su Zhan brought up the rear to assess the situation. Her final reminder was one of care: the others could afford to get into trouble, but Su Zhan absolutely could not. Only after Feng Ruming's figure had completely disappeared into the fissure did Su Zhan step forward to follow. His vision blurred as an intense sensation of weightlessness hit him. The thrusters on his fusion armor automatically activated, releasing blue-white streams to steady his form. The moment his sight returned, a magnificent panorama suddenly unfolded before him. Verdant grass stretched out in all directions, interspersed with countless flowers whose petals swayed in the breeze. Rainbow butterflies fluttered among the blossoms while black and yellow striped bees beat their transparent wings, busily collecting nectar. In the distance, ancient trees formed dense forests where colorful feathered birds darted playfully through the branches. Beneath Su Zhan's feet, a cobblestone path extended from his toes into the thick woodland. Looking far into the distance, a majestic mountain stood tall and imposing. Halfway up its slopes, pavilions and towers clustered together, their blue tiles and glazed surfaces gleaming gold in the sunlight. Within these buildings, figures in fine silk robes could be seen walking about, sitting in meditation, raising cups in conversation, or leaning against railings to listen to the wind. Higher up, the mountain peak was shrouded in golden radiance, and within that brilliant light, a palace loomed faintly visible, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. It looks exactly like the legendary Immortal Mountains and Pavilions, Su Zhan murmured, yet he keenly sensed something was amiss. The secret realm was called Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter. While it contained the word immortal, it also bore the word coffin. Scan. He activated his fusion armor's detection system without hesitation. Giant Bee, Immortal Beast False. Level: 8th Transformation, Level 60. Skills: Frenzied Bee Assault, Bee Sting, Bee Dance, Immortal Swarm, False Immortal Body, Blazing Thunder Butterfly, Immortal Beast False. Level: 8th Transformation, Level 40. Skills: Butterfly Dance, Thunder Movement, Butterfly Lightning Call, False Immortal Body. The little bees and butterflies are all at the 8th transformation. Su Zhan gasped. He wasn't afraid of individual monsters, but their levels far exceeded normal logic. In the outside world, such small creatures would be at most 2nd transformation level, yet here they were all 8th transformation and possessed false immortal body abilities. If their numbers erupted all at once, probably only 9th transformation experts could handle them with ease. Beep beep. Danger. Danger. Sharp warnings suddenly rang out. Su Zhan quickly dodged half a step as a giant bee streaked past his previous position like a golden thread, its passage cutting through the air with a whistling sound. The giant bee didn't turn back to attack, but instead wobbled down to land on a chrysanthemum, lowering its head to continue collecting nectar. Su Zhan frowned slightly, reached out to grasp it in his palm, and applied gentle pressurite shattered into light. Alert! You have killed an 8th transformation giant bee. Isn't this just an ordinary bee? Su Zhan stared at the pitiful amount of experience that popped up on his panel, his confusion only deepening. The little bee before him was labeled as 8th rank, yet it lacked any of the imposing aura that an 8th rank creature should possess. After confirming this, he casually swatted a few more butterflies in the grass, with the same result. Their levels were frighteningly high, but their drops were identical to ordinary butterflies. Let's check out the mountainside, he decided silently, lifting his gaze toward the distant peak bathed in golden light before setting off. Half an hour later, a massive archway nearly 100 meters tall, carved entirely from jade, stood before him. 3 gilded characters adorned its center, Yuxian Mountain. Beyond the archway, stone steps wound their way from the valley floor, extending into the misty depths above. Each step was carved with cloud and thunder patterns, with a faint luminescence flowing along the grooves, emanating an otherworldly aura. Su Zhan lifted his foot to step onto the first stair, but his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself back outside the archway. Puzzled, he tried several more times sprinting forward, leaping with all his might, but the result was always the same. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, no matter how fast he moved, he would be teleported back to his starting point. Your outfit is quite peculiar, young man. Are you also here to seek an audience with the immortals? Came a crisp, childlike voice from behind. Su Zhan turned to see a small boy in green robes, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, sitting on the base of one of the archway's stone pillars with his little legs swinging leisurely. Though Su Zhan's expression remained calm, he was secretly on guard. Truly, humanoid monsters were extremely rare, and this was his first encounter with one. Are there really immortals on this mountain? He asked casually. Of course there are. The child grinned and hopped down nimbly, sidling up to Su Zhan. But the true forms of immortals aren't something just anyone can see. How about we help each other out? What kind of help? Su Zhan remained cautious. I haven't had crab in ages, the child said, licking his lips with eyes practically dripping with longing. There's a place called Crab Ravine about 100 li to the northeast. If you catch me a big crab from there, I'll give you a celestial audience token that'll guarantee your passage up the mountain. A system prompt immediately appeared. Kill 1 diamond giant crab and bring its legs to the gatekeeper child. Accept? Su Zhan understood this was clearly a quest and promptly clicked accept. Wonderful. Hurry, hurry. My mouth is so bland I could taste birds, the child urged, dancing with excitement. After confirming the coordinates, Su Zhan launched himself forward, becoming a blur as he shot toward the northeast. 10 minutes later, he stopped in the air above what was supposedly Crab Ravine. What the hell kind of ravine is this? The chasm below was 400 to 500 meters wide and seemingly bottomless, far more dramatic than any major river in the outside world. Su Zhan clicked his tongue in amazement. In this Yuxian secret realm, whether monsters or terrain, everything seemed pushed to the extreme. Those 8th rank bees from earlier were absurd enough, but this ravine scale was even more outrageous. The crabs there would surely be equally ridiculous in size. Frowning, he dove down, flying nearly 100 meters from the cliff edge before he could barely make out the bottom. The moment he was about to land, a thick, fishy wind hit him full force, and a giant crab over 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long appeared before Su Zhan's eyes. This crab looked no different from the ordinary river crabs outside, sharing the same coloration. However, its body had been magnified hundreds of times by some invisible force, its shell resembling armor, and its massive claws could stir up fierce winds with just a gentle wave, sending sand and stones tumbling while making human figures sway. Diamond Giant Crab Spirit Beast True. Level 8th rank, level 1. Skills: Rampage, Diamond Crab Claws, Mighty Crab Pincer, Wave Surge, Mud Roll. This was also an 8th rank wild monster, but its name carried an additional character, True. As Su Zhan scanned its attributes, alarm bells immediately rang in his mind. Whoosh! The moment he landed, he stepped into this Diamond Giant Crab's territory. Its massive claws swept through the air like two steel trucks swinging toward him. Bang! Su Zhan's arm muscles bulged as he forcefully gripped the claw blades. Under the tremendous pressure, his feet sank into the sand. Rise! He roared as he unleashed his strength, lifting the 1,000-pound armored creature high above his head before slamming it against a nearby boulder. Accompanied by a dull crash like tearing metal, the thick crab shell cracked on impact, and golden crab roe flowed through the fissures, instantly filling the air with its aroma. Notification: you have slain an 8th rank Diamond Giant Crab, rewarding 40,000 experience points. Compared to those 8th rank wild monsters marked with false, this true crab showed no reduction in either strength or rewards. Su Zhan frowned slightly, unable to figure out the reason for now, so he shook his head and began dismantling. Notification: you have obtained Diamond Crab Roe. Notification: you have obtained Diamond Giant Crab Claw. Notification: you have obtained Diamond Crab Leg. In less than 3 minutes, he had completely stripped the massive corpse clean. Diamond Crab Roe can rapidly restore energy. Diamond Giant Crab Claw increases 500 strength points for 1 day when consumed. If sold outside, these would be worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Su Zhan looked up, his figure becoming a blur as he flew toward the sound. Since no one had set foot in this secret realm before, whatever could create such battle commotion must be Tsang Sanjia and the others. Whoever he encountered, he would have to take action. Racing along the ravine for about 500 meters, blazing firelight came into view. Within the explosive flames, a golden phoenix struggled to beat its wings, shooting countless flaming arrow feathers, but it was surrounded by over a dozen Diamond Giant Crabs. Whenever the phoenix tried to soar high, the crab swarm would spray high-speed water streams from their mouths, weaving them into nets that forcibly cut off its ascent route. Its team leader Feng. Su Zhan recognized her at once. Feng Ruming, a 100-birds fire immortal professional who could transform into a phoenix. Though she was currently wreathed in flames, she was actually in grave danger. Each crab surrounding her was an 8th rank, true, level creature that also possessed ground-to-air abilities. Su Zhan, come save me quickly. Feng Ruming had long been frantic with worry, and seeing Su Zhan appear, she couldn't care less about a team leader's dignity and directly called for help. However, Su Zhan moved swiftly, striking before she could even call for help. He transformed into a streak of silver-blue light, instantly appearing before the nearest diamond crab and delivering a devastating punch. Where his fist landed, the thick shell shattered like porcelain, and the entire crab collapsed without even managing a dying scream. Bang! 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 Over a dozen thunderous explosions echoed through the ravine as Su Zhan swiftly eliminated the crab swarm that had trapped Feng Ruming despite her best efforts, leaving only scattered shells and limbs writhing in clouds of blood mist. I never thought I'd be saved by a second-tier professional. Feng Ruming surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the diamond crab corpses littering the ground, her chest heaving. Just days ago when Su Zhan first arrived at the professional headquarters, she had planned to recruit him through her subordinates. Now that notion seemed laughably naive. Su Zhan collected the crystal cores and materials dropped by the crabs, then walked to her side. Only then did Feng Ruming release her giant bird form, her body trembling slightly. Team leader Feng, what brings you here? he asked, looking up. I'm not entirely sure myself. Feng Ruming took a deep breath and recounted her ordeal. After entering the secret realm, I landed in this ravine. I was trying to regroup with you all when a diamond crab blocked my path. Before I could kill it, all the nearby crabs swarmed over and trapped me. Without you, I would have been in grave danger. She had first-hand experience of these giant crabs' terrifying nature. Their shells were as hard as refined steel, requiring even 8th-tier experts to unleash their full power dozens of times just to barely break through their defenses, not to mention the crab's long-range shockwaves and unpredictable attacks. Sujan nodded. I came in on a mission. That peach grove outside blurs reality and illusion. I suspect the key to this secret realm lies in that golden mountain. He proceeded to share the mission intelligence and the strange phenomena he'd encountered along the way. Feng Ruming's expression grew increasingly grave. Having been trapped at the bottom of the ravine since entering, she only now realized they had stumbled into a dangerous place that had claimed lives for nearly a century. Without Su Zhan, none of their teammates would likely survive. The area is too vast, searching blindly would be like headless flies. Su Zhan gazed toward the sky. Better to investigate that mountain first and get our bearings. Agreed. Feng Ruming endorsed his judgment. Though the surface appeared tranquil, hidden dangers lurked everywhere. Understanding the true situation was key to survival. I'll fly us up. Su Zhan grasped Feng Ruming's wrist, channeling his spiritual power to lift them both skyward. Wind whistled past their ears as the ravine, forests, and streams shrank into colorful patches below. So beautiful. Feng Ruming gazed down at the entire secret realm for the first time, peaks rolling like emerald waves, winding streams, and occasional spirit beast tracks dotting the landscape like a paradise beyond the mortal world. After about 10 minutes, they landed at the stone steps of the mountain gate. A mountain guardian boy crouched beside the stone lions, looking up at the sound of their arrival. Here's the crab leg you wanted. Su Zhan produced a diamond crab leg as thick as an adult's arm and handed it over. Wow, I've been dying for this. The guardian boy beamed with joy, tossing Su Zhan a palm-sized golden token before immediately beginning to gnaw on the diamond crab leg. Prompt. You have completed the mountain guardian child's task and gained 100,000 experience points, along with the immortal meeting token. Su Zhan held the token in his hand, his eyes gleaming as he crouched down in front of the mountain guardian child with a sly smile. Little guardian, how about I give you a few more crab legs, and you give me some extra tokens? The mountain guardian child hugged his wooden basin and shook his head earnestly. No, no. Each person can only receive one token. Su Zhan wasn't ready to give up and waved the crab legs in his hand again. I also have crab roe. Would you like some? Before he finished speaking, he pulled out a golden mass of diamond giant crab roe. The rich aroma filled the air, and the mountain guardian child's eyes immediately lit up, almost pressing his face against the crab roe. Wow, it really is crab roe. One token for one portion of crab roe. How about it? Su Zhan dangled the crab roe in front of the child's eyes. Deal. The little guardian moved lightning fast, pulling out an immortal meeting token from his robes and tossing it to Su Zhan, then snatched the crab roe and sat on the ground, savoring it with obvious delight. It actually worked. Su Zhan held the second immortal meeting token, surprised that his experimental trade had gone so smoothly. He looked up toward the mountain path, pondering silently. Now that the game and reality have merged, the wild monster NPCs still fulfill their duties but have gained more humanity, no longer rigidly following scripts. I've heard that monsters above the 9th transformation gain complete autonomous consciousness, comparable to demons who have cultivated to enlightenment, though no one has ever seen such beings. This mountain guardian child is the first humanoid wild monster I've encountered. Feng Ruming was equally amazed, staring at the little guardian as she whispered. This is my first time seeing one too. Su Zhan placed an immortal meeting token in her palm and nodded gently. Let's head up the mountain and see what secrets this immortal meeting mountain really holds. The moment they stepped onto the stairs, the immortal meeting tokens glowed with a faint golden light, enveloping each of them. The golden light neutralized the stairs' inherent teleportation force, ensuring they wouldn't be instantly transported to some unknown location. The stairs not only repelled teleportation, but also restricted flight. As soon as Su Zhan steadied his footing, he immediately tested his mechanical flight device. A heavy downward pressure in the air constrained his wings, and he calculated that even with all 3 armors combined at full output, he could still force himself to fly, but at only about 1/10 the speed of the outside world. Having reached this conclusion, he felt somewhat reassured. Half an hour later, they had climbed nearly 1,000 steps. As they planted their feet on the final step, the view suddenly opened up. A massive plaza the size of 10 football fields spread before them. So many people. Feng Ruming looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. In the center of the plaza, more than a dozen meditation cushions were arranged in a row, each occupied by a robed cultivator sitting in meditation with eyes closed, golden radiance flickering around their bodies as if they were in the midst of enlightenment. Further ahead stood a massive round cauldron, its bronze body ancient and weathered, with roaring flames beneath it and the sound of boiling water rumbling like muffled thunder. As steam rose, a rich meaty aroma spread through the air, as if some unknown meat was being stewed within the cauldron. Immortal Seeker, Su Zhan level. 8th transformation, level 30. Skills: Azure Dragon sword technique. First form, second form, third form, pseudo-immortal body. Note: a person from beyond the mountains, seeking the path to immortality. Immortal Seeker Chong, air level. 8th transformation, level 30. Skills: 8 trigrams flowing heart fist. Pseudo-immortal body. Note: a person from beyond the mountains, seeking the path to immortality. Based on gaming experience, these two immortal seekers were most likely from the outside world like Su Zhan and Feng Roman, but had somehow become wild monsters in this place through some twist of fate. Su Zhan's heart sank from their names to their descriptions. Everything indicated they had originally been players, like himself, but were now assimilated into NPCs by some unknown force. If even they could fall and become monsters, he and his companion could easily follow the same path with one wrong step. Reality and the game had completely merged here. There was no such thing as a respawn point. If they died, it would be true death, unless they possessed legendary high-tier items capable of resurrection. Otherwise, all would be lost. What do we do now? Feng Ruming looked towards Su Zhan. After the bloody battle at Crab Creek, she had unconsciously begun to rely on him as her anchor. Let's go take a closer look first. Su Zhan surveyed their surroundings. The plaza was enormous, and to reach the passage on the opposite side, they would have to pass by the Immortal Seekers. Charging through recklessly would be like walking into a trap they needed to scout first. The two lightened their steps, moving slowly along the edge of the plaza. Halfway across, a piercing, maniacal laughter suddenly pierced their ears. Haha, I see the immortals, I see the immortals. This old master has made it. I've finally become immortal. I'm immortal. Haha, all things in heaven and earth are in my grasp. Today I achieve immortality. From now on my lifespan equals that of heaven itself. To hear the way in the morning, death in the evening would be worthwhile. The voice alternated between low murmurs and shrill screams, sometimes excited, sometimes completely mad. Following the sound, they drew closer and saw a group of immortal seekers standing motionless beside a cauldron, their robes trembling slightly in the heat waves. From a distance, they appeared like enlightened sages who had received guidance from masters, their silhouettes dignified and serene. But once they got closer, their fractured expressions made one's scalp crawl. Some had vicious, malevolent faces with sinister gazes. Some had crooked mouths and slanted eyebrows, saliva dripping down their chins. Some had flushed faces with corners of their mouths twisted upward in mad grins, as if they might burst into laughter at any moment. Have they gone insane? Even Feng Rumon, who had witnessed countless bloody scenes, was shocked by this stark contrast and took half a step back. She secretly gripped her weapon tighter, her heart racing. They looked like immortals from afar, but demons up close, like glimpsing a peerless beauty through mist only to discover a ghoulish face upon approaching. Team leader. Feng Ruming heard Su Zhan call out softly and thought he was addressing her, so she instinctively responded. But she saw Su Zhan frowning deeply, his gaze fixed on the large cauldron ahead. The two approached the cauldron as scorching steam hit their faces. The water inside was boiling violently, and amid the churning bubbles, Zhang Sanjia was bound tightly with coarse hemp rope like a dumpling, with only his head exposed. The steam had turned his entire face bright red, sweat streaming down from his brow. If not for the faint golden light on his body's surface desperately holding on, this monk would have been boiled alive long ago. The fake monk. Feng Ruming froze, gasping sharply as her stomach churned, then couldn't help but dry heave. Inside the massive cauldron, besides Zhang Sanjia, there was meat of unknown origin. The enticing aroma they had smelled was emanating from this mysterious mixture. The scalding broth bubbled and churned, with chunks of strangely colored meat bouncing against the crimson walls of the vessel. The thought of Zhang Sanjia being thrown into this bizarre meat soup sent a chill down Su Zhan's spine. If this meat wasn't from livestock, then what exactly was it? Team leader Feng, keep watch. I'll rescue the captain. His expression darkened instantly as he reached toward the cauldron. At this moment, he finally understood why the secret realm was classified as destruction level. The monsters here were all mechanism-type creatures. They appeared weak but had no discernible weaknesses and were nearly impossible to kill. Just like the immortal seekers at the entrance, without his special positioning methods, Feng Ruming and Zhang Sanjia would probably never have been able to enter in their lifetimes. This was what made mechanism monsters truly terrifying. Splash! Thick broth splattered everywhere as Su Zhan pulled out Zhang Sanjia along with the skeleton of some unknown creature. Scalding soup dripped down from the bones as Zhang Sanjia hung limply, completely motionless. Captain! Captain! Su Zhan called out several times, but received no response. The man was clearly unconscious. Scan. Alert. Zhang Sanjia has been poisoned by corpse toxin and is in severe coma. There's corpse poison in the broth too? Su Zhan frowned deeply, glancing at the massive cauldron. The fierce flames had heated the bronze vessel until it glowed red-hot, hardly the environment one would expect to breed corpse poison. Yet the toxin was definitely there. Put down the sacrifice. How dare you steal our offering to the immortals? Do you want to ruin our chance at immortality? Just as Su Zhan was pulling the man out, the previously motionless immortal seekers suddenly straightened their backs in unison. The golden light faded, and gray-green corpse energy surged from their eyes as their faces instantly transformed into those of malevolent spirits. Su Zhan positioned himself in front of Feng Rumeng and Zhang Sanjia. Team leader Feng, protect him. Leave the rest to me. Be careful, Feng Rumeng whispered, not rashly advancing. After the battle at Crab Gully, she was well aware of the gap between her combat abilities and Su Zhan's. Those dozen or so diamond crabs had nearly surrounded and killed her there, let alone these immortal seekers who seemed like elite 8-star monsters. Whoosh! A sword gleam suddenly slashed forward. The immortal seeker Li Zhen had somehow drawn a long sword and closed in on Su Zhan in an instant. The blade tip aimed directly at his forehead. Get lost! Su Zhan's eyes turned cold as he threw a punch at Li Zhen's chest. The latter was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through distant stone slabs and leaving a deep crater. 8 trigrams wandering steps. The immortal seeker Chang Air roared, his footwork flowing like a swimming dragon as he flashed to Su Zhan's front, his fist cutting through the air. Su Zhan slightly crouched to dodge, his back thrusters roaring as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing behind Chang Air. He grabbed the man's collar and hurled him backward with tremendous force. Chang Air flew several yards and crashed into a stone wall, bringing it down. Kakik. The remaining dozen or so immortal seekers let out piercing, eerie laughter as they rose simultaneously, corpse energy swirling around them, their killing intent fully revealed. Su Zhan, be careful, Feng Rumeng warned again, though she felt secretly grateful. Without him, they might not have even discovered the truth about this secret realm before being completely wiped out by these monsters. First, she had nearly lost her life to the crab swarm at Crab Gully. Then Zhang Sanjia had been thrown into the cauldron as a sacrifice. If they had arrived even a moment later, Zhang Sanjia would probably have become part of the soup. Lightning strike, torrential rain, sword technique, mad dragon slash, earth fire spell. The remaining immortal seekers appeared simultaneously, unleashing their skills. Fierce winds carried blade light and sword chi, forming a surging tide that crashed down upon Su Zhan. Su Zhan, watch out! Feng Rumeng gasped and called out urgently. She knew well that these immortal seekers had originally been human professionals, and even after transforming into monsters, they retained their combat skills from life. Combined with their 8th tier level and the setting that monsters of the same level are generally stronger than humans, the power of their combined assault was extraordinary. Chain sword lightning enhancement. Su Zhan remained calm, swinging his left arm forcefully as the chain extended 5 meters with a rattling sound, instantly becoming taut. The metal links connected, and the chain condensed into a long sword. Lightning burst from his palm, crawling along the blade's spine to cover the entire sword, with blinding electric arcs crackling loudly. Hiss! Su Zhan flicked his wrist, and the chain sword cut through the air. Massive electrical energy separated from the blade, transforming into an arc-shaped sword chi that thundered forward. Boom! The lightning arc collided head-on with the immortal seeker's skills, forcibly cutting 2 rifts through the barely visible energy field. Ah, that's possible. Feng Rumeng's pupils contracted as she stared in amazement at the energy torrent split in 2. This was a legendary sight that could only appear in the mythical realm. She couldn't help but wonder again, where exactly was Su Zhan's limit? Whoosh! The next second, Su Zhan's thrusters opened to full power. Though the spatial forces here prohibited flight, he pushed his energy output to the maximum, becoming a blur as he charged along the ground like a phantom into the enemy formation. Hiss crack! The combined armor's fierce strength and overcharged lightning energy stacked together. Each sword swing was accompanied by piercing whistles through the air and thunderous roars. Where the lightning-wrapped chain sword passed, the air was scorched by high temperatures, leaving burnt traces. The immortal seekers couldn't even react before being cleaved in half. Notification: you have killed immortal seeker Li Air, rewarded 90,000 experience. Notification: you have killed immortal seeker Li Zhan, rewarded 90,000 experience. Notification: you have obtained an immortal seeker token. Notification: you have obtained swift step. Notification: you have obtained dragon claw scale grab. Notification: you have obtained 100,000 gold coins. After 2 sword strikes, Su Zhan casually collected the drops. Seeing the dragon scales in his inventory, he raised an eyebrow and immediately thought of his 3rd-tier advancement quest. Since dragon scales could drop here, might there also be Azure Dragon reverse scales? If he could complete his 3rd advancement directly, that would be incredibly satisfying. Die! The thought flashed through his mind as Su Zhan lunged toward the remaining targets. In less than 3 minutes, over 10 immortal seekers lay in pools of blood. Their strength was comparable to the immortal chasers at the entrance, but even with their false immortal bodies activated, they were worlds apart from Su Zhan. After the battle ended, Su Zhan collected all the glowing loot from the ground. Notification: you have obtained 100 poison pill. 100 poison pill effect can neutralize 100 poisons. Note: a legendary antidote refined from hundreds of precious medicinal herbs through 14 days of careful preparation, capable of neutralizing any poison. At this moment, with Zhang Sanjia unconscious from corpse poison, this pill was exactly what they needed. Team leader Foam: I found the universal antidote pill. Sujan walked quickly to Foam Rumming, holding the pearl-white pill in his palm. Ah, then quickly give it to the fake monk. Foam Rumming snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed. She hurriedly lowered her head and helped Zhang Sanjia up from the ground. She had been so captivated by Su Zhan's display while slaying the 8th-tier monster that she hadn't even noticed when the battle ended. The scene was too stunning. The 8th-tier monster seemed like paper in Su Zhan's hands. Anyone would have been mesmerized. Su Zhan simply smiled faintly, reached out to open Zhang Sanjia's mouth, and placed the universal antidote pill inside. The medicine took effect rapidly. Within moments, the unconscious Zhang Sanjia's fingers twitched slightly, then he opened his eyes and sat up. Haha, I've reached the 9th tier, the 9th tier. So to advance to the 9th tier, one must undergo tribulation. Haha, he threw his head back in laughter, speaking incoherently, completely possessed. Su Zhan and Foam Rumming exchanged glances and stood up simultaneously. Though the corpse poison was neutralized, the side effects were obvious. The victim would experience hallucinations, and Zhang Sanjia clearly hadn't fully recovered yet. Just then, Foam Rumming quietly activated the recording function on her wristwatch. Su Zhan raised an eyebrow. Team leader Foam, what are you doing? Usually he acts all high and mighty as the leader of the 4th group, keeping his face as cold as ice. It would be a shame not to record this. Foam Rumming's lips curved into a mischievous smile she couldn't suppress. A black line appeared on Su Zhan's forehead. These team leaders had quite the love-hate relationship, though their bond seemed genuine. Suddenly, the wildly laughing Zhang Sanjia straightened up abruptly, his eyes fixed intently on Foam Rumming. What are you doing? Nothing at all. We're just waiting for you. Foam Rumming instantly closed the recording and smoothly changed the subject. What happened to you? How did you end up being cooked in that cauldron? I'm confused about that too. Zhang Sanjia's face turned pale as he looked back toward the mountaintop. As soon as I entered, I was teleported to that palace on the peak. The whole thing looked like it was cast from gold. I had just reached the main entrance when a woman in a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes came out and struck me with her palm, sending me flying from the mountaintop straight into this cauldron. He pointed at the giant cauldron at their feet, his brow still furrowed with lingering fear. That cauldron is terrifying too. All the corpses inside were highly toxic. I immediately activated my protective skills, but it was too late. I passed out instantly. If you hadn't arrived, I would have been finished. Recalling that scene, Zhang Sanjia felt a chill throughout his body. That woman's power was absurdly strong. He, a mighty 8th-tier cultivator, didn't even have the strength to fight back against her. Foam Rumming nodded. Don't feel bad. If it weren't for Su Zhan, I would have died long ago. What happened to you? Zhang Sanjia looked puzzled. I was transported to a place crawling with giant crabs. If it weren't for Su Zhan, I would have been eaten alive. Foam Rumming patted her chest, her voice still shaking with fear. Only then did Zhang Sanjia notice that the corpses strewn across nearly the entire square were all Jian Xianren elite wild monsters at the 8th tier. He crouched to inspect them, his expression growing more stunned. You killed all of these? Just a quick cleanup. Su Zhan replied with a calm nod. Good grief, how strong are you exactly? Zhang Sanjia's eyes went wide as he looked Su Zhan up and down, barely able to contain his excitement. He had already seen Su Zhan one-shot an 8th-tier wild monster in Juesan Gorge, but a dozen elite foes of the same rank lying in heaps at their feet was a completely different level of shock. He knew had struck gold this time. Su Zhan shook his head. Honestly, I don't know. He wasn't being modest. The hidden mechanics of the Mechanical Lord were absurd, especially mechanical fusion. There was no cap on how many machines could be merged, and each addition stacked his stats again. In theory, as long as he had access to advanced machines, he could grow without limit and keep getting stronger. Foam Rumming and Zhang Sanjia exchanged a look, both secretly relieved. If not for Su Zhan, they would have been wiped out. Zhang Sanjia even felt a genuine surge of hope. This might be Longwo's chance to rise. Anyone who faced Su Zhan as an enemy would be asking for trouble. Let's head up and take a look, Su Zhan said, glancing toward the summit. All right, we'll follow your lead. Zhang Sanjia agreed without hesitation, and Foam Rumming nodded as well. In a place this strange, strength was the only guarantee of survival, and neither had any objection to letting Su Zhan call the shots. They all belonged to the professional association anyway, so it didn't matter who took point. They skirted the massive cauldron and came to a broad staircase opposite the square. Unlike the ordinary steps below, these were 20 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide per tier, flanked by stone soldiers in armor with spears in hand. A quick count told Su Zhan there were about 100 levels up to the peak. The three of them climbed step by step in silence, their footfalls echoing along the empty mountain path. After a dozen minutes, they reached the top platform, where a palace of dazzling gold came into view. Just as Zhang Sanjia had said, the entire palace gleamed as if cast from pure gold. Above the tightly shut main doors hung a plaque reading Yuxian Hall, the calligraphy bold and imposing. Two third turtle stone beasts stood guard at the entrance, fangs bared, radiating raw authority. Su Zhan blinked in surprise. Are those tomb guardians? That's right, they're Zhemu beasts, Zhang Sanjia said, face grave. With them standing watch, this is most likely a tomb. That does make sense. Guanshan meets the immortal, Su Zhan murmured, thinking of the secret realm's name, Guanshan Yuxian. The word Guan pointed straight to a coffin, but the scenery here was so magnificent that no one had seriously considered it might be a burial site. Now, it seemed obvious. But the moment the tomb guardian beasts appeared, they completely unveiled the mysterious veil of this secret realm. Su Zhan, should we go in? If it's really too dangerous, we can always come back another time. Zhang Sanjia lowered his voice and turned to ask for Su Zhan's opinion. Among their group, only Su Zhan truly had a chance of entering the hall. If the others rashly approached, they would likely be sent flying by that woman in phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, just like before. Of course we have to go in and take a look. Su Zhan's tone was resolute. We've come this far, wouldn't it be a waste not to go in? Besides, I suspect the Azure Dragon's reverse scale is inside that hall. That's my third-tier mission if I leave here. I have no idea where else to look for it. He raised his hand and gestured. Team leader, you two stand aside and let me handle this. Never thought the day would come when we'd become burdens. Feng Rumeng laughed self-deprecatingly. Each generation produces new talents. I'm getting old and should retire. Zhang Sanjia dusted off his clothes, looking at Su Zhan with the appreciation of an elder for a junior. The two retreated to the edge of the steps as Su Zhan walked alone toward the main gate of the Immortal Encounter Hall. Moonlight spread along the bluestone steps, and when he reached the space between the two tomb guardian beasts, a clear and ethereal female voice suddenly echoed from deep within the hall, like spring water dripping onto a jade plate. Those who seek audience with immortals, kneel. Kowtow 1,000 times to show your sincerity. As her words fell, the two stone tomb guardian beasts blazed with blue light, stone fragments cascading down as they transformed into flesh and blood, simultaneously turning their heads to stare at Su Zhan. At the same time, the stone soldier statues on both sides of the steps also shed their stone shells. 200 statues came to life in unison, their long halberds humming with low, ominous tones. Su Zhan's heart tightened as he immediately activated his scan. Tomb Guardian Beast Fengxiang. Level 8th tier, level 90. Skills: False Immortal Body, Thunder Roar, Furious Thunder Form, Thunder Rain Falling Petals, Furious Thunder Claw. Tomb Guardian Beast Tianlu. Level 8th tier, level 90. Skills: False Immortal Body, Divine Mechanism, Stone Control, Evil Banishment, 10,000 Shadow Division, Soul Capture. 8th tier, level 90. The moment the data appeared before his eyes, Su Zhan drew in a sharp breath. Only 9 levels away from the 9th tier. Even 20 or 30 ordinary 8th tier experts would just be walking to their deaths. Su Zhan, time to make a strategic retreat. Zhang Sanjia had also seen the status panel, and his heart was in turmoil. The strength of just that immortal seeker in the hall was already unimaginable, not to mention the 2 tomb guardian beasts and 200 tomb soldiers before them worried Su Zhan might perish here. Don't worry, you two just watch. Su Zhan waved at them, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The opponents before him were indeed formidable, but far from enough to make him retreat. Roar. The 2 tomb guardian beasts seemed to have eyes only for Su Zhan. Seeing his continued refusal to kneel, they roared in unison, raising their 4 claws as black energy waves rolled toward him with flying debris. Chain sword lightning enhancement. Su Zhan bellowed. His dual arm-mounted chain sword shot out through the air, brilliant blue arcs climbing along the blades with crackling explosions. He kicked off with both legs as the thrusters behind him erupted with blazing light, his entire body spinning like a released projectile. The chain swords on both sides of his arms transformed into a whirlwind, with lightning crackling around the blades in a perfect circle as they swept outward, striking heavily against the 2 tomb guardian beasts. A terrifying impact exploded, sending a visible shockwave that forced the guardian beasts back several steps. Holy crap! Zhang Sanjia gasped. Those were tomb guardian beasts level 90 super elite monsters at the 8th rank, with attributes nearly touching the 9th rank threshold. Calling them Quassinth rank wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet such creatures were forced back by a single strike from Su Zhan. He thought to himself, if it were him up there, forget forcing them back, whether he could even budge them an inch would be questionable. Fake monk, stop spacing out. These guys are coming for us. Feng Rumeng slapped his shoulder, snapping him out of his shock. At the stone steps they had just climbed, The previously petrified spear-wielding soldiers were breaking free from their stone shells, their clanging footsteps approaching step by step. Zhang Sanjia immediately activated his reconnaissance skill. Buddha's eye. Golden light surged in his pupils as the swastika symbol faintly rotated, enemy information flooding into his mind. Fang Shua Imperial Guard Commander Golden Armor. Level 8th, rank 90. Skills: Pseudo-Immortal Body, Military Formation. Formations: Single File Snake, Wild Goose Wing, Primordial Dragon. Li Ziyuan Imperial Army Commander Golden Armor. Level 8th, rank 90. Skills: Pseudo-Immortal Body, Military Formation. Formations: Single File Snake, Wild Goose Wing, Primordial Dragon. Zhao Yuan Golden Spear Guard Silver Armor. Level 8th, rank 30. Skills: Pseudo-Immortal Body. Formations: Single File Snake, Wild Goose Wing, Primordial Dragon. Ultimate Techniques: 100 Battle Spear, Sweeping Thousands. Gulp. He unconsciously swallowed. Damn it. All 8th rank, and skilled in military formations. This was on par with elite armies from the old era. In all the years since the world merged with the game, he'd never seen humanoid wild monsters, and now, when they finally appeared, they had such terrifying stats. Absolutely frightening. Pseudo-Immortal Body. Fang Shua struck first, his entire body enveloped in a pale golden light as he instantly closed the distance, his golden spear thrusting straight for Zhang Sanjia's chest. Indestructible Golden Buddha. Zhang Sanjia's pupils contracted as Golden Buddha light instantly fortified his body, making him appear cast from pure gold. The next moment, the spear tip struck. Bang! His defense shattered in one blow, golden light scattering as he spat blood violently and was sent flying. Fake monk, are you alright? Feng Ruming's expression grew grave. Damn it, be careful. This guy's strength is insane, even my strongest defense couldn't block it. In the distance, Zhang Sanjia staggered to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Last time when he was blasted into the cauldron, he had relied on indestructible Golden Buddha to save his life, but today it was broken through by a single spear thrust. Form ranks. Kill. The other commander, Li Ziyuan, roared as the 200 silver-armored guards behind him instantly arranged into two columns, their iron-blooded killing intent washing over them like a bone-chilling wave. You two stay back. Su Zhan surveyed the enemy forces and shouted to Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming. The power gap was too vast. If those two faced these Imperial guards, they'd just be delivering themselves on a platter. Su Zhan, don't push yourself too hard. If things go south, we retreat. Zhang Sanjia kept shouting warnings while his feet never slowed down, pulling Feng Ruming as they darted behind a large cracked stone monument in the distance. These guys, they're nothing. Su Zhan flashed them a confident smile, then roared. Mechanical life form combined mode. Deep blue. The next second, a brilliant azure beam erupted from within his body, instantly painting the entire sky the color of the deep ocean. Within the blue canopy, a massive warship hundreds of meters long materialized, its hull gleaming coldly as dozens of heavy cannons lined the deck in silent formation, radiating deadly intent. What the hell is he doing? Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming stared up in bewilderment, their faces full of confusion. They knew Su Zhan fought with armor, but had never seen the true source of that armor. Combine. Su Zhan called out softly. The warship disintegrated into countless blue lights that descended from the sky and poured into his body. In an instant, crimson and azure lightning danced wildly around him. Holy crap, he's converting machinery into light, then reassembling it into armor? Zhang Sanjia, with his vast experience, immediately grasped the principle behind this armor. First decomposing metal into energy, then rearranging and fusing it with light beams. A mechanist can do something like this? Feng Ruming stared at the glowing orb, whispering to herself. This is his real trump card. Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath, struggling to contain his excitement. The ability to convert machinery into light had already transcended the boundaries of ordinary professions. Buzz, the churning sphere of light in the distance suddenly dispersed, and Su Zhan's figure emerged from the radiance, revealing a completely new set of battle armor, blue and red stripes evenly distributed across the surface, with the emblems of Danger Wanderer, Megatron, and the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle still embedded in the chest plate, while new deep blue insignias adorned the back and legs. As expected, the attributes have stacked. He quickly scanned his status panel. Though it was still filled with question marks, the scorching power surging through his flesh and blood made the enhancement obvious. Whoosh! Su Zhan's form flickered, leaving only a sonic boom behind. Before Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming could even track his movement, he had already appeared in front of Li Ziyuan. Bang! A straight punch slammed into Li Ziyuan's chest, and the moment the fist connected, lightning exploded. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Li Ziyuan's golden armor shattered completely, fragments raining down like golden snow. The tremendous force sent him flying like a cannonball, embedding him deep into a distant cliff face, his fate unknown. System alert. You have defeated Li Ziyuan 8th rank. Reward: 100,000 experience points. System alert: you have obtained the skill book, Military Formation, Single File Snake Formation. System alert: you have obtained a pseudo-immortal spirit pill. Sujan casually caught the loot that dropped from the air and pocketed it, scanning the area with a satisfied nod. Military Formation, Single File Snake Formation. This is the first time I've seen this. After a quick read, he understood the basics. When one person masters this technique, they can activate a formation that accommodates 5 to 100 people, combining everyone's power into one devastating Fusea. 100 first-rank professionals participating in this military formation could challenge a 4th-rank professional. Killed with just one punch. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That ferocious beast that could barely withstand a single blow from them had been casually punched by Su Zhan and instantly exploded into a bloody mist, with bone fragments scattering everywhere. In other words, if Su Zhan wanted to, they could be blown apart by the same punch. Damn it, killing 8th-rank professionals was easier than drinking water. Haha. At this thought, Zhang Sanjia couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. Are you insane? What are you suddenly laughing about? Feng Ruming shot him a disgusted glance and quickly stepped several paces away, afraid this lunatic might go berserk and drag her down with him. I'm happy. Zhang Sanjia flicked his sleeve and lowered his voice to remind her. The Onsanadicade Medicine Mountain Death Battle is about to begin. Professionals from all nations will swarm here, desperately leveling up for the spiritual herbs. With Sujan on our side, first place is definitely ours. And those rats from the Sakura nation will slaughter them all this time. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. During the last Medicine Mountain Death Battle, the Dragon Nation had fought tooth and nail to harvest half the medicinal materials and should have returned triumphant. But who knew the Sakura Nation's professionals would ambush them in disguise? They failed to steal the herbs, but took advantage of everyone's injuries to massacre the escort team, including Zhang Sanjia's most beloved disciple. Since then, Zhang Sanjia had repeatedly hunted down Sakura Nation professionals to somewhat ease his hatred, but it still wasn't enough. Yes, this time will definitely make them pay blood for blood. Feng Ruming's eyes turned ice cold upon hearing this. She had long despised the Sakura Nation's despicable tactics of resorting to sneak attacks when they couldn't win in open combat. Roar! A sudden bellow interrupted their whispered conversation. Behind Su Zhan, the tomb guardian beast, Fangxiang, raised its head and roared furiously, explosive lightning spreading along its massive body like a divine beast commanding thunder, radiating overwhelming pressure. The next second, Fangxiang opened its abyssal maw, compressing the lightning into a fist-sized thunderball that whistled towards Su Zhan. Excellent. Su Zhan watched the thunderball shooting toward him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Zhan, be careful. Be careful. Seeing him standing motionless in place, Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming's hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. Even if it meant fighting desperately, they had to protect Su Zhan. Boom. Amid the deafening explosion, violent lightning burst forth but didn't scatter in all directions. Instead, it seemed drawn by an invisible black hole, flowing backward toward the center. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming watched in astonishment as all the lightning was absorbed into Su Zhan's armor. The armor became wreathed in electric arcs, as if woven from pure thunder, with light dancing ceaselessly across its surface. Though my armor has been given life, it's essentially powered by electrical current. So lightning attacks are basically energy supplements for me. Su Zhan turned his head and explained calmly. It can do that? That's just too overpowered. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming looked at each other in bewilderment. Dumbfounded apparently, all their worry had been for nothing. They never imagined that Su Zhan's armor could be so powerful. Not only could its attributes stack, but it could also absorb lightning. What they were witnessing was practically like cheating. Just basic skills, nothing special. Su Zhan suddenly remembered an internet meme and blurted it out. Roar! The tomb guardian beast Fangxiang watched helplessly as its lightning was devoured by its opponent, and its fury instantly exploded. It lowered its massive head, stomped with all 4 hooves, muscles bulging, and charged at Su Zhan like a fully armed super tank, thundering forward. Plasma cannon. Su Zhan stood motionless like a towering mountain. His left arm's mechanical armor clicked apart, rotated, and extended, finally forming a massive cannon barrel 1 meter in diameter. Along the metal patterns, blazing white lightning surged upward, gathering at the muzzle. Boom! A violent lightning column erupted forth like a world-destroying pillar, striking down from above toward Fangxiang's head. Sizzle! Upon contact, the high-temperature electricity instantly melted a fist-sized hole in the beast's forehead. The energy's momentum continued unabated, penetrating through to the distant ground. The next second, a mushroom cloud rose, and shockwaves carrying sand and debris pushed visible air currents across the plain. Holy crap! Is that a nuclear bomb? Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming stood frozen in place, completely unable to keep up with Su Zhan's successive moments of triumph. first defeating the immortal pursuers, then the immortal seers, followed by instantly killing the guard commander, absorbing Fengxiang's lightning, and then one-shotting the Tomb Guardian beast. Each event alone would take them a day to process, yet they were happening one after another, leaving their minds completely blank. Notification: you have slain an 8-turn Tomb Guardian beast, rewarding 100,000 experience points. Notification: you have obtained Azure Dragon reverse scale. Notification: you have obtained Eye of Fengxiang. Notification: you have obtained Thunder Roar skill book. Notification: you have completed the 3rd turn quest. Notification: you have learned a new skill, Mechanical Clone. I never expected this creature to actually have an Azure Dragon reverse scale. With system notifications constantly ringing in his ears, Su Zhan couldn't hide his surprise. He had originally thought the reverse scale was hidden in the Immortal Encounter Hall, but it turned out to be on Fengxiang instead. Mechanical Clone. Description: passive skill. Automatically activates after mechanical fusion, allowing the fused machinery to be rearranged for independent action or separate skill casting. As soon as the skill information finished displaying, Su Zhan felt his armor vibrating intensely. The original blue and red patterns gradually faded, replaced by a layer of flowing golden coating. Immediately after, 4 card-sized energy frames appeared on his chest, with embedded patterns showing Deep Blue, Dangerous Wanderer, Megatron, and Z300 Dual Form Off-Road Vehicle. Fake Monk, tell me if I'm seeing things. Why did Su Zhan's armor change color? Feng Rumming snapped back to reality and rubbed her eyes vigorously. It turned golden, and there are card-like energy frames on his chest. Zhang Sanjia's eyes widened, and like Feng Rumming, he wondered if he was hallucinating. It was already incredible enough that Su Zhan could transform the massive deep blue mechanical steamship into light and merge with it. But now he had instantly changed his armor's blue and red paint scheme to brilliant gold, making him look like a golden war god, noble, yet domineering. As the colors shifted, his combat power surged once again, and no one could imagine just how high Su Zhan's strength had climbed. Pseudo-immortal body. One spear breaks the limit. Guard Commander Li Ziyuan suddenly leaped into the air, his spear stirring up a violent wind as faint golden light gathered around his body. A sharp spear beam shot directly towards Su Zhan and Feng Rumming. Watch out! Zhang Sanjia reacted swiftly, pushing Feng Rumming to the side while activating his Golden Buddha immortality skill. A Golden Buddha shadow appeared, protecting them both. Mechanical Clone, Danger Wanderer. In the distance, Su Zhan raised his hand and touched the square marked Danger Wanderer on his chest. A crimson beam of light burst from his body, forming into the towering shape of Danger Wanderer in midair. The next second, steel fists crashed down like thunder, sending Li Ziyuan flying several yards. The red light points scattered and then regathered into a square on Su Zhan's chest. Good heavens, you can do that too? Zhang Sanjia stared in amazement. I could accept the merging, but now you can create clones? And their power is identical to your main body, with 4 squares on your chest. Doesn't that mean you can deploy 4 clones simultaneously? That's absolutely insane. Li Ziyuan landed in a half-kneel, sweeping his spear horizontally as he roared. Military formation. Primordial soaring dragon. 200 spear-wielding guards instantly formed ranks behind him in 2 rows. Golden light spread from Li Ziyuan's body, enveloping all the soldiers. A dragon's roar shook the heavens as a golden dragon phantom rose from the light curtain, coiling above the troops. Primordial soaring dragon combines the energy of 200 soldiers under the main formation controller's command. Each strike equals the combined attack power of everyone. Zhang Sanjia had just recovered from the shock of the mechanical clone when he looked up to see the soaring dragon rearing its head in the sky. His expression changed dramatically again. Su Zhan, be careful. 201 8th rank fighters combined equals a 9th rank master. Don't worry, team leader. Su Zhan's chest armor gradually closed as he spoke with confidence. Forget 200, even another 200 wouldn't matter. Before he finished speaking, he brought his arms together as the armor mechanisms clicked and reconstructed, forming a cannon barrel 2 meters in diameter. Plasma cannon. Enhanced form. Violent electrical arcs flowed along the runic patterns covering Su Zhan's body into the cannon chamber, with lightning churning at the muzzle in a blinding display. At the same time, Li Ziyuan gripped his spear with both hands and swung it forcefully. The soaring dragon above his head let out a deafening roar, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan's enhanced plasma cannon fired simultaneously with a thunderous blast. A beam of light twice as massive as before pierced through the air, carrying destructive power as it collided heavily with the dragon phantom. Boom! The sky erupted with a tremendous sound. The golden dragon held for only a moment before being torn apart, scattering into countless points of light. The beam's momentum remained undiminished as it penetrated the dragon's shadow, carrying scorching heat and violent electrical current. The terrifying beam's power showed no signs of weakening as it shot straight toward Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan and the soldiers behind him melted away like snow under scorching sun, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The blazing white beam of light tore through the void, instantly shooting into the heavens, its explosive power scattering clouds for thousands of miles around and revealing the crystal-clear blue sky. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Rumeng instinctively swallowed hard, too stunned to utter a single word. In their eyes, Su Zhan needed no fancy descriptions. One word, strong. Two words, very strong. Three words, super strong. Su Zhan couldn't care less about their shock. With a quick step, he moved to where Li Ziyuan and his men had stood, sweeping up all the dropped items from the ground. Immediately, a series of system notifications exploded in his ears. Notification: you have slain 8th rank Li Ziyuan, rewarding 100,000 experience points. Notification: you have slain 8th rank Golden Spear Guard, rewarding 800,000 experience points. Notification: you have obtained Skill Book Military Formation, Primordial Dragon Ascension. Notification: you have obtained Skill Book Pseudo-Immortal Body. Notification: you have obtained Skill Book Pseudo-Immortal Body. Notification: you have obtained Skill Book Sweeping Through Thousands. Notification: you have obtained Weapon Golden Veined Crack Gold Spear. Notification: you have obtained Armor Golden Veined Protective Armor. Notification: you have obtained Pill Mystic Yangqi Replenishing Pill. Notification: you have obtained Qing Mao Mountain Map. The notifications came like machine gun fire, while Su Zhan's experience bar shot up like a rocket. Notification: your level has increased to 3rd rank level 10. Notification: your level has increased to 3rd rank level 60. Notification: your level has increased to 3rd rank level 80. Notification: your level has increased to 3rd rank level 99. Already maxed out at 3rd rank. Su Zhan was startled, but quickly understood had wiped out 201 8th rank monsters in one go. With his currently low level requiring less experience, combined with previous accumulation, reaching max level in one burst was actually normal. Then, a new notification appeared. Notification: you have reached the level required to accept 4th rank advancement quest. Notification: 4th rank advancement quest: find a piece of merit bronze. Note: legend tells that thousands of years ago, when humanity faced calamity, the Yellow Emperor took copper from Mount Shou to forge the Xianyuan sword, slaying demons and protecting mankind. The copper from Mount Shou contained merit, hence called merit bronze. Mount Shou. After reading the quest description, Su Zhan's joy from reaching max level dimmed considerably. This name existed only in ancient legends, and after reality merged with the game, there were no exact coordinates to be found. Where was he supposed to dig up copper from Mount Shou? Just then, the other tomb guardian beast Tianlu suddenly let out a resounding roar. Su Zhan thought it would charge at him, but unexpectedly, the creature spun around and bolted toward the Hall of Immortal Encounters. The hall's doors, previously sealed tight, thunderously swung open as Tianlu darted straight inside. It can actually flee? Su Zhan looked up, finding it incredible. The monsters outside, regardless of their level, almost all fought to the death, yet the creatures here actually knew how to escape. Meanwhile, the interior of the Immortal Encounter Hall revealed itself before Su Zhan's eyes. A realm within a realm? His eyes twitched as he was instantly overwhelmed with shock. From the outside, this grand hall appeared to be merely 30 to 40 meters in diameter, magnificent, yet limited in scope. However, peering through the entrance revealed an interior that seemed to contain folded space, opening into a bronze plaza, as vast as 2 or 3 football fields. Towering cliffs rose on all sides, their surfaces gleaming with the same ancient bronze hue, as if the entire world had been cast from this metal. In the center of the plaza, 3 formations stood in perfect order. On the left stood bronze soldiers identical to the golden spear guards outside the hall, roughly 3,000 in number, their spear tips pointing skyward in solemn, murderous array. On the right was a formation of bronze maidens, some holding jars, others raising gourds, some carrying urns, and still others bearing cast bronze cattle and sheep, each with distinct expressions. The central formation was clearly divided into front and rear ranks. The back rows consisted of bronze officials dressed in court robes, dignified and proper. The front ranks were garbed as Taoist priests and Buddhist monks, some wielding precious swords while forming hand seals, others waving fly whisks, appearing to perform celestial rituals. At the very front of the 3 formations lay coffins of gold, silver, and bronze. Looking toward the left edge of the plaza revealed 3 more vermilion coffins, surrounded by bronze maidens whose arms were filled with jewelry and treasures sculpted from bronze. Indeed, this is a tomb. Su Zhan immediately understood. The secret realm's name, Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter, had revealed everything. Some prince or noble had harbored delusions of ascending to immortality after death, and this was his burial ground. When reality merged with the game, it had generated this current secret realm. So many bronze statues. This was certainly no ordinary noble. His brow furrowed as wariness arose in his heart. That person who blocked my way earlier has disappeared. Zhang Sanjia poked his head out to scan the area, discovering that the vast plaza was empty and silent, with no trace of the woman in phoenix crown and ceremonial robes. Feng Ruming gazed at the densely packed bronze figures and suddenly frowned. These statues looked like they were modeled after Emperor Qin Shi Huang's terracotta warriors. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan had a sudden flash of insight. Could it be that the first emperor's tomb has also transformed into a secret realm? Yes, and it's currently the most dangerous secret realm. Zhang Sanjia's expression grew grave as he turned to Su Zhan. The Qin Emperor's ancient tomb was discovered by a senior practitioner from the Professional Association who was approaching the ninth transformation. His ninth transformation trial required him to retrieve the Qin Emperor's sword from within. According to records, he was poisoned to death the moment he stepped into the tomb's vicinity. I later came across this incident in the association's archives and once traveled to that mountain range from afar. The mountains were clear and waters beautiful, showing no signs of abnormality. Yet the association's records would never be falsified. This happened 300 years ago. Su Zhan drew in a sharp breath. This really happened? Then the tombs of other emperors, have they also become secret realms? Wouldn't they all be super-level secret realms? No. Zhang Sanjia shook his head, revealing a hint of relief in his smile. To this day, the association has only discovered the Qin Emperor's ancient tomb. The other imperial mausoleums seem to have vanished from the world without a trace. Zhang Sanjia said with a smile. If I get the chance, I'd love to visit the first emperor's tomb someday, Su Zhan said. You're right. Come to think of it, you'd have a natural advantage entering the first emperor's tomb since your armor is immune to poison, Feng Ruming mentioned casually, causing Zhang Sanjia's eyes to light up immediately. If you ask what the people of Dragon Kingdom most want to see, it's definitely the first emperor and Emperor Wu of Han, the eternal emperor who unified the wheel gauge and writing system. Su Zhan nodded in agreement. His armor provided complete isolation inside and out, and being made of metal, it naturally feared no toxins whatsoever. Look over there, it's Huating and the others. Feng Ruming suddenly patted Su Zhan and pointed toward the interior of the immortal encounter hall. Su Zhan looked up to see Huating, Bai Zizai, Su Dongsheng, and Old Xiao standing motionlessly before three coffins made of gold, silver, and bronze. Each had a golden talisman stuck to their forehead, their expressions blank as if under some kind of control. Even more bizarre, their skin was taking on a bronze-like metallic sheen, as though it might completely harden at any moment. Huating, Bai Zizai, Zhang Sanjia called out anxiously from the doorway, but the four showed no response. You two stay here, I'm going in. Su Zhan gestured for them to remain, charging through the hall entrance alone. Be careful. Stay safe, Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming warned simultaneously. Knowing full well they would only cause trouble if they went in, better to stay outside and keep watch. As Su Zhan stepped through the entrance, the door's surface rippled like water. When he appeared, he was standing on the platform at the top of the plaza. Haha, yeah. The four previously motionless figures all raised their heads in unison, their gazes instantly crazed, emitting strange hisses from their throats before each unleashing their abilities. Explosive Spirit Bloodlight. Bloodblade Berserker Su Dongsheng erupted first, blood energy rising like mist. Wrathful Vajra form. Evil Sin Vajra Old Zhao's entire body blazed with golden light, muscles bulging. White Tiger True form. Tiger subduing Venerable Bai Zizai roared low, his body suddenly expanding into a three-metertal humanoid white tiger, violent energy surging around him. Water come. Water Phase Master Huating swept both hands, drawing moisture from the void and transforming it into torrential streams swirling around him. In the next moment, Huating took his stance, manipulating countless water arrows to rain down on Su Zhan, while the other three leaped into the air, killing intense surging like a tide. Su Zhan, show mercy. These are all core members of the Professional Association. Zhang Sanjia shouted frantically from the doorway. With Su Zhan's strength, Huating and the others probably couldn't withstand even one move. Don't worry, Su Zhan replied without turning back. As his words fell, he lightly tapped the square panel on his chest. The Z-300 dual mode off-roader thundered forth. The engine roared as the steel beast charged straight at Su Dongsheng in the front. Bang! The Bloodblade Berserker was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily at the far end of the plaza, instantly motionless as the talisman on his forehead crumbled to ash in the wind. Using the momentum from the collision, the Z-300 spun through the air and went straight for Bai Zizai. White Tiger Roar. Bai Zizai bellowed, spewing forth a massive energy orb that struck the Z-300 with a thunderous impact. Explosive flames engulfed the steel vehicle, yet failed to stop it. The Z-300 forcibly broke through the energy aftermath and collided head-on with Bai Zizai. The talisman fell from his forehead as Bai Zizai plummeted freely toward the ground. The Z-300's engine roared continuously, its tires erupting in sparks against the void before instantly charging toward Old Xiao. The engine's howl seemed to tear through the air as blazing sparks scattered along the tire tracks. With a swift dragon tail whip maneuver, The car's rear end slammed heavily into old Zhao's chest. The Vajra of evil retributions, Buddhist light, shattered instantly, and old Zhao collapsed onto the bluestone ground like a puppet with severed strings, stone fragments scattering everywhere. Water dragon chant. Huating rolled upon landing, spreading his arms wide as torrents of water vapor surged from between his fingers, instantly condensing into a water dragon over 10 feet long. The dragon's roar thundered like a tide as it lunged toward the Z-300. However, the moment the water dragon formed, the Z-300 accelerated with a thunderous roar, its front end brutally piercing through the water body, causing the dragon to explode like a shattered water curtain. The broken streams surged backward, hurling Huating high into the air before slamming him back down, splashing mud and water everywhere. In less than 30 seconds, 8th rank masters lay scattered in defeat before the entrance. Zhang Sanjia stood at the doorway, his heart pounding as he glanced nervously at Su Zhan beside him. That Z-300 had just taken flight and was now reaping the battlefield. Fortunately, he had reminded Su Zhan to show mercy beforehand. Otherwise, Huating and the others would likely be dead by now. Hee, got it all recorded. Feng Rumeng pulled out her device, saved the footage with one click, then continued recording. She had been filming the entire time. First to document the secret realm's details, and second to capture Su Zhan's combat capabilities as inspiration for the association's junior members. Now she had unexpectedly captured the absurd scene of a car easily defeating 4 8th rank masters. If she hadn't witnessed and recorded it herself, anyone receiving this footage would dismiss it as computer-generated special effects. Deep within the secret realm, Su Zhan finally landed. The moment his toes touched the blue stone, he activated Scan, and a pale blue light grid spread out, sweeping across the room filled with bronze statues and 3 coffins made of gold, silver, and copper. Future gold coffin. Note: forged from 108 types of the world's finest gold essences. Legend says those buried within can glimpse their own future. Present silver coffin. Note: crafted from silver essences passed down for over a century, said to absolve the sins of one's current life when one lies within. Past copper coffin. Note: cast from copper of Mount Shou, rumored to eliminate the karmic debts of past lives. Copper of Mount Shou. A gleam flashed in Su Zhan's eyes. When he had just received his 4th rank advancement quest, he was still worrying about where to find such materials, never expecting them to be delivered right to his doorstep. No wonder the seniors always said that while exploring secret realms was dangerous, one could always find precious treasures. These words were indeed true. His gaze then swept toward the statue nameplates. Qi Cultivator Daoist Wang. Level: 8th rank, level 90. Skills: guiding Qi to origin, transforming Qi to spirit, turning stone to gold, summoning wind, calling rain, drawing lightning, etc. Qi Cultivator Daoist Chang. Level: 8th rank, level 90. Skills: breathing Qi into stone, conjuring fire from void, gathering sand into pills, fire pills, weapon pills, artifact pills, etc. As expected, all were 8th rank. Su Zhan silently calculated that these bronze statues could probably resurrect at any moment. Anyone else would have turned and fled upon witnessing such a formidable display, but he showed no fear. The most urgent matter now was to obtain the past copper coffin first and complete his 4th rank quest. Creak. Just as Su Zhan was about to approach the bronze coffin, the 3 vermilion coffins in the corner began emitting creaking sounds. The lacquered red lids slowly shifted, the grinding of wood against stone echoing through the dim black stone walls with a cold, piercing resonance. As the covers slid completely open, 3 women wearing phoenix crowns and draped in ceremonial robes suddenly rose upright from within the coffins, their movements stiff yet eerily synchronized. The woman in the center was the very one who had severely wounded Su Zhan moments before. Zhang Sanjia pointed at her and roared, yet couldn't utter a single word. Feng Rumeng whispered, "These must be the buried concubines." She then proceeded to list the information about the 3 women one by one. 1. Qingming, princess consort of the Yan King. Level 8th transformation, 90th grade. Skills: dream song, departing song, flute dance, phoenix seeking phoenix, master of one melody, and more. 2. Wang Zifei, secondary consort of the Yan King. Level 8th transformation, 90th grade. Skills: flying, immortal sword dance, and more. 3. Zhao Feiyu, secondary consort of the Yan King. Level 8th transformation, 90th grade. Skills: spirit painting, and more. 3 more at 8th transformation, 90th grade. Su Zhan's eyes lit up with anticipation, almost eager to begin. Earlier, from the Imperial Guard commander outside, he had obtained several skill books and pills, whether military formation skill books or other materials. All were priceless treasures when taken outside. But those weren't his true objective. What he craved were top-tier metals. The 3 coffins before him were forged from rare metals, perfect for upgrading mechanical units like dangerous wanderers. As for these 3 consorts, They were even more likely to drop special metallic items that could serve as materials for mechanical enhancement. Screech. Princess Consort Qingming parted her vermilion lips slightly, her piercing shriek transforming into solid sound waves that instantly spread in all directions. Where the sound waves reached, the eyes of 3,000 bronze soldiers standing motionless on the left side simultaneously glowed with an eerie light. The clashing of armor suddenly erupted, like surging iron torrents, as all 3,000 bronze-armored soldiers awakened at once. Military formation, dragon transformation. The leading bronze general roared, his entire body emanating blue light that enveloped all the soldiers behind him. In an instant, the soldiers transformed into streams of blue light, all merging into the general's body. The general threw back his head and roared furiously, the blue light exploding before condensing into a bronze dragon 50 meters long, its scales razor-sharp and its presence terrifying. What's happening to me? What's going on? Holy crap, a dragon? What the hell is this situation? Huating and the others, who had been unconscious, were awakened by Princess Consort Qingming's roar. The four of them groggily lifted their heads just in time to see the 3,000 bronze soldiers had combined into a dragon, leaving them all stunned and speechless, with no memory of being knocked unconscious by the Z-300 earlier. Su Zhan, be careful. Run. Huating saw the dragon diving down and urgently warned him. Explosive spirit bloodlight. Su Dongxing immediately released his skill, attempting to provide rescue. Enchanted Vajra. Old Xiao also struck simultaneously. However, in the next moment, all four froze in place, their eyes wide with shock. That massive bronze dragon bore a ferocious expression, releasing suffocating pressure. Compared to it, the one-element soaring dragon wasn't even in the same league. The dragon transformation, combining the power of 3,000 soldiers, though still appearing to be at the 8th transformation level on the surface, possessed actual combat strength that had definitely reached the 9th transformation tier. However, even all of this proved utterly useless against Su Zhan. Chain Sword Lightning Enhancement. Su Zhan sneered coldly as the chain sword in his left hand instantly extended. Lightning coursed down the metal with a howling roar, condensing in his palm into a massive azure blade stretching 40 meters long. The air was torn apart by high-voltage plasma, filling the space with an endless, piercing shriek. The electric sword swept across the sky in a single devastating strike. The violent chain of light, like a thunderous whip, instantly slashed across the bronze dragon's spine. The dragon continued its ferocious charge through sheer momentum, roaring as it lunged forward, but when it was less than 10 feet from Su Zhan, its massive head suddenly froze midair. Crack, a sound like shattering porcelain echoed through the heights. A razor-thin, perfectly straight fissure appeared between the dragon's brows, and spiderweb patterns spread along the crack at lightning speed, covering the entire dragon's body in the blink of an eye. The next second, boom, the entire bronze dragon disintegrated and exploded, transforming into a shower of copper fragments. 3,000 bronze soldiers plummeted like a sudden downpour toward the palace courtyard, their armor creating a thunderous cascade of metallic crashes. What the hell? Su Zhan, he split the dragon with one sword? Just how strong is he? Huating, Bai Zizai, Gu Changqing, and Su Mulin stood slack-jawed, unable to complete their sentences. They thought they understood Su Zhan's power, but never imagined it could be so overwhelming to shatter with a single sword strike a bronze dragon formed by 3,000 8th-tier warriors and comparable to 9th-tier strength. A mere 2nd-tier cultivator slaying a 9th-tier opponent with one blow? It felt like a dream. Stop standing there like dead weight and get out here. At the palace entrance, Zhang Sanjia shouted his urging. Old Zhang Rumeng, come down and help us. Huating and Bai Zizai finally looked up and spotted the pair, calling back. In their minds, the bronze statues in the hall could awaken at any moment. And even if Su Zhan was incredibly powerful, he'd struggle to handle thousands of enemies simultaneously. At least they could help share some of the burden. Don't be ridiculous with your abilities. Zhang Sanjia curled his lip. You'd be helping just by not dragging Su Zhan down. If they could actually be useful, he would have charged down long ago. Given Su Zhan's current combat power, their rash participation would only bring humiliation upon themselves. Feng Rumeng stamped her feet anxiously. What are you spacing out for? You can't handle a single bronze soldier, but in Su Zhan's eyes, they're nothing. Huating's face reddened at the rebuke, yet he still hesitated. The four of them were 8th-tier cultivators, pillars of the Practitioners' Association, and now they were being called dead weight to their faces. If it were anyone else, they would have used their strength to argue back. Let's go up first. Bai Zizai finally nodded. The four displayed their movement techniques, transforming into streams of light as they shot skyward, leaving the dangerous zone of the Immortal Encounter Palace. The moment they flew out of the palace entrance, Feng Rumeng urgently asked, "What's wrong with you all? How did you suddenly appear here?" Bai Zizai smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Don't even ask. After entering the ruins, we were mysteriously trapped in some small box. When we crawled out, we discovered it was a coffin. Before we could figure out our surroundings, we were knocked unconscious, and when we woke up, that scene was unfolding. Baizazai looked utterly exasperated. All four of them appeared in the same location. A flash of teleportation light deposited them in a stone chamber that bore an uncanny resemblance to an ancient burial pit. Hundreds of pitch-black coffins were arranged in neat rows, with each of the four companions placed inside one of these coffins, their poses resembling deliberately arranged burial goods. Ugh! Feng Rumeng muttered with disgust, though secretly she felt quite fortunate. Among their six-person team, she clearly had the best luck. Those four had been thrown directly into coffins, while Zhang Sanjia had it even worse, nearly boiled alive. In comparison, being chased by a giant crab was practically a blessing. Those who disturbed the king's slumber die. The icy voice of Queen Qingming exploded through the tomb chamber. The two concubines flanking her received the command and flashed forward simultaneously, lunging towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan didn't even lift his eyes, completely ignoring the equipment scattered on the ground from the fallen bronze soldiers. He charged straight to the massive coffin inscribed with "Past Bronze Coffin," pressed his hands together, and slammed the lid shut with a resounding bang. Notification: obtained merit bronze. 4th tier class advancement quest complete. Notification: learned skill metal absorption. Description: metal absorption, directly extract and absorb the essence of all metals to enhance oneself. Though the system description was brief, it revealed the terrifying potential of this skill. Su Zhan's previous mechanical improvement could only upgrade and combine existing mechanical components when encountering new metals. He had to first forge them into parts before integration. Now, metal absorption made all of that obsolete. He could directly devour metals to enhance his machinery, a godlike ability for any mechanist. In fact, every skill he'd acquired seemed to be godlike. Metal absorption. Without hesitation, Su Zhan absorbed all the merit bronze he'd just obtained. Brilliant light swept over him as his originally golden mecha was coated with a layer of heavy bronze, dramatically increasing its regal appearance. Bang! Bang! The two concubines had circled behind him, their finger hooks like ghostly claws striking downward. Amid the harsh scraping of metal against metal, sparks flew, yet they couldn't even scratch the surface of his armor. Su Zhan's right arm trembled, and his chain sword materialized instantly, slashing backward in a fluid motion. A flash of azure sword light cut across both concubines' throats. Notification: defeated 8th tier Wang Zifei, gained 160,000 experience. Notification: defeated 8th tier Zhao Feiyu, gained 160,000 experience. Notification: level increased to 4th tier, level 30. At the entrance to the Immortal Encounter Hall, Huating and the others watched in stunned silence. Earlier, they had felt slightly resentful about Feng Rumeng's comment that "you're all dead weight," but now they understood she hadn't been exaggerating at all. "Don't gawk like you've never seen anything before, just watch and learn," Feng Rumeng reminded them smugly, her tone light and cheerful. Inside the hall, Su Zhan casually collected the loot dropped by the two concubines into his inventory, not yet having time to examine it closely. Suddenly, whoosh! Dark energy surged from the past bronze coffin he had sealed shut, and a burly man wearing python robes and a pearl crown rose stiffly to his feet, his gaze sinister. "You dare ruin my grand plan for immortality? You truly deserve death." A man clad in python robes, his entire body emanating dark energy, sat atop an ancient bronze coffin, frowning as he stared at Su Zhan. How does this guy seem like a living person? Su Zhan's heart tightened as the source power within him surged, immediately activating his scanning ability. A light screen appeared. Name: Li Yu, Prince of Yan. Level: 9th transformation. Skills. Attributes. 9th transformation. Su Zhan's eyelids twitched violently. In the 300 years since the game descended upon Blue Star, this was his first time encountering a 9th transformation face-to-face, and this was historically recorded as the first 9th transformation, Wild Monster. Li Yu's name resounded throughout the annals of history, the fifth son of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty, who was executed for treason and buried with the honors of a duke. Yet now, this prince who should have been slumbering for centuries sat vividly before him. What was strange was that this wild monster didn't seem wild at all. Whether in speech or expression, he displayed the vitality that only the living possessed. At the entrance, Zhang Sanjia and the other members of the Immortal Encounter Hall exploration team also detected the anomaly, their faces grave. As Li Yu awakened, Qingming, the principal consort of the Prince of Yan who had previously appeared fierce and nearly mad, suddenly stood gently in place, motionless. "Pity, I awakened too early." Li Yu raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Sanjia and the others, shaking his head with a light sigh. He looked towards Su Zhan, his voice low yet clear. "Young man, to possess such strength at the 4th transformation, this prince accepts defeat at your hands." Immediately after, his eyes blazed as he looked Su Zhan up and down. "Have you truly become an immortal?" Su Zhan was secretly alarmed. A historical figure from centuries ago suddenly appearing, was this a product of the fusion between game and reality? If all the heroes from Dragon Country's 5,000-year history could be revived, Blue Star would surely face upheaval. Liu seemed to see through his thoughts, waving his hand dismissively. Alive, yes, but still short of being an immortal. His tone shifted as the corner of his mouth curved upward. However, it won't be long now. Could one truly become an immortal? Su Zhan's heart pounded. These words carried extraordinary weight. Though today's professionals were formidable, they still faced a vast chasm before reaching the legendary realm of immortals. Liu spoke frankly. With your current power, calling you an immortal would be barely acceptable. When you reach the ninth transformation, your strength will undergo a qualitative change. But crossing that threshold won't be easy. Su Zhan no longer dared treat him as an ordinary wild monster, bowing respectfully as he inquired, Senior, what are the conditions for breaking through to the ninth transformation? He wanted to understand what the world beyond the ninth transformation truly held. At the main entrance, Zhang Sanjia and the others held their breath. One of their true purposes in venturing into this secret realm was to seek opportunities for the ninth transformation. Liu's mouth curved upward, his gaze profound. He raised his hand and waved, dark energy surging as it directly blew off the lids of two nearby coffins. Two masses of black mist that poured from the coffins were swallowed by him in one gulp, black patterns instantly coursing around his body. Though I awakened a bit early, it's fine perfect timing to handle what this prince wishes to accomplish. He looked at Su Zhan, his tone carrying a rare note of appreciation. Speaking of which, this prince owes you thanks. As a token of gratitude, telling you won't hurt. As the dark energy gradually subsided, he extended 3 fingers. To ascend to the ninth transformation, there are 3 thresholds. The first and simplest one is the ninth transformation class advancement quest. Unlike previous class change quests, this one is closely tied to your profession. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu turned to face Su Zhan with a solemn expression. Thank you, Senior, Liu said as he turned towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan clasped his fists and spoke decisively. What else? What are the other conditions? At the entrance, Zhang Sanjia and the others were growing increasingly anxious. They had heard too many tragic stories about the 9 transformation quest. Everyone died at the final step. The group spoke in unison. We understand that. The first condition is clear, but what's the second condition? Liu surveyed the crowd. The second condition is to comprehend a skill that belongs uniquely to you. And the third condition. Once you master that technique, you'll naturally understand. With those words, he raised his hand and waved. A sinister wind poured down from the palace ceiling, instantly chilling the entire immortal encounter hall. Translucent figures floated out from wall cracks and floor tiles, hovering in the air as they bowed in unison to Prince Yin. Liu. Go now? We shall meet again. Liu smiled slightly at Su Zhan, then transformed into a dark shadow that shot out of the palace doors, followed by a swarm of souls that instantly vanished into the gray sky. He can actually leave? Su Zhan gasped, completely caught off guard. Comprehend my own skill? Aren't all professional skills fixed on the panel? They're automatically learned when you reach the right level. How can you comprehend them yourself? Zhang Sanjia and the others at the entrance also fell into deep thought. With Liu's disappearance, the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally picturesque blue sky was devoured by gray mist, and the light dimmed to evening levels. The lush forest decayed at a visible rate, with bark cracking and leaves turning black as if buried for centuries. Bees and butterflies that had been leisurely among the flowers suddenly became violent, their bodies swelling hundreds of times larger, their compound eyes glowing with bloody malice, their wings creating sharp whistling sounds. Holy crap, the secret realm has mutated. Zhang Sanjia was the first to snap back to reality, shouting loudly, Su Zhan, get out here. We need to leave. This is the realm's true face. While the team outside was frantically regrouping, strange phenomena also appeared inside the immortal encounter hall. After Liu's departure, a mass of black mist surged from behind his 3 coffins. As the mist dispersed, it revealed a corpse wearing python robes with skin dried like paper. Unmistakably Liu again. Liu Corpse King Prince Yin. Level 8 Transformation, Level 99. Skills, False Immortal Body, Royal Fury, Sword of Nobility, 8 Imperial Swords. The stats were identical to before. Su Zhan glanced at the panel and understood. The earlier Liu was clearly a quest projection, while this Corpse King was the real monster in the secret realm. Give me a moment. Let me clear the first wave, he called out to Zhang Sanjia at the entrance, then cranked up the energy output of his contract armor to maximum. His entire body became a blue-white streak of light as he charged directly at Corpse King Liu. The clash of metal and whistling sword energy filled the air. Each swing of the Corpse King's sword unleashed waves of dark force, but they were blocked solid by the armor's shields. Su Zhan continuously struck at vital points between dodging and parrying, his explosive energy beams tearing gaps in the Corpse King's protective black flames. Debris flew throughout the hall, sandalwood pillars were sliced into countless pieces, and remnant soul fires scattered like black rain. After more than 10 minutes, no standing enemies remained in the immortal encounter hall, and the floor was littered with bone fragments and weapon debris. Su Zhan shook off the black ash clinging to his armor and swept all the glowing equipment and materials from the ground into his backpack. Su Zhan called out to Zhang Sanjia and the others, then immediately began his slaughter. Pushing his contract armor's energy output to maximum, he transformed into a streak of light and charged at Corpse King Liu. In just over 10 minutes, Su Zhan had massacred all the monsters in the immortal encounter hall, collected their dropped items, and left the hall directly. These secret realms work just like the wild monsters outside, only the first kill drops valuable items, and after they respawn, the loot quality drops significantly, just like in a normal game. That's why many secret realms only yield their most valuable resources during the initial exploration wave. Having achieved their objective, Su Zhan glanced at the gloomy Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm and said decisively, "We've accomplished what we came for. Let's head out." Agreed. Zhang Sanjia and the others had no objections. Without Su Zhan, they would have perished long ago. "Stay close to me." Su Zhan spoke again, flicking his chain sword as he led the charge toward the exit. Zhang Sanjia, Feng Rumeng, and the others activated their flight abilities to follow closely behind. Along the way, whether ghostly shadows lunged at them or vine monsters sprouted in their path, Su Zhan cleaved them all in half with a single strike of his chain sword, sending sparks and debris exploding through the air as he cleared a passage for everyone. After about half an hour, the group safely burst through the secret realm's barrier. Finally out, Zhang Sanjia landed and let out a long breath, his expression much more relaxed than it had been inside the realm. The constant threat of death had kept everyone on edge. "Su Zhan, we really owe you our thanks. Without you, we'd all be dead." Feng Rumeng stepped in front of Su Zhan, her tone sincere. "Just doing what I should." Su Zhan smiled. "Next time we encounter a realm of this level, we need to be even more careful." He didn't need to remind them, everyone already understood that destruction-level secret realms shouldn't be entered lightly, without dozens of 8th transformation practitioners working together. While Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter was unique, every new secret realm held its own mysteries, and they had to remain vigilant. "All right, let's head back." Zhang Sanjia caught his breath and pulled out his communicator to send a message to Granny Wind. Moments later, Granny Wind arrived via teleportation array, her gray hair swaying in the breeze. She walked to the secret realm entrance, looking at the empty battlefield left behind by the now-vanished immortal seekers, surprised and curious. "You actually went in? Please move the teleportation array here and assign guards to watch over it." Zhang Sanjia explained the situation. The previous array had been forced to be set up 10 kilometers away due to the immortal seekers, but now that the obstacle was removed, the position needed to be moved forward. From now on, this secret realm belonged to the Practitioners Association, and once they had sufficient strength, the association would regularly send teams to farm it. While the first kill rewards were gone, the ongoing benefits were substantial. Skill books, dragon scales, and other rare materials could still be collected. Setting up Granny Wind's array would take several days, so they decided to leave Su Dongsheng to assist while the others returned with her first. Back at the practitioners' headquarters, Zhang Sanjia and the others returned to their offices to compile detailed reports of everything that happened in the secret realm for archival. Among these, the 3 conditions for advancing to the 9th transformation was classified as top secret, strictly forbidden from being leaked. Except for Su Zhan, all participants were required to sign confidentiality agreements because in their eyes, no one had the authority to restrict Su Zhan. It was only because Su Zhan was still young and had just joined the Practitioners Association, but in another 2 years, he would definitely become a high-ranking member of the organization. Su Zhan returned to his residence and began examining the items he had obtained from this expedition. Once the door closed behind him, he casually waved his hand, spreading all his spoils of war across the living room floor. Since he had been the only one fighting throughout the entire battle, everything that dropped in the secret realm rightfully belonged to him. No one else had any claim to it. Back in the realm, he had simply gathered everything quickly before leaving, but now, taking a closer look, he was amazed by the sheer volume of treasures dropped by the Corpse King Liu. The pile nearly formed a small mountain on the floor. The first things that caught his eye were 3 skill books, King's Wrath, 8 Imperial Swords, and Dragon Swords the 4 Cs. King's Wrath and 8 Imperial Swords, pure high-burst attack skills. Dragon Swords the 4 Cs, a flight skill that, when activated, allows the user to ride upon a golden dragon phantom and soar through the air at high speed. After reading through the descriptions, Su Zhan clicked his tongue in amazement. If it weren't for his strength far exceeding others at his level, anyone else would have been chased to exhaustion by this Dragon Swords the 4 Cs skill alone, never even getting close to the Corpse King Liu. However, what truly captured his attention were 3 heavy coffins made of gold, silver, and bronze. These caskets were forged from special metals and were far more valuable to him than any number of skill books. They could be directly converted into combat power. Metal absorption, he said without hesitation, raising his hand to activate the skill. Buzz. The gold, silver, and bronze coffins instantly shattered into countless streams of light, with torrents of tricolored metal flowing along his arm and into his body. In an instant, the armor on his body began to reforge itself. The original golden base color became more substantial, with ridgelines rising like mountain ranges, while the shoulder and arm guards gleamed with cold light at their edges. His entire frame appeared half a size larger, and a single glance at him from afar would inspire awe in any observer. After completing this process, he flexed his wrists, feeling vibrant power coursing through his flesh and blood. Next, he needed to convert the skill books and materials he couldn't use into rarer metals or mechanical components. The ninth revolution realm was still some distance away for him, so the most urgent task was to quickly transform his current gains into tangible strength. With this in mind, he sent a message to Zhang Sanjia, explaining that he wanted to visit the professionals' headquarters to check their inventory and sell some of the materials from the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm. Less than a second after sending the message, Zhang Sanjia replied with "Wait for me," his tone urgent. 3 minutes later, there was a light knock at the door. Su Zhan opened it to find Zhang Sanjia standing outside with a beaming smile. "What are you planning to sell?" he asked eagerly, craning his neck to peer inside. Back in the secret realm, he had already guessed that Su Zhan's harvest was substantial, but he hadn't found the right moment to bring it up. "Skill books and materials I can't use," Su Zhan said, handing over an itemized list. The list was densely packed. Skill books, military formation, primordial soaring dragon, false immortal body, sweeping away thousands. Weapons Azure gold blade, flood dragon scale, dragon pattern golden spear. Every single item on this list was a treasure that professionals could only dream of obtaining. Weapons and armor, like professionals themselves, were ranked by levels, and one needed equipment matching their grade. However, top-tier weapons were incredibly rare and hard to come by. Every piece Su Zhan had acquired this time could be considered legendary quality. Take the dragon pattern golden spear, for example. It was dropped by the bronze general of the Immortal Encounter Palace, had maxed out attributes, came with the active skill Startling Dragon, and was already at the 8th revolution level. Many current 8th revolution professionals were still using 5th or 6th revolution weapons, with the only reason for not upgrading being that their current weapons came with skills suited to their abilities. Good heavens, just the skill books alone are this numerous? Zhang Sanjia clutched the inventory list, his eyes practically glued to the densely packed entries, his chest tightening with each line. As a high-ranking official in the Professionals Association, he had seen countless rare treasures and remained composed. But this time he was genuinely shaken to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. An entire page filled with premium skill books dropped by 8th tier monsters. Pseudo-immortal body, military formation, primordial dragon ascension. Just these two names alone were enough to make countless top-tier teams go mad with envy. He had personally witnessed these two skills in action years ago, when even the ocean surface was lifted into waves over 10 meters high. Their power was anything but ordinary. Following the skill books was the materials list: dragon scales, azure steel wood, fire spirit stones. Each item was a core material for crafting high-tier weapons, impossible to obtain in the outside world. Just thinking about the attribute bonuses they could provide when attached to weapons made Zhang Sanjia's fingers tremble uncontrollably. Even more outrageous was the quantity of weapons. Su Zhan had brought back only one dragon pattern golden spear this time, but there were also azure gold divine spears and various other polearms listed afterward. A rough count revealed 1 to 200 pieces, with over half possessing inherent skills. The armor was equally staggering, over 300 pieces, the vast majority equipped with defensive abilities. Forget about 1 or 2 pieces. Even if just half a piece appeared at auction, it would drive all major factions to bloodshed, yet now they filled an entire warehouse. Su Zhan, I honestly can't give you an accurate appraisal for all this right now. Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his voice. I'll have the Professionals Association's procurement team come over to price everything on the spot. Don't worry. I guarantee we won't shortchange you, as long as you agree to let our association's people have first pick. The Professionals Association was the Dragon Kingdom's most crucial official organization, never hesitating to spend money, but this batch of supplies was too precious. If word leaked out, external forces might very well conspire with private militias to steal them. Zhang Sanjia's words were half suggestion, half plea. Su Zhan chuckled and nodded. If I dare to entrust these items to you, team leader, it's because I trust you. Excellent, excellent. Having received confirmation, Zhang Sanjia could no longer be bothered with pleasantries and hurriedly began the handover process. As soon as everything was secured, he eagerly turned to leave. However, Su Zhan reached out to stop him. Team leader, there shouldn't be anything urgent recently, right? I'd like to return to Southern University first. After all, I'm still registered as a student there. That decision is yours to make. but there's an important matter coming up that will require your involvement. I hope you won't refuse." Zhang Sanjia's expression grew serious, his tone becoming grave. "It concerns our Dragon Kingdom's honor." These were weighty words, but Su Zhan was now recognized as the foremost expert not only in the Professionals Association, but in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Sanjia no longer dared treat him as a subordinate. Su Zhan frowned. "What matter? It's too complex to explain in a few words. I'll send you the relevant material so you'll understand faster reading them yourself. I need to go handle these supplies now." With that, Zhang Sanjia sent Su Zhan a file titled Life and Death Battle at Medicine Mountain and hurried away. Su Zhan opened the materials, his eyes quickly scanning through them. Medicine Mountain was an overseas island, commonly known as 100 Herbs Island. With the fusion of game and reality, the entire island had undergone a transformation. Flowers, grass, trees, and even wild beasts had all developed spiritual properties. Some medicinal herbs could directly increase experience points when consumed, while others possessed remarkable healing effects and were revered as sacred remedies. The most famous among them was the rebirth grass, which was said to regenerate severed limbs. The small creatures there are even more extraordinary. Among them is a fish called the four-cornered lochiating. Just one bite of its flesh permanently increases one's strength by a point. There's also an animal called the one-eyed thunder beast, and when killed, its eye can be preserved. This eye possesses the power to unleash lightning. A ninja from the Sakura Nation once obtained a one-eyed thunder beast's eye, gouged out his own eye, and replaced it with this one, thus gaining a thunder eye of tremendous power. With this thunder eye, the ninja thrived in the Sakura Nation and established a formidable force. According to the intelligence provided, after obtaining the Thunder Eye, this ninja changed his name to Kirigakure Reizo and founded Kirigakure Mountain. This is merely what lies on the surface of Medicine Mountain. It's said that even the stones and trees within Medicine Mountain have undergone mutations and possess miraculous effects. However, Medicine Mountain has a special rule: those who enter can only stay for 7 days before being teleported out. The so-called Medicine Mountain Death Battle involves nations sending their respective professionals inside to harvest medicinal herbs and hunt spirit beasts. During this herb-gathering process, when participants encounter each other, they fight and compete for resources, with the victor claiming all of the loser's herbs. This process is known as the Medicine Mountain Death Battle. When Medicine Mountain was first discovered, nations erupted into an unprecedented conflict over ownership rights. That battle lasted over 3 months with heavy casualties on all sides. Eventually, seeing that continued fighting was futile, and considering that Medicine Mountain only opens for 7 days every 10 years, everyone sat down to negotiate. They decided that each time Medicine Mountain opens, each nation would send a portion of their people inside. Once inside, they could compete for herbs, but were forbidden from killing. How much one could obtain would depend on individual skill. During the first few instances, everyone followed the rules and showed restraint. The first casualties occurred when someone was injured and then killed by wild beasts inside. From then on, casualties steadily increased. All parties claimed their people were killed by native wild beasts after being severely injured. But everyone knew that even injured professionals had extremely low chances of being killed by wild beasts. Most deaths were from deliberate fatal attacks. However, lacking evidence, everyone had to accept it. During the last Medicine Mountain Death Battle, the Dragon Nation suffered greatly. After that battle ended, Sakura Nation ninjas ambushed Dragon Nation's professional forces and killed Zhang Sanjia's disciple. Because of this incident, Zhang Sanjia has spent the past 10 years seeking powerful professionals in preparation for this Medicine Mountain Death Battle. The Sakura Nation. After reading through the Medicine Mountain Death Battle materials, Su Zhan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even before the game merged with reality, the Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation were sworn enemies. After professionals appeared, friction between the two sides only intensified. Su Zhan had made up his mind this trip to Medicine Mountain. He would slaughter them completely, leaving none alive, making the entire world know that anyone who dares harm Dragon Nation's people must consider whether they can bear the consequences. Subsequently, Su Zhan left the professional headquarters directly, summoned his fusion armor, transformed into a streak of light, and headed straight for Lingchuan City. Meanwhile, at the top floor of Shanghai Building in Lingchuan City, Gu family patriarch Gu Feng sat on the sofa with a cold expression. Since his son Gu Chonglin's death, he had been sending people to investigate, and now finally had some leads. Chairman, according to our investigation, at the time of the young master's death, the only person who could have appeared in Wild Boar Forest with the capability to kill him was this Su Zhan. Wang Ning spoke at a measured pace, each word striking Gu Feng's heart like a hammer. After finishing this statement, he cautiously glanced up to observe, but saw that Gu Feng's expression remained coldly indifferent, not even a twitch of his eyebrows. So he had no choice but to continue his report. Although this Su Zhan is just a freshman this year, and his awakened profession is the universally acknowledged most useless mechanic class, which appears to have no close combat abilities whatsoever, he took first place among all freshmen in this year's Southern University entrance examination. Southern University has kept the examination process tightly sealed with no leaked videos. But there were too many students present, and someone witnessed him controlling mechanical armor firsthand. I tracked down these scattered pieces of intelligence and confirmed that the exoskeleton was a Z-300 dual-form off-road vehicle, capable of transforming between off-road and robot modes. Furthermore, after completing his awakening ceremony, he purchased a Z-300 unit, a Vulcan Gatling gun, plus large quantities of ammunition all at once from a general store. A few days later, he returned to restock, spending over 200,000 gold coins across both transactions. Wang Ning paused, giving Gu Feng time to process this information, then lowered his voice. Su Zhan is an orphan. There's no way he could have produced that kind of money himself. Someone is definitely backing him. I guarantee that if we capture Su Zhan, the real killer won't escape. Gu Feng's gaze sharpened, his tone ice-cold. Then why haven't you gone and arrested him? He suddenly disappeared without a trace. Wang Ming's heart lurched violently as he quickly threw out his prepared supplementary materials. I found his friend Zhuge Xuanyue and have her detained in the basement for interrogation, but she genuinely doesn't know where Su Zhan is hiding. Gu Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his voice low and rumbling like muffled thunder. Bring in that Xiangwen as well. I refuse to believe we can't find this brat. Wang Ning's heart sank, but he steeled himself to remind. Boss, Xiangwen is the student council president at Southern University, officially considered a formal member according to the school structure. If we move against him, Southern University's side. Humph. Gu Feng slammed his hand on the desk, causing the teacup to tremble. If we can't even find my son's killer, even if Chun Ziwan himself came to plead, I wouldn't give him that courtesy. Gu Feng had 3 sons. His eldest was dead, his second had gone abroad, leaving only his 3rd son by his side. Now with this blood debt before him, failing to pursue it to the end would be tantamount to handing over the Gu family's position among Lingchuan's 4 great families. Gu Feng's fists clenched with audible crack. She had never been one to swallow his anger in silence. I understand, sir. Wang Ning bowed and quickly left the office. The lights in Southern University's student council office were blindingly bright. Still haven't found Zhuge Xuanyue? Xiang Wen's brow furrowed deeply as his gaze swept across the faces of several student council officers. Zhuge Xuanyue had missed an entire day of classes. When someone noticed the anomaly and went to check her dormitory, they learned she had gone out the night before last and never returned. A student disappearance had never happened at Southern University before. When Xiang Wen heard the news, as student council president, he immediately gathered the core members and organized an overnight search. After a full day of searching, they hadn't found even the slightest clue. As evening approached, just as he was about to adjust the search plan, his office door was kicked open. President, we have news. Someone saw Zhuge Xuanyue heading out of the city toward Wild Boar Forest. Gao Ming burst in, running at full speed, and came to an abrupt stop, still catching his breath. After Su Zhan and Xiang Wen had rescued Gao Ming and 3 other students from the ant cave last time, they joined the student council and became Xiang Wen's loyal followers. Now that they had a lead, Gao Ming volunteered to guide them without waiting for Xiang Wen to speak. Let's go take a look. Without hesitation, Xiang Wen threw on his coat and led Gao Ming out of the campus gates, heading straight for Wild Boar Forest. On the school bus, the night wind rattled the windows. Halfway there, Xiang Wen suddenly turned around. Who told you Zhuge Xuanyue went to Wild Boar Forest? People from Shanghai Group, Gao Ming said, bracing himself against the seat while catching his breath. They said they went to Wild Boar Forest to level up the day before yesterday and saw a girl wearing a Southern University badge enter the forest. I showed them Zhuge Xuanyue's photo, and they confirmed it was her. I see. Xiang Wen nodded. He knew Shanghai Group had considerable influence, but compared to Southern University with its neutral stance and deep foundations, they still fell short. Theoretically, as long as someone wasn't completely insane, no one would dare provoke Southern University easily. The academy didn't compete or fight, focused on education, and even regularly sent outstanding graduates to work for these groups, which benefited both sides. Half an hour later, the team reached the depths of Wild Boar Forest. The headlights went out, leaving the forest pitch black as the group quietly advanced. Is it this direction? Xiang Wen pointed toward a clearing ahead. The terrain looked familiar, and after a moment of recollection, he remembered. This was where he and Su Zhan had joined forces to kill the Wild Boar King. That's exactly the route the Shanghai Group people mentioned. Gao Ming nodded with certainty. Everyone spread out, expand the search area, stay in contact, and be careful. After giving his instructions, Xiang Wen also headed alone toward the depths of the clearing. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove on the north side of the clearing, a group of people crouched in hiding, holding their breath. Wang Ming leaned against the green bamboo, watching the figure slowly approaching in the distance. Xiao Ma, it's up to you now, he whispered, glancing sideways. The thin man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Don't worry, boss. Once my soul loss spike hits, even a 5th-tier professional will go down. He was a 3rd-tier flying soul master, who had joined Shanghai Group with this very technique, and now he finally had a chance to prove himself. Don't mess this up, Wang Ning warned repeatedly. Xiaoma nodded, crouching low to the ground and using the grass for cover as he quietly closed in. On the other side of the bamboo grove, Xiang Wen's frown deepened as he walked. The surroundings were eerily quiet, couldn't even hear the snorting of wild boars. Logically, this was the core area of wild boar forest where monsters respawned extremely quickly, yet he hadn't seen a single one, which was highly unusual. Sola spike. A sharp sound suddenly cut through the air as a dark energy shot out from the grass at lightning speed, almost too fast for the naked eye to catch, heading straight for Xiang Wen's chest. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out as a dark energy burst from the nearby grass at incredible speed, rushing straight towards Xiang Wen's chest. Summon the spirit, Zhonglime. Xiang Wen reacted with lightning speed, activating her skill before her words had even finished echoing. Crimson light exploded beneath her feet as the spirit guardian, Zhonglime, stepped forth from the void, sweeping her into his arms and retreating swiftly, barely evading the incoming gray energy stream. Come out. The moment they landed, Zhonglime raised his hand and unleashed a sharp sword beam that tore through the air, striking directly at the bamboo grove where Xiao Ma was hiding. Wood chips flew in all directions as an entire section of bamboo was severed at the waist, forcing Xiao Ma to tumble out in a disheveled state, covered in grass and debris. Who are you to dare ambush a student from Southern University? Xiangwen demanded coldly. The deadly threat from that gray energy stream still left her shaken. Had her power not surged dramatically after surviving the beast tide, she never could have dodged that attack. How could I have missed? Xiao Ma crouched on the ground, pounding his fist into the dirt with frustration written across his face. His foolproof technique had failed for the first time, leaving him unable to accept the reality. From the other side of the bamboo grove, Wang Ning and over 10 others emerged from hiding in single file. Wang Ning's lips curved into a mocking smile. Truly worthy of being Southern University's student council president, a mere second-tier cultivator who can dodge a third-tier sneak attack. Impressive. He showed no concern for Xiao Ma's failure. Anyone who could enter Southern University was a genius. But with their overwhelming numbers, he was certain Xiang Wen had no escape. And who might you be? Xiang Wen fixed her gaze on Wang Ning while her fingers rapidly operated her communicator, sending a distress signal to Gao Ming and the others. By now she understood everything. Zhuge Xuanyue had never come here at all. This was a trap set specifically for her, and Xuanyue's disappearance was most likely the work of Wang Ning's group. 4 or 5 miles away, Gao Ming and the others were conducting their search when they received the message and erupted in angry curses. Which blind fool dares to touch Senior Xiangwen? Gao Ming immediately changed direction and sprinted toward her location, with the others following close behind. Xiangwen was always gentle and caring toward her fellow students, earning their deep affection and unwavering loyalty. You don't need to know who I am. Wang Ning shook his head slightly, his tone confident. Will you surrender quietly, or shall we beat you half to death before taking you away? Humph. Xiangwen had no patience for idle chatter. Zhong Limei above her raised his sword, sending waves of sword light slashing outward. Refusing the toast only to drink the penalty wine. Wang Ning sneered as a nine-earing broadsword materialized from thin air. With a casual swing, fierce winds roared forth, shattering all the sword light completely. Spirit Guardian, Jibu, dual spirit manifestation. Xiangwen shouted fiercely. Despite her youth, she possessed rich combat experience, facing over 10 opponents, all at least third tier, while she remained at level 99 of the second tier, not yet having completed her third tier advancement trial. Direct confrontation meant certain death. She made a split-second decision to summon both spirit guardians and deploy dual spirit manifestation, allowing her spirits to fight independently to temporarily hold off Wang Ning's group while creating an opportunity for escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhong Liwei and Ji Bu soared through the air, wielding their weapons as they charged toward Wang Ning. Meanwhile, Xiangwen turned and fled desperately. Humph, think you can escape? Wang Ning sneered coldly. White light suddenly blazed beneath his feet as power erupted from within. He stomped hard against the ground, launching himself like a cannonball over 20 meters into the air, directly sweeping over Zhong Liwei and Ji Bu's heads. Seeing this, Zhong Liwei and Ji Bu immediately leaped up to intercept him, but Wang Ning's subordinates charged forward and entangled them in fierce combat. Gale slash. Suspended in midair, Wang Ning's expression darkened as he gripped his massive blade with both hands, his voice rumbling like thunder. A blade light 5 meters in diameter, wrapped in howling winds, shrieked down towards Xiangwen. Boom. The blade light moved with terrifying speed. Xiangwen barely managed to dodge to the side, but was still sent flying several yards by the explosive shockwave that followed. Uffed. As she hit the ground, her throat turned sweet, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The gap between the fourth and second transformations was so vast that even without taking a direct hit, the residual force left her severely injured and unable to rise. Su Zhan, where on earth have you gone? Lying on the ground as she sensed Wang Ning approaching step by step, Xiangwen's first thought was of Su Zhan. If Su Zhan were here, he could probably kill Wang Ning with a single palm strike. When Su Zhan had left earlier, she had asked Feng Su about his whereabouts. Feng Su only said that Su Zhan had gone to an extremely classified location, but didn't know the specific reason. Although Chen Ziyuan was the principal, as student council president, she didn't have the authority to meet with him freely, so she hadn't been able to learn more. She had considered sending a message, but Feng Su's words had held her back. Now, with her life in mortal danger, she cast aside all hesitation. Su Zhan, I might be about to die. If you see this message, please save Zhuge Xuanyue. She's probably been captured by Shanghai Group. After sending the message, Wang Ning's shadow loomed over her. You little bitch, think being student council president at Southern University makes you hot shit? Second transformation is still second transformation. Even if you were a teacher at Southern University, you'd be no match for me. Wang Ning looked down at her condescendingly, his voice dripping with mockery. Get away from her. In the distance, Gao Ming and the others came running frantically, directly attacking Wang Ning. A bunch of trash. Killing one is the same as killing all. Finish them off. Wang Ning's gaze turned ice cold as he waved his hand, and his subordinates charged toward Gao Ming and the others. At the same time, high in the northern sky above Lingchuan City, a brilliant streak of light came to an abrupt halt. Su Zhan had finally arrived. Shanghai Group made a move against Xiangwen. After reading Xiangwen's message, his gaze instantly turned cold as ice. Those four words, Shanghai Group, made him immediately realize that the matter of Gu Chonglin's death had been exposed. Unable to find him, the Gu family had actually targeted Xiangwen and the others unforgivable. Scan, maximum power. With this thought flashing through his mind, Su Zhan immediately pushed his fusion armor's scanning function to its limit. The mechanical device's scanning system could already detect monster levels and abilities, and he had fused with 4 mechanical items, 3 of which were super mechanical. The overlapping systems expanded his scanning radius to a full 30 kilometers. Lingchuan City spanned over 300 li, 10 times larger than Su Zhan's scanning range, but Su Zhan's speed was too fast that could scan the entire city in less than a minute. A streak of light swiftly passed over Lingchuan City, and before anyone else could notice, Su Zhan had already obtained their information. With no targets in the city center, he immediately determined that Xiangwen must be in the outskirts. Su Zhan focused his mind and pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a golden afterimage as he raced around the perimeter of Lingchuan City. Xiangwen hadn't included any location data, only sending a simple distress message. After Su Zhan replied and received no response, he could only resort to the most primitive yet fastest method, circling the city in search. With his current flying speed, a complete circuit took only a few seconds. Beep, beep, the scanning system suddenly flashed red. Target locked, Xiangwen detected. The coordinates showed his location in Wild Boar Forest. Without hesitation, Su Zhan turned back, transforming into a golden arc of light as he headed straight for Wild Boar Forest. At that moment, Wild Boar Forest was a bloody mess. Gao Ming, covered in blood, knelt defensively in front of Xiangwen, while 5 or 6 students from Southern University lay scattered on the ground, all severely injured. With only second-tier cultivation, they were no match for Wang Ning's group of 3rd and 4th-tier experts. Wang Ning, I know who you are. You're the security director of Shanghai Group. If you dare touch us, Southern University won't let you go, and Shanghai Group won't be able to protect you. Gao Ming roared through gritted teeth. Xiangwen, busy with university affairs, had only heard of Shanghai Group, but didn't recognize Wang Ning. However, Gao Ming, who had spent years traveling, knew the 4 major families of Lingchuan City like the back of his hand. Murderous intent rolled through Wang Ning's eyes. He didn't want to make an enemy of Southern University either, but he had no choice but to follow Gu Feng's orders. The original plan was only to capture Xiangwen, but they hadn't expected these classmates to come to his aid so quickly. Now that they had stumbled into this, none of them could be allowed to leave. Since they're here, we absolutely cannot let them go. These people must die. Kill them and make it look like a wild boar attack, Wang Ning said in a low voice. Xiaoma, he commanded. You got it, boss. Leave it to me. Xiaoma grinned wickedly as he stepped forward with his blade. He had done this kind of dirty work countless times, his movements terrifyingly practiced. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest without warning, making the branches and leaves rustle violently. Immediately after, an angry voice exploded in everyone's ears. Who exactly are you planning to kill? As the wind died down and everyone opened their eyes, they saw a 2-meter-tall golden mechanical armor standing majestically in the forest, its metal surface gleaming with flowing light and radiating an overwhelming presence. It was Su Zhan who had arrived. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively revealed his backing. Shanghai Group is conducting business here. Please don't interfere. The oppressive force emanating from the golden armor was too strong for him to underestimate. Are you Su Zhan? Xiangwen asked in surprise. It's me. Su Zhan turned his back to Wang Ning and walked towards Xiangwen. The helmet flashed with golden light before dissolving like mist, revealing that familiar face. Senior, is it really you? Gao Ming's eyes instantly lit up with excitement he could barely contain. Ever since being rescued in the ant nest, he had regarded Su Zhan as his senior, and today he could finally thank him in person. Hello, take these pills, they'll help heal your injuries. Su Zhan smiled faintly and took out more than 10 crimson bailing pills from his backpack. These are all drops from the wild monsters in the Coffin Mountain Immortal Secret Realm. Regardless of level, after consumption, they can continuously restore health and blood for 5 minutes. Thank you, senior. Gao Ming showed no pretense whatsoever, reaching out to take the 100 spirit pills, tilting his head back to swallow one, then casually distributing the rest to his other companions. Take these. Su Zhan walked directly to Xiang Wen's side, pulling out a thumb-sized black gold pill from his chest, a 10,000 spirit pill. The 10,000 spirit pill belonged to the same category of healing pills as the 100 spirit pills, but was far more potent. With no level restrictions, even an 8th turn powerhouse, as long as they still had a breath of life and all 4 limbs intact, could return to peak condition within 10 seconds, with both health and energy fully restored. Xiang Wen at this moment was like an obedient little girl, gently nodding as she placed the 10,000 spirit pill in her mouth. The moment the pill touched her tongue, scorching medicinal power instantly exploded, her entire body glowing with a faint red aura, flesh writhing beneath her skin, and broken bones making subtle, crisp crack sounds as they rejoined within seconds. What kind of pill is this? How can the effect be so good? Xiang Wen stood frozen in place. She had originally thought it was just an ordinary healing pill to relieve pain, never imagining that in just a few breaths, her severe injuries would be completely healed. Just moments ago, she had at least several broken bones in her body, but now even deep breathing no longer caused pain. It was truly inconceivable. Just an ordinary healing pill. Su Zhan's tone was casual, yet he pulled out another 30 or 40 10,000 spirit pills from his storage bag, stuffing them into her chest like tossing candy. I'm giving you a few. Keep them for saving your life later. He had stockpiled over 310,000 spirit pills and more than 1,100 spirit pills. He never let Song Sanjia sell such life-saving items, keeping them all for himself at critical moments. One pill could mean one life. Senior, your pills are too amazing. I feel my injuries have recovered 80 to 90%. Gao Ming on the side moved his arms, joy overflowing in his expression. Although the 100 spirit pills weren't as good as the 10,000 spirit pills, they were already a great tonic for their current injuries. With one pill consumed, in just a few seconds, the damaged flesh, bruises, and scrapes were smoothed over by 70 to 80%. Good that you're fine. Su Zhan nodded with a smile. As for Wang Ning and the others behind him, he almost treated them as if they didn't exist. The gap in strength was right there. Those few people were no different from ants in his eyes, crushable with one finger. This is impossible. Absolutely fake. Not far away, Wang Ning stared intently at the group, his heart in turmoil. He had seen with his own eyes that Xiang Wen was nearly dead, yet one pill brought her back to full health. He simply didn't believe it, thinking they were putting on an act. Kid, I don't care who you are. If you want to live long, mind your own business and get lost. Otherwise, Shanghai Group won't let you off. Wang Ning mustered his courage to shout. Since Su Zhan had his back to everyone earlier, he hadn't seen his face clearly and naturally didn't recognize him. Won't let me off? Su Zhan chuckled lightly, turning around. If he had heard such a threat a few days ago, he might have actually given it some consideration. But now, these words were nothing but a joke to his ears. No matter how arrogant Shanghai Group was, it was just a small family power in Lingchuan City, not even comparable to the Lingchuan City Professional Association, yet they dared to threaten whether or not to let Su Zhan off. What a joke. Bro, isn't this guy Su Zhan? Xiao Ma exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and relief. He had originally thought some mysterious master was hidden beneath that golden armor, but as Su Zhan turned around, that familiar face instantly brought him back to reality. Damn, I thought it was some powerful figure and got scared for nothing. Turns out it's just you, kid. Xiao Ma stepped forward, half teasing and half relieved. Kid, you're really good at hiding. We've been searching for you for over half a month. This group had been scouring the city with Su Zhan's portrait ever since confirming his involvement. Su Zhan's appearance was already deeply etched in their minds. Seeing him in person now, Xiao Ma almost blurted out, jackpot. Wang Ning also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The golden armor looked mighty and imposing, making him think his opponent was some top-tier expert hidden by a major faction for years. After confirming the identity, he felt much more at ease, just a green college student from Southern University. Su Zhan, they've captured Zhuge Shuangyue. We were tricked into coming here while looking for her, Xiang Wen urgently added. She knew Su Zhan's true strength and understood that 10 Wang Nings might not last long against him. I understand. Su Zhan nodded, looking coldly at Wang Ning. As his words fell, a beam of light emerged above his head, and the golden armor perfectly merged with his body once again. Whoosh! The thrusters roared to life. In the next second, His figure disappeared from the spot like a flash. Huh. Wang Ming only felt his vision blur before Su Zhan appeared right in front of him. The intense pressure made his legs go weak, forcing him to stumble backward several steps. Ah, brother Wang, help me. My leg is broken. My arm. Piercing wails rose one after another. Wang Ming stood frozen in place, and as his gaze swept around, his face instantly turned deathly pale. The dozen or so third-tier professionals he had brought were now lying scattered on the ground without exception. Each person's limbs were twisted at grotesque angles, clearly all broken in an instant, severely injuring over a dozen third-tier fighters in one moment. He could have killed them all in the same amount of time. Wang Ming's throat bobbed as he found it unbelievable. The intelligence said Su Zhan was just a college student who had recently chosen his profession, a mechanist. How could he possibly be this terrifying? Not far away, Gao Ming and the others were dumbfounded, desperately rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't dreaming. Everyone knew Su Zhan was the top scorer in Southern University's freshman assessment, and that he was strong, but witnessing it firsthand, third-year experts not even getting a chance to strike back against him, the impact was still overwhelming. Xiangwen was also deeply shocked. Compared to when Su Zhan had blocked the beast tide not long ago, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, she could hardly imagine how he had managed it. Su Zhan slowly approached Wang Ning, his gaze ice-cold. You have 3 seconds to answer my question. Where is Zhuge Xuanyue? When he had killed Gu Chonglin, he had anticipated that his identity might be exposed, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Even less had he expected these people to abandon all bottom lines and dare to target Zhuge Xuanyue, who had just entered university. Wang Ning's heart trembled, feeling his scalp tingle as cold sweat soaked through all his clothes. Su Zhan's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. In Wang Ning's eyes, he seemed to transform into a primordial beast, its ferocious maw gaping wide with gleaming fangs. One wrong word from Wang Ning, and he would be torn to shreds instantly. Zhuge Xuanyue is in the basement of Shanghai Tower. Wang Ning blurted out almost involuntarily. Gu Feng ordered us to capture her. He said if he couldn't find you, he'd take the classmates close to you instead. He knows you killed Gu Chonglin and wants revenge for his son. Before he could even catch his breath after speaking, Su Zhan's figure flickered and appeared before him like a teleportation. Su Zhan's palm gently pressed against his chest, seemingly silent, yet like a mountain crashing down. Crack! Wang Ning felt his ribs shatter instantly as his body flew backward through the air, blood gushing from his mouth when he hit the ground. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was all Gu Feng's orders. Wang Ning lay on the ground, convulsing and screaming in terror. Killing you would dirty my hands. Su Zhan sneered coldly. Wang Ning had done Gu Feng's bidding and was stained with innocent blood. Death would be too merciful for him. The Professionals Association had their own methods to make such people regret ever being born. Su Zhan withdrew his gaze and instructed Gao Ming. Gao Ming, you stay here and watch them. The Professionals Association will send people soon to take these guys away. Yais, senior. Gao Ming finally snapped back to reality, stammering his response. Su Zhan turned to Xiangwen. Let's go. We're heading to Shanghai Tower. Just the two of us. Xiangwen hesitated. Shanghai Tower was the Gu family stronghold, and as one of Lingchuan City's 4 great families, they had deep foundations with more than 1/6-tier professional guarding it. Though she had witnessed Su Zhan's power, she worried about him facing multiple 6th-tier opponents simultaneously. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Su Zhan's smile was warm as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Hold tight. Whoosh! The thrusters on his back roared to life, and they shot straight into the sky. The fierce wind rushed past them as Xiangwen screamed and instinctively clung to Su Zhan. The scenery below rapidly shrank away. Her heart was filled with both shock and joy. Su Zhan's strength was improving at a terrifying pace, advancing by leaps and bounds each day. After the initial joy, she felt secretly dejected, realizing the gap between them was growing ever wider. While ascending, Su Zhan remained focused, quickly composing a message to Jin Xingping, the branch director of Lingchuan City's Professionals Association, explaining the situation and requesting he send people to Wild Boar Forest to arrest Wang Ning and his group. Shanghai Group has really kicked an iron plate this time. Jin Xingping sighed softly after reading the message. Shanghai Group had dominated Lingchuan City for decades, engaging in countless shady dealings while always managing to avoid sanctions. Now that they had crossed Su Zhan, their luck had simply run out. In such a short time, Su Zhan had already joined the True Dragon Group. This fact alone made him untouchable for Shanghai Group. He immediately made a call. Notify the security division chief to take people to Wild Boar Forest and bring back all those Nanfang University students and the suspects. After hanging up, Jin Xingping thought for a moment and decided to call Zhang Sanjia. Hello, what's the matter? Make it quick, I'm swamped here. In the metal conference room at the Professionals Association headquarters, Zhang Sanjia sat in his chair with the phone pressed to his ear, veins bulging at his temples. The desk was covered with densely packed lists. The pile of treasures Su Zhan had just delivered was simply too vast. So he had no choice but to hand all the samples over to the association's most senior appraisal master, Li Hexing, for valuation. The moment Li Hexing lifted the first item from the box, his eyes turned red, and then he broke down in tears. As a 7th-tier level 99 treasure appraisal master, he considered himself well-versed in rare items. But this was the first time in his life he had seen so many 8th-tier legendary treasures all at once. His profession had both combat capabilities and relied on defeating monsters to level up, but advancing from 7th to 8th tier required appraising a sufficient quantity of treasures that met 8th tier evaluation standards. After years of being stuck at his current level, the massive collection of treasures Su Zhan had brought back gave him hope for immediate advancement. How could he not be excited? But Zhang Sanjia's frustration went beyond this. Su Zhan is back, and it seems he's had some conflict with Shanghai Group. On the other end of the line, Jin Qingping, the head of Lingchuan City's branch, spoke in a casual tone, clearly not taking it seriously. What? Zhang Sanjia shot up from his chair, the chair legs scraping sharply against the floor. Who the hell has the audacity to mess with Su Zhan? Are they looking for a death wish? He growled. Su Zhan is now the Professionals Association's treasurer. Anyone who goes against him is going against the entire Professionals Association, against the entire Dragon Nation. Is it really worth getting this worked up? I've already sent people over. Shanghai Group may have some influence in Lingchuan City, but they wouldn't dare touch association members. Jin Qingping was still chuckling, clearly oblivious to the severity of the situation. Old Jin, this isn't about what they dare or don't dare to do. Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath, his tone turning ice cold and grave. Let me tell you something. Su Zhan is now a candidate for the position of Professionals Association President, and he's the only candidate. Anyone who touches him is making an enemy of the entire Professionals Association. Do you understand? This top-secret information was supposed to be an unspoken agreement among the 4 group leaders, but with the situation being urgent, he couldn't worry about confidentiality. Su Zhan's strength spoke for itself. Unless someone even more powerful emerged, no one could compete with him. The only presidential candidate. Jin Qingping was completely stunned. What on earth happened during his few days at headquarters? How did he become the only one? Doesn't that mean when the current term ends, he's guaranteed to become the president of the Dragon Nation Professionals Association? You don't need to know the reasons, just know that it's true, and it's classified at the highest level. Zhang Sanjia said as he gathered up the documents. Forget it, wait for me. I'm coming over personally. He had originally planned to have Jin Qingping handle Su Zhan's situation, but on second thought, since this involved the only presidential candidate, the higher-ups needed to make their stance clear personally. As for the mountain of weapons and materials, he would leave those for Li Hexing to appraise slowly. All right, I'll wait for you. Jin Qingping hung up and leaned back in his chair, silent for a long while. He couldn't fathom what Su Zhan had done to suddenly become the sole candidate for president. After all, the position of president of the Dragon Nation's Professionals Association was no ordinary role. The Dragon Nation is massive, with nearly 1 billion professionals, 60% of whom have joined the Professional Association. This colossal official organization wields tremendous governing power. Among the remaining 30% of professionals, most are low-level ordinary professionals with virtually no combat ability, while another 10% are scattered among other factions. However, these factions must still operate within the association's framework and dare not act rashly. Therefore, the president of the Professional Association is virtually the nominal supreme leader of all professionals. Meanwhile, above Shanghai City, 2 figures descended through the air. His armor gleaming with cold light, Su Zhan landed steadily in front of the revolving doors of Shanghai Tower, carrying Xiangwan with one hand. What are you doing here? Move along, no unauthorized personnel allowed. 2 security guards drew their electric batons and stepped forward to intercept them. Crack-blazing white arcs shot out like venomous snakes. Su Zhan raised his hand. An electric current shot from his fingertips, striking the left guard hard. The man stiffened for a few seconds before collapsing unconscious. Take me to the basement. Su Zhan looked down at the other guard, his voice ice cold. You dare make a move here? Do you know that Shanghai Tower belongs to the Gu family? The remaining guard was stunned by the thunderous roar of electricity, his voice trembling. No need for reminders. If you don't move, you'll end up like him. Blue arcs crackled in Su Zhan's palm, as if ready to strike again at any moment. I'll lead the way. The guard's legs went so weak he could barely stand. Su Zhan grabbed him by the collar and half-dragged, half-pulled him into the building. Su Zhan, watch out for ambushes. Xiangwen whispered a warning. Su Zhan responded with a confident smile. Don't worry. This dump might look like a dragon's den to others, but to me, it's not even worth a corner of the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm. On the top floor of the building, Gu Feng was examining the surveillance footage frame by frame. The armor covering made it impossible for him to recognize Su Zhan immediately, but he instantly recognized Xiangwan. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. Gu Feng snorted coldly, his expression dark. He had thought Wang Ning had already captured Xiangwan, only to have this so-called armored man intercept her halfway. Now they had brazenly come right to his doorstep. Whoever you are, Shanghai Tower isn't a place you can just waltz into. Murderous intent flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he pressed the phone beside his desk. Boss, what's the matter? A deep, hoarse male voice came through the phone. A girl and someone in armor have gone to the basement. Capture the girl alive. The armored one dead or alive, doesn't matter. Gu Feng's voice was cold as steel. Understood. The other end replied with just one word before hanging up. Setting down the phone, Gu Feng reclined on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The man he had summoned was named Deng Yuan, a 6th rank level 50 professional with the class Iron-Armed Vajra. Once this man activated his skills, his muscles became like cast iron, capable of withstanding attacks from 7th rank powerhouses and even personally killing a 7th rank warrior. Gu Feng knew his capabilities all too well. At that moment, inside the building, the stammering security guard led the way as Su Zhan and Xiang Wen took a dedicated elevator straight down to the 3rd basement level. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a massive cavern conversion space 15 meters high and the size of a football field. Dense white fluorescent lights covered the ceiling, illuminating the underground area as bright as daylight, while the walls stood empty and cold. Over 100 black iron cages were arranged neatly in the center, their cold bars reflecting harsh light. Most of the cages were empty, but each remaining cage contained a haggard human figure. These were the test subjects and bargaining chips the Gu family had secretly captured. With just one sweep, Su Zhan's gaze locked onto one particular cage. Zhuge Xuanyue was imprisoned inside, her face pale, but still defiant. Zhuge Xuanyue appeared to be in relatively good condition. Her clothes were clean, though her face looked somewhat haggard, and a faint luminescent glow surrounded her body protectively. In stark contrast, the others trapped in the iron cages were in far worse shape. Men, women, elderly, and children were crammed together, nearly all of them bloodied and battered, clearly having endured prolonged and brutal torture. Over a dozen barely breathing bodies lay sprawled on the cold ground, their breathing so weak it was almost inaudible. Damn it! Su Zhan's voice was low and cold, his eyes icy as rage churned in his chest. Gu Feng had imprisoned and tortured so many people here. Whatever his purpose, it certainly wasn't anything good. Is that Su Zifei? Xiang Wen's pupils contracted sharply as he scanned the Kajisa. Little girl lay curled on her side in a corner, her face pale as wax, seemingly drawing her last breath. You know her? Su Zhan turned his head to ask. I saw a missing person notice her parents posted 6 months ago. Xiang Wen gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. They said she disappeared after going out. Never imagined she'd been captured and brought here. What does Gu Feng want with them? Her parents are just ordinary professionals, nothing special about them. We'll find out soon enough. Su Zhan's expression was emotionless as he stepped forward, his armored footsteps echoing dully against the concrete floor. Now that the game and reality had merged, with foreign powers lurking outside and wild monsters rampaging within, every human life was extremely precious. Who could say that among these prisoners there wouldn't emerge a future 8th rank powerhouse? Whatever Gu Feng's purpose was, this alone was enough for Su Zhan to sentence him to death. Who are you? Suddenly, over a dozen guards rushed out from the shadows of the corridor, blocking their path with vigilant stances. That's literally from the gate. Are you here to cause trouble? Someone spotted the security guard they'd left behind at the entrance and immediately understood their hostile intentions. Su Zhan didn't answer, instead lifting his foot and stomping hard on the ground. Electric surge. Crackling visible blue-white arcs of electricity raced along the ground, instantly engulfing the guards. The sharp crackling echoed as over a dozen men didn't even manage a grunt before collapsing stiffly, smoke rising from their bodies. The voltage unleashed by the Formec combined armor reached 10,000 volts. Those guards, none higher than 4th rank, couldn't possibly resist and were all electrocuted into charred corpses. The sleeping prisoners in the iron cages were awakened by the tremendous noise. Zhuge Xuanyue peered through the cell door and saw Su Zhan in his gleaming golden armor, not recognizing him at first. Only when she spotted Xiang Wen's figure did realization dawn. She immediately called out in warning. Su Zhan, you need to leave quickly. She had witnessed Shanghai Group's true strength over the past 2 days. They had several 6th rank powerhouses, and possibly even 7th rank ones hidden away. No matter how strong Su Zhan was, he shouldn't take on an entire corporation hidden. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Su Zhan was about to speak, the sound of leisurely applause came from behind him. He turned to see a burly man in his 40s walking down the stairs, his gaze filled with amusement. The newcomer was none other than Deng Yuan, who had come on Gu Feng's orders. Impressive, wearing armor, and still able to unleash lightning. Deng Yuan looked Su Zhan's golden armor up and down, his tone casual, as if he were appraising merchandise. Tell me, what's your profession? Are you Deng Yuan? Xiang Wen's pupils contracted as she recognized Deng Yuan's identity. 10 years ago, Lingchuan City was shaken by a bloody case that shocked the entire nation. 3 5th-rank professionals were brutally slaughtered, their bodies carelessly dumped on the streets in a horrific scene. After the incident, the professional association pursued the case through the night and finally identified the killer, Deng Yuan. The association immediately issued a wanted notice, but after that, Deng Yuan vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Didn't expect a little girl like you would actually know me. Deng Yuan raised an eyebrow with a cold sneer, his gaze sweeping over Xiangwen like a blade. That year, after killing those 3 fifth-rank professionals, he had joined Gu Feng and remained hidden in the shadows, carrying out tasks for him. Su Zhan. This guy is a level fugitive wanted by the Professional Association with a bounty of 600,000 gold coins. Xiangwen turned around and shouted a warning to Su Zhan. That massacre had no deep grudge behind it. Deng Yuan had simply taken a fancy to one of their treasures and wanted to force a purchase, but when refused, he directly resorted to murder. Little girl, you're quite well informed. But do you think he can stop me? Deng Yuan sneered as his 6th rank aura burst forth. At the same time, he pressed his palms together and activated flawless Vajra body. A brilliant golden light seeped from his forehead, spreading across his entire body in an instant, as if clothing him in an indestructible golden armor. From a distance, Deng Yuan had transformed into a golden Buddha warrior. Bang! Just as he was about to speak again, a muffled sound exploded in his ears. The smile on Deng Yuan's face froze as he looked down to see a golden fist piercing through his chest, with flesh and blood churning around the fist as the golden light shattered inch by inch. How is this possible? The excruciating pain surged through him, and dizziness nearly scattered his consciousness. Gu Feng had clearly said that Su Zhan was just a rookie who had recently awakened his profession and started college, yet he had punched through a 6th-rank golden body while Deng Yuan was using his protective skill at full power. It's not that I can't beat you, it's that in my eyes, you're not even worth calling trash. Su Zhan withdrew his fist and casually flicked the blood droplets off his gauntlet. Losing support, Deng Yuan's body went limp and crashed to the ground with a thud, completely silent. How did he become so strong? Inside the iron cage, Zhuge Shuangyue gasped in shock. In just a few days since they last met, Su Zhan could now kill a 6th-rank expert with a single punch. Save me, please, save me. In the surrounding iron cages, prisoners who had previously looked hollow-eyed and barely alive suddenly showed glimmers of hope for survival. Don't worry, I'll get you all out. Su Zhan approached the cages and lightly traced his finger across the iron bars. Electric sparks crackled and popped as the cage door split open. These cages were connected to 5,000 volts of high-voltage electricity that ordinary people wouldn't dare touch. But when that current hit Su Zhan's body, it was quickly absorbed like nourishing energy. A few minutes later, all the iron cages were torn open and the prisoners were rescued one by one. Su Zhan, thank you. Zhuge Shuangyue supported Su Zhan's arm as she walked out of the iron cage. It's fine. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been captured and brought here. In the dim prison cell, Su Zhan looked at Zhuge Shuangyue with a hint of guilt. He understood that if he hadn't personally killed Gu Chonglin, this young woman would never have suffered this undeserved disaster. She was only here because the Gu family had vented their anger on her. Zhuge Shuangyue took a gentle breath and lowered her voice. By the way, I discovered a secret during this time. Shanghai Group is actually colluding with people from the Sakura Nation. They're capturing these professionals to use as live test subjects for Sakura Nation professionals, stealing their abilities. As she spoke, bone-deep hatred flashed in her eyes, and her fingertips trembled slightly. What? Such a thing exists? Xiangwen exclaimed in shock. She never imagined that Shanghai Group would dare commit such treacherous acts for personal gain. She knew that when the game merged with reality years ago, there had been a bloody war between Dragon Nation professionals and Sakura Nation professionals that lasted nearly 60 years, with countless predecessors' bones piled like mountains. A cold aura suddenly spread through the air. Su Zhan slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. You stay here. I'm going upstairs to find Gu Feng. Thinking of the Gu father and son, his killing intent was undisguised. Gu Chonglin had died as he deserved, and Gu Feng would be no exception. All right, be careful, Xiangwen warned solemnly. Su Zhan nodded slightly, and the armor mechanisms on his back roared to life. Golden power runes lit up as he shot upward, forcibly smashing through the ceiling above and breaking through the walls. Ceiling debris scattered everywhere, and the prison cell instantly fell silent. Zhuge Shuangyue looked up at the hole, her eyes filled with envy and shock. Just how strong was Su Zhan now? When Gu Feng had captured her, he had intended to torture her first. Fortunately, she carried a Taiqing protection charm given by her family, which could form a protective barrier lasting 3 full days and withstand a full-force attack from a 4th-rank professional. The charm also represented the Zhuge family, so Gu Feng, unwilling to start a war, hadn't dared to break it by force. Otherwise, she would have already suffered torture. But Su Zhan was different. She had witnessed him kill a 6th-rank expert with a single punch, a power that was simply terrifying. I don't know what level he's actually reached either. Xiangwen shook her head with a bitter smile. Even 7th-rank professionals can't instantly kill a 6th rank with one punch. By that calculation, Su Zhan must be at least 8th rank. An 8th rank professional is legendary. Even the president of Southern University is only 6th rank. The more she thought about it, the more incredible it seemed Su Zhan had always kept a low profile and never revealed his true strength. What exactly had he experienced? As the two women's minds churned with thoughts, continuous thunderous crashes came from above as rooftops collapsed. Su Zhan smashed through floor after floor, reaching the top level of the building Gu Feng's office in mere moments. At that moment, Gu Feng was half reclining on a leather sofa with his eyes closed, waiting for his subordinate Deng Yuan to bring Su Zhan before him so he could personally torture him to avenge his beloved son and warn the outside world. Those who dare touch the Gu family must pay in blood. The next second, a dull explosive sound suddenly erupted. The floor was forcibly torn open, instantly creating a hole over 5 feet wide, as wood fragments and steel reinforcement flew everywhere. Golden armor gleamed brilliantly in the swirling dust as Su Zhan stepped out and landed before Gu Feng. Su Zhan. Gu Feng's eyes snapped open, his face twisted with hatred, his jaw nearly grinding his teeth to powder. He stared venomously at the intruder, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Gu Feng, you colluded with the Sakura Nation and trafficked Dragon Nation professionals. You deserve death. Su Zhan's voice was bone-chillingly cold, carrying heart-stopping killing intent. Bah, what are you to dare accuse me? Gu Feng sneered with a hissing voice as black energy churned around his body. Within the dark mist, ghostly shadows moved, and countless screams seemed to echo in their ears. Vengeful spirits. The next moment, Gu Feng let out a low roar and unleashed his skill directly. A ferocious-looking vengeful spirit shrieked as it burst forth from the black aura surrounding him, lunging towards Su Zhan with bared fangs. The spirit opened its maw wide, black mist churning around it as it swept across the ground with an ear-piercing wail. Gu Feng's original profession as a ghost keeper allowed him to collect vengeful spirits from heaven and earth, nurturing them within his body before releasing them in battle to kill his enemies. This was precisely his most skilled technique. Bang! Su Zhan simply raised his hand and delivered a casual slap. Electric arcs exploded from his palm, instantly shattering the vengeful spirit into wisps of black mist that scattered and vanished. What? Gu Feng's pupils contracted sharply, panic flooding his heart. Had Deng Yuan really been killed by this man? The intelligence clearly stated that Su Zhan was a mechanist, though. Could he possibly crush a vengeful spirit with his bare hands? It would be normal for a mechanist to pilot mecha, but what was that golden armor? He'd never seen anything like it, yet it unleashed such terrifying power. Thoughts raced through Gu Feng's mind, but he couldn't make sense of any of it. Su Zhan smiled coldly. No wonder your heart is so black, turns out you're harboring so many ghosts inside. As his words fell, he raised his hand and swept it forward. A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel roared forth, shooting straight toward Gu Feng. This is bad. Gu Feng's face turned deathly pale as mortal danger enveloped his entire body. If this lightning struck, he'd be crippled even if he survived. He screamed desperately, "Master, save me." What a waste. A hoarse, deep voice responded immediately. In an instant, the black aura around Gu Feng condensed as the smell of blood filled the air. Crimson light swirled into a shield, blocking his front. Boom. The violent electric current crashed into the blood shield, exploding in a burst of blinding white light. The energy shockwave sent Gu Feng flying, embedding him heavily into the wall behind him and creating a massive hole. Cough. Young people these days, each one more ruthless than the last. Gu Feng coughed up blood as he struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Those crimson eyes stared fixedly at Su Zhan. Su Zhan frowned slightly. You're not Gu Feng. Who exactly are you? He had already held back 30% of his power, wanting to keep Gu Feng alive for questioning about his collusion with Sakura Nation professionals. But even so, a 6th-turn professional shouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yet his opponent had manifested 8th-turn defenses. This was definitely abnormal. Gu Feng chuckled lowly, his laughter tinged with madness. A name? Huh. I can barely remember anymore. What was I called? Tokugawa Yazunari? Or Tokugawa Yasuke's? He grew more confused as he spoke. Suddenly, as if whipped awake, he roared, "No. I am Tokugawa Yazunari, a member of the Tokugawa family." The next moment, he straightened his body, his crimson pupils blazing with murderous intent. A ghost from Sakura Nation? Su Zhan's mind turned, instantly understanding Gu Feng had actually been possessed by an evil spirit from Sakura Nation. Such things were indeed rare. I'm not a ghost, I'm a god. Tokugawa Yazunari flew into a rage, the word ghost completely igniting the madness in his heart. Blood light surged violently, condensing into a giant maw filled with fangs that lunged towards Su Zhan. Bang! Su Zhan's lips curved in mockery as electric light danced between his fingers. He casually reached forward, and Tokugawa Yazunari seemed to voluntarily offer his neck to Su Zhan's grasp, instantly finding himself easily caught in Su Zhan's grip. But I'm an 8th-turn practitioner. Tokugawa Yazunari's eyes bulged wide with terror as his limbs flailed desperately in the air, trying to break free from his restraints. However, Su Zhan's hand clamped around his neck like an iron vice forged from the finest steel, remaining utterly motionless no matter how frantically he struggled. Tokugawa Yazunari was completely stunned. He had been a ghost master over 300 years ago, whose combat method involved merging with the summoned spirits under his control. Back then, while fighting Dragon Kingdom practitioners for territory, his physical body had perished in battle, but thanks to his profession's unique traits, he had completely fused with his controlled spirit, transforming into a spirit-like entity and barely surviving. Since then, he had recuperated in the dark crevices for nearly 3 centuries until recently regaining his ability to act independently. 10 years ago, when Gu Feng was out exploring, he encountered Tokugawa in a secret realm. Since Gu Feng's profession was that of a ghost host, highly compatible with spirit forms, Tokugawa seized the opportunity to possess him. From that moment on, he manipulated Gu Feng to secretly collaborate with Sakura Kingdom practitioners, capturing Dragon Kingdom compatriots for live experiments, all to forge a truly suitable physical body that would allow his complete resurrection. Nothing's impossibly just too weak. Su Zhan's voice was ice cold. With a slight mental command, brilliant electric arcs erupted from his arm, azure lightning instantly enveloping Tokugawa Yazunari. Crackling sounds filled the air as wisps of black energy evaporated from his surface, dispersing into the air accompanied by piercing shrieks. No, I won't die, Tokugawa Yazunari roared. I survived such fierce battles 300 years ago, how could I possibly fall here? He twisted desperately, but Su Zhan's current combat power had long surpassed the 8th turn. Let alone a mere spirit fragment. Even if Tokugawa recovered his physical form, he would be no match. Su Zhan's eyes gleamed coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Simply slaughtering you would be too merciful. He squinted as he examined him. For you to survive as a spirit for 300 years while maintaining 8th turn strength is extraordinarily rare. You have significant research value. His mind quickly sketched out the possibilities. If Dragon Kingdom could analyze this spirit survival mechanism, all future practitioners could transform into spirits after death and continue fighting. When that time came, live as a Dragon Kingdom citizen, die as a Dragon Kingdom ghost. Dragon Kingdom's dominion over the world would only be a matter of time. Before he finished speaking, the black energy around Tokugawa Yazunari suddenly collapsed. His soul shadow instantly retreating back into Gu Feng's body. Was truly terrified now, knowing that if Su Zhan continued electrocuting him like this, he would genuinely perish. You, who exactly are you? The crimson glow in Gu Feng's eyes gradually faded, restoring the clarity he possessed as the original host. Having witnessed everything firsthand, his heart was overwhelmed with shock. Tokugawa Yazunari, an 8th-tier powerhouse, had been subdued single-handedly by this person before him. Su Zhan. Impossible. In his understanding, Su Zhan was merely a college student who had just completed his awakening ceremony, and his profession was that of a mechanic, the least combat-oriented class. I am the Su Zhan you've been looking for. A blinding blue-white arc flashed momentarily, and the metallic battle armor on Su Zhan's face rippled like water before retracting, revealing his true appearance. Gu Feng's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his voice trembling. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At that moment, the office's heavy alloy door burst open with a thunderous crash. 5 6th-tier professionals stormed in aggressively. Release Director Gu. Director Gu is a consulting instructor for our beautiful country Mages Association. Director Gu is also the honorary president of Kirigakure Mountain. Shouts erupted one after another. Among them, 2 blonde, blue-eyed foreign men glared furiously, while a ninja wrapped entirely in black cloth with blade-sharp features stepped forward. Su Zhan snorted coldly, and his arm guard instantly lit up with high-voltage indicators as 100,000 volts of electricity erupted. Sizzle. In just 3 seconds, Gu Feng's body surface was charred black before turning to ash that scattered in the air-conditioning breeze. As the ashes dispersed completely, Su Zhan clenched his 5 fingers, firmly grasping a mass of dark, resentful energy in his palm. It was Tokugawa Yazunari in his spirit form. 100,000 volts was enough to severely wound but not instantly destroy this 8th-tier spirit, which was precisely Su Zhan's intention to hold back. Otherwise, with full power unleashed, no matter how cunning Tokugawa Yazunari was, he would surely perish. You actually killed him? This matter must be answered for to our Mages Association. If the Dragon Country Professional Association doesn't provide an explanation, Kirigakure Mountain will declare war on you. The 5 were furious. They had thought that invoking their backing forces would make Su Zhan wary, yet he had killed without hesitation. An explanation? With just you people, do you even qualify? Su Zhan raised his eyes, his tone as cold as mechanical steel. The group was stunned into silence by this contemptuous remark, their faces turning ashen, yet they dared not act rashly. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a brilliant golden light streaked from the distance. crashing through the floor-to-ceiling windows with a bang. As the golden light dispersed, two figures appear. It was Zhang Sanjia and Jin Qingping, who had rushed over from the Dragon Country Professional Association headquarters. Zhang Sanjia, is this how your Dragon Country professionals treat friends? The Sakura Country ninja was the first to question, his voice sharp. Due to Zhang Sanjia's considerable reputation in Sakura Country, he immediately recognized the newcomer. Su Zhan's attitude is our attitude. What are you going to do about it? Zhang Sanjia didn't even bother to ask questions and fired back directly. You? The ninja from the Cherry Blossom Nation was left speechless. He never expected the usually composed Zhang Sanjia to be so unyielding, especially against the leader of the Azure Dragon group from the Professional Association. Recalling the early days when the game descended, professionals from various nations had just gained their powers and were fighting for advantages, killing each other ruthlessly. But when everyone discovered that wild monsters had also mutated and generally possessed strength far superior to professionals, all conflict ceased as they temporarily set aside their grudges to unite against common enemies. The surface courtesy established then became the norm, whether among civilians or officials. Whenever professionals from different countries met, proper etiquette was always observed. But today, the atmosphere had completely changed. The Beautiful Nation Mage Association will file a complaint with your professional association's headquarters. You must give us an explanation. A blue-haired foreigner pointed at Zhang Sanjiao accusingly, speaking fluent Mandarin. An explanation for what? He's an enforcement officer from headquarters who investigated Gu Feng's illegal trafficking of professionals. When Gu Feng resisted arrest, he was executed on the spot, perfectly justified. Zhang Sanjiao remained expressionless, his gaze sharp as a blade. Besides, what are you all doing blocking our way here? Were you involved in Gu Feng's operations too? In the past, Zhang Sanjia might have shown consideration for diplomatic relations, since Dragon Nation professionals operating overseas needed cooperation from various parties. But nothing compared to Su Zhan's importance. He wanted to use this opportunity to make his stance clear. You? Several people froze, feeling guilty. Indeed, Gu Feng couldn't have managed that trafficking operation alone. They had secretly provided numerous conveniences. The Cherry Blossom Nation's Kirigakure Mountain served as Gu Feng's main exchange point, where most captured professionals were sent, while the Mage Association picked out the ones they needed. Who said you could leave? Su Zhan's voice was low and filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Gu Feng deserved his fate, but those who conspired with him deserved death even more. Group Leader Zhang, are you really planning to kill us? The Cherry Blossom Nation ninja's heart trembled as he stared intently at Su Zhan. The scene of Su Zhan killing Gu Feng with a single strike was still vivid in his mind. That was undoubtedly 8th rank strength. If they became his target, none of them would survive. Whether he kills you or not is up to him. Zhang Sanjia seized the moment to declare his position, having caught Su Zhan's intention. Run! The moment those words fell, all 6 foreign professionals burst into action simultaneously, their skills flashing with various lights as they scattered in all directions. Just moments ago they had been as immovable as mountains, but now they fled faster than rabbits. Think you can escape? Zhang Sanjia's expression darkened as golden light erupted from his body, preparing to give chase. However, Su Zhan was faster. Before the golden light could fully envelop Zhang Sanjia's body, 6 consecutive muffled sounds rang out in succession. Zhang Sanjia took a closer look and saw the 6 people who had charged out earlier were now charred black all over, piled together in a heap, all unconscious. The acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air as charcoal-like fragments crumbled and fell. Team leader, I'll leave the evidence investigation to you. Su Zhan dusted off his hands, his voice calm but brooking no argument. Don't worry, leave it all to me. Zhang Sanjia nodded, his gaze sweeping over the charred corpses with a sinister tone. None of these people will survive. There's also this thing. Su Zhan opened his palm, revealing a writhing mass of black energy floating between his fingers, the spirit form that had condensed after he killed Tokugawa Yasunari. He briefly explained everything that had just happened to Zhang Sanjia. Such a thing exists. Zhang Sanjia's eyes lit up as if they could shoot beams of light, leaning in to stare at the black energy. A living person becomes a spirit after death, essentially a real ghost? In all the time since the game and reality merged, humans have never experienced this phenomenon. We've only seen some spirit-type monsters in the wild. I never imagined someone could survive in ghost form and with such powerful abilities. This news is huge, you must study it. He looked up with a brilliant smile, like someone who had found a priceless treasure. Su Zhan, you're truly the Dragon Kingdom's lucky star. Every time you act, you bring unexpected benefits. Then I'll leave this thing with you, team leader. Su Zhan handed over the black energy. I'm going to check on my friends first. Go ahead, leave the rest to me. Zhang Sanjia solemnly accepted it, patting his chest in assurance. Su Zhan nodded to Jin Qingping nearby, and his figure disappeared in a flash of lightning. After a moment of silence, Jin Qingping spoke in a low voice. Old monk, is that really Su Zhan? Who else could it be? Zhang Sanjia replied casually, his attention still focused on the black energy in his hands. How did he become so strong? When I watched him fight just now, he seemed even more terrifying than you. Jin Qingping tried to control his heartbeat, but couldn't hide his shock. Don't ask me, don't know either. Zhang Sanjia looked up with an unusually grave expression. Forget one of me. Even 10 of me wouldn't be his match. What? Jin Qingping's pupils contracted, almost doubting what he'd heard. Otherwise, why would I say he's a candidate for president? Zhang Sanjia grinned and patted Jin Qingping's shoulder. Remember, keep this confidential. Now, get your people over here quickly. Let's destroy the Gu family first. They had some nerve capturing Dragon Kingdom professionals. Speaking of the Gu family, his expression darkened suddenly, cold, killing intent rolling forth. We're all Dragon Kingdom people, yet Gu Feng sold out his country for favor. Death is too good for him. Didn't you notice anything at all? This is my negligence. I accept punishment. Jin Changping lowered his head, his tone also carrying murderous intent. With an 8th rank expert secretly helping him, it would have been difficult for you to discover. Zhang Sanjia's voice was low. But this matter absolutely won't end here. Yes. Jin Qingping agreed and immediately called the Lingchuan branch, ordering personnel to rush over at once. Meanwhile, in the Gu family's basement, dark and damp with lights casting cold shadows on the walls, Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue sat in a corner, vigilantly watching their surroundings while waiting for rescue. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the air as Su Zhan appeared, electrical arcs still dancing at his fingertips. Sujan, you're back? Are you alright? Xiang Wen immediately stood up, his eyes full of concern. I'm fine. I've already killed Gu Feng. The professional association's people will arrive soon, so we can leave the rest to them. Sujan said. You killed Gu Feng, but now how are we supposed to find evidence of the Gu family capturing professionals? Zhuge Xuanyue stared at the ruined floor before her, her voice ice cold. She had always believed that Shanghai Group had committed countless crimes, and if only Gu Feng died, it would be letting them off too easy. It would be better to uproot the entire Gu family. Sujan's gaze remained calm as he sheathed his blood-dripping dagger. The Gu family is finished. There wasn't just Gu Feng here, there were also professionals from Sakura Country and the Great Beautiful Country, and they've all been captured. We'll be able to extract more solid evidence from them soon. Xiang Wen was stunned. There were professionals from Sakura Country here too? He instinctively looked around, his face full of surprise. According to regulations, any foreign professionals wanting to enter Dragon Country cities must register in advance, otherwise their destructive power could threaten urban stability. Clearly, the Sakura Country professionals secretly sheltered by Shanghai Group had never gone through official channels. Su Zhan continued. This matter has been handed over to the professional headquarters for investigation. We'll leave the rest to them. Let's head back. Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiang Wen exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The three of them walked through the debris and heavy smell of blood, leaving Shanghai Tower together. Back at Southern University campus, under the dim streetlights, Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiang Wen went to the medical office first to check their injuries and prevent any hidden damage. Su Zhan headed straight to the academic building, pushed open the dean's office door, and gave Chen Ziyuan a brief report on the Shanghai Group situation. I knew those bastards from Sakura Country wouldn't give up. They still want to destroy Dragon Bone. After hearing the report, Chen Ziyuan slammed his hand on the desk, making the teacups rattle. If it were up to me, I'd send people to wipe out Sakura Country right now. He had always harbored hostility towards Sakura Country. When several professional schools from Sakura Country had wanted to send exchange students to Southern University, he had rejected them outright, and even specifically wrote in the school regulations, absolutely no exchange students from Sakura Country would be accepted. The reason was simple. 300 years ago, his great-grandfather had died in that brutal battle against Sakura Country professionals. Sujan's voice was steady. Don't worry, Principal. At this Medicine Mountain death match, I'll make them pay the price. You're participating in the Medicine Mountain death match? Chen Ziyuan was startled, surprise flashing in his eyes. Although his own level wasn't high, as principal he had heard about major Dragon Country affairs. What level has your strength actually reached? Sujan thought for a moment, his tone casual yet resolute. You should remember Zhang Sanjia, the true Dragon Group leader who came last time, right? He's no match for me. Asking about another professional strength was normally private information unless the relationship was close enough. No one would easily bring it up. But Chen Ziyuan was one of his own people, so Su Zhan didn't mind sharing. Chen Ziyuan gasped. Good heavens, how did you become so powerful? In just a few breaths, his mind raced through comparisons. The last beast tide was less than a week ago. At that time, Su Zhan could already face and kill 7th-tier monsters hidden, but Zhang Sanjia was a veteran 8th tier with extremely rich combat experience. Now that Su Zhan claimed he could suppress Zhang Sanjia, didn't that mean he already possessed 8th tier combat power? This rate of improvement could no longer be described as terrifying, it should be called monstrous. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you, Principal. If you hadn't given me those 3 large mechanical units from the school, my strength couldn't have improved this rapidly. You deserved every bit of it. Chen Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual and composed. The stronger you become, the more secure the Dragon Kingdom will be. With combat power like yours participating in the Yaoshan life and death battle, victory is practically guaranteed. When the time comes, don't show any mercy to those professionals from the Sakura Kingdom. Theory nothing but a pack of ungrateful dogs. The moment he mentioned the Sakura Kingdom, the hatred on his face was undisguised. Since Southern University's founding, countless students who ventured out for training had died at the hands of those professionals. Yet they operated in secrecy, and even when traces of evidence remained, the Sakura Kingdom Professional Association would only offer perfunctory responses before letting matters fade away. Chen Ziyuan was convinced these people deserved no mercy. They should be eliminated on sight. Don't worry, Principal. I understand. Su Zhan had already made up his mind, and now his resolve was even firmer. Just as he was about to express his gratitude again, Chen Ziyuan suddenly remembered something. By the way, you mentioned that machinery can enhance your strength. What about energy bodies? Energy bodies? Su Zhan's eyes lit up instantly. Besides the three large mechanical units, Dangerous Wanderer, Megatron, and Deep Blue, Southern University's warehouse also contained numerous small mechanical fragments. Among them was a special piece of metal detected to contain enormous energy within. The school had once considered using it as an energy source, but experiments showed this energy was extremely unstable and uncontrollable. For safety reasons, it could only be sealed away. If Su Zhan could truly assimilate this object, the power of his fusion armor would undoubtedly leap to another level. Come on, let me show you. Chen Ziyuan was a man of action. After speaking, he led Su Zhan through the academic district to the metal warehouse in the back mountains. The warehouse's exterior walls were covered with blast-resistant alloy, and its heavy doors bore the academy's emblem. After scanning their irises, the two entered an elevator that descended 100 meters underground. Principal, what brings you here? As the elevator doors opened, an elderly man with graying hair came into view. Wearing an old lab coat, he had been dozing on a small wooden stool by the entrance. Seeing Chen Ziyuan appear, he immediately perked up and stood. This is Professor Wang Zichuan, who has overseen all the related experiments. After the introduction, Chen Ziyuan pointed to Su Zhan. This is Su Zhan, our university's honorary vice principal. Nice to meet you, Professor Wang. Su Zhan smiled and nodded. Vice principal? Him. Wang Zichuan rubbed his eyes and looked back and forth. Southern University's vice principal was under 20 years old? Even if it was just an honorary position, it was still shocking. Chen Ziyuan chuckled teasingly. Don't underestimate Su Zhan could defeat you with one hand. Old Chen, even though I spend all my time buried in this underground lab, I'm still a 7th tier, 99th level professional. How powerful could this young man be? Defeating me with one hand. Wang Zichuan pursed his lips and huffed indignantly. Why don't you two have a match? Chen Ziyuan suggested. Principal, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Su Zhan was somewhat puzzled by Chen Ziyuan's intentions. He knew his own strength. Forget 7th tier. Even an 8th tier professional wouldn't be his match. He's quite stubborn, and that energy metal is in his possession. He was the one who discovered it in the first place. If you want to take something from him, you'll need to prove yourself. Chen Ziyuan finished speaking with a long sigh, his brow furrowed with helplessness. Only then did Su Zhan understand why he had been brought here to fight, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. So it was all just to gain someone's trust? Having Chen Ziyuan, a 6th tier cultivator, bring him to challenge a 7th tier professor who was on the verge of reaching the 8th tier seemed like bullying no matter how you looked at it. But after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. Anyone capable of guarding Southern University's research facility certainly had the right to be proud like Wang Zichuan. This little episode also gave Su Zhan a direct understanding of Southern University's true depth. Just as he had suspected, the school couldn't possibly have only 6th tier combat power, and Professor Wang before him was proof of a higher level. Kid, my profession is quite special. I am a little inventor, so don't underestimate me. Wang Zichuan's lips curved into a smirk as his palms suddenly flashed with light, and a metal sphere materialized out of thin air. Electric arcs crackled and danced as dense points of light appeared on the sphere's surface. Then it slowly levitated, emitting a low humming sound. Su Zhan, just exchange a few moves with Professor Wang, but remember to hold back. Don't actually hurt anyone. Chen Ziyuan chimed in from the sidelines. Chen Ziyuan, cut the crap. Wang Zichuan's temper flared as he glared at him. I don't know what you're here for, but it's definitely no good. If he can actually hurt me, he can take whatever he wants from here. With that, he raised his hand, and the floating metal ball suddenly shot forward, weaving a net of blazing white electric arcs that instantly sealed off the surrounding area. This was Wang Zichuan's proudest invention, the Thunder Beast. It could not only fly freely, but also discharge up to 5,000 volts of electricity. Most professionals would be completely incapacitated with just one touch. Su Zhan smiled wryly and gently warned, Professor Wang, be careful. Before his words had even finished, golden light exploded around his body as his 4-piece armor roared into formation. The heavy golden outer armor made the entire laboratory blindingly bright. like a deity donning divine vestments. Summoned armor? Interesting, a completely new profession. Wang Zichuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained confident. The thunder beast shrieked as it swept past, casting its electric net down towards Su Zhan. Whoosh! The air suddenly tore with a sharp sound. Su Zhan, who had been standing in place just moments before, vanished without a trace, only to reappear in front of Wang Zichuan with one hand casually placed on his neck. You? Wang Zichuan's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with shock. In that instant, he hadn't even been able to catch a glimpse of Su Zhan's afterimaging's speed was almost like teleportation, sending chills down his spine. Old man, do you believe it now? Chen Ziyuan chuckled as he delivered the finishing blow from behind. Did you deliberately set me up? Wang Zichuan glared at Chen Ziyuan with embarrassment and annoyance. The other man had obviously known Su Zhan's true capabilities all along, yet still pushed him forward to show off, making him lose face in public. Enough talk, I warned you. Fighting was your own choice. Chen Ziyuan shrugged and cut him off. Fine, I admit defeat. Wang Zichuan sighed deeply, recalled his thunder beast, and looked utterly helpless. All right, what exactly do you want? Blue gold medal. Chen Ziyuan got straight to the point. That thing has enormous energido, you really have a way to control it. Wang Zichuan's pupils contracted slightly as he gave a serious warning. He had originally thought they were here to ask him to make some small gadgets, never expecting their target to be blue gold. It's not that I have a way, it does. Take us there first. Chen Ziyuan urged impatiently, giving Wang Zichuan a slight push to make him lead the way. Cold light flickered in the metal corridor as their metal boot soles struck the ground, echoes reverberating through the narrow space. The three hurried along, and after more than 100 meters, they stopped before a glass box no larger than 30 centimeters square. The glass box was completely sealed and crystal clear, with occasional red arcs dancing across its surface like tiny tongues of fire on patrol. The walls were cast from special insulating material that could completely block electrical current. In the center of the box lay quietly a fist-sized blue metal chunk, with deep blue lightning coursing across its surface, emitting a low hum as if it might explode out of control at any moment. Well, can you use it? Chen Ziyuan's eyes lit up as he looked eagerly at Su Zhan. The energy contained in this blue metal was nearly terrifying. If it couldn't be properly utilized, it would be nothing short of wasteful. As long as it's metal, I can use it. Su Zhan's tone was confident, his gaze sharp as a blade. You can really control it? Wang Zichuan asked with doubt and amazement. Since obtaining this blue metal, he had tried every method imaginable, but could never make it obediently output energy. Let me try. After speaking, Su Zhan stepped closer to the box. Metal absorption. As his words fell, a crimson glow suddenly appeared in his palm, instantly enveloping the entire glass box. Bang! A crisp explosion tore through the air as the box walls shattered and flew in all directions. The blue metal suddenly went berserk, with blue lightning splashing like a waterfall, but the red light was faster, gathering all the arcs in the instant they spread. The violent electrical current was forcibly cut off. The blue metal was covered by the red light, then transformed into a pure blue beam that shot directly into Su Zhan's mechanical armor. In the blink of an eye, dense blue patterns appeared on the armor's originally golden shell, with energy flowing like quicksilver, especially on the chest plate where large areas were completely invaded by blue. Holy crap, you can do that! Wang Zichuan stumbled backward more than 10 steps in shock, lost his balance, and fell flat on his rear. He had imagined countless scenarios, but never thought this man would directly refine the blue metal into light and absorb it. What the hell kind of skill is that? Old Chen, what profession is this? What profession exactly? He grabbed Chen Ziyuan's sleeve, demanding answers frantically. Su Zhan is just an ordinary mechanist, but his skills are rather special. Chen Ziyuan smiled and shrugged. Bullshit. No matter how special a mechanist is, they can't turn metal into light. Wang Zichuan cursed furiously. He had seen countless mechanists. Strictly speaking, his own inventor class was an advanced version of mechanist, but had never heard of anyone who could directly convert metal into light. At this moment, the glow around Su Zhan gradually faded. The modified armor now interwove blue and gold, with patterns flowing across its surface like a galaxy. He clenched his fist, feeling the energy within him surge to almost infinite levels. The energy contained in this blue metal was too powerful. The armor formed by combining four machines had already possessed amazing energy storage, capable of unleashing up to 1,000,000 volts of electrical current. Now, those constraints had been virtually shattered. Though he hadn't tested it yet, Su Zhan was certain he could easily release over 100 million volts continuously, as long as he wished it to continue. This was an extremely terrifying enhancement, equivalent to Su Zhan possessing nearly unlimited energy. With this energy source, Su Zhan no longer needed to conserve power during battles and could unleash his maximum energy output without restraint. Activate. With this thought, he pushed his energy output directly to maximum. In an instant, violent currents surged through his body like silver serpents coursing through his limbs, crackling and sparking continuously. Brilliant lightning wrapped around him, quickly forming a thick suit of thunder armor on his surface, with sharp edges and electric arcs interweaving to create a domineering and wild appearance. It can do that. Wang Zichuan stared at the thunder armor in amazement, his eyes blazing with excitement. The next second, the air around him suddenly expanded as a surging airflow exploded outward, making his clothes flutter wildly. Old Wang, did you just reach the 8th rank? Chen Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. He knew well that professionals always experienced minor phenomena when breaking through, just like the wave of energy Wang Zichuan had just released. What happened? Su Zhan retracted his electrical currents and dismissed his armor, looking at the two men with confusion. He really wasn't familiar with the intricacies of professional advancement. Chen Ziyuan lowered his voice and explained rapidly. Old Wang has a special profession with unusual advancement requirement. She needs to independently conceive entirely new inventions to complete his promotion tasks. He's been stuck for 8 whole years, but now, just from watching you absorb blue gold and release lightning, he's had a burst of inspiration and broken through directly. You're truly Southern University's lucky star. Wang Zichuan's breakthrough to the 8th rank meant Southern University had gained another 8th rank expert, dramatically increasing their overall strength. More importantly, his profession as a minor inventor shared origins with the mechanist class, allowing him to craft various powerful weapons. Now that he'd advanced to the 8th rank, the equipment he could manufacture would be even more formidable. Su Zhan, please, I beg you, take me as your disciple. Wang Zichuan suddenly snapped to attention and rushed to Su Zhan, gripping his arms tightly. Huh? Su Zhan was completely stunned. You want to be my disciple? You're decades older than mice. That really appropriate. Old Wang, have you lost your mind? Chen Ziyuan also came to his senses and pushed Wang Zichuan away. A 60-something professor wanting to become the disciple of a 20-something young man? People would die laughing if word got out. Wang Zichuan stumbled from the push but immediately straightened up, his voice even louder than before. Old Chen, don't stop me. I'm serious. You know my profession to rapidly improve my combat abilities. I need to invent new things. Minor inventor is essentially the same path as mechanist. My master no. Su Zhan possesses hidden skills that let him transform machinery directly into armor, plus he can absorb blue gold and wield thunder. This gives me endless inspiration. Just by staying near him, I dare say reaching the 9th rank is only a matter of time. The 9th rank, Old Chen. As he spoke excitedly, he couldn't stand still, gesticulating wildly while circling around Su Zhan and Chen Ziyuan, speaking as rapidly as a machine gun. Chen Ziyuan watched Wang Zichuan's antics with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, then turned to Su Zhan. What do you think? If Professor Wang doesn't mind, I don't have any objections. Su Zhan nodded with a smile. Though he didn't know Wang Zichuan very well, from the lightning-releasing metal sphere the professor had created, Su Zhan could tell he was capable of manufacturing various metal machinery. This arrangement would bring significant benefits to Su Zhan. In the future, he could have Wang Zichuan create the initial machinery, then upgrade it himself, greatly enhancing the performance of these machines. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Zichuan, as if fearing Su Zhan might change his mind, dropped to his knees with a soft thud on the cold alloy floor and kowtowed 3 times in succession, the sound echoing loudly throughout the underground warehouse. Come on, Old Wang, that's enough, Chen Ziyuan said from the side, grimacing at the sight, his teeth aching in sympathy. He knew Wang Zichuan was straightforward by nature, but this seemed rather excessive. Professor Wang, please get up, Su Zhan said, startled by the sudden kneeling, and quickly helped him to his feet. Taking me as your master is one thing, but dropping to your knees like that, who could handle such formality? Master, now that I've kowtowed, I'm officially your disciple. Don't call me Professor Wang anymore, just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Zichuan corrected with complete seriousness. All right, Xiao Wang, please stand up first, Su Zhan said, dark lines appearing on his forehead as he reluctantly called him Xiao Wang. Yes, master. Wang Zichuan's face immediately lit up with joy as he quickly scrambled to his feet and dusted off his knees. Chen Ziyuan looked around and chuckled softly. This calls for a triple celebration. Let's head upstairs. From a long-term perspective, Wang Zichuan becoming Su Zhan's disciple was excellent news for Southern University. Although Su Zhan held the honorary position of university president, his time at the school had been brief and his emotional ties were still shallow. Wang Zichuan, however, had been deeply rooted at Southern University for decades. Their master-disciple relationship would undoubtedly strengthen the connection between the university and Su Zhan. Moreover, as Wang Zichuan's abilities improved, the school would benefit as well, a true win-win situation. Just as they emerged from the underground warehouse, Su Zhan suddenly remembered something. Oh, I have a piece of machinery I'd like you to help me modify. He thought of the Z300 dual-form off-road vehicle. After being enhanced by his mechanical improvement skill, the vehicle's performance was decent, but it still fell far short compared to the Deep Blue, Dangerous Wanderer, or even Megatron. Master, whatever you need modified, just give me the word, Wang Zichuan said eagerly, patting his chest in assurance. It's a Z300 dual-form off-road vehicle that I'd like to upgrade further, Su Zhan said. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand, red light flashed, and the off-road vehicle materialized before them. Wang Zichuan circled the vehicle, his gaze scanning like a detector as he took in the entire structure. Old-style configuration, but quite manageable to modify. Master, do you have any specific requirements? Should I install some weapons or something? No fixed plan. The bolder your ideas, the better. Su Zhan provided only a broad direction. Understood. I'll personally deliver it to you in 3 days. Wang Zichuan replied with unwavering determination. I appreciate it, Su Zhan said with a nod and a smile. Working for my master is no trouble at all. Wang Zichuan returned to the vehicle with renewed energy and began recording his modification ideas. Afterward, Su Zhan and Chen Ziyuan left the underground warehouse. Chen Ziyuan had originally wanted to invite Wang Zichuan to join them for tea on the surface, but Wang Zichuan said he needed to focus on the vehicle modification, so they had to abandon the idea. Back on the surface, Chen Ziyuan hurried off to attend to his own projects while Su Zhan drove back to his villa. He had just sat down and hadn't even had time to brew tea when his communicator ranged it was Zhang Sanjia calling. Su Zhan, the Yao Mountain life and death battle begins in half a month. We need to depart at least 10 days early. What do you need to prepare? Su Zhan thought for a moment. I'd like to visit the practitioner headquarters warehouse to see if there's any suitable machinery I could use. Although Su Zhan was already quite powerful, who wouldn't want to become even stronger? For him, formidable machinery was the foundation of power enhancement. If Southern University possessed a behemoth like the deep blue dangerous wanderer, the professionals' headquarters surely housed even more ancient and terrifying machines. Even if they were defective units that couldn't be activated, once they fell into Su Zhan's hands, he could repair them back to life. I've already taken care of this for you. Come to headquarters in 3 days, and the top-tier machinery from all branches will be transported there for you to choose from. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Sanjia's tone was relaxed. Thank you so much, team leader. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. Zhang Sanjia's arrangement was equivalent to bringing all of the Dragon Kingdom's most advanced machines right before him. Even the most discerning person could find several suitable units. For Su Zhan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't mention it, we're family. Remember to come back in 3 days. Your skill books are almost sold out too. Zhang Sanjia laughed heartily. Got it. Su Zhan hung up the phone and collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. With Zhang Sanjia's assistance, finding new machinery was no longer a concern. Combined with the funds from selling skill books, he wouldn't lack money in the short term. Now only one thing remained to see how well Wang Zichuan had modified the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle. If it met standards, he'd continue using it. If not, he could decisively discard it. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the 3rd day arrived. Wang Zichuan emerged from the underground workshop, personally driving the completed Z300. In the center of the courtyard stood a massive mechanical unit, a full 10 meters tall, covered by a black cloth, and quite mysterious. Master, come inspect the goods. Wang Zichuan called out to Su Zhan with complete confidence. Chen Ziyuan was also dragged over and couldn't help urging. Old Wang, stop being so mysterious and pull off that cloth. Just then, Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue approached from the distance. After greeting Chen Ziyuan, they too stared curiously at the large object covered by the black cloth. Who are they? Wang Zichuan looked at the 2 women warily, using his eyes to question Chen Ziyuan. My friends, it's fine. Su Zhan proactively vouched for them. Xiang Wen explained. Su Zhan, Xuanyue needs to go home for a while. Before leaving, she wanted to treat you to dinner as thanks. Zhuge Xuanyue nodded gently, looking somewhat embarrassed. My parents heard about the Shanghai group incident and wanted to come over, but I stopped them. So they're asking me to come home and stay for a while. I'm afraid dinner will have to wait. Su Zhan's tone was apologetic. Last time when he saved Gao Ming and the others, he had also promised to treat them, but he had to rush to the professionals' headquarters. This time was the Sami still needed to go to headquarters to select machinery, then head directly to Medicine Mountain to familiarize himself with the environment in advance. Are you leaving again? Both Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiang Wen's faces showed disappointment. All right, you lovebirds can wait. Let me show you my masterpiece first. Wang Zichuan could barely contain himself and couldn't help but complain. Who's talking about romance here? We're just thanking Su Zhan for his help. When Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiang Wen heard Wang Zichuan's teasing, their faces instantly flushed red, and their eyes unconsciously darted away. All right, I get it, just showing gratitude. Wang Zichuan waved his hand with a laugh, then lifted his chin, gesturing for everyone to look at the massive object covered with black cloth in front of them. Since everyone's here, let me blow your minds. As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked off the black cloth. The familiar Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle had been completely transformed into a heavy-duty truck standing 10 meters tall and 50 meters long. The enormous front end looked like a supersized version of a heavy truck. with silver-gray metal reflecting cold light under the illumination. Connected to the rear was a sealed cargo compartment over 30 meters long. Its surface showed no visible seams, yet it emanated an intimidating presence. I've completely overhauled this vehicle. Wang Zichuan excitedly patted the front end, pointing out features to everyone. I've retrofitted the headlights into laser cannons, replaced the tires with mechanical throwing blades that can detach automatically as projectiles. The cargo compartment is actually a complete armor system that, when transformed into humanoid mode, will be covered with grade A metal armor capable of releasing up to 10,000 volts of electricity. His speech quickened as he continued. I've also installed Stipe Suenio thrusters that can reach speeds up to Mach 4 in flight. Land, sea, and air capable. This one vehicle is worth an entire army. Impressive. Shun Ziyuan's lips curved upward as he gave a thumbs up. Though having witnessed Su Zhan's capabilities before, his reaction was much calmer than Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue, who were seeing such modifications for the first time. The two young women stared wide-eyed, almost forgetting to breathe. Su Zhan stepped forward, his palm gently touching the vehicle's surface, the metal gleaming coldly under the lights. Very good. His brief comment clearly showed approval. Wang Zichuan moved closer, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, how is it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? You've worked hard. Su Zhan's smile was gentle, but his next words left Wang Zichuan stunned. Let me upgrade it a bit more. Upgrade? In Wang Zichuan's view, this vehicle was already near perfect. He truly couldn't imagine what else could be done. Su Zhan offered no explanation, directly pressing his hand against the vehicle's side. Crimson light instantly spread from his palm, flowing like flames and completely engulfing the entire vehicle. Wang Zichuan's eyes widened. This? Chen Ziyuan chuckled beside him. Old Wang, watch carefully. Your modifications are impressive, but the most impressive one is still your master. Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue stood perfectly still, their heartbeats almost accelerating in sync with the pulsing light, their eyes fixed on the vehicle, afraid to miss any change. After several moments, the crimson light dissipated. A brand new Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle stood before everyone. The body had expanded another size larger than before, with sharper overall lines as if ready to break through space at any moment. The laser cannon apertures in the headlights had obviously increased in diameter, with electrical arcs visibly dancing within. The tires were the same, with the central hubs now resembling energy cores. This is even possible. Wang Zichuan stood there dumbfounded. He had imagined many ways Su Zhan's abilities might transform machinery, but he never expected such an almost magical transformation. Blazing red lights swept across the scene as the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle's exterior shimmered with flowing radiance. Its armor patterns automatically reorganized, joints and power cores synchronized for enhancement, and the entire machine seemed infused with a new soul. Its appearance sharper, its performance more ferocious. Wang Zichuan's original modifications could only be considered high-performance machinery, but after Su Zhan's touch, the Z300 was elevated directly to masterpiece level. The two weren't even in the same dimension. How on earth did he do that? Wang Zichuan murmured. Beside him, Zhuge Shuangyue's pupils sparkled as she witnessed Su Zhan's mechanical transformation for the first time. So shocked she clenched her fists. Xiang Wen also recalled the scene in the office when Su Zhan had casually enhanced that small machine, but she hadn't expected him to effortlessly upgrade even such massive machinery. Chen Ziyuan watched everyone's reactions with a meaningful smile. How about that? Told you so. Only he had witnessed the spectacular transformations of Danger Wanderer and Deep Blue, knowing full well that Su Zhan's limits extended far beyond this. Compared to those three super machines, the Z300 was already powerful, yet still fell half a step short. Su Zhan surveyed the upgraded Z300 and waved his hand lightly. Store. The vehicle transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into his spatial wristwatch. Wang Zichuan's ability to modify the Z300 to this extent had greatly exceeded Su Zhan's expectations. Though it still had some distance to go compared to the three giant machines like Danger Wanderer, the gap wasn't insurmountable. Master, you're incredible. How did you pull off that move? Wang Zichuan snapped back to reality and rushed to Su Zhan's side in a few steps, his eyes filled with admiration. Hidden skill. You can't learn it. Su Zhan shrugged, helplessly dealing with his disciple's enthusiasm. I understand. I don't need to learn it, just being able to stay by your side and observe is enough. Wang Zichuan rubbed his hands excitedly like a child with a new toy, but Su Zhan shook his head. That won't work for what's coming next. I have to make a trip. With the Z300 in hand, he needed to immediately visit the professional headquarters to select the mechanical equipment Song Sanjia had prepared for him, then set off for Medicine Mountain. The duration of the life-or-death battle at Medicine Mountain was uncertain, so he had to race against time. You're leaving again? Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue said in unison, disappointment flashing in their eyes. This matter is urgent. When I return, I'll treat you all to dinner. Su Zhan nodded apologetically. He understood the feelings of these two great beauties from Southern University, but now wasn't the time for romance. Clearing out those professionals from the Sakura Nation came first. It's fine, we'll wait for you. Xiangwen waved with a smile. Chen Ziyuan reminded him solemnly, stay safe. He knew Su Zhan's destination, but couldn't speak openly about it. Su Zhan looked around at everyone and said earnestly, all right, I'm off. See you next time. Before his words faded, he summoned his fusion armor. Golden primary colors inlaid with deep blue patterns gleamed with cold radiance under the lights. The energy reactor on his chest pulsed as shoulder and arm plates automatically locked into place, the entire suit radiating imposing dominance. Boom. In the next moment, the thrusters behind Su Zhan ignited, and his entire figure shot skyward, disappearing into the heights above in the blink of an eye. So beautiful, what inspiration. This is the future direction of development. Wang Zichuan stood frozen in place, his gaze following Su Zhan's departing figure, his entire being ignited and immersed in the sudden burst of inspiration. The three companions beside him were equally stunned and lost in thought, each harboring their own thoughts, until Su Zhan's mech completely disappeared from view and they slowly came back to their senses. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan's flying armor landed steadily on the landing pad at the professional headquarters. As soon as the hatch opened, Zhang Sanjia, who had been waiting, quickly stepped forward with rapid speech. Come, I'll take you to the warehouse. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Su Zhan and rushed toward the supply area. The warehouse corridor was spacious and brightly lit, with rows of sealed containers stacked neatly. Zhang Sanjia strode forward quickly while lowering his voice to explain. Time is tight, so I had them airlift the large machinery here first. The smaller equipment is still on the way. You pick first, use these things as you see fit. Keep what you find valuable, and return what's useless. Su Zhan glanced at the densely packed equipment list and nodded in thanks. Thank you, team leader. Deduct all expenses from the proceeds of the skill books I sold. What money are you talking about? Zhang Sanjia immediately waved his hand. You're one of headquarters. People resources should naturally be allocated to you. As long as you win the life and death battle at Medicine Mountain, the value will far exceed all expenses. After speaking, he stared intently at Su Zhan with burning eyes, his voice low but resolute. Don't worry. Su Zhan's expression remained calm as he answered decisively. This time, not a single professional from the Cherry Blossom Nation will leave. He had already formulated a complete tactical plan in his mind and needed no further reminders from Zhang Sanjia. After confirming the supplies were in order, Zhang Sanjia raised his wrist to check the time and changed the subject with a grave tone. By the way, we've cleared up the Shanghai group matter. Let me give you the detailed conclusion. The two stepped out of the warehouse, slowing their pace. The Gu family's collusion with the Cherry Blossom Nation and trafficking of our Dragon Nation professionals began 10 years ago, when Tokugawa Izanari possessed Gu Feng. Over 10 years, they captured at least 1,000 talented professionals. Most were secretly transported to the Cherry Blossom Nation. A small portion was handed over to the Beautiful Nation, and a few scattered individuals fell into the hands of professionals from other countries. We were negligent and failed to discover this in time. His tone suddenly turned ice cold. All members of the Gu family have been arrested. The masterminds were executed on the spot, and the rest are imprisoned according to their level of involvement. The two Cherry Blossom Nation professionals we caught last time are also locked in maximum security prison. They'll never leave Dragon Nation in this lifetime. As for the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Beautiful Nation, both sides adamantly deny everything. The Grand President is furious and is planning retaliation to let them know that daring to capture our Dragon Nation people comes with a bloody price. The plan is still being finalized, and we may need to ask for your assistance. Su Zhan's tone was unhesitating. I must participate in this matter. Hearing these words, Zhang Sanjia suddenly stopped walking, stood straight, and bowed deeply to Su Zhan. Let me thank you on behalf of everyone first. He understood clearly that no matter how meticulous the plan, as long as the enemy still had top-tier combat power, their side would inevitably suffer casualties. But once Su Zhan joined, with his terrifying strength that could dominate when Ninth Revolution experts didn't emerge, virtually no one could contend with him. With such an overwhelming disparity in power, if Su Zhan participated in this operation, it would be an absolute massacre. Team leader, you're too kind. Su Zhan's expression grew serious as he immediately bent down to help Zhang Sanjia to his feet. This display of humility and grace alone was enough to earn Su Zhan's silent admiration. If it were anyone else, even if they truly needed his help, it would be difficult to act with such genuine sincerity. We're here. Zhang Sanjia steadied himself naturally without any pretense. The alloy floor beneath their feet vibrated slightly as they had arrived at the entrance to an underground warehouse at the professionals' headquarters. Though the professionals' headquarters covered a vast area, it felt cramped due to the dense population, so large quantities of valuable materials had been relocated underground for storage. As the heavy warehouse doors slowly slid open, the elevator carried them downward, finally stopping 800 meters below ground. Sujan, you're finally back. The moment the elevator doors opened, Feng Rumling approached with an unmistakable smile. She had known Su Zhan was coming and had been waiting here for quite some time. Team leader Feng, hello. Su Zhan returned her smile. Come take a look and see what catches your eye. Hearing his formal address, Feng Rumling's smile grew even brighter as she turned to lead the way. After walking through a corridor 20 to 30 meters long, a massive underground space suddenly opened up before them. The warehouse, spanning the size of 20 to 30 football fields and reaching 100 meters in height, was brilliantly lit, with mechanical units of various shapes arranged like a steel forest. Here's the inventory list for you to review. Zhang Sanjia took the documents from a staff member and handed them to Su Zhan. Even though Su Zhan was well-traveled and experienced, as his eyes scanned the long list of model numbers, he couldn't help but gasp. Autobot Optimus Prime, Crimson Typhoon Jaeger, Obsidian Fury Jaeger, Gundam Mecha Limbs, Alpha Aircraft Carrier, Suanio Space Fighter Prototype. Heavy machinery at the level of Gypsy Danger and Striker Eureka alone numbered 20 to 30 units. These were all ultimate weapons forged by various nations with their utmost resources before the complete fusion of games and reality. But now, stripped of their capabilities, they had become scrap metal gathering dust in warehouses or buried in wastelands. How does this look? Will this work? Zhang Sanjiao noticed Su Zhan's silence and spoke with careful uncertainty. This is perfect. Su Zhan suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with fervent excitement. What others saw as discarded steel was priceless treasure to him. With his mechanical enhancement and life form abilities, he could bring these giants back to life. At this moment, his fusion armor incorporated only 4 types of machinery, yet it was enough to easily crush 8th-tier powerhouses. If he could fuse all 30-plus units before him, his strength would soar to what terrifying heights? Perhaps with just a gesture, he could reduce 8th-tier opponents to dust. That's good. That's good. Only then did Zhang Sanjia breathe a sigh of relief. His greatest fear had been that Su Zhan wouldn't be able to use this equipment. The modification will take about a day. You don't need to stay with me and handle this alone. Su Zhan was already eager to begin, wishing he could start immediately. All right, you do your work. We won't disturb you. With that, Zhang Sanjia pulled Feng Rumingwum, everyone jokingly called Dream of the Red Chamber, the department's ace, and left, giving the entire space to Su Zhan. My precious ones, prepare for your second life. Su Zhan excitedly rushed into the mechanical steel forest, his hands already moving rapidly as the modification operation officially began. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanjia led Feng Rumling into the office, where Huating and Bai Zizai were already waiting. Once the team leaders come out, we'll head to Medicine Mountain. Zhang Sanjia placed both hands on the table, his expression solemn as his sharp gaze swept across everyone like a blade. Are you all ready? We've been ready to go for ages. Huating was the first to speak, with Bai Zizai nodding in agreement. Thinking of the professionals from the Cherry Blossom Nation, their eyes suddenly turned fierce. With Su Zhan leading us, we'll definitely give the Cherry Blossom Nation a taste of their own medicine this time. Good, gather everyone. Zhang Sanjia nodded firmly, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. For this mission, each of the 4 major groups would send 1 person, plus Feng Rumling and Su Zhan, making 6 people total. Huating added, though few in number, they're all top tier among the 8th rank. Combined with Su Zhan, it's more than enough. This was exactly the conclusion Zhang Sanjia and the others had reached after repeated deliberation. Su Zhan was the real protagonist, while the rest would handle any potential complications. Early the next morning, the alloy doors of the underground warehouse slowly opened, and Su Zhan emerged pushing various mechanical devices of different designs. Zhang Sanjia and the 14 leaders had been waiting for quite some time. How did it go? Zhang Sanjia couldn't help but ask. Excellent. Su Zhan gestured toward the machinery behind him. These babies have boosted my strength by at least several times. Several times? Are you serious? Huating gasped, and the others looked equally shocked. Su Zhan was already considered a monster before, and now with his strength multiplied several times over, they could hardly imagine his limits. Su Zhan explained with a smile. My skills are special as long as I have the corresponding machinery. I can rapidly increase my combat power. To put it simply, it's a clever shortcut. Haha, others would love to take such shortcuts but don't have the means. Zhang Sanjiao laughed heartily. Who could have imagined that the scrap metal sitting in the warehouse, destined to rust away, would be transformed by Su Zhan into a stairway to the peak? Remembering something else, he added, by the way, we've sold 1/3 of the materials you sorted out, worth 30 billion, all deposited into your account. We're planning an auction for the remaining skill books and rare materials to maximize profits. I'll leave it entirely in your hands. Su Zhan showed no concern. Just a few months ago, he was worrying about tens of thousands of gold coins, and now he was among the billionaires, ranking high even within the entire Dragon Nation. All right then, let's set off. Zhang Sanjiao waved to conclude. Though he knew Su Zhan didn't care about money, he had to make his position clear. Feng Ruming raised an eyebrow and smiled at Su Zhan. We're counting on you this time. Leave it to me. Sujan patted his chest. The group then stepped into the teleportation array, and with a flash of white light, the professional headquarters was instantly left behind. Among the six, besides Feng Roming, Su Zhan recognized two others, Lao Xiao and Su Dongsheng, who had explored the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter secret realm with him before. The remaining two came from the True Dragon Group and Phoenix Group respectively. Husan, a member of the True Dragon Group, was an 8th rank level 60 shaman, a genuine Northeast spirit medium, who was said to be able to summon all 5 Northeast immortal spirits to possess him at once. Chen Shi, a member of the Phoenix Group, was an 8th rank level 50 single-peak swordsman with a cold demeanor, carrying a 3-foot-long sword on her back, very much resembling an ancient swordswoman. A few minutes later, the 6 emerged from the teleportation array. The white spiritual light had not yet fully dissipated when the sea breeze, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, hit them in the face. A man in his 40s strode forward with a hearty smile. Team Leader Feng, you've arrived. As he spoke, he clasped Feng Ruming's hand firmly, their palms meeting with a crisp sound. Su Zhan, let me introduce you. Feng Ruming stepped aside to reveal the young man behind her. This is Zhao Wei, captain of Action Squad 106, responsible for monitoring Medicine Mountain throughout the operation. Zhao Wei's eyes flashed with interest, his smile broadening as he stepped forward to grip Su Zhan's hand tightly. Hello. His handshake was steady yet warm, though his mind raced with calculations. The Dragon Nation Professional Association commanded numerous action squads, and anyone who could reach the position of captain was exceptional in both strength and social acumen. The fact that Feng Ruming had stepped aside and personally made the introduction spoke volumes about this young man's extraordinary status. Hello. Su Zhan nodded slightly with an appropriate smile. Zhao Wei immediately handed over a thick stack of documents. Team Leader Feng, here's the latest intelligence on Medicine Mountain. Currently, Medicine Mountain remains quiet with no anomalies detected. Participants from various nations have basically arrived. From the Sakura Nation, the Kirigakure Mountain sect leads the delegation, headed by 8th rank leader Tokugawa Ichi. He pointed to the final page, slowing his speech. Additionally, Kirigakure Mountain has borrowed a professional from the Inoichi family. This individual specializes in blade techniques and is rumored to have killed an 8th rank expert with a single strike, extremely vicious. At this point, Zhao Wei's expression grew solemn as he handed the materials to Feng Ruming. The Inoichi family's demon blade, I presume? Feng Ruming sneered, disdain flickering in her eyes. This time, we'll make sure they lose their demon blade forever. She glanced at Su Zhan, as if to say, with him here, no enemy, however strong, could cause trouble. She then passed the materials to Su Zhan while briefly explaining the Inoichi family's background. The Inoichi were a newly risen family in the Sakura Nation over the past century, with all clan members awakening to the same profession, demon blade wielder. The mark of professional awakening was finding a demon blade that belonged to them. These demon blades fed on souls. The more they devoured, the more powerful they became. If they slayed opponents who were also swordsmen, they could absorb their techniques for their own use. As for why they could integrate sword techniques, Feng Ruming clarified, in the Sakura Nation, blades and swords were not distinguished. They called blades swords and swords blades. Zhao Wei was secretly amazed, studying Su Zhan with even greater curiosity. Feng Ruming was one of the 4 team leaders at Dragon Nation Professional Association headquarters, yet she showed such respect to this young man. The mystery behind this was beyond his ability to fathom, so he could only bury his questions. Su Zhan flipped through the materials, his gaze growing increasingly cold. The professionals from the Sakura Nation are truly despicable. In the Dragon Nation, any profession that grew stronger through killing would be hunted down by the association, yet in the Sakura Nation, such practitioners were regarded as noble families, truly infuriating. Captain Zhao, are the ships ready? Feng Ruming closed the file and looked up inquiringly. The teleportation array was positioned on shore, still about 3 days' journey from Medicine Mountain out at sea. I've been ready for a while, Zhao Wei said, leading the way ahead. The two pushed through the door and stepped outside. Only then did Su Zhan realize he had been inside a structure built into the mountainside. Below his feet, rocky walls descended layer by layer, but beyond the exit lay a breathtaking vista. At the foot of the mountain sprawled a bustling port. Cranes towered over the docks, and massive cargo ships loomed in the distance, their dark steel hulls gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Though this was now the age of professionals, traditional maritime shipping hadn't been abandoned. Not everyone could push their level to the 7th or 8th tier, and the lifestyles of lower-tier individuals remained virtually unchanged from the old era. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan, Zhao Wei, and the others had boarded the ship. Flags snapped in the wind atop the masts, propellers churned the seawater into white foam, and the vessel gradually pulled away from the shoreline. Su Zhan settled into a wrought tin chair and opened the documents Zhao Wei had handed him, his eyes quickly scanning the contents. This Yao Mountain Death Battle involved over 20 nations: the Dragon Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, Great Beautiful Country, Black Bear Country, Black and White Cow Country, Great Camel Country, Great Brahma country, and others. Su Zhan made a quick calculation: if each country sent 5 professionals, the total would be at least 150 participants, all top-tier experts from their respective nations. No wonder this event was called a death battle. Aside from one's own allies, everyone else was an enemy, making Ani against scenarios no exaggeration. Of course, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Alliances existed as well. Black Bear Country, Great Camel Country, and several smaller nations had always maintained good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side stood an alliance led by the Great Beautiful Country and Sakura Kingdom. Though Sakura Kingdom was small in territory, its people were extremely proud. Since the fusion of game and reality, they had always allied with whoever benefited them most, discarding partners when they became useless. Originally, Sakura Kingdom and the Great Beautiful Country had gotten along well, but Sakura Kingdom's professionals had repeatedly ambushed Great Beautiful Country contestants in previous death battles, and now the two sides drew weapons whenever they met. The list of each nation's top fighters followed, with those above the 8th tier prominently marked in red. 2 individuals from the Great Beautiful Country warranted attention: Charles Wangan, 8th tier Dragon Tamer, and Aizen, an 8th tier Thunder Warrior. As for Sakura Kingdom, which Su Zhan was particularly focused on, they had brought a full 12 participants this time, half of whom were 8th tier. Besides the 2 family professional mentioned earlier in the documents, 4 others were specially marked: Tokugawa Ei, Hihiko, Tokugawa Eiichi, and that 2 family professional. Tokugawa Ei was a blood spirit sorcerer, skilled in blood-based killing techniques. Hihiko was a 5 elements escape master, specializing in 5-element escape arts. Tokugawa Eiichi served as team leader, with a profession similar to Tokugawa Yasuki's. Both were Shikigami manipulators. After reviewing the list, Su Zhan frowned slightly. There were still too few 8th tier powerhouses, nowhere near enough for him to eliminate. While these individuals might dominate in same-tier battles, in his hands, they were nothing special. The ship cut steadily through the waves, and time slipped quietly away on deck as 3 days passed in a flash. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through thin mist, revealing at the horizon, where sea met sky, a colossal mountain rising 10,000 meters from the ocean, its peak shrouded in rolling clouds. Voices on deck gradually quieted as all eyes were drawn to that majestic sight. Su Zhan stood at the bow, gazing into the wind, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Even from several kilometers away, he could clearly see waterfalls cascading down the mountainside, pavilions crowning the peaks, and colorful mists weaving through the forests. This was truly an immortal mountain. The mountain was lush and verdant, shrouded in swirling mists, with countless birds and beasts faintly visible darting through the forest. In areas where the trees grew sparse, exotic flowers and rare herbs spread in layers. Between the cliff faces, spiritual mushrooms as large as millstones even grew. The entire mountain was enveloped by a ring of 7-colored light, like a translucent dome that sealed it off from the outside world. Only when the entrance opened once every 10 years could people enter to seek treasures. Boom, boom, boom. On the sea surface, successive explosions sent towering waves crashing skyward, launching the massive ship into the air and causing it to flip wildly as the hull tilted at a dangerous angle. It's a trap. Everyone be careful. Phone rumbling burst from the cabin, her face ashen. Before departure, this shipping route had been thoroughly surveyed multiple times with no hazards detected. Clearly, someone had planted explosive charges after they left. The sea monsters have been drawn, he writes. 7-turn shark beasts, someone cried out. Old Zhao's expression darkened as he leaped forward, diving directly into the turbulent waters. I'll handle this. I'll help. Su Dongsheng followed close behind, plunging into the waves. On deck, Su Zhan swept his gaze around before raising his hand to summon his fusion armor, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that shot toward the ship's rail. He pressed his palm against the tilting vessel and forcibly righted it. Scan. Light from the armor's eye sensors swept the surrounding waters, revealing only a group of startled aquatic monsters, not a single human figure in sight. How strange. The few seconds of delay made Su Zhan furrow his brow. If the trap had been set at close range, he definitely would have detected it. If it was precisely planted from a distance, the perpetrator's professional skills must be extremely high. When he flew back to the deck, Old Zhao and Su Dongsheng had already returned, with the remains of the 7-turn shark beasts sinking to the ocean floor. With their strength, even ordinary 8-turn monsters would struggle against them, let alone this group. Which country's professionals could pull this off? Su Zhan looked toward Feng Rumming. It's hard to pinpoint. Feng Rumming sighed helplessly. There are quite a few people with this kind of capability. It seems that even with advanced preparation, we still fell into their trap. Su Zhan's gaze grew increasingly cold. Once we enter Medicine Mountain, we'll inevitably encounter them. The ship resumed cutting through the waves. 100 miles away, in the southeastern waters, a massive ship flying the Kirigakure Mountain flag floated silently. At the bow, Tokugawa Eiichi faced the distance, waiting in silence. Splash! Water exploded as a blood-red fish leaped from the sea. On deck, a black-clad woman barely 5 feet tall reached up to catch it. It failed. The ship didn't capsize. Simone on their side has tremendous strength and forcibly righted it. The woman's fingers closed gently, and the blood-colored fish instantly melted into crimson liquid that flowed into her palm. A flash of bloodlight passed through her eyes, revealing a chilling gleam. Xiaoying, did you see who it was? Tokugawa Eiichi asked in a low voice. The one who had just attempted to destroy Su Zhan's ship was precisely this woman's blood fish. Her name was Tokugawa Ing, and she specialized in infusing her energy into blood, transforming it into various creatures for long-range attacks. Not only were they unpredictable, but their power was also extremely formidable. I couldn't see clearly, only caught a glimpse of red light. But he's just fast and strong, nothing more. I'm confident I can kill him. Tokugawa Ing lifted her chin, her face radiating confidence. She raised her slender finger and gave it a gentle flick, causing a hair-thin blood thread to emerge from her sleeve, swimming around her fingertip like a fish and gleaming with an eerie red luster. Good. This time we must kill all the Dragon Kingdom's professionals. Tokugawa Eiichi responded with a grim expression, his eyes churning with bone-deep hatred. He was the one who had originally traded professionals with Gu Feng, and the captured Tokugawa Yasuaki was his distant ancestor. Upon learning that the Gu family had been completely uprooted and his ancestor had fallen into enemy hands, he wanted nothing more than to storm directly into the Dragon Kingdom's professional headquarters to rescue him. Yet he feared their overwhelming power and could only suppress his resentment deep in his heart. Thus, the life-and-death battle at Medicine Mountain became his only outlet. Only by killing enough Dragon Kingdom participants here could he feel this grievance might be vented. Meanwhile, Su Zhan's group slowly approached the outskirts of Medicine Mountain by boat. Over a dozen ships flying flags of various nations were already anchored here, waiting for the entrance to open. Medicine Mountain was normally shrouded in restrictions, only revealing a passage on the day it opened, requiring participants to enter through this entrance to begin the so-called life-and-death battle. Su Zhan, the Alliance nations want to come over to discuss details of the life-and-death battle. Do you want to participate? Feng Rumbing walked onto the deck and asked in a lowered voice. Even before departure, the leaders of various nations had communicated privately once, but upon arriving at the scene, they always needed to gather again as a matter of courtesy and to strengthen relationships. The leaders from Black Bear Nation and Great Camel Nation had just sent messages requesting to board. I'll pass. Just have them cooperate with my actions as usual. Su Zhan shook his head, clearly having no interest in such mutual flattery and hollow social gatherings. All right, I'll reply to them right away. Feng Rumbing nodded and left. Time passed with the sea breeze and the sound of waves lapping against the shore, and 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. All the professionals preparing for battle gathered at the bow, their gazes fixed on the mist-shrouded Medicine Mountain ahead. Suddenly, the seven-colored light on Medicine Mountain's surface seemed to come alive, slowly flowing and rotating, spinning faster and faster until it wove together into a massive yin-yang fish pattern. The lights suddenly converged, and a transparent passage immediately appeared. The moment the passage opened, massive amounts of mist-like energy burst forth, instantly enveloping an area spanning dozens of miles. This is energy vaporization? Su Zhan's pupils contracted slightly. Professionals needed to consume their own energy to release skills, usually replenishing through pills, energy crystals, or directly absorbing the thin spiritual energy from heaven and earth. But this mist before them was energy so concentrated it had reached a liquefied state. No wonder Medicine Mountain could nurture countless rare spiritual creatures under such terrifying energy density. Even weeds could grow wildly into towering ancient trees. Feng Rumbing stood beside Su Zhan, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Su Zhan, I'll wait here for your triumphant return. She reminded him that not everyone in their group would enter Medicine Mountain, as someone needed to remain outside for support. Don't worry. Su Zhan's lips curved upward, his eyes gleaming with confidence. In the next second, a dazzling red light erupted from his body as his fusion armor locked into place with crisp clicking sounds, while two thrusters on his back shot out blue-white flames, propelling him toward Yao Mountain. Lao Shao and Su Dongxing followed closely behind, with Husan and Chunxi not far behind, creating 5 parallel light trails across the night sky. From a distance, the entrance to Yao Mountain appeared as nothing more than an unremarkable black hole. But as they drew closer, they realized it was actually a massive opening over 100 meters in diameter, wide enough for professionals from various nations to enter side by side. At the entrance, a shimmering barrier like rippling water separated the inside from the outside, and through it, they could faintly see spiritual energy flowing within the mountain. Su Zhan hovered above the entrance, quickly surveying the scene. This barrier was identical to the one at the Guan Mountain Immortal encounter. Secret realm passing through it would mean truly entering the mountain. As he pondered, the sound of rushing wind filled his ears as several professionals from the Black Bear Nation charged through the barrier without hesitation. Hurry, hurry! We need to get in first to have a chance at the treasures, one of them called out while diving down, waving at Su Zhan, who was still observing. Su Zhan nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "You go ahead." He watched their retreating figures and shook his head inwardly, knowing clearly that in this secret realm, treasures weren't about who discovered them first, but who could hold on to them until the end. A few minutes later, professionals from the Sakura Nation also chose to enter through the edges of the barrier. After watching them disappear, Sujan finally led the Dragon Nation team through the entrance. In a flash, they found themselves in another world entirely. Dense energy, almost thick enough to form mist, rushed toward them like warm tidal waves washing over their skin and continuously seeping into their bodies. Looking up, the interior of the mountain was filled with crystalline spiritual plants and mineral veins, illuminating the entire cavern like countless lights. Sujan couldn't help but exclaim softly, "What a blessed paradise!" If the external scenery was already stunning, entering it truly revealed why it was called Yao Mountain. As he adjusted, a pale blue countdown appeared before Sujan's eyes: 7 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. When the time reached zero, regardless of location, everyone would be forcibly teleported out to random locations exactly like the Guan Mountain Immortal Encounter Secret Realm. Beep beep. This is Lao Xiao. I'm behind the mountain. Sujan, what should we do now? Lao Xiao's voice came through the armor communication channel. Unlike Guan Mountain, there was no signal interference in Yao Mountain, and even regular phone calls worked perfectly. Sujan immediately ordered, "Stay alert, collect treasures while keeping a close eye on the Sakura Nation professionals' movements." All team members had already received instructions to follow Sujan's lead. Lao Xiao and Su Dongxing responded in unison, while Husan and Chen Shi, though they hadn't witnessed Sujan's abilities firsthand, had accepted their superiors' instructions and showed no objection. "Roger," everyone quickly responded. After briefly confirming positions, Sujan selected his target and flew straight toward the mountainside. Based on past experience, the higher up you went, the better the quality, but those areas were also guarded by powerful monsters, so most professionals would wait until the last 2 or 3 days to make their move. He decided to act early. Someone went straight up the mountain. In the dense forest below Sujan, Tokugawa Ing leaned against a tree as thick as a water barrel, looking up as Sujan flashed past overhead, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Bloodlight suddenly erupted as he pressed himself against the ground and shot forward at an eerie speed, like a crimson shadow pursuing the direction Su Zhan had taken. 3 minutes later, Su Zhan hovered in midair above the mountainside. Below, amid swaying grass and trees, a fierce tiger with gleaming eyes and a white forehead lay dozing. Though its body was no different from an ordinary tiger, it had a pair of chubby little wings protruding from its back that fluttered adorably. Su Zhan scanned the status panel, his pupils contracting slightly. Flying Tiger. Level: 8th rank, level 90. Skills: Tiger's Roar. Wind Control. White Tiger's Howl. Wings of Power. Windwing Sky Strike. Description: a white tiger with Xiongqi bloodline that grew flesh wings due to the influence of Medicine Mountain's environment. If its wings fully mature, it can evolve into the legendary fierce beast Xiongqi. Xiongqi bloodline. Sujan's heart tensed. If this creature successfully evolved, even in his current state, it would take considerable effort to handle. The thought flashed through his mind as killing intent crystallized. His thrusters roared to full power as he transformed into a blue-white beam of light, instantly landing on the tiger's back. His left palm opened, electric current gathering into a foot-long electric blade with silent sharpness. With a gentle stroke, the flying tiger couldn't even react as the electric blade sliced through its throat, and it collapsed softly to the ground, dying in its dreams. As life faded away, the pair of flesh wings automatically detached and floated gently to the ground. Xiongqi Flying Wings Initial State. Description: can be transplanted by 8th rank or higher professionals, granting flight ability and mastery of 2 major skills: Wind Wing Sky Strike. Wings of Power. Excellent treasure, Sujan muttered after reading the attributes. No wonder intelligence reports mentioned that a certain professional from the Sakura Nation had gained control over lightning after obtaining a Thunder Eye here. These Xiongqi flesh wings were no less valuable. If auctioned off, they could probably fetch an astronomical price. He stored both the wings and the flying tiger's corpse in his spatial device, thinking that the hide could be refined into leather armor, the bones forged into bone blades, and even the organs could be used for medicine. The wild beasts of Medicine Mountain were truly treasures from head to toe. After organizing his spoils, Su Zhan continued forward. He had barely taken a few steps when the grass suddenly exploded, and a crimson lightning bolt lunged at his throat, a serpent with a completely red body. Su Zhan raised his hand reflexively, 2 fingers precisely gripping the snake's neck. Crimson Feather Snake. Level: 8th rank, level 60. Skills: Flying Snake Bite. Spirit Dance. Evil Dragon Transformation. Description: has grown a single horn on its head and has begun to take dragon form. After surviving tribulation, it can transform into a flood dragon. Even dragon seedlings are appearing? Sujan raised an eyebrow. No wonder outsiders feared medicine, mount, and even the ordinary wild beasts here possessed the strength to slaughter typical 8th rank professionals. However, in his hands, they were merely delivering themselves as prey. He applied slight pressure with his fingertips, and with a crack, the crimson feather snake's vital point snapped, killing it instantly. The single horn on the snake's head subsequently fell off, rolling into his palm. Flood dragon horn. Description: incomparably sharp. When smelted into weapons, it can greatly enhance sharpness and armor-piercing ability while granting the skill water control. Water control allows the wielder to freely manipulate water flow within a certain range. Incredible. This dragon horn is on the same level as the Qiongqi wing I just obtained, and in some ways, it's even more powerful. Su Zhan's gaze lingered on the dragon horn before him as his mind quickly mapped out the potential of the water manipulation skill, a conceptual control ability that allowed the caster to command water flows at will, with attack forms limited only by imagination. However, each use consumed enormous amounts of energy, and even 8th-tier professionals could only use it 3 or 4 times before being completely drained. But Su Zhan possessed the electrical energy enhancement from his mechanical armor, making energy depletion almost a non-issue. A sudden thought struck him. Could these materials be directly integrated into his armor? Without hesitation, he acted. Metal absorption. He pressed his palm against the dragon horn, and red light exploded outward. The hard dragon horn was rapidly decomposed and assimilated into his armor. Accompanied by a slight burning sensation, a small, sharp horn materialized on Su Zhan's forehead, the physical manifestation of the absorbed dragon horn. Without time to examine it closely, he retrieved the Qiongqi wing and activated his skill again. Red light spread as feathers and scales were devoured by the armor. Whoosh! With the harsh sound of grinding metal, a pair of steel wings spanning 2 meters unfurled from Su Zhan's back, gleaming in gold and blue with sharp, defined edges. The lower edges of the wings were fitted with a row of thrusters, crackling with electric arcs and pulsing blue light like a beating heart. Excellent. Su Zhan whispered in admiration. He now confirmed that as long as materials contain metallic properties, whether bone or feather, they could all be absorbed and transformed by metal absorption. With such remarkable gains, he decided to head straight to the summit. If the mountainside offered such opportunities, the peak surely held even greater surprises. Just as he was about to take flight, his armor's radar detected a rapidly approaching life signal from behind, while simultaneously receiving an emergency communication. Su Zhan, this is Su Zhan. Su Dongsheng and I are together, and we're in trouble here. We need backup. The screen displayed real-time footage. At a cliff's edge, Su Dongsheng wielded a blood-red blade in fierce combat against a professional clad in golden armor and wielding a long-sword, a round-table knight from the Black and White Bull Nation. Nearby, 2 other enemies pressed against Su Zhan, one with a gun and another with a heavy sword, ready to close in at any moment. I'm on my way. After locking onto the coordinates, Su Zhan spread his wings and soared upward, transforming into a blue-gold streak of light cutting through the mountain forest. Meanwhile, 10 miles away in the dense woods, Tokugawa Ing stomped her feet in frustration as she continued her pursuit. She had finally managed to close the distance, only to watch Su Zhan suddenly accelerate and fly away, his trail barely visible. Su Zhan's speed was too fast. Despite her desperate chase to nearly catch up, he had flown away once again. Humph, consider yourself lucky. Tokugawa Ing sneered coldly, deciding not to pursue Su Zhan any further, and turned to search for treasures instead. Meanwhile, on the rocky plateau below the cliff, 2 knights stood facing each other, one wielding a spear, the other gripping a heavy sword. 1, 2, 3. Both hands dropped simultaneously. The spear knight threw rock, the sword knight threw scissors. Haha, John, I win. This guy's mine. The spear knight Joey threw his head back and laughed. The reason they had hesitated to act was simply to decide through rock, paper, scissors who would deal with Su Zhan first. Joey, if you play him to death, leave me the corpse. John muttered gloomily, shifting the heavy sword on his shoulder. If I can't finish him in 3 moves, he's yours. Joey brimmed with confidence, brandishing his spear and taunting Su Zhan. Come on, this is too much. Su Zhan's face turned ashen. Being treated like a plaything despite being an 8th-rank professional was undoubtedly naked humiliation. He formed hand seals and clasped his fists, roaring in a deep voice. Su Zhan, 21st-generation disciple of the Hu clan, humbly requests Great Master Hu Tianbiao to possess me. The next moment, he pressed his palms together against his chest, his head shaking wildly. His left foot stomped the ground fiercely, and a stream of cold, dark energy exploded from his pores, engulfing his entire body. Wow, quite the show. Joey crossed his arms and watched, in no hurry to strike. A hoarse and vicious voice emerged from the dark energy. Su Zhan, you little bastard, you're 8th rank and still calling on me? Must be a life-or-death situation, huh? As the voice spoke, the dark energy dispersed slightly. Su Zhan's eyes had now turned beast-like crimson, His mouth protruded forward, and his fangs gleamed with cold light. Hu Tianbiao had possessed him. Great Master Hu, you know about the Medicine Mountain death match. This man is from the Black and White Bull Kingdom. Hu San reminded in a low voice. So you came to participate in the Medicine Mountain death match. That explains it. Upon hearing the key words, Hu Tianbiao's tone became more serious. A brief aside, Hu Tianbiao belonged to the fox spirit lineage, gaining sentience after the fusion of game and reality, still requiring incense offerings, which led Hu San to embark on the shaman's path. Just a vengeful spirit. I thought it would be more mysterious. Joey clicked his tongue, his face full of disappointment. Seeking death, Hu Tianbiao shrieked, suddenly crouching low and transforming into a streak of black lightning as he lunged toward Joey. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the air, shockwaves swept in all directions, and dust clouds rolled skyward. A gentle breeze passed, and the smoke gradually cleared. Joey held his spear with one hand, forcibly blocking Hu Tianbiao's claws. No matter how much force his opponent applied, he couldn't advance an inch. Holy light! Joey's lips curved upward as pure white radiance spread from his palm, instantly covering the entire spear. When the claws touched the holy light, black smoke rose like ice meeting fire. Hu Tianbiao grunted and flashed backward, quickly pulling back to create distance. Looking down, he saw that where the white light had burned his claws, the flesh had been melted away, revealing stark white bone. What kind of sorcery is this? Hu Tianbiao stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dark energy surged between his fingers as shattered flesh rapidly regenerated under the nourishing black mist. The horrifying wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. White holy light cascaded down like a waterfall from above, carrying an almost instinctive purifying power that formed a deadly suppression against spiritual entities like Hu Tianbiao. All evil spirits shall be purged by the holy light. Meeting me is simply your misfortune. Joey smiled, holding his spear horizontally across his chest. His body crouched slightly before transforming into golden lightning in the next second, the spear tip aimed directly at Hu Tianbiao's face. Arrogant brat. Fury exploded in Hu Tianbiao's chest as he roared and raised his palm. Dark energy condensed into a massive claw that swept forward. However, holy light burst from the spear tip, causing the black energy to crumble inch by inch wherever it touched. Boom! The holy light erupted as Joey's momentum remained undiminished. He instantly closed in on Hu Tianbiao, his spear striking heavily against his chest. The protective energy barrier proved as fragile as paper, and the terrifying force poured out completely, sending Hu Tianbiao flying several yards back. Master Hu, how are you? Hu San's voice echoed from within Hu Tianbiao's chest. Upon first seeing the Round Table Knight, Hu San knew trouble was brewing. The Round Table Knights of the Black and White Bull Kingdom could all summon holy light to banish all evil spirits, targeting not only ghosts and demons, but all spiritual entities. Hu San's shaman profession relied on spirit possession as its core combat power, making him perfectly countered. Against any other 8th rank powerhouse, Hu Tianbiao's strength would ensure that even if he couldn't win, he certainly wouldn't suffer such a crushing defeat. At worst, it would be a draw. Shut up, you little brat. I've been cultivating for so many years, Sam. I really going to lose to some foreign punk? Hu Tianbiao couldn't help but curse furiously. Spiritual energy surged wildly within him as a massive rat phantom, 20 to 30 meters tall, with gleaming fangs, instantly appeared above his head. Just as he was about to strike again, Joey raised his spear high. Holy light descend. A blinding white pillar thundered skyward from his body, then crashed down like heaven and earth splitting apart, completely enveloping Hu Tianbiao. Sizzle sounds like flesh being seared by flames erupted continuously as the giant rat phantom rapidly disintegrated. Puff! Hu Tianbiao's throat turned sweet as he spat blood violently, his face turning deathly pale. Damn it! Never thought I'd fall here. When holy light techniques were unleashed by a Round Table Knight, they naturally countered him completely, rendering all his abilities useless. Master Hu, you should go first. Hu San spoke again. His fangs slowly retracted, all the dark energy on his body's surface returned, and his crimson pupils resumed their normal color. In an instant, he had sent Hu Tianbiao back to a safe area. Hu San remained alone, exposed to the holy light, but only felt warmth. No matter how strong the holy light was, it only targeted spiritual entities and posed no harm to mortals. Without that evil spirit, what do you have to fight me with? Joey lowered his spear and withdrew the light, sneering condescendingly. Don't get cocky, people of the Dragon Kingdom aren't so easily bullied. Hu San's face turned ashen with anger, but without the spirit possession, he was no different from an ordinary person. Ha ha, the practitioners of your Dragon Kingdom are all worthless. What could they possibly do even if they came? Joey burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His laughter was still echoing through the valley when a dazzling streak of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Su Zhan. Sujan, you're finally here. Su Zhan recognized the newcomer. and his tense face immediately lit up with joy. Su Zhan's gaze swept across the scene like lightning. In the distance, Su Dongsheng was locked in fierce combat, with a sword-wielding Round Table Knight. Their blade energies crisscrossing through the air. Though the battle would be difficult to resolve quickly, Su Dongsheng was clearly not at risk of defeat. Nearby, two 8th-rank Round Table Knights were watching menacingly, but in his eyes, they were no different from ants. Go collect the Lingji mushroom. Leave this to me. Su Zhan's voice was calm but brooked no argument. Right. Hu San responded without hesitation, turning to rush toward the Lingji on the cliff face through the scattered rocks. He had never witnessed Su Zhan fight personally, but before departure, Zhang Sanjia had solemnly warned him even 20 or 30 8th-rank fighters working together would be no match for Su Zhan. Hu San chose to believe it, because he had no other choice. He simply couldn't stop Joey and the others. Bastard. That Lingji is ours. John, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, suddenly turned cold, swinging his heavy sword to send a massive blade energy hurtling toward Hu San. Whoosh! Su Zhan's figure flickered, appearing out of nowhere in front of the blade energy. He raised his hand and gave it a gentle pat, causing the energy to crumble inch by inch. Not bad, a real expert. John's eyes lit up as he licked his lips with growing excitement, then turned to Joey with instructions. This one's mine. Don't you dare try to steal him from me. Fine, 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 he's yours, he's yours. Joey spread his hands and backed away, looking extremely reluctant. Being passed around between the two, Su Zhan was amused enough to let out a cold laugh. Why don't you both come at me together? Haha, you're not worthy of making us both fight. John sneered, gripping his sword with both hands as he charged forward with thunderous force. Is that so? Su Zhan's voice was indifferent. Taking one step forward, his figure seemed to scatter like dust in the wind, vanishing instantly. In the next moment, he had appeared ghost-like behind John, raising his palm to let it fall lightly on his opponent's head. Boom. John seemed to be struck by a massive boulder, his entire body instantly crashing into the hard rocky ground with a thunderous impact. The surrounding earth shook as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake, with spiderweb cracks spreading wildly and debris flying in all directions. How is this possible? Joey's face changed dramatically as he quickly retreated several yards to distance himself from Su Zhan. His yellow eyes filled with horror hadn't even been able to catch Su Zhan's movements before John was already slammed underground, his fate uncertain. He knew that even if he personally faced John, he couldn't possibly win so easily. The sword-wielding Round Table Knight who had been fighting fiercely with Su Dongsheng was also drawn by the commotion. He disengaged from battle and flashed to Joey's side like lightning, watching Su Zhan with wary eyes. Su Zhan, don't let them escape. Su Dongsheng roared from the distance, his eyes burning with hatred. During the life-and-death battle at Medicine Mountain, these bastards killed several of our people. The Knight Jerry, captain of the Black and White Bull Nation team, looked stern and immediately called out. Friend, we don't want this Lingji Anna-Marie, it's yours. His gaze quickly darted toward Joey, signaling him to stay calm. But Su Zhan merely said coolly, you can't take anything with you, and your lives stay here too. As his words fell, his figure silently vanished once again. Sacred sword protection. Jerry reacted extremely quickly. The moment Su Zhan disappeared, he raised his long sword high above his head. Brilliant golden light surged from the blade like a tide, instantly covering his entire body and firmly enveloping the area within a 1-meter radius around him. From the moment John was slapped to death, he knew Su Zhan's strength far exceeded theirs. That's precisely why he desperately sought peace when he sensed the situation turning dire. But who could have expected that Su Zhan wouldn't give them any way out, striking without hesitation. Bang! The golden light had barely spread into an arc when a terrifying explosion tore through the air. Gary's pupils contracted sharply as the sacred sword protection he had personally activated was shattered to pieces by Su Zhan's slap, fragments of light scattering like rain. The thought of begging for mercy had barely crossed his mind when a heavy punch landed squarely on his chest. It felt as if an entire planet had crashed into him with devastating force. The armor capable of withstanding 8th-tier attacks became meaningless the instant the fist made contact, exploding like thin cotton. Accompanied by the piercing sound of tearing, Gary could clearly feel his body splitting apart inch by inch, as if a bomb had been planted inside him. But this terror lasted less than a second before his consciousness was completely extinguished, his flesh reduced to a bloody mist by that single punch. Joey stood frozen beside them, staring blankly at where Gary had once stood. Now only a pool of blood remained with not even a fragment of intact bone to be found. Your turn. Su Zhan's cold voice exploded in his ears like a death warrant from the King of Hell. Joey snapped back to reality, retreating in terror, his throat producing only frenzied screams. Devil! Devil! You're a devil. To you people, I am indeed a demon. Su Zhan smiled faintly, waving his hand lightly as a current of 100,000 volts thundered down. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Joey, who had been so arrogant just a minute ago, was now nothing but a charred piece of coal. Too powerful. Hu San's barely contained excitement came from behind Su Zhan. Zhang Sanjia and the others had told him Su Zhan was strong, but he never imagined it would be to this extent, completely overturning his understanding of professional fighters' combat capabilities. He had seen the 3 round table knights from the Black and White Bull country in person, and even without the Holy Light's restraint, he could barely match one of them using his divine possession technique. But before Su Zhan, these round table knights were no different from ants. Slapped to oblivion one by one without any chance to resist this was complete domination. Big brother, how are you so incredibly strong? Hu San rushed to Su Zhan's side in a few steps, eyes full of admiration, his form of address changing immediately. Collect their belongings, let's leave first. Su Zhan instructed. Though the recent battle was brief, the destruction was remarkable. Zhan had already been slapped underground and flattened into a pancake. This group had just entered Medicine Mountain and hadn't had time to gather any valuable herbs, so naturally their backpacks contained nothing precious. Before entering the mountain, they had all left their valuable items outside to prevent losing them if they met their end here. Such a commotion would surely attract professionals from other countries, and Su Zhan didn't want to expose his whereabouts too early. All right. Hu San nodded quickly, gathered the items dropped by the 3 round table knights, and brought them to Su Zhan. Su Zhan merely glanced at them and gestured for Hu San to keep them himself. These spoils had limited value to him and would only take up inventory space. After the handover, the 3 immediately turned and left, not daring to linger for even a moment. Just 3 minutes after they departed, hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the forest as 4 or 5 more round table knights burst out. The cracked ground still smoldered with wisps of smoke, and the air reeked of burnt flesh. Captain Jerry, where are you? The leading female knight, Ellie, stood beside the shattered rocks, looking around in shock as she called out hoarsely. Her voice echoed through the woods, but there was no response. Ellie, I found Joey's bodice been burned to a crisp. Another round table knight's voice came from the distance. Ellie rushed over to find Joey lying among the blackened rubble, his leather armor blown apart, and his face unrecognizable. Her breathing froze instantly, her face turning deathly pale. How could this happen? Were Captain Jerry and the other 2 killed? From when Jerry sent us the message until now, it's been at most 3 or 4 minutes, the knight frowned. In such a short time, no one could kill 3 8th rank round table knights. It definitely wasn't other players, it must have been monsters here. Yes, definitely monsters. Ellie nodded vigorously, her nervous expression mixed with a hint of relief. It can't have gone far. Everyone spread out in search. The group immediately scattered, stepping over the charred debris and following the lingering heat and traces to hunt for the so-called powerful monster. Meanwhile, Su Zhan had already led Hu San and Su Dongsheng around the dense forest to rendezvous with the stealthy Lao Xiao. Lao Xiao was hidden behind a boulder, clutching 2 freshly picked medicinal herbs whose roots still dripped with milky white sap. Did you find any traces of the Sakura Nation players? Su Zhan got straight to the point. No. Hu San shook his head. Su Dongsheng and I met up after entering. Then we encountered the Lingji mushroom, you know the rest. I didn't see anyone from Sakura Nation, but I spotted some beautiful country mages. Lao Xiao lowered his voice and pointed into the distance. About 20 miles ahead there's a large canyon, and they're fishing in it. Following his direction, they could see through the sparse canopy a massive fissure in the ground stretching over 10 miles wide, with a dark river churning crimson vapor below. The river was home to creatures called fire scale fish, whose scales bore flame patterns. When killed, they would form a thumb-sized red pearl inside their bodies. The pearls dissolved instantly when consumed and could rapidly restore energy in a short time. In the outside world, they were essential consumables for players during prolonged, high-intensity combat. Su Zhan narrowed his eyes, his gaze instantly turning cold. Let's kill them first and collect some interest. In his view, these beautiful country players were just as detestable as those from Sakura Nation. During past life-and-death battles at Medicine Mountain, they had repeatedly ambushed Dragon Nation teams, even turning against them for rare treasures after forming supposed temporary alliances. After Dragon Nation players suffered several losses, they made a firm decision from that point on. Dragon Nation players never cooperated with them again. You don't need to follow me. Just search for medicinal herbs in this area, and if you encounter anyone else, don't engage. Send me a message instead. Su Zhan looked up at old Xiao and the others as he spoke. Don't worry, boss. We absolutely won't engage. Hu San was the first to raise his hand in assurance. Understood. Understood. Su Dongsheng and the others quickly echoed in agreement. These men were elite members of the Dragon Nation's professional headquarters, each one sharp as a tack. They knew their own capabilities and understood that the masters from various countries participating in this life-or-death battle at Medicine Mountain were not to be trifled with. Fighting heathen would be thankless work. Better to leave the tough battles to Su Zhan. When that guy made his move, opponents crumbled like paper at the slightest touch. Su Zhan nodded slightly. Behind him, a pair of metallic steel wings instantly unfurled. With a thunderous bang, flames streaked along the ground as he shot forward like a missile. Good heavens, that's incredible. Su Zhan gazed at the retreating trail of fire, his face full of admiration. Who would have thought his profession was actually mechanist? Su Dongsheng sighed deeply, his eyes filled with envy. What? His profession is actually mechanist. Su Zhan's eyes widened like saucers. Everyone knew that mechanists were typically support classes with mediocre combat abilities at best. Yet Su Zhan's strength far exceeded any conventional understanding of mechanists. From what Song Sanjia had said, Su Zhan hadn't even reached the 8th transformation, at most 5th or 6th, yet possessed combat power far beyond the 8th transformation. If someone told Su Zhan he was a mechanist, he wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. I didn't believe it either, but our team leader told me personally. Su Dongxing explained helplessly. When Huating had first told him about Su Zhan's level, he had been equally incredulous, but the facts were undeniable. Meanwhile, more than 10 miles ahead in the depths of a ravine, 2 tall men with blue hair and yellow eyes stood beside a lake shrouded in steaming mist. Weiss on the left held a black magic staff, giving it a gentle wave. Lightning crackled from the staff's tip, electric arcs weaving into a blue net that plunged into the lake with a sizzle, instantly scooping up dozens of crimson fire-scale fish. Kafu on the right gripped a gleaming longsword. His blade flashed, and all the freshly caught fire-scale fish were slain in an instant, strings of scarlet pearls pattering to the ground at their feet. The two worked in perfect coordination, harvesting 1 to 200 fire-scale fish pearls in just a few minutes. Weiss, we've already collected over 1,000 fire-scale fish pearls. Isn't that enough? Kafu raised his hand to wipe the moisture from his face. Don't rush. The big one is about to appear. Weiss remained calm, his magic staff still crackling with lightning as net after net continued probing the lake bottom. Boom. The lake's surface suddenly exploded, scalding steam shooting skyward as a massive fire-scale fish over 10 meters long burst from the water. It traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing back into the lake with a thunderous splash, sending giant waves in all directions. Sharp water arrows carrying scorching winds shot toward the two men. Kafu flashed forward to shield Weiss, his sword dancing rapidly, deflecting all the water arrows with a series of clangs and crashes. I never expected there to be a fire-scale fish king. Kafu's face lit up with delight. Like ordinary fire-scale fish, the fire-scale fish king also condenses all its energy into a fire-scale fish pearl upon death, but the pearl formed by the king is a permanent item. Regular fire-scale fish pearls must be consumed to take effect, while this king pearl only needs to be worn close to the body to continuously supply energites, essentially a portable miniature energy reservoir. All this information came from Weiss's intelligence broker. Javiz, if enough fire-scale fish are killed within the same waters, it might lure out the fire-scale fish king. Weiss had paid a hefty price for this intelligence, but now he couldn't hide his satisfaction. Once the king pearl was in hand, all investments would become trivial. As a thunder mage, what he lacked most was sustained energy supply for prolonged combat, and the king pearl would solve exactly that problem. What's the plan now? Kafu understood what the king pearl meant to them and immediately asked. I'll use thunder to force the fish king out, then you deliver your strongest strike. Weiss had already formulated his strategy. The fire-scale fish king was level 70 at the 8th tier. Even when it surfaced, it would be extremely difficult to kill and would require their combined effort. Kafu was a Gale swordsman, skilled in Gale slash attacks that were lightning fast with incredible armor-piercing power. While it couldn't kill the Fish King outright, it would be enough to tear through its defenses. The rest would be left to Weiss to channel thunder into the Fish King's body and detonate it. Perfect. Let's move quickly, I can't wait any longer. Kafu gripped his sword tightly as powerful energy surged from within him, transforming into pale green breezes that swirled around his body. Weiss raised his magic staff and began chanting incantations loudly. The staff's tip touched the river surface, and a vast web of lightning poured down, instantly covering the waters ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The water surface erupted with massive craters from the continuous lightning strikes. Countless fire-scale fish were electrocuted and sent flying, transforming into points of light that condensed into fire-scale fish pearls, clattering back into the water. Amid the enormous splashes, a massive figure suddenly burst through the surface, the fire-scale fish king. Gale slash. Kafu pushed off with his toes and instantly closed the distance. His sword carved out dense sword energy, forming several tornadoes that completely enveloped the fire-scale fish king. The sword energy churned, tearing off large crimson scales that scattered in all directions. Forbidden spell raging thunderburst. Weiss immediately followed up with his staff, shooting a thin beam of lightning from his fingertip that precisely struck the exposed gaps in the Fish King's armor. The moment that thin lightning made contact, it instantly expanded into a massive thunder orb that completely engulfed the Fish King. Boom. As the blinding lightning faded, only a fire-scale Fish King pearl covered in golden patterns remained floating quietly in the air. Weiss could barely contain his ecstasy as he waved his staff, using lightning to draw the king pearl toward him. But then something unexpected happened. A figure appeared silently on the lake's surface and reached out to grasp the king pearl in his palm. The newcomer was none other than Su Zhan. He had actually arrived much earlier, but after overhearing Weiss and the others' conversation, he had remained hidden in the shadows without revealing himself. Release my fire spirit fish king pearl. Weiss watched as the treasure within his grasp was snatched away by Su Zhan, and the color instantly drained from his face, replaced by a twisted expression of madness. He raised his staff high, blue-white arcs dancing at his fingertips as he unleashed a rapid incantation lightning orb. Crackling sounds filled the air. Over a dozen lightning orbs, each the size of a bowl, lined up in midair, trailing thick lightning tails as they tore through the atmosphere, cascading towards Su Zhan like a torrential downpour. Su Zhan merely weighed the fire-scale fish king pearl in his hand, a playful smile curving his lips. He knew well that his mechanical armor ran on electrical energy, and lightning was the purest form of electricity. It was his nourishment. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning orbs exploded almost simultaneously around Su Zhan, electric light coiling like silver serpents, completely engulfing him. Dare to steal from me? This is what you get. Weiss sneered coldly. He knew his lightning orb technique all too well. Swift casting, tremendous power. A dozen orbs unleashed together could tear apart any 8th-rank professional lacking proper defenses. And just now, Su Zhan hadn't even displayed any defensive skills. The blazing lightning persisted for several moments before gradually dissipating. The instant the dust settled, Weiss's smile froze on his face. Su Zhan stood there completely unharmed, his armor showing not even a scorch mark. Impossible. How are you completely uninjured? Weiss cried out in shock. Kafu's expression suddenly turned grave, energy surging within him as he prepared to strike at any moment. Weiss took a deep breath, suppressing his surging anger, and spoke in a low voice. Friend, we are professionals from the great beautiful country. Which nation are you from? Why don't our databases have any record of you? They had obtained detailed files on professionals from various countries before entering the secret realm, yet no matter how they searched, they couldn't match Su Zhan to any records. Su Zhan shook the pearl in his hand and looked up indifferently. You're called Weiss, right? Weiss nodded warily. Su Zhan didn't give him a chance to interrupt, continuing. 20 years ago at the Medicine Mountain death battle, you were severely wounded by a lightning-wielding unicorn wolf beast. It was Li Xiaoming, a professional from the Dragon Country, who saved you. But for the sake of that beast's horn, you turned around and ambushed Li Xiaoming, killing him. That staff in your hand was crafted from that very horn. As Su Zhan's words fell, Weiss's face turned to Shenyi's long-hidden past had been laid bare without reservation. In fact, the professional headquarters maintained complete archives of all Medicine Mountain death battle records over the years. Before entering the secret realm, Zhang Sanjia had given all the files to Su Zhan, so Su Zhan had recognized Weiss at first sight. How do you know? Weiss's voice trembled, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. Back then, his lightning magic had been countered by the unicorn wolf beast, and he was saved from the brink of death by Li Xiaoming. But when he saw Li Xiaoming about to take the horn away, greed instantly consumed his reason. He had risked fighting the unicorn wolf beast precisely because he wanted to obtain its horn. The wild beasts here possess extraordinary traits due to their unique environment. The unicorn wolf is a prime example. Its dark horn contains thunderous power, and when harvested, it can be crafted into a magic staff that amplifies lightning spells. It was precisely with this unicorn wolf staff that Weiss had thrived after returning to Americall, of which Su Zhan knew perfectly well. Don't worry about how I know. You can die now. Su Zhan's voice was low but struck like a hammer on steel, directly pronouncing Weiss's death sentence. Dragon Nation's professionals aren't yours to kill at will. Kafu, attack! Weiss roared in terror. Kafu had already tensed his nerves. The moment Weiss finished speaking, his sword unleashed wind slash. The blade cut through the air, forming tornado-like sword energy wrapped in howling winds that rushed straight at Su Zhan. In an instant, Su Zhan's figure vanished as if torn apart by the wind itself. Where is he? Where did he go? Kafu's heart sank as his gaze swept around, unable to detect even a trace of presence. Come out, you coward! Stop hiding like a little mouse. Weiss bellowed, waving his unicorn staff. Silver-white lightning bolts struck forward, attempting to force the hidden Su Zhan into the open. I'm right here. A calm voice sounded behind Weiss. Weiss spun around sharply to find a pair of golden eyes staring coldly at him. He instinctively screamed and stumbled back dozens of steps, his face turning deathly pale. When did you get behind me? Su Zhan's speed was so incredible that he hadn't noticed at all. With such meager skills, you dare betray trust and hunt Dragon Nation's professionals? Today I'll show you that there's always someone stronger, always a higher mountain. Su Zhan sneered coldly as lightning serpents writhed in his palm. Whirlwind slash. Kafu roared, his sword bringing fierce winds as he charged again. Crack! Lightning exploded. While Kafu was still mid-charge, a massive bolt of thunder erupted from Su Zhan's body, sending him flying backward. Suspended in air, The violent electric current instantly tore through flesh and blood, reducing him to scattered fragments. This, witnessing his companion's instant death, Weiss's body trembled uncontrollably. He knew Kafu's strength, well though inferior to his own. Killing him would be no easy task. Yet Su Zhan hadn't even moved a step before erasing Kafu's existence. Who exactly are you? How could Dragon Nation possibly have a monster like you? Weiss shrieked, trying to suppress his inner terror with volume. They had thoroughly researched Dragon Nation's professional data, yet had never encountered someone like Su Zhan. Dragon Nation's affairs are beyond your comprehension. Su Zhan's gaze was mocking as the lightning in his palm exploded again, transforming into a pale electric shroud that completely enveloped Weiss. Weiss didn't even have time to scream before the blazing white current instantly charred him to ash. A gentle breeze passed, scattering the black dust to nothing, as if he had never existed. The battlefield returned to silence. Su Zhan raised his hand, collecting all the items dropped by the two men, his gaze sweeping over the spoils of war. Quite a few good things here. After a brief inventory, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Scanning through the items dropped by both men, Su Zhan was somewhat amazed. Besides over 1,000 fire-scale fish pearls, there were also 3 snake eggs covered in red patterns that clearly looked extraordinary. Fire Dragon Serpent Egg. Level: 5th rank, Grade 1. Description: an egg of the Fire Dragon Serpent. Upon hatching, it will birth a Fire Dragon Serpent hatchling with 5th rank strength, capable of reaching 8th rank at maturity. It really was a Fire Dragon Serpent egg. Su Zhan pushed aside the still warm bushes, and the 3 fist-sized crimson shells in his palm radiated gentle heat waves like miniature furnaces. He knew that Fire Dragon Serpents were fierce beasts unique to Medicine Mountain, with mature specimens capable of reaching the peak of 8th rank, level 99. If they could break through to 9th rank, they would transform into blazing dragon serpents, but that step required surviving heavenly tribulation, a process that was almost always fatal, and no Fire Dragon Serpent had ever succeeded. 3 eggs. Su Zhan caressed the rough, scorching shells, his eyes flashing with delight. I'll need to find a safe environment to try hatching them when I return. His personal combat strength had long surpassed 8th rank and definitely crossed the threshold into 9th rank, but he simply lacked opponents of the same level to quantify it properly. If these 3 young serpents could truly survive heavenly tribulation under his protection and step into 9th rank, whether he could use them or not, they would be invaluable assets to the Practitioners Association. With that thought, Su Zhan stored the eggs in his spatial ring, gathered the rest of his spoils, and pressed his body close to the ground, transforming into a blur as he shot toward the depths of the mountain forest. Meanwhile, on the other side of Medicine Mountain, Captain Defilo of the Great Beautiful Country Practitioners Association team had an ashen expression. Team members Weiss and Calf had only managed to send out a distress signal before dying, and there had been no response for over 10 minutes afterward. After repeated failed attempts to contact them, he was finally certain both men were dead. Calf and Weiss are dead. He looked up, his gaze falling on the 3 remaining teammates beside him. Twin brothers Duer and Duden, and female team member Ikali, all 8th rank practitioners. The Great Beautiful Country had originally sent 12 people, scattered throughout Medicine Mountain searching for treasures, with the others yet to rendezvous with them. Weiss and Calf were working together, yet they couldn't even send back their location before being eliminated? Duer found it hard to believe. According to intelligence, none of the practitioners from various countries who had entered Medicine Mountain should have been capable of killing Weiss in such a short time, unless they encountered a suddenly appearing top-tier wild monster. Ikali frowned, her tone steady. Defilo nodded. That's my assessment as well. Losing 2 members on just the first day in the mountains means we need to be more cautious in this Medicine Mountain death match. He sighed deeply, then issued orders. Notify the others to temporarily avoid hunting wild monsters alone. Focus only on gathering medicinal herbs and other treasures while moving toward our position. Everyone must rendezvous before tomorrow. Ikali immediately sent out the message, then looked at Defilo. Should we share this information with our allied nations? There's no need. The alliance is only temporary. The more of them that die, the better for us. Defilo shook his head and spoke without a trace of emotion. Ikali stood beside him, nodding gently, clearly in complete agreement with his judgment. In the eyes of professionals from the Great Beautiful Country, there were no eternal allies, only eternal interests. Just like those guys from the Sakura country, no matter how loyal they were to their own nation or how deep their alliance ran, as long as the benefits were lucrative enough, they could still turn around and abandon everything. Over 100 kilometers away from Daifilo's position, Tokugawa Yoichi was frowning as he reviewed his subordinates' reports. Have you found any traces of Dragon Country professionals? None at all. Bakayaro, where the hell are these people hiding? He cursed angrily. According to the original plan, he was supposed to infiltrate this area first and eliminate all Dragon Country professionals, but so far he hadn't found a single target. Tokugawa Yoichi snorted coldly. I don't believe they can hide until the end. He then sent a message to all Sakura Country professionals. Each should search for treasures individually and gather together on the 5th day. If they encounter Dragon Country professionals along the way, kill them if possible, or immediately report and launch a collective siege if not. Meanwhile, Su Zhan had already reunited with Old Xiao and the others. He didn't travel with the group, only instructing them to be extremely careful and search for treasures cautiously before heading alone toward the peak of Medicine Mountain. Since its discovery, Medicine Mountain had been opened more than 10 times, yet no one had ever reached the summit, with most only able to reach halfway up the mountain because once they crossed that boundary line, the number of 8th-tier monsters increased dramatically, and the higher the altitude, the more numerous they became. Even if professionals from various countries joined forces, they couldn't break through that impenetrable wall of monsters. Steel wings suddenly spread from Su Zhan's back as he transformed into a streak of light, skimming over the treetops as he raced upward. Wild monsters along the way lunged at him, but they only saw that figure flash by in the blink of an eye without stopping. About 10 minutes later, he landed on the summit. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a single wild monster around. Su Zhan activated his scanning device, but the results remained blank. The entire mountaintop was eerily quiet, with only a celestial pool about the size of a football field quietly nestled among the rocky cliffs. The azure lake water resembled a massive sapphire, with visible energy mist slowly rising from the surface, dispersing into tiny points of light that merged into the air. Could the tremendous energy of Medicine Mountain originate from here? Su Zhan's heart stirred as he walked along the lakeshore. As the thin mist gradually dispersed, his eyes suddenly widened. Floating in the center of the lake was a massive stone about 10 meters in diameter. The entire stone was crystal clear and translucent, with 7-colored light flowing through it, like a gemstone magnified countless times. Holy crap, isn't this the legendary Nuwa stone? Su Zhan blurted out, his mind instantly recalling that ancient myth. After Nuwa mended the heavens, she left behind a 7-colored stone that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon at Flower Fruit Mountain, eventually cracking open to transform into the stone monkey Sun Wukong. The massive stone before his eyes was almost identical to the 7-colored stone described in legend. World notification. You have triggered a world quest, Divine Beast Hunting Feast. Shatter the heaven-mending stone to initiate the quest. Note: if you cannot break the Nuwa stone, you will be forever trapped here, becoming part of Nuwa Lake. Now, the second world quest has descended, and it's even more terrifying than before the Divine Beast Hunt. Divine Beast-level monsters have never appeared since the fusion, yet now they're about to emerge in groups for people to hunt. This means countless rare materials will surface, professional strength will rapidly increase, and a large batch of 9th transformation practitioners is about to be born. No 9th transformation has appeared in 300 years, but once they emerge in a short period, it will inevitably trigger brutal slaughter. Thinking of this, Su Zhan immediately sent the message to Zhang Sanjia. At this moment, Zhang Sanjia was arranging the auction of Su Zhan's skill books in the large auction hall at the Professional Association headquarters. The light screen flickered, and the moment he saw the message, his expression froze. World Quest? Divine Beast Hunt Feast. These few words were enough for him to understand the gravity of the situation. Steadying himself, he first replied asking Su Zhan to wait, then without hesitation reported the intelligence to Long Outyin, the president of the Professional Association. At the peak of Mount Kunlun's main summit, Long Outyin was in secluded cultivation amid wind and snow. When his communicator lit up, he glanced at the message and immediately ended his retreat, stepped into the teleportation array, and appeared at the Professional Association headquarters the next second. President, what should we do? Zhang Sanjia approached him. Notify Su Zhan that he must wait until the last day of the Medicine Mountain life and death battle before crushing the Nuwa stone, Long Outyin said gravely. He knew very well that Su Zhan couldn't wait in place for too long, but this matter had far-reaching implications, and they needed to buy time to strategize. Understood, Zhang Sanjia nodded. Issue a special grade summons order. All 8th transformation members of the association must return to headquarters within 1 day, Long Outyin immediately commanded. Understood. Zhang Sanjia acknowledged again. I'll leave these matters to you. I'm going to consult with the 6 Supreme Elders, Long Outyin said before turning to leave. The 6 Supreme Elders are getting involved too. Zhang Sanjia was stunned, then showed a look of reverence. The Dragon Kingdom's ability to stand firm for 300 years didn't rely solely on the daily operations of the Professional Association. Those 6 Supreme Elders were all super-strong warriors who survived the seas of blood and mountains of corpses from 300 years ago, each remaining at 8th transformation, level 99, practically quasi-9th transformation. However, since no one knew the exact requirements for 9th transformation, they had never been able to complete the advancement quest. After returning from the Coffin Mountain Immortal Encounter Secret Realm last time, Zhang Sanjia had already told them the conditions for breaking through to 9th transformation. During this period, the 6 Supreme Elders had all left their secluded cultivation chambers to venture out and complete their 9th transformation missions. This special divine beast power mission was regarded as the crucial turning point for their breakthrough to the ninth transformation. In the conference room, Long Outyin slammed his hand heavily on the table, his voice ringing with determination. Once Dragon Nation produces the first ninth transformation professional, other countries will be left far behind in our dust. Tell Su Zhan that Dragon Nation will never forget his contribution, is a true hero of our nation. Understood. Zhang Sanja nodded solemnly and immediately pulled out his communicator to send the message to Medicine Mountain. He then returned to his office and typed Special Assembly Order into the internal system, officially issuing the announcement. The Dragon Nation Professional Association's assembly orders were divided into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. Once a special order was issued, it meant that the nation's very survival was closely tied to the matter at hand. Therefore, association members around the world who were still cultivating and had reached the 8th transformation immediately stopped whatever they were doing upon receiving the order and rushed back to headquarters. Even though they didn't know what had happened, they understood the gravity of this command. At the peak of Medicine Mountain, Sujan quickly received Zhang Sanjia's message and chose accept after just a glance. He then sent a group message to Lao Xiao and the others. Temporarily cease treasure hunting, find a safe place to hide, and prioritize survival. Compared to the world mission that was about to begin, the treasures in Medicine Mountain seemed insignificant. Moreover, on the final day, the Sakura Nation professionals would surely gather at the foot of Medicine Mountain, making it easy to deal with them then. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. 50 kilometers north of Medicine Mountain, beneath a pond, Lao Xiao and his team had carved out a hidden cave. On the morning of the 7th day, Husan sat cross-legged by the rock wall, gazing up at the water light seeping through above, and sighed deeply. Medicine Mountain closes today, but we still haven't found any decent medicinal materials. Stop complaining. Orders come first, Lao Xiao replied coolly. I'll obey, but watching those damn Sakura Nation bastards walk away with a pile of good stuff just pisses me off, Husan muttered with a grimace. Boom. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and violent energy penetrated through the pond bottom, instantly shattering the entire cave as lake water came flooding through the cracks. We're exposed. Get out. Lao Zhao's face darkened as he was the first to rush toward the exit, with the others following close behind. On the shore, Tokugawa Rongi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the churning water surface in the center, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These rats hit quite deep. If my precious daughter hadn't noticed the freshly disturbed stones at the bottom of the lake, they might have actually gotten away with it. Beside him, Tokugawa Ing lifted her chin proudly. It turned out that the lake had originally been covered with lotus flowers, and while using her blood fish to pick lotus flowers, she had noticed stone fragments underwater that didn't belong to the original landscape, immediately becoming alert. After a brief search, they had pinpointed the area where Husan and the others were hiding. Are they from the Cherry Blossom Nation? Husan landed on the shore, his gaze sweeping across the area before his pupils contracted sharply. Dozens of Cherry Blossom Nation professionals were menacingly blocking their path. Split up and head for the mountain. Su Dongsheng roared, suddenly turning to charge into the forest behind them. A blue light flashed beneath his feet as he pushed his acceleration skill to its limit. The others quickly deployed their movement techniques, transforming into streaks of shadow that vanished into the trees. They all remembered Su Zhan's instructions: avoid direct confrontation with professionals from other nations until he appeared. Haha, a bunch of monkeys running so fast. Tokugawa Yoichi sneered, waving his arm as the Cherry Blossom Nation professionals behind him surged forward. The monkey hunt begins. Run faster. Hee. The Dragon Nation's professionals are nothing special. Accompanied by mockery and wild laughter, dozens of figures locked onto their targets and gave relentless chase. At the mountain peak, Sujan simultaneously received messages from Husan and the others. These bastards. His expression turned cold. Glancing at the time, he immediately replied, have everyone take the prepared potions, fight while retreating, and try to move toward the mountain base, drawing all pursuers to one location. He would catch them all in one net. Though his strength was sufficient to crush them, these rats were each more slippery than the last. Better to herd them together first, saving both effort and trouble. Half an hour later, several messages appeared in succession. Husan, Sujan, I'm 2 kilometers from the mountain base with 3 Cherry Blossom Nation professionals behind me. Su Dongsheng, I've got 1 from the Cherry Blossom Nation behind me, plus over 10 from the Beautiful Nation. At this moment, Su Dongsheng's face was deathly pale, his breathing weak. Half the blood in his body had been drained by Tokugawa Ing, yet not a trace of blood was visible. 100 meters away, Tokugawa Ing rode a crimson giant bird, slowly closing in. Old Xiao, I've got people from the Black and White Bull Nation behind me, at least 8 of them. Qinshi, I'm being relentlessly pursued by 20 professionals from both the Great Brahma Nation and the Southern Monkey Nation. I killed 5 or 6 of them, and now they're even more frenzied. Excellent. Sujan's eyes turned completely cold. He raised his left arm, aiming at the distant Nuwa stone. The gears on his armor's surface clicked and folded, transforming within moments into a massive cannon barrel 1 meter in diameter. Blazing white energy surged forth, brilliant as an artificial sun. Boom! The light beam tore through the air, illuminating the heavens until even the sky seemed to dim in comparison. Boom! The destructive energy struck the Nuwa stone, instantly shattering the energy barrier above Medicine Mountain, with the aftershock shooting straight into the ninth heaven. The clouds evaporated instantly, revealing a clear sky for 10,000 miles. The impact waves that fell toward the sea raised towering tsunamis. The ship guards on surrounding vessels stood frozen on their decks, all eyes turning toward the mountain peak. Holy crap, what's happening? Could that be Su Zhan's doing? Big brother, you need to hurry up. At the foot of Yaoshan Mountain, Husan and his companions felt the terrifying energy emanating from the peak, all lowering their heads with horror in their eyes. Meanwhile, the pursuing professionals froze in place, their faces pale with fear. They knew clearly that if that energy had struck them, death would have been certain. At the summit of Yaoshan Mountain, the raging energy shockwaves gradually dissipated, yet the Nuwa stone in the center of the lake remained unmoved. It didn't break? Su Zhan was stunned. Having merged with 4 mechanical units, he should theoretically crush any ordinary 8th rank expert with ease, yet the Nuwa stone remained completely undamaged. Let me try summoning all the other mechanical units. With this thought, he raised his hand and waved, sending 22 beams of light shooting from his body to land on the surrounding ground. Thunder Prison, Mechanical Fist, Star-Piercing Cannon, Optimus Prime, Crimson Typhoon Jaeger, Obsidian Fury Jaeger, Damaged Gundam Limbs, Alpha Aircraft Carrier, Suanio Space Fighter Prototype. A total of 22 large mechanical units, all carefully selected by Su Zhan from the professional headquarters before departure, imbued with life-form characteristics and fully enhanced through mechanical improvement skills. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice. Merge. As his words fell, the mechanical units scattered around rose into the air, transforming into streams of light rushing toward him. In an instant, the summit of Yaoshan Mountain erupted in brilliant crimson light, like a red sun rising above the peak, its radiance illuminating dozens of miles. What's happening? A sun appeared on the mountain. Whether it was the crowd at the mountain's base or the various factions on ships in the outer sea, all were shocked by this phenomenon. Yaoshan had been opened dozens of times, yet no one had ever witnessed such a scene. As the red light faded, Su Zhan's figure emerged. He still wore golden armor, but 22 palm-sized squares now appeared on its surface, 9 embedded in his chest, with the rest evenly distributed across his limbs and spine. Each square displayed the image of a mechanical unit, emanating its own faint glow. Breaking through some kind of limitation, Su Zhan closed his eyes, quietly sensing the armor covering his body. The armor plates clinging to his skin crackled with electric arcs, and he could clearly feel a lightness completely different from before. Though his previous merged armor was powerful enough to annihilate 9th rank warriors with a mere gesture, he had always felt bound by invisible shackles. Now, with multiple armor sets completely fused, he seemed to have broken free from those restraints, even his breathing flowing several times more smoothly. Still no visible attributes. Su Zhan glanced at his panel, still seeing only question marks, but he knew his current self was strong enough to shatter that Nuwa stone. With his mind set, electric currents hissed across his entire body as concentrated energy lifted him into the air. Break! He raised his right fist high, his form flashing as he instantly reached the space above the Nuwa stone, his fist crashing down with thunderous force. Crack! At the point of impact, the void trembled, visible ripples spreading outward. Fissures spread like a spider web at lightning speed, covering the entire Nuwa stone within mere seconds. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive stone shattered into countless fragments, shooting in all directions. Whoosh! Su Zhan transformed into lightning and shot forward, reaching out to catch 2 fist-sized fragments of the Nuwa stone. The pieces struggled frantically in his palm, as if trying to escape, but were forcibly suppressed by the electric current he unleashed. Immediately after, his figure flashed repeatedly as he pursued the remaining fragments. 3 minutes later, he landed steadily with 5 pieces of Nuwa stone in his hands. The shattered Nuwa stone fragments moved extremely fast and possessed an almost lifelike intelligence, dodging and evading capture. Even with his speed, he had only managed to intercept 5 pieces, but it was enough. Before he could examine their attributes, a grand system announcement suddenly echoed through the World Channel, reaching the ears of all professionals. World Quest, Divine Beast Hunting Feast has begun. Note: the Nuwa stone is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Any creature that fuses with it can evolve to the 9th rank and transform into a divine beast. Divine beast flesh can be refined into pills, while their hide and bones can forge weapons. Divine beasts are one-time monsters that will not respawn after death, but their drop rates are significantly increased, guaranteeing skill book drops. Important notice: When the number of slain divine beasts reaches the specified threshold, the second phase of the world quest will begin blood-bathed divine weapons. The message was brief, yet everyone instantly understood its profound implications. Hunting divine beasts, whether in the Dragon Kingdom or other nations, symbolized supreme honor just as the great beautiful country had its Dragon Slayer title. The Dragon Kingdom possessed similar glory. A world quest has actually appeared? Could it be related to that commotion just now? Tokugawa Eiichi stared in amazement. Hehe. Wonderful, wonderful. This is fantastic. I'm going to control an Eastern Dragon. Tokugawa Ing cheered like a child, clapping her hands with loud smacks. What's happening? Su Zhan was completely stunned. Boy, your opportunity has come. This is the dawn of a great era, Hu Tianbiao reminded in a deep voice. In the distance, Elder Shao and other powerful figures were equally shocked. Divine beast hunting feast? Chun-Chi's red lips parted slightly, her thoughts racing as she instantly realized the gravity of the situation the world was about to change. Everyone understood the special significance of world quests. This wasn't just a quest announcement, but a herald of an entirely new era's beginning. The hunt had already begun. Atop the mountain, Su Zhan put away the Nuwa stone, his expression cold as a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Boom. Steel wings unfurled behind Su Zhan as terrifying energy erupted from the thrusters beneath them. With a thunderous roar, he shot skyward and vanished into the horizon. That was 5 minutes before he shattered the Nuwa stone. Halfway up Medicine Mountain, Su Zhan's figure stumbled out of the dense forest and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The churning pain in his chest felt as if every bone had been crushed to powder. He dared not move, only crying out silently in his heart. Brother Su, you'd better hurry. This was the aftermath of enduring 50% of Hu Tianbiao's power. The tearing agony would torment him for at least half a month. However, the benefits were clear. Once he recovered, he would be able to withstand an even higher percentage of Hu Tianbiao's strength. Su Zhan, what the hell happened to you? Old Shao, Su Dongsheng, and the others burst from the woods. Seeing him motionless, they nearly thought he was dead. Before their voices faded, Chun-Chi landed gracefully, her sword flashing with cold light as she scanned their surroundings with vigilant eyes. More and more people are coming. No sooner had she spoken than dozens of unfamiliar figures broke through the forest, instantly surrounding the group. Tisk, these rats sure can run fast. Above them, a blood-red giant bird swept over the treetops. Tokugawa Eiichi sat with hands clasped behind his back on the creature's back, gazing down at the professionals from the United States, Britain, and other nations who were eyeing them hungrily. A mocking smile curved his lips. Are you all here for them? Captain DeFilo of the United States team responded coldly. Tokugawa Eiichi, these people are ours. Before the game's arrival, the Cherry Blossom Nation had always been a vassal of the United States. He had been holding back this resentment for a long time. Tokugawa Eiichi showed no weakness. Captain DeFilo, let's capture them first and discuss distribution later. He raised his gaze toward Medicine Mountain. This is Medicine Mountain, not some ordinary place. Even if the Grand Master of the United States Mages Association came here himself, I wouldn't give him any face. DeFilo's expression darkened, and he was about to explode when an earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted from the mountaintop. Blazing energy swept through like a storm, forcing everyone to instinctively crouch low. Immediately after, countless fragments of the Nuwa stone transformed into meteors, streaking across the sky in all directions. Ding! A system notification rang simultaneously in everyone's ears. World Quest Alert. Divine Beast Hunting Festival has begun. Everyone was stunned at first, then quickly understood what this meant. A world quest? Divine Beast Hunting Festival? Haha, the chance to reach the 9th transformation has come. We truly are the chosen ones. The second world quest is to hunt divine beasts. The treasures they drop will surely allow someone to break through to the 9th transformation. Cheers erupted one after another as all eyes converged with blazing greed. Tokugawa Eiichi's eyes gleamed as he laughed maniacally. In just a few short days, they had already collected vast amounts of treasure on Medicine Mountain, and consuming them would greatly enhance their power. The Divine Beast Hunting World Quest was about to begin, and in Tokugawa Eiichi's view, this was heaven's gift to them, a chance to use the treasures obtained from Medicine Mountain to enhance their strength for hunting divine beasts. Hehe, I'm going to enslave a divine beast. High in the sky, Tokugawa Ei fluttered excitedly like a little bat spreading its wings. His blood manipulation profession meant that the stronger the energy contained in blood, the more terrifying his combat power became. If he could control divine beast blood, he might even break through his current limits, and any living target with blood would be at an absolute disadvantage against his skills. Everyone, let's first join forces to kill these Dragon Kingdom professionals, then hunt the divine beasts. DeFilio no longer had the heart to argue with Tokugawa Eiichi, with only one thought remaining: quick victory. World-class quests were all about timing, and whoever achieved the first kill of a divine beast would surely reap the greatest rewards. Among their group, Even the newest had been stuck at the 8th rank for decades, and everyone dreamed of advancing to the 9th rank. Now the opportunity was within reach. Old Xiao whispered a reminder. Everyone be careful. We must hold out until Su Zhan arrives. As he spoke, his peripheral vision constantly swept the surroundings, hoping for that familiar figure to appear. Looking around, the 8th rank professionals from Sakura Country, Great Beautiful Country, and Black and White Cow Country, plus the team from South Monkey Country, totaled over 40 people. They silently formed a crescent-shaped encirclement around Su Zhan and the others with over 40 8th rank professionals. There would be no escape even if they sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms. Tokugawa Eiichi struck first. Frost Great Tengu. A 5-meter turtle giant hound descended from thin air, its fur like black ice, cold air sweeping everywhere, instantly freezing the ground beneath its claws into mirror-like frost. Blazing fire burns the sky. Single blade slash. 10,000 flying swords. Defiluo and the others followed closely, each revealing their trump cards. Instantly, the clear sky was filled with colorful light beams, flames, and sword rain, as if someone were splashing ink with bold strokes, painting the entire sky into a magnificent canvas. We're doomed. Su Zhan's face turned deathly pale. With so many 8th rank professionals attacking together, one round of bombardment would leave nothing but ashes. Not doomed. A faint voice exploded in Su Zhan's ear. Golden light streaked like a comet, instantly landing before everyone Su Zhan had arrived. Electric force field. In an instant, violent electric arcs spread outward with Su Zhan at the center, each bolt of lightning jumping like a living creature, finally weaving into a translucent spherical shield that protected Su Zhan and the others in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. Enemy skills poured down like a torrential rain. Explosions crackling like dense firecrackers. Wave after wave of energy surging layer upon layer, pulverizing the rocky ground into powder, with gray mist rolling straight up to the sky. The scene resembled a magnitude 10 earthquake, making eardrums ring and the ground beneath their feet rise and fall, even stirring up towering waves on the distant sea. The entire island was trembling. Now that all the Dragon Nation's professionals are dead, it's time to discuss our business. Gray-black smoke still billowed from the explosion's epicenter, shrouding half the sky. Hilo shook off the ash that had settled on his hands and turned to Tokugawa Eiichi with a smile. Now it's time to divide the treasures. Within the Alliance of Nations, the Great Beautiful Nation held the strongest power, and every time they entered Medicine Mountain, they claimed 50% of all spoils. This had become an unwritten rule. Indeed, we should discuss this. Tokugawa Eiichi slowly raised his head, his eyes cold and menacing. Time after time, he had been forced to hand over vast treasures, and his anger had long been simmering. Only because the gap between Sakura Nation and the Great Beautiful Nation was too vast had he been forced to endure. But now things were different. The New World mission and the opportunity to enter the 9th Revolution lay before them. The treasures harvested from Medicine Mountain this time were his entire capital for breaking through to the 9th Revolution, and he would never give them up again. Once he became the first to step into the 9th Revolution, who in the world could stop him? Hilo keenly caught that hint of danger, and his face turned cold. You want to betray the Alliance? The Sakura Nation's professionals were notorious for their treachery, and the Great Beautiful Nation had long been on guard. This was precisely why they always took the lion's share to weaken Sakura Nation and prevent being stabbed in the back. Look, who is that? Damn, did none of our attacks work? Who are you? Are you also a Dragon Nation professional? A series of exclamations shattered the tense atmosphere. Hilo and Tokugawa Eiichi turned in unison toward the explosion's center. The ground that should have been pulverized by dozens of high-level professionals remained intact, but now a figure stood amid the dust, golden armor gleaming in the sunlight, his entire being radiating killing intent, as tangible as substance. Who are you? Tokugawa Eiichi's heart trembled as he stopped arguing with Hilo and fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Hilo likewise cast his anger to the winds when facing a Dragon Nation professional. These two nations instantly stood on the same side. They would rather tear at each other than allow anyone from Dragon Nation to benefit. My name is Su Zhan, a Dragon Nation professional. If you want revenge in your next life, remember my name well. Su Zhan's tone was light, yet cold as bone-piercing wind. Tokugawa Eiichi sneered. A fish that escaped the net doesn't learn to hide like a mouse, but actually comes to die voluntarily? Perfect, I'll send you on your way, tockling. He waved his hand sharply, and a black shadow burst from the forest, moving so fast it left only an afterimage. The figure wore tight black clothing, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes, wielding a pitch-black blade with dark energy roiling around him like an evil spirit possessed. Demon Blade. Defilo's pupils contracted sharply. Among Sakura Nation's lineup for this expedition was an 8th Revolution Demon Blade wielder whose identity had remained mysterious. Hadn't expected the man to be hiding nearby. The other nation's professionals all showed wariness upon seeing the second Tockling's appearance, clearly aware of this Demon Blade wielder's terrifying power. Tockling, kill him. Tokugawa Eiichi raised his hand, pointing at Su Zhan. Su Takeling said nothing, gripped his blade handle with 5 fingers, and transformed into a streak of black lightning charging straight at the golden armor. Su Zhan, be careful, I know this person, and he's very dangerous. His name was Jingyi Jailing, a demon blade wielder from the Jingyi family who had reached level 98 of the 8th rank. The demon blade in his hands was incredibly powerful. Most 8th rank warriors couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Behind Su Zhan, Husan's expression grew grave as he couldn't help but whisper a warning. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking cut through the air. No one saw when Jingyi Jailing made his move, but he had already lunged towards Su Zhan, his demon blade wrapped in thick black energy, slashing down towards Su Zhan's head from above. Everyone watched as Su Zhan simply raised his hand and gave a light pat. Shatter! The demon blade broke into 2 pieces on the spot. Before the broken blade could hit the ground, Su Zhan's arm shot out like lightning. His 5 fingers clamped around Jingyi Jailing's throat, lifting this 8th rank powerhouse off the ground like a chicken. Jingyi Jailing's legs flailed wildly as black energy surged around him, but he couldn't break free. Impossible! Tokugawa Eiichi cried out in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Among their group, Jingyi Jailing was the strongest, their ultimate trump card. By all logic, he should have been able to easily cut down Su Zhan, yet now he was subdued in an instant. Who is he? Tokugawa Ing, floating in the air, turned pale with terror and nearly fled. Though she was mad, she feared death above all else. Jingyi Jailing was captured? The demon blade, broken? He shattered the demon blade and caught Jingyi Jailing in a single exchange? Who is he? How is this possible? The exclamations of the surrounding professionals rose one after another. They all knew how terrifying Jingyi Jailing was. Anyone who faced him might not survive his blade. Yet now, such a being had been subdued by Su Zhan in a single encounter. Just how powerful must Su Zhan be? Crack! Su Zhan's fingers tightened slightly. After the crisp sound, Jingyi Jailing's neck twisted. This generation's demon blade wielder, who had struck fear into professionals from various nations, died completely without even making a splash. Jailing! Tokugawa Eiichi's eyes filled with blood as his furious roar tore through his throat. His strongest subordinate had died just like that, so casually? Who are you? Could he be ninth rank? 9th rank? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom already has 9th rank professionals? Several nearby professionals stood frozen in place. In their understanding, only a 9th rank could so easily crush Jingyi Jailing. 9th rank. Tokugawa Eiichi's face contorted with jealousy and rage intertwining in his eyes. The world quest had just been announced, and he was still fantasizing about being the first to reach 9th rank and dominate the world. He never expected that a 9th rank had already appeared, and it was someone from the Dragon Kingdom. This was more painful to him than losing his own parents. Oh God, how could the Dragon Kingdom possibly have a 9th rank professional? Diphilo's expression was equally blank. He hadn't called upon God since becoming a professional, believing himself to be a god, but now he only wanted to pray for divine protection. Su Zhan's voice was as cold as grinding ice shards. Whether I'm 9th rank or not doesn't matter to you anymore. Because you're all going to die. Like the whisper of a demon from hell, or the call of death itself, these words echoed in everyone's ears. As his voice faded, Su Zhan's figure vanished from where he stood. Where is he? Tokugawa Eiichi's face turned ashen in an instant. He quickly summoned his most powerful Shikigamiya. Nearly 10-meter-tall snow woman's spirit materialized with a thunderous roar, her ice-blue hair whipping in the wind, as a bone-chilling aura instantly enveloped the sky above. Yet he still searched around in terror. The long-standing grudge between the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Dragon Nation was all too clear to him. If the Dragon Nation had truly given birth to a 9th awakening professional, they would undoubtedly target his people first. Stop hiding like a rat and show yourself. Tokugawa Eiichi roared skyward, his voice exploding through the frozen mist. So what if you're 9th awakening? I'm not afraid. His gaze swept the area, but he still couldn't find any trace of Su Zhan. Terror reached its peak, and he tried to mask his inner trembling with increasingly hoarse bellowing. Everyone be careful. Not far away, Diphylo also felt a chill down his spine, but managed to maintain some composure. Activate all defensive skills. None of them had witnessed the true combat power of a 9th awakening, but the chasm between 7th and 8th awakening was telling enough. 3 to 5 7th awakening professionals couldn't match a single 8th awakening, let alone someone who had completed their 9th awakening. For these 8th awakening professionals to survive, they could only work together. What are you panicking about? The cold voice suddenly exploded behind Tokugawa Eiichi. Ice kill. His reaction was lightning fast, roaring the command without even turning around. The snow woman shrieked, and a circle of bone-piercing frost spread rapidly outward with him at the center, instantly freezing the soil into translucent ice crystals. Thud. The ice layer had only spread halfway when the muffled sound of tearing flesh came first. The snow woman's spirit that had been hovering in the air shattered like a broken bubble, fragments of light scattering. How is this possible? Tokugawa Iichi's eyes widened as he trembled and looked down. A pair of golden glowing arms had penetrated deep into his chest, scalding blood rolling down the golden skin. As those hands slowly withdrew, a still beating heart contracted and expanded in the palm. Life rapidly faded from the depths of his pupils as his body fell straight backward even in death. He never understood why Su Zhan was so powerful. Tokugawa Eiichi is dead? One strike, instant kill. DeFilo and the others felt their scalps explode with shock, cold sweat soaking their backs. Tokugawa Eiichi had quite a reputation, and they thought he could at least withstand a move or two. Who knew he'd be eliminated before even completing a full technique? A true instant kill, without even time to catch his breath. Captain, damn it. You killed our captain, I'll slaughter you. Several Cherry Blossom Nation professionals loyal to Tokugawa Eiichi roared and charged out, each activating their skills as they lunged towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan didn't even spare them a glance. He casually raised his hand and waved toward their direction, causing explosive thunder to condense into a massive palm print that slammed them straight into the ground from above. The moment the palm print struck, the earth caved in, lightning erupted, and the 4 8th-tier professionals were blasted into shattered flesh and blood, their charred bone fragments scattering amid crackling electricity. Killing 4 8th-tier professionals with a single slap? The distant spectators gasped in horror, their Adam's apples bobbing as they swallowed hard. Is this the power of a 9th tier? The Dragon Kingdom really has produced a 9th tier. DeFilo and the others, who had been stunned by Tokugawa Eiichi's instant defeat, felt their nerves crushed once again. Some of the more cowardly ones went weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground with chattering teeth as a pungent smell of urine seeped from their pants. They had literally been scared into wetting themselves. No matter how powerful they were in the outside world, at this moment they were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter before Su Zhan. Their earlier boast of "I'm not afraid to die" had become a laughable joke when death truly approached. All pretenses crumbled instantly. Boss, you're incredible. Su Zhan and the others, who had been hunted for so long, were reinvigorated and cheered loudly, their previous grievances completely swept away. Su Zhan is amazing. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Ing, who had been watching from atop the crimson bird high in the sky with an attitude of enjoying the show, saw Su Zhan obliterate 4 of her companions with a single palm strike. Her originally pale face instantly turned ashen as paper. He's too strong. I'm definitely no match for him. I can fly. I can definitely escape, she screamed internally. Just as her fingertips touched the beast's neck feathers, Su Zhan looked up at her. A thunderous roar exploded in her ears. Tokugawa Ying's entire body went rigid, her limbs feeling as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. In the next moment, a gentle breeze passed by, and she saw Su Zhan's figure instantly magnify in her vision like a teleportation. Go join them, Su Zhan said, lightly tapping her on the head. Though it seemed casual, it caused the void to tremble violently, with visible ripples spreading outward. Tokugawa Ing plummeted like a meteor, creating a crater 100 meters in diameter upon impact, her head turning to bloody mist the instant she hit the ground. Run! Everyone scatter and flee. DeFilo's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and turned to sprint away. Those with stronger nerves immediately followed suit, rushing in all directions. However, more people found themselves like Tokugawa Ing had been screaming "run" in their minds while their bodies remained frozen in place, bound by terror. Did I say you could leave? Su Zhan's voice was calm and low, yet it thundered in everyone's ears. Those who could still move gritted their teeth and accelerated, running frantically like fleeing wild dogs. Mechanical life, 10,000 Thunder Prison. Su Zhan raised his hand, and a metal sphere crackling with electric arcs shot into the sky, instantly ascending to the clouds. Lightning snakes wove together as a massive electrical net instantly enveloped a 5-kilometer radius, making Medicine Mountain look as if it were covered by an enormous thunder dome. Several professionals who were focused only on escape and reacted too slowly crashed hard into the thunder barrier. Terrifying lightning erupted, instantly electrocuting them into charcoal. What kind of skill is this? DeFilo, who had been flying at high speed, suddenly braked hard and stopped less than half a meter from the thunder barrier. Through his goggles, the dazzling electric arcs made his already pale face look ghastly white. Nearby, several charred corpses floated in midair, their leather armor melted and features twisted beyond recognition, all 8th-rank professionals from various nations. In just an instant, those who had charged at full speed were still swallowed by Su Zhan's thunder barrier without even a chance to react. The speed is already ridiculous, but the power is even more so. DeFilo gritted his teeth. 8th-rank powerhouses had been electrocuted to charcoal even under full defense, indicating the voltage was at least 100,000 volts or higher. At this thought, his heart trembled. Meanwhile, teams from the Black Bear Nation, Great Camel Nation, and other countries that were ostensibly allied with the Dragon Nation finally arrived belatedly. A thunder cage with a diameter of dozens of meters suddenly erected in midair, freezing them all in place. When they witnessed another 8th rank professional crash into the barrier and turn to charcoal, everyone gasped in shock. I saw it. The 8th rank from the beautiful nation was instantly struck into charcoal. What kind of skill is this? The power is terrifying. Weren't the Cherry Blossom Nation and Beautiful Nation just hunting down the Chinese volunteers? How did they suddenly become the ones fleeing? Could this thunder barrier be from the Dragon Nation? But weren't the Dragon Nation people always being chased? Where did they get such a trump card? Questions bounced back and forth among the professionals from various nations. Yet they knew perfectly well in their hearts. While the Cherry Blossom Nation and Beautiful Nation had joined forces to hunt the Dragon Nation team, these allies were only in it for profit. With treasures from Medicine Mountain still to be gathered, they had no intention of helping the Dragon Nation immediately, preferring to wait until they had reaped enough benefits before taking a stance. Now that the situation had suddenly changed, they were all stunned by the Thunder Barrier. Let's go take a look. Ager, the leader of the Black Bear Nation team, had an uncertain expression. Finally, he gave a low order and led his team toward the Thunder Barrier. Inside the barrier at the center of the 10,000 Thunder Prison, Su Zhan stepped on electric serpents, his figure flashing as he closed in on Defilo. This 10,000 Thunder Prison was originally a large-scale device that Song Sanjia had acquired through various professional associations from different countries. The prototype was just a cumbersome iron box with a 10-meter diameter. When powered, it could spew massive electrical currents to form a cage, but even at minimum power, it consumed 10,000 volts per second. Moreover, it couldn't move and had shocking energy consumption, making it considered useless. In Su Zhan's hands, it should have been difficult to unleash its full power, but he possessed the endless energy of blue gold, forcibly pushing the device to its limits. The cage could expand at will, and its movement speed even surpassed an 8th rank sprint. Where do you think you're going? In less than a second, Su Zhan had appeared behind Defilo, his calm yet cold voice right next to the other's ear. You can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Beautiful Nation's Magic Association. Touching me means declaring war on the Beautiful Nation. Defilo spun around abruptly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he desperately invoked national intimidation. Do you think I'd be afraid? A mocking smile crossed Su Zhan's lips. What comes next is the era of the 9th rank, the true golden age. When all the 9-turn practitioners emerge, the great beautiful nation's power will be insignificant. Moreover, the great beautiful nation has oppressed practitioners from other countries so severely that it will inevitably become a target for everyone, destined to be swept away by the tide of history. Now, as the Dragon Nation takes the lead in breaking through in this approaching 9-turn era, it is destined to become the leader of the new epic, and Su Zhan will be the first person to lead the Dragon Nation to dominance in the 9-turn era. How could he possibly fear the mere great beautiful nation? No, you can't kill me. I have many treasures and lots of money. I'll give you everything. Please spare my life. Daifiluo's voice trembled as he realized he had said the wrong thing. He kowtowed repeatedly while pulling out the treasures he had collected from the Medicine Mountain one by one, placing them at his feet. Crystalline medicine crystals, glowing talismans, and even rare materials. Each item was priceless. However, he clearly understood that trying to intimidate Su Zhan with the great beautiful empire's influence was nothing but wishful thinking. In the 300 years since the game merged with reality, Su Zhan was the first 9-turn practitioner in history, was destined to be invincible, and no one could make him bow his head. Kill you, and these things will still be mine. Su Zhan's lips curved into a mocking smile as he raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. Boom. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel plummeted vertically from the 10,000 Thunder Prison above, striking Daifiluo squarely on the head. You cannot. Before he could finish speaking, the terrifying voltage of 200,000 volts instantly charred him to ash, not even allowing him to complete his scream. Gray-white electric arcs danced across the blackened bones for a few moments before slowly dissipating. This was another major characteristic of the 10,000 Thunder Prison, automatic enemy targeting. Anyone within its coverage area who was locked on as a target would inevitably face Thunder's judgment with nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Agor and others from the Black Bear Nation approached through the air. Seeing Daifiluo instantly turn into a charred corpse before their eyes, the group collectively shuddered. Fear spread across their faces, mixed with disbelief. May I ask, who are you? Agor forced himself to speak. Su Zhan merely glanced at him indifferently without answering, then turned to look inside the 10,000 Thunder Prison and spoke in a low voice. This farce should end now. In an instant, tremendous electrical energy surged from within his body, rushing up his arm toward the sky and pouring entirely into the 10,000 Thunder Prison. Crack! Crack! The next moment, dense lightning fell like torrential rain from the top of the Thunder Prison. Practitioners from the Great Beautiful Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Black and White Cow Nation, and other countries hidden deep in the forest were precisely targeted by lightning the moment they revealed themselves. Spare us. Please, I don't want to die. The world mission has just begun. I'm about to reach 9-turn. I can't die here. Desperate pleas for mercy intertwined with unwilling roars, but they quickly vanished in the violent thunder. Not a single practitioner could withstand this terrifying bombardment. They all turned into charred remains, dropping scorching equipment and treasures all over the ground. Agor and the others were stunned. He completely wiped out all those practitioners from the great beautiful nation's allied countries who were pursuing the Dragon Nation. I just heard screams from the Black and White Cow Nation. This move can instantly kill 8-turn practitioners? Could he really be 9-turn? How is this possible? Fear and confusion spread wildly among them. Looking at the lightning still flashing in the thunder prison, they felt chills down their spines, and their gazes towards Su Zhan were filled with terror and horror. Big brother, that was incredible. Haha, what a kill. Su Zhan threw his head back in wild laughter as the lingering screams echoed in his ears, each one striking his nerves like precise drum beats, filling his entire body with exhilaration. Shi clenched his fists in excitement, gazing at Su Zhan with burning admiration. This overwhelming power had definitely reached the 9th transformation. Lao Xiao and the others felt their scalps tingle as the residual thunders might heated their blood to a frenzy. They had long heard that world missions were tied to 9th transformation opportunities, and witnessing Su Zhan's combat prowess firsthand, they believed that once they achieved the 9th transformation, they too could wield such power-summoning rolling thunder with a wave of their sleeves, treating all below the 9th transformation as mere ants. This was truly the might of an immortal. Su Zhan, you and the others collect everything those people dropped. I'll wait for you at the exit. Su Zhan's figure appeared abruptly, moving so fast it seemed like teleportation. Big brother, understood. Su Zhan's spirits lifted. Lao Xiao and the others scattered upon hearing the command, rushing toward the corpses and glowing items scattered across the ground. The pursuing professionals from various countries numbered around 50 to 60. The treasures they had gathered over 6 days in Medicine Mountain piled up like a small hill. This single haul equaled 7 or 8 previous expeditions. Su Zhan estimated that at this rate of consumption, Medicine Mountain wouldn't last many more raids. After the crowd dispersed, Su Zhan looked up toward Medicine Mountain's peak. Since the Nuwa Stone's fracture, the mountain's abundant energy had noticeably thinned. At this pace, it would level with the outside world within 30 to 40 years, and no new high-energy medicinal herbs or special spirit beasts would emerge. However, with proper management, the remaining resources could still sustain a long-term industry chain. With this thought, he decided to have Tsang Sanjia station people here permanently upon his return. If other nations objected, fists would do the talking. His mind made up, Su Zhan shot toward the exit like a shadow. Return. He raised his hand and waved, causing the lightning still rolling between heaven and earth to visibly retract into the 10,000 thunder prison. Then, a beam of lightning descended, transforming into a fist-sized, square black iron block that lay quietly in his palm, completely unremarkable in its normal state. Yet it was the very core of that thunder domain. When he first learned of its function, he too was stunned. This object was definitely not from Blue Star, identical to blue gold in nature, originating from alien technology. With games merging with reality and extraterrestrial civilizations existing in space, it wasn't really that strange when you thought about it. Damn, that old bastard Defilo really hoarded quite a collection, Su Zhan muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Su Zhan flew to Defilo's corpse, the scattered radiance making his mouth water. A quick scan revealed at least 3,000 to 4,000 top-grade medicinal materials, mixed with dozens of beast drops, 7-colored bones, crystalline eyeballs, burning feathers, a dazzling array of treasures. Just then, a cautious voice called out, Su Zhan, has Dragon Country produced a 9th transformation professional? Agor slowly approached, glancing at the treasures on the ground. Though his eyes burned with greed, he didn't dare make any move to snatch them. The shock Su Zhan had given him earlier was simply overwhelming. Sorry, that's classified. Su Zhan dropped this line smugly and turned away, searching for treasures among the ruins. Captain, what should we do now? A professional from the Black Bear Nation looked visibly shaken. Agor lowered his voice. Let's head back first. The divine beast hunt is what matters most. The Black Bear Nation had originally formed an alliance with the Dragon Nation, but when the Dragon Nation professionals were being hunted down earlier, they had remained idle, effectively tearing up their pact. The fact that Su Zhan hadn't turned on them immediately was already showing considerable restraint. Lingering any longer would only invite trouble. Everyone immediately took off, soaring through the air. Half an hour later, they were approaching the exit. Captain, it's that lightning controller from before. He's guarding the way out, someone cried out in alarm. Agor looked up and indeed saw Su Zhan standing silently before the exit, clad in golden armor. To leave, they would have to pass by his side or fly over his head, but remembering the terrifying lightning from before, no one dared to act rashly. Agor led the group in landing and cautiously bowed. Greetings, I'm Agor, captain of the Black Bear Nation team. You are. Don't ask who I am. Su Zhan interrupted coolly. If you want to leave, hand over everything you've obtained here. What? That's impossible. A Black Bear Nation professional glared furiously. Are you trying to start a war with our Black Bear Nation? Another chimed in. These are treasures we worked hard to collect. How can we give you half? The Dragon Nation and Black Bear Nation are allies. Aren't you afraid of damaging our alliance? Alliance? Sujan snorted coldly. When Dragon Nation professionals were being hunted, you stood by and watched. If not for the sake of our pact, what you'd be handing over now wouldn't just be treasures, but your lives. Even through his mask, that gaze remained razor-sharp. The Black Bear Nation group felt a chill in their hearts and involuntarily stepped back. Agor weighed the pros and cons, hesitating only a few seconds before ordering. Hand them over. Captain. Someone protested reluctantly. The world mission had just been announced, and the divine beast hunt was coming next. These treasures from Medicine Mountain were exactly the kind of life-saving tools they needed. Hand them over. Agor roared angrily. He cursed inwardly. Idiots, didn't you see what happened to those people from the great beautiful nation? In a place like Medicine Mountain, if Su Zhan really wanted to kill them, with his 9th transformation strength, there would be no accountability whatsoever. Reluctantly, everyone dumped all their looted pills, spiritual materials, and divine weapons on the ground. Agor deliberately opened his storage ring wide, letting Su Zhan see everything clearly to prove he wasn't hiding anything. Su Zhan's gaze swept over everything, and confirming all was in order, he stepped aside. Go. Thank you. Agor expressed his gratitude and led the numerous Black Bear Nation professionals in a hasty retreat past Su Zhan. After Agor and his team departed, the professionals from the Great Camel Nation came rushing over. Sir, we'll give you everything. Captain Baha from the Great Camel Nation wore a broad smile as he gestured to his team members. 7 or 8 team members immediately dropped their heavy backpacks, dumping spirit medicines, ores, and various monster materials in a pile at Su Zhan's feet, creating a small mountain of goods. They had been lurking nearby and had heard every word of the conversation between Su Zhan and Agor. Despite their heartache, they knew they had to prioritize saving their lives. Then I thank you all. Su Zhan glanced with slight surprise at the mountain of spoils, then nodded with a smile. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Baha waved his hands repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. By the way, Su Zhan added casually, when you go down the mountain, tell the people outside that Medicine Mountain now belongs to the Dragon Nation. Other countries don't need to come here anymore. Ununderstood. Baha's heart pounded as he quickly agreed. Seeing Su Zhan wave his hand dismissively, he immediately understood and led his subordinates away like the wind. Over the next hour, professionals from other countries appeared one after another. Without exception, they silently unloaded their precious belongings, left equally impressive amounts of materials and spirit medicines, then retreated with dejected faces. The mountaintop was soon filled with various medicinal herbs, claws, scales, and feathers, resembling a temporary marketplace. At this moment, Husan and the others finally returned. What the hell is this situation? Husan was stunned by the scene before him as soon as he stepped onto the mountaintop. They had just finished collecting the supplies dropped by the great beautiful nation's professionals, thinking their haul was impressive enough. But the spoils around Su Zhan were stacked layer upon layer, several times more than their pile, left by people from other countries. Su Zhan explained calmly. From now on, Medicine Mountain belongs only to the Dragon Nation. No outsiders are allowed to set foot here. Big Brother is mighty. Husan couldn't help but cheer. Lao Shao and the others were equally convinced the rules of Medicine Mountain had been established through strength back in the day, and now Su Zhan was still speaking with strength. No one found this inappropriate. But, will the other countries agree to this? Chen Shi couldn't help but ask quietly. He worried that this might trigger international conflicts with endless consequences. They'll have to agree whether they like it or not. Su Zhan's tone was calm, yet filled with absolute confidence. After Agor and his team leave, they'll definitely spread the word that I've entered the 9th transformation. As long as no new 9th transformation practitioners emerge from other countries, no one will dare to speak up. When they do have 9th transformation practitioners, our Dragon Nation will have even more, and I'll be even stronger by then. Anyone who's dissatisfied can fight for it. If they win, Medicine Mountain is theirs. If they lose, they need to shut up. Chen Shi thought about it, and could only nod. All right. With the conversation concluded, Su Zhan activated his spatial ring and collected all the treasures on the ground in the blink of an eye, then led everyone away from Medicine Mountain. Meanwhile, Agor had already boarded his warship. On deck, his face was grim as he directly ordered. Set sail, leave immediately. The sailors hurriedly raised the sails, and the propellers roared to life. Someone couldn't help but ask, how did they get out? What happened to Captain Tokugawa and his team? On the Sakura Nation's vessel, Rikawa Yumi, an 8th-tier professional left on guard duty, was secretly growing anxious. Based on past experience, whenever someone emerged from the Medicine Mountain exit, it meant that Tokugawa Eiichi and his team should also be coming out. However, despite sending multiple messages, he hadn't received a single reply. This eerie silence sent chills down his spine. Baha, have you seen our captain? He spotted Baha and his companions flying out from the direction of Medicine Mountain and immediately approached them. No idea. Baja shot him an irritated glare, spread his wings, and rushed back to his own ship, then immediately powered up the engines and turned the vessel around to leave. Something's wrong. Rikuwa Yumi stared at the Dragon Nation ships anchored outside Medicine Mountain, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Everyone who had emerged was allied with the Dragon Nation, while not a single member of the Sakura Nation alliance was to be seen. He immediately sent a report to Kirigakure Reizo, the Grand Master of the Sakura Nation Ninja Association. When Kirigakure Reizo received the message, he was in his office coordinating intelligence reports on divine beast spawns from various locations. Upon hearing that Tokugawa Eiichi and his team had lost contact, he shot up from his chair. The world quest had just begun, and he had originally planned to wait for Tokugawa's group to return with treasures from Medicine Mountain before joining the divine beast hunt. Now they had completely lost communication. They would never dare to pocket the spoils for themselves. Something must have happened. Kirigakure Reizo suppressed his anger. Stay put and report any developments immediately. Soon, figures appeared again at the Medicine Mountain exit. Dragon Nation professionals emerged. Rikuwa Yumi fixed his gaze on the exit and immediately transmitted the footage back. None of them died. Kirigakure Reizo asked repeatedly. No, the entire team is accounted for. Rikuwa Yumi's tone was grave. Retreat immediately. Kirigakure Reizo instantly understood, since he had ordered Tokugawa Eiichi to assassinate the Dragon Nation professionals, and now the enemy was completely unharmed. The only ones who could be dead were Tokugawa Eiichi and his team. Understood. Rikuwa Yumi received the order and immediately notified the crew. Full speed retreat. However, just as they turned the ship around, a gaze from above the sea surface had already locked onto them. Su Zhan. You all return to the ship first. Not a single one of these Sakura Nation dogs can be allowed to escape. Su Zhan's gaze was ice cold as his figure suddenly faded. Hee, these bastards truly deserve to die. Hu San sneered coldly. Master Zong will definitely be pleased to hear this. Lao Zhao's lips curved slightly upward, as this would be revenge for the sneak attack on Zong Sanjia's disciple by the Sakura Nation. The group then headed toward the Dragon Nation ships, while Su Zhan had already stepped in front of the Sakura Nation fleet. Who are you? Rikuwa Yumi squinted warily. Your executioner. Su Zhan's lips curved into a mocking smile. Before his words had finished, electrical current like 100,000 volts erupted from his body, transforming into a surging tide of lightning that rushed toward the Sakura Nation vessels. Oh no! Rikuwa Yumi roared, desperately trying to escape, but the electrical tide was terrifyingly fast, covering the entire ship in the blink of an eye. Boom! The violent electrical current, containing unmatched power, tore apart the Sakura Nation's vessel the moment it enveloped it. A tremendous explosion echoed in all directions, stirring up towering waves. No! Lichuan Yusuk's eyes turned blood-red as he roared, unleashing all his defensive skills at once. Brilliant light shields and runic barriers layered around him, yet they proved as fragile as thin ice before the raging 100,000-volt current. This electrical force was terrifyingly powerful. No 8th-tier professional could withstand it directly. No matter how complex their defensive abilities, they all turned to nothing in the blink of an eye. The agonized screams lasted less than a second before even the figures were completely consumed. Moments later, the blazing white lightning dissipated, and the churning sea returned to calm. The Sakura Nation ship's keel, masts, and even the deck had vanished as if erased from existence. What's happening? The Sakura Nation's ship was destroyed. Are they starting a national war? The world quest was just announced. Exclamations erupted from the decks of ships from various nations. This person's strength is absolutely ridiculous. Several 8th-tier professionals from the Sakura Nation ship didn't even have time to struggle. Whose standard issue is that golden armor he's wearing? Speculation and fear spread like a contagion, and soon someone shuddered to easily destroy 8th-tier professionals. Could he be 9th-tier? Has the Dragon Nation already produced 9th-tier professionals? The professionals aboard ships from the Great Beautiful Nation, Black and White Bull Nation, Southern Monkey Nation, and others were quickest to react. Remembering that their own country's sent personnel had also lost contact, their hearts suddenly grew heavy. They immediately decided to turn around and flee at full sail. Meanwhile, the quick-thinking ones had already recorded the scene and sent it to their respective National Professional Association presidents. At that moment, a deep and clear voice carried across the wind and waves. From now on, Medicine Mountain belongs to the Dragon Nation. Professionals from other countries are forbidden to approach. Do you understand? The speaker was the golden-armored man hovering in the air. Su Zhan. He coldly surveyed the vessels that were turning around, not delivering another thunderbolt. The Sakura Nation had to die, but killing the others made no difference. Actually doing so would only dirty his hands. Understood. We understand. Medicine Mountain belongs to your Dragon Nation. We absolutely won't approach. The ships instantly filled with obsequious smiles, not daring to defy him. The explosion at the Sakura Nation ship had occurred less than a minute ago. They had no desire to follow in its footsteps. Confirming that no one dared to linger, Su Zhan turned around. With a flash of lightning, he landed on the Dragon Nation ship's bow. My goodness. Phone Rumming stared at the now empty spot on the sea surface, her mouth slightly agape, her breathing momentarily slowed. Years ago during the Medicine Mountain battle, the Dragon Nation suffered heavy losses, yet still failed to claim Medicine Mountain. Now Su Zhan had determined its ownership with a single sentence. This display of dominance made her heart burn with excitement. Team leader Phone, let's go. We can just send people to patrol after we return. Su Zhan restrained his aura and spoke with a smile. Right. Phone Rumming finally snapped back to reality. Her eyes, which had witnessed countless storms, filled with admiration. She had personally experienced over a dozen life-and-death battles for Medicine Mountain, had seen its treasures with her own eyes, and had witnessed the Sakura Nation's cruelty toward Dragon Nation professionals. Now that the Sakura Nation's ship had been destroyed, she felt absolutely no problem with it. Moreover, Yaoshan's allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom was an enormous boon, essentially securing a treasure vault for the nation. Incredible. That's my idol, a true idol. Hu San gazed at Su Zhan's retreating figure, his eyes blazing with admiration. Lao Xiao, Su Dongsheng, and the others couldn't contain their excitement. Either they had just witnessed Su Zhan's silence powerhouses from various nations with a single sentence. That irresistible dominance would make any man's blood boil. Back in his cabin, Su Zhan immediately retrieved the 5 Nuwa stones. Nuwa stone, ancient divine stones used by goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens. Can animate all things and awaken divine beast bloodlines within living beings. Possesses infinite mystical properties. No wonder their power was so astounding. Su Zhan gripped the stones, his heart pounding. He had fought tooth and nail to claim these 5 stones, sensing their extraordinary nature even then. Now he finally understood their true value. It was terrifying. He had originally speculated that the divine beast hunting feast might involve hidden divine beasts gradually revealing themselves, but now he realized it all came down to luck. The Nuwa stones were vessels for divine beasts. Any object that fused with them could awaken divine beast bloodlines and evolve directly into a divine beast. Does that mean the 5 stones in my hands are essentially 5 divine beasts? Su Zhan's eyes burned with intensity. Could he fuse the Nuwa stones with his armor? The moment this thought emerged, his mind raced wildly. His armor already possessed life thanks to his mechanical lord skill, and if all things under heaven could fuse with the stones, then naturally his armor could too. If he succeeded, he would instantly possess 5 sets of divine beast-level armor. His current armor was already formidable due to the mechanical lord ability. 1. Multiple mechanical attributes could stack, with power increasing infinitely based on the number of stacks. 2. However, individual mechanical units still had limitations. Even powerful mechs like Gypsy Danger or Transformers maxed out at the 8th tier. Any 8th tier expert with decent strength could destroy them. But once they evolved into divine beasts, everything would change completely. Su Zhan estimated that divine beasts were at least 9th tier, otherwise they wouldn't be worthy of this world-class mission. 5 9th tier mechanical units meant 5 eternally loyal 9th tier guardians. The mechanical lord's passive ability would allow him to control them remotely and communicate at will, essentially 5 9th tier avatars. I need to find a place to test this. Unable to suppress his surging excitement any longer, he sent a message to Phone Rumming, then pushed open the cabin door and launched himself into the sky. Fusing divine beast-level mechanicals would create tremendous disturbances absolutely impossible to do on the ship. He needed somewhere spacious and secluded. The ocean was dotted with numerous uninhabited islands, perfect for his purposes. Su Zhan wants us to head back first. At that moment, in the adjacent conference room, Phone Rumming was listening intently as Hu San and his team reported details about the interior of Medicine Mountain. Her communicator vibrated gently, a message from Su Zhan. Phone Rumming paused slightly, lifting her gaze to scan the room. Team leader, what's wrong? She was the first to notice, asking in a low voice. It's nothing, continue. Phone Rumming waved her hand, signaling everyone not to stop. Hu San was getting excited in his storytelling and immediately drew attention back to his tale. Team leader Phone, you weren't there at the scene. Those people from the Sakura Nation plus the professionals from the beautiful country were absolutely despicable. They chased us relentlessly for days. In the end, 4 or 5 countries gathered 40 to 50 8th tier professionals and surrounded us completely. He waved his arms dramatically, as if standing once again on that battlefield. Just imagine 40 to 50 8th tier professionals unleashing their skills simultaneously. The energy crashed down like a tidal wave, blotting out the sky. If we'd taken even one hit, there wouldn't have been anything left of us. Phone Rumming smiled slightly. So what did you do then? At the crucial moment, my big brother arrived. Hu San's face lit up with excitement. It was like a god descending from heaven. He just raised his hand slightly, and the combined attack of 40 to 50 people was completely blocked. Since when did Su Zhan become your big brother? Phone Rumming teased. We're all part of the True Dragon group. Su Zhan has always been my big brother. Hu San huffed proudly. All right, continue. Phone Rumming, understanding Hu San's personality, waved her hand to keep him on topic. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation professional headquarters, Zhang Sanjia and Long Outyin also received the synchronized message from Feng Roming. Good heavens, Su Zhan really does have 9th tier strength. Zhang Sanjia stomped his feet excitedly, completely unconcerned about Su Zhan bombing the Sakura Nation's ships. At worst, they'd just fight another battle. They had suspected Su Zhan had broken through to the 9th tier before, but lacked concrete evidence to confirm it. Now, the proof was undeniable regardless of level. As long as one had the strength, they were a 9th tier professional. Long Outyin's perpetually furrowed brow relaxed for once, and his lips curved upward involuntarily. Immediately notify all branches. Dragon Nation now possesses a 9th tier professional. If the Sakura Nation or the beautiful country dare to use the Medicine Mountain incident as an excuse to cause trouble, tell them to think twice. Understood. Zhang Sanjia's spirit soared. The current situation could truly be described as smooth sailing after weathering the storm. From now on, no one could threaten Dragon Nation with so-called strength, because they simply weren't worthy. At the same time, in distant waters, a streak of light tore through the sky. The radiance skimmed across the ocean surface, stirring up towering waves, before finally stopping at a desolate, reef-covered island. Su Zhan had arrived. The moment he landed, sand and stones were swept up by the fierce wind. Su Zhan raised his hand and pointed to the square on his chest. Megatron, come out. The square transformed into a beam of light, and Megatron leaped forth, resuming his massive mechanical form before dropping to one knee. Greetings, Master. Consume this. Su Zhan produced a piece of Nuwa stone and tossed it to Megatron. Master, this stone contains such powerful energy. I can feel my entire body trembling. It seems like after consuming it, I could gain unimaginable benefits. Megatron held the fist-sized Nuwa stone, his silver-gray mechanical eyes flickering with brilliant white light, pulsing like a living being. Go ahead and consume it. Let me see what changes it brings. Su Zhan nodded slightly, his gaze scanning Megatron up and down with anticipation written across his face. Yes. Megatron responded, opening his metallic jaw and swiftly swallowing the Nuwa stone. The moment the stone entered his body, Megatron suddenly went rigid. The air around him violently oscillated as a visible energy vortex exploded outward. It wasn't wind, but an extremely dense energy flow that surged like a tide into his metallic skeleton. Click-clack. Gears meshed together as joints erupted in a deep metallic symphony. Brilliant electrical light spread along the joints, forming a network of blue and white arcs that crackled and sparked. Within just a few minutes, Megatron was completely engulfed by the vast energy storm. Electric currents cut through the vortex, shooting out blinding flashes that made Su Zhan's heart race. Moments later, the energy vortex gradually subsided, and the silver-white radiance condensed into a figure about 2 meters tall, a smaller version of Megatron. His head and chest armor had become smooth and rounded, resembling a perfectly fitted suit of silver heavy armor that completely concealed any mechanical seams, giving him the distinct silhouette of a humanoid warrior. Su Zhan held his breath and immediately pulled up the status panel. Display Megatron's attributes. Megatron. Race, mechanical. Level, 9th transformation, level 99. Stamina, 999,999. Strength, 999,999. Spirit, 999,999. Speed, 999,999. Skills, triple form transformation, electric field, plasma cannon, electric ion blade, ultimate electric cannon, ultimate star-piercing cannon. Even though Su Zhan had mentally prepared himself, he still gasped in shock. The entire screen was filled with 6s and 9s, just 1 point away from breaking a million. No wonder 9th transformation professionals had never appeared in the world. The gap between 8th and 9th transformations was like the difference between heaven and earth. According to records from the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association, the strongest 8th transformation professional in history had only pushed their attributes to 100,000. That legendary figure who ventured into Emperor Qin's ancient tomb had taken such a desperate gamble precisely because he believed he had reached his limit. But looking at this now, he hadn't even touched the ceiling. My attributes are still 6 question marks. Could they have already broken a million? Su Zhan muttered to himself, but quickly refocused his attention on his portable storage. Inside the storage lay more than a dozen top-tier mechanical items, and he still held 4 Nuwa stones in his hand, meaning he could create 4 more 9th transformation mechanicals. I need to choose who to upgrade first. Su Zhan frowned in contemplation. Actually, he wasn't obsessed with prioritization, but he hadn't expected that blue gold was already a 9th transformation level mechanical. No wonder the energy within that metal was virtually infinite. As long as Su Zhan infused it with life-form skills, it could operate like Megatron, providing long-term output without depletion. His original plan was to experiment with the Nuwa stone first, then upgrade blue gold to prevent 9th transformation mechanicals from energy depletion due to prolonged high-intensity operation. However, when he had just tried to upgrade blue gold with the Nuwa stone, He found that the stone showed no reaction. The system directly determined that advancement was impossible. This indicated that this item was already a 9th transformation level metal. With sufficient energy reserves now secured, it was time to upgrade it. Su Zhan's gaze fell upon the Suanio space fighter prototype Niarbi, a cutting-edge warcraft built by the Dragon Kingdom for space exploration before the game merged with reality, equipped with comprehensive flight, weapons, and outer space combat modules. He suspended a palm-sized Nuwa stone directly above the fighter. The moment the stone touched the aircraft's hull, brilliant white light erupted, and the Nuwa stone melted into the metal interior like molten ore. In the next second, vast energy gathered from all directions into a tornado, swirling with steel fragments and electromagnetic sparks, engulfing the entire Suanio fighter. Meanwhile, the remaining Nuwa stones scattered in the void streaked across the sky like meteors, shooting toward all corners of the blue planet. 2 Nuwa stones fell into Dragon Kingdom territory one after another, heading straight for Pingding Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, 2 7th-tier rhinoceros monsters were leisurely grazing when the stones struck their backs with perfect accuracy. Buzz! An energy storm exploded violently, sending earth and stone flying. After several moments, the storm subsided, and the 2 rhinoceroses had been completely transformed, one golden, one silver, with bulging muscles and eyes gleaming with intelligence. Second brother, we've reached the 9th tier and become divine beasts. The silver rhinoceros stood upright, beating its chest and laughing wildly. Haha, from now on, I'll be called Golden Horn, and you'll be Silver Horn. The golden rhinoceros roared with laughter. The moment the Nuwa stone fused with their bodies, their intelligence surged to match that of humans. In the eastern seas of Dragon Kingdom, waves churned as a Nuwa stone plunged into the ocean, attaching itself to a palm-sized silver snake. The waters thundered as the silver snake expanded frantically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 1,000-jaw colossus with menacing dragon horns sprouting from its head. Haha! I, Kangenlong, have finally been reborn. The silver dragon raised its head and roared, its voice shaking the earth for hundreds of miles. It was originally a descendant of the ancient divine beast Kangenlong, and the dormant bloodline within was awakened by the Nuwa stone, not only breaking through to the 9th tier, but also reviving Kangenlong's slumbering consciousness. Elsewhere, on Tiger Mountain where cold winds howled, a Nuwa stone fell into the mouth of a tiger that was tearing at its prey. The fierce tiger instantly swelled dozens of times larger, its spine bursting through flesh as blood-red wings emerged, with murderous aura rolling around it like black clouds. Haha! I, Xiongqi, have returned. The giant tiger with wings on its back howled toward the sky, and wherever its murderous aura swept, vegetation withered instantly and birds and beasts dropped dead on the spot. Thousands of miles away, a Nuwa stone smashed through an abandoned burial mound, landing on the forehead of a Toon Guardian Beast statue. The statue cracked and came to life, with blazing flames shooting from the fissures, scorching the surrounding earth into charred wasteland. I, Hamba, live again. The statue transformed into soaring flames, its eyes churning with demonic fire, melting rocks wherever it passed. Similar scenes played out across the blue planet. Each Nuwa stone gave birth to a brand new 9th-tier divine beast. For a time, various astonishing phenomena appeared in locations around the world. On a peak of the Kunlun Mountains, a mysterious blizzard suddenly erupted, and someone spotted a silver-white Qilin galloping through the swirling snow. Atop Huangli Mountain, fierce winds howled like razor-sharp blades, their shrieking mixed with eerie bellowing sounds neither quite bovine nor entirely beast that sent chills down one's spine. Elsewhere, a Nuwa stone crashed into a muddy swamp, creating a deep crater. A catfish, originally no longer than an arm's length, was struck directly by the stone, which embedded itself in the fish's belly. Instantly, the catfish's skin took on a metallic sheen as its body swelled and expanded, transforming in moments into a colossal 20-meter-long giant. In a nearby riverbed, a small crayfish resting among the water plants was similarly struck by a Nuwa stone. Its shell cracked open with crimson fissures before inflating like a balloon, bursting through the riverbed and shooting skyward in a torrent of mud and water. No matter what creature they had been before, once fused with a Nuwa stone, they could forcibly absorb the vast energy around them and ascend to the ranks of 9-turned divine beasts. At that moment, on a distant unnamed island, Su Zhan faced 5 armored figures. On the far left stood the silver armor Megatron, gleaming with cold light. Moving right were the black Suanio armor, white Wanlei armor, red Baofeng armor, and blue Lulang armor. They had evolved from the Suanio space fighter, Wanlei Sky Prison, Baofeng Crimson Mech, and Dangerous Wanderer Mech respectively, all now at 9-turn level. Return. Su Zhan raised his hand, and the 5 suits of armor instantly transformed into 5 streams of light, merging one by one into the main armor on his chest. 26 mechanical modules attached to the armor's surface, with the 5 central ones being 9-turn level cores. With all systems combined, his speed broke through all limits, soaring to 100 Mach, virtually indistinguishable from teleportation. 1 minute later, Pingding Mountain. Thunderous crashes shook loose rocks from the mountainside as two rhinoceros, one gold and one silver, frantically excavated the mountain. Sujan stopped and scanned them, his tactical chip projecting their attributes onto his retina. Golden Horn King. Level 9, turn level 1. Strength 900,000. Skills: Divine Beast Trample, Gold Silver Combo Strike, Earth Splitter, Invincible Rhino Golden Horn, and more. Silver Horn King. Level 9, turn level 1. Strength 900,000. Skills: Divine Beast Trample, Gold Silver Combo Strike, Sky Shaking Fist, Invincible Rhino Silver Horn, and more. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Su Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly. Nearly every person from the Dragon Kingdom had heard of this Demon King duo from Journey to the West, and now they had been reborn as divine beasts through the Nuwa stones. After a moment's consideration, he chose not to engage, his form once again becoming a blur as he headed straight for the professionals' headquarters. Professionals' headquarters. Song Sanjia immediately came out to greet him, his gaze falling on the countless modules covering Su Zhan's armor, and he drew in a sharp breath. When Su Zhan had possessed only 4 mechanical modules, he could already crush 8 turn opponents. Now with a full 26 modules, 5 of which contained 9 turn cores, this level of power was beyond his imagination. I've integrated some new mechanical components. Su Zhan smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. If Song Sanjia knew that all 5 cores were 9 turn level, he would probably collapse on the spot. Just then, a figure approached on the wind. Su Zhan, greetings. I'm Long Outyin, president of the Professionals Association. Long Outyin landed and immediately extended his hand with sincere courtesy. Song Sanjia had notified him of Su Zhan's arrival immediately, and as a seasoned and calculating president, he understood that when dealing with such formidably powerful young individuals, one must treat them with complete sincerity and abandon all pretense. Greetings, President. Su Zhan replied with neither servility nor arrogance, shaking hands with Long Outyin. The hall was bathed in soft lighting, with golden decorations glimmering faintly on the walls. Long Outyin smiled warmly, generous with his praise. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. You single-handedly slaughtered those professionals from the Sakura Nation, bringing glory to our Dragon Nation, reclaimed Medicine Mountain, and opened the world quest through your own power alone. Your contributions are so great that I hardly know what reward to offer. He paused, then spoke with gravity. So, I'm thinking of passing the position of president of the Dragon Nation Professional Association to you. What do you think? Everyone around held their breath, their gazes shifting between the two men. Su Zhan remained calm inwardly, his tone steady. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and serving my country requires no reward. He knew that with his current 9-turn combat power, no one in the entire Dragon Nation could match him, and the resources the association could provide meant little to him. More importantly, his true level was still low, and he needed to focus on advancement rather than dealing with the association's tedious affairs. As long as his strength was sufficient, his words would carry weight even without an official title. Long Outyin sighed softly, his eyes still showing appreciation. Then how about this? I'll give you the title of honorary president, with the same authority as mine, but without the burden of handling specific affairs. How does that sound? That works well. Su Zhan nodded slightly. An honorary title was perfectly suitable. As for the same authority as mine, he didn't particularly care. Long Outyin laughed heartily, gesturing for everyone to relax. Excellent. Come, let me introduce you to our Dragon Nation's pillars of stability. His tone suddenly became solemn. You may not know this, but above the Professional Association, the Dragon Nation has 6 great elders, all people who fought their way through blood and fire when the game merged with reality. Without their desperate struggles back then, there would be no Dragon Nation today. These words filled Su Zhan with respect, and he drew a quiet breath. Then I should indeed pay my respects. He wasn't amazed by their strength, but rather admired their past sacrifices. When the game first merged with reality, the slaughter was brutal, and these few were clearly legends who survived mountains of blades and seas of fire. Long Outyin nodded, leading Su Zhan and Song Sanjia through the courtyard to a 3-story pavilion at its center. Pine and cypress trees stood verdant in the yard, ancient stone steps polished smooth by time, and wind chimes on the eaves tinkled gently in the breeze. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by wisps of sandalwood incense and an elderly man in blue Taoist robes standing before a meditation cushion. The old man had white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and though thin, he appeared vigorous and alert, holding a horsetail whisk in his right hand with its long cord hanging down. The breeze stirred the whisk's strands like drifting snow-white threads. The old man smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. This humble Taoist is Wudong Yunlong. Pleased to meet you, young friend. Su Zhan quickly bowed in return. You're too kind, venerable sir. Long Outyin stepped forward to make introductions. Su Zhan, This is one of the Dragon Nation's 6 great elders, the first elder Taoist Master Yunlong. Even before the game merged with reality, he was already practicing at Mount Wudong. What first elder or whatever's just an old Taoist priest. Speaking of which, I must thank you, young friend. If you hadn't discovered the conditions for entering the 9th transformation, we would have had no hope of achieving it in this lifetime. Taoist Yunlong stood with his sleeves flowing, his silver-white hair gently swaying in the breeze, his expression serene, yet showing respect for Su Zhan as an equal. As a member of the Dragon Nation, this is what I should do. Su Zhan's reply was concise, his composed tone making it hard to regard him as a young junior. While everyone was chatting, Long Outyin suddenly felt his communicator vibrate. He glanced down at it, and his expression immediately darkened. Noticing the change, Taoist Yunlong looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "The Zhuge family is in trouble," Long Outyin said in a low voice. "A mechanical puppet has evolved into a 9th transformation divine beast and is wreaking havoc there. 2 of the Zhuge family's 8th transformation members are already dead, and the rest are fleeing for their lives. But with so many family members, they can't evacuate everyone in time. Zhuge Ming is requesting our help to rescue everyone." The atmosphere immediately tensed. Taoist Yunlong frowned but still deferred the decision to Su Zhan. "Su Zhan, what do you think?" Su Zhan looked up, his tone calm, yet sharp. "Let this one be the first divine beast our Dragon Nation slays." As his words fell, everyone in the room felt their hearts skip a beat. They had already heard about the battle at Medicine Mountain, and professionals from various countries were spreading word that Su Zhan had reached the 9th transformation. However, they had also confirmed through Tsang Sanjia that Su Zhan's actual level hadn't broken through yet. But at this moment, Su Zhan's personal statement almost confirmed that he possessed 9th transformation combat power. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Yunlong suddenly spoke solemnly. "I have a favor to ask of you, young friend. Please speak, Grand Elder." Su Zhan looked at him. "I wonder if this 9th transformation divine beast could ultimately be slain by me." Taoist Yunlong let out a long breath. "I only need to kill one 9th transformation wild monster to complete my 9th transformation class advancement. But with my current strength, it's nearly impossible to slay a 9th transformation wild monster alone, so I'm shamelessly asking for your help." His class was Taiji Taoist, level 99 of the 8th transformation. The final condition for his 9th transformation class advancement was to personally kill a 9th transformation wild monster in a 9th transformation divine beast perfectly met this requirement. Su Zhan nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You've fought for the Dragon Nation for many years. This small matter is nothing." The shattered Nuwa stones from Medicine Mountain numbered in the thousands, meaning thousands of 9th transformation divine beasts would appear on Blue Star. Letting Taoist Yunlong choose one was hardly a big deal. Moreover, strengthening Yunlong's power would also benefit Su Zhan. From their brief interaction, it was clear that Taoist Yunlong was a pure cultivator, indifferent to power and status, caring only about cultivation and protecting the Dragon Nation. If it had been someone who flaunted their position in front of him, forget giving up a 9th transformation divine beast, Su Zhan would turn hostile if they said one word too many. "Thank you so much, young friend." Taoist Yunlong clasped his hands together, unable to hide his excitement. After being trapped at the 8th transformation for 300 years, seeing the dawn of advancing to the 9th transformation made his chest rise and fall slightly. Su Zhan's kindness in giving up the 9th transformation divine beast was even more precious than a life-saving favor. Su Zhan, I also want to." Long Outyin had been listening from the side, and seeing Su Zhan agree to Taoist Yunlong's request, he could no longer contain his excitement. Rubbing his hands together with his face burning hot, he managed to squeeze out half a sentence. Though he was also at the 8th rank, he knew full well that his strength was vastly inferior to Taoist Yunlong's, making him appear particularly awkward at this moment. "Is your 9th rank mission also to kill 9th rank monsters?" Su Zhan was somewhat surprised, having assumed that Long Outyin and Taoist Yunlong had the same task. I haven't started yet." Long Outyin's old face turned crimson, his voice barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. "I estimate I'll also need to kill 9th rank monsters, so?" Su Zhan chuckled, finally understanding the concerns of this president of the Dragon Nation Professional Association, and replied cheerfully. "President Long, rest assured. If you truly need help, just ask." It was understandable for the dignified president to show such a childish side. The opportunity to step into the 9th rank meant no less to Long Outyin, who had remained at the 8th rank for over 60 years, than it did to Taoist Yunlong. "Young friend, we should go," Taoist Yunlong gently reminded them. "Fly there directly?" Su Zhan asked. "No need, the teleportation array is faster." Long Outyin waved his hand. The group then hurried to the outer courtyard plaza. The morning breeze brushed their faces as Granny Foam was already waiting there. She who had appeared frail and aged before now had a radiant complexion, with barely concealed joy at the corners of her eyes and brows. Su Zhan later learned that Granny Foam was of the same generation as Taoist Yunlong, and had previously been melancholy due to her hopeless prospects for the ninth rank. After hearing Su Zhan explain the breakthrough conditions, she had gone out for a trip and had obviously advanced her ninth rank mission to the final step. Granny Feng. Taoist Yunlong bowed slightly. Go up. Granny Feng pointed to the ground ahead, where a Bagua formation diagram several zhang in diameter lay. Knowing the urgency, everyone said no more and filed into the formation. Granny Feng raised her hand with a gesture. The formation patterns blazed to life, and amid the rotation, white light shot skyward as Su Zhan and the others' figures vanished instantly. At the same time, in Bashu, at the ancestral grounds of the Zhuge family, screech. A 10-meter-tall bronze mechanical warrior crushed the ground beneath its feet, its crimson longsword cutting through the air and erupting with piercing sword cries. Brilliant sword light pierced the sky, cleaving a mountain peak in half, with tumbling boulders crashing to the earth in thunderous roars. Haha, today the Zhuge family must perish. The bronze mechanical warrior roared with earth-shaking fury, sound waves sweeping across 100 li. The Zhuge family of Bashu were descendants of the strategist Zhuge Liang, with many in the clan awakening as Zhuge mechanists, military advisor warlocks, and similar professions. The sword-wielding mechanical warrior before them had originally been an 8th-rank guardian crafted over many years by one of the family's mechanists. Who could have expected that a Nuwa stone would fall from the heavens and fuse with it, directly promoting the guardian to the 9th rank? Because of this, it completely broke free from its original master's control and even developed towering hatred toward the mechanist, vowing to exterminate the entire Zhuge clan. Raging fire. A figure soared into the air, robes billowing as flames poured forth like an ocean. Zhuge Ming, the current head of the Zhuge family, and an 8th-rank warlock. However, before the 9th-rank mechanical warrior, the fire waves were merely swept away by a light stroke of the longsword, not even leaving scorch marks on the bronze surface. Drawing back the sword, the bronze mechanical warrior's voice boomed like thunder drums. Splitting sword strike. A brilliant flash erupted from the bronze automaton's sword as it swept through the air, unleashing countless sword beams that fell like raindrops from the sky. Father, watch out! Zhuge Shuangyue screamed from the ground below. She stood protectively in front of her clansmen, surrounded by dozens of injured Zhuge family members, some clutching their wounds while kneeling, others leaning against trees for support. The severely wounded had already lost consciousness. These were merely the few members left behind to cover the retreat. Most of the several hundred-strong clan had already evacuated in the emergency. When the bronze automatons suddenly descended, the remaining 8th-tier professionals of the Zhuge family immediately engaged it. However, no matter how devastating their skills appeared, they could only leave faint scratches on its bronze-green shell. Only a few spatial displacement techniques could slightly restrict the movements of this 9th-tier mechanical monster. Thunderword, Spring Lightning. With a thunderous roar, an 8th-tier powerhouse wearing a lightning-patterned cloak soared into the air. Zhuge. Rolling thunder exploded from nowhere, forming a lightning pillar that completely engulfed the bronze automaton. After the lightning faded, the giant's surface bore only a few extremely shallow marks, completely insignificant. Family head. When will the professional association arrive? Another 8th-tier fighter, the burly Zhuge Long, shouted to Zhuge Ming while retreating. The Zhuge family originally had 5 8th-tier professionals, but 2 had fallen in the recent fierce battle, leaving only Zhuge Ming, Zhuge Long, and Zhuge Tianyi to hold the line. They should be here soon. Let's hold on a little longer. Zhuge Ming replied while his hands flew through the air, layering several golden barriers in the sky, only to watch them shatter under the automaton's single sword strike. Damn it, if everything in this divine beast hunting festival is like this thing, then we won't be hunting them, they'll be hunting us. Zhuge Long snarled through gritted teeth. When they received the World Quest Divine Beast Hunting Festival, these 8th-tier professionals had felt a surge of excitement. They had been stuck at the 8th tier for years, unable to find the threshold to advance to the 9th tier. Everyone hoped to use this quest as an opportunity to take that crucial step. No one expected that the Zhuge family would be the first victim after the World Quest was announced. Bang! Just as Zhuge Long was distracted by his complaints, the bronze automaton's left fist detached from its armor, transforming into a massive hammer that shot forward, delivering a devastating blow to Zhuge Long's chest. Blood sprayed wildly as Zhuge Long flew backward like a meteor-struck asteroid, trailing blood as he crashed dozens of yards into the distant forest, snapping trees at their roots. Zhuge Ming and Zhuge Tianyi's faces turned ashen with their physiques. Taking such a direct hit would mean death or severe injury. Zhuge Long, struck by that fist, instantly lost all combat ability and was barely clinging to life. If only Su Zhan were here. Zhuge Shuangyue wiped her tears, but couldn't stop the stinging in her eyes. Her father and 2 uncles were fighting desperately, and any mistake could lead to complete disaster. Though the bronze automaton was indeed a 9th-tier threat, in her heart, Su Zhan would surely be able to defeat it. 100 meters away, a gray boulder covered in 8 trigrams patterns suddenly lit up, and intense white light spread outward, as if tearing open a rift in the desperate battlefield. For figures stepped out from the light: Su Zhan, Daoist Yunlong, and others who had rushed here from the Dragon Nation Professional Association headquarters. Though the Zhuge family was a private clan, they had formed an alliance with the Dragon Nation Professional Association, with all members joining the organization. Years ago, Granny Feng had set up a positioning teleportation point within the estate. Now, as the formation light flashed, rescue had finally arrived. Sujan. Zhuge Shuangyue spotted Su Zhan immediately, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes could no longer be held back, streaming down her face. At this moment, Su Zhan's appearance was nothing short of a savior to Zhuge Shuangyue. Master, people from the Professionals Association have arrived. The servant's announcement had barely finished when Zhuge Tianyi saw Long Outyin and Daoist Yunlong approaching through the air, his eyes immediately brightening with undisguised delight. I never expected Daoist Yunlong to come as well. Following the sound, Zhuge Ming indeed spotted Daoist Yunlong's figure, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. Daoist Yunlong was the Grand Elder among the 6 elders of the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders, universally acknowledged as the strongest. In the eyes of the Zhuge family members, as long as this most powerful figure took action, the 9-turn bronze automaton before them would surely be defeated. You insignificant ants dare to be distracted while fighting me? Die. The 9-turn bronze automaton let out a piercing shriek. In the instant Zhuge Ming's attention wavered, the sword in its hand transformed into a cold gleam, stabbing directly at Zhuge Ming's chest. The automaton's speed was lightning fast. This brief moment would be enough to kill. It's over. With the blade's edge right before him, Zhuge Ming's ears rang as memories flashed by like a revolving lantern. He knew clearly that there was nowhere to escape. Fusion. A clear, low shout seemed to descend from the heavens. Su Zhan's body suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. In less than a tenth of a second, the fusion was complete. His figure vanished into thin air, reappearing horizontally in front of Zhuge Ming. Get lost. Su Zhan raised his hand and threw a straight punch that shook the air. Bang! The steel fist collided head-on with the bronze sword, and violent energy exploded into shock waves. The arrogant and domineering 9-turn bronze automaton was forcibly blasted away like a meteor, flying back dozens of yards before crashing thunderously into a distant mountain. I'm not dead. Zhuge Ming stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the shattered air vortex, his mind still echoing with the terror of death. You should go down now. Leave him to me. Su Zhan turned around, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. Oh, all right. Zhuge Ming nodded instinctively and stumbled as he flew back to the ground. Father, are you okay? Zhuge Shuangyue rushed to his side, supporting him with an anxious expression. I'm fine. Zhuge Ming patted his daughter's hand, but his gaze still followed Su Zhan high in the sky. Who is he? Long Outyin stepped forward with a smile that carried a hint of respect. That's the honorary vice president of our Professionals Association. Greetings, President Long. Greetings, Daoist Yunlong. Zhuge Ming immediately clasped his fists in salute, with Zhuge Shuangyue and the others following suit. Zhuge Ming was filled with confusion. When did the Professionals Association gain an honorary vice president? His strength was so terrifying. Could he be a 9-turn professional? He lowered his voice to ask the question burning in his heart. Originally, he had thought Daoist Yunlong would personally take action, but he hadn't expected this unfamiliar powerhouse to appear instead. Daoist Yunlong gazed toward the golden light battling the automaton in the sky, his tone certain and brief. He is indeed a 9-turn professional. Daoist Yunlong looked up at the sky, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. What? Su Zhan has already reached the 9th transformation. As soon as his words fell, the disciples and elders on the mountain peak held their breath, shock spreading across every face. However, the most stunned of all was Zhuge Shuangyue had been Su Zhan's classmate for 6 years and had taken the Southern University entrance exam together with him. At this moment, he was merely at the 2nd transformation, while his former classmate had already reached the 9th transformation. It sounded like an impossible fairy tale. You know him? Zhuge Ming tilted his head slightly, his gaze flickering across Zhuge Shuangyue's face. We were middle school classmates. We underwent professional awakening together and took the Southern University entrance exam together. He ranked first at the time. Zhuge Shuangyue tried to calm his racing heart and answered slowly. So you two have that connection. Daoist Yunlong was somewhat surprised, but then felt relieved. Su Zhan's awakening speed was ridiculously fast, breaking through the 9th transformation barrier in just a few months. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed from the depths of the canyon. The bronze automaton, originally buried deep under massive rocks, suddenly burst from the ground, sending debris flying and leaving a trail in midair. You're a 9th transformation professional? It hovered in the air, its crimson mechanical eyes fixed on Su Zhan, yet it didn't attack immediately. For monsters, the 9th transformation was also a watershed. Those who crossed it experienced explosive intelligence growth, becoming almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. The difference between immortal and mortal Ninth transformation, min immortal. Anything below, remain mortal. That's not important. Su Zhan shook his head lightly and beckoned with his finger. Come on, let me see what a ninth transformation bronze automaton can do. Seeking death. The bronze automaton roared, its energy core in its chest roaring to life. Gripping its long sword with both hands, it slashed wildly at the void. Raging dragon sword dance. Countless sword lights formed into a giant dragon, tearing through space wherever it passed. Su Zhan remained calm, raising his right palm as brilliant light suddenly appeared in his palm. Plasma cannon. Boom. A dazzling beam of light erupted from his palm, colliding head-on with the sword dragon. Violent energy waves tore through the air, sending sand and stones flying while reducing vegetation to fragments. On the ground, Zhuge Ming and the others were forced to lower their heads defensively. Daoist Yunlong waved his whisk, creating a layer of gentle white light that protected everyone. In the air, the countless sword energies were crushed by the light beam in less than a second. The destructive beam carried unmatched power as it pierced through the ninth transformation automaton's chest, continuing unabated to penetrate the distant mountain peak with a thunderous crash that shaved off half the mountainside. Huh. Daoist Yunlong stood frozen in place, his expression shifting from shock to bewilderment. Didn't you say you'd leave it to me? You killed it in one shot. Killed a ninth-tier bronze automaton with a single strike? Zhuge Ming, standing nearby, froze completely in place. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the bronze puppet before him with a bull's-eyed, charred and smoking hole blasted through its chest was indeed lifeless before stammering. It's dead already? That single sentence captured everyone's shock. Everyone had originally expected that even if Su Zhan could win, he would need to battle the ninth-tier bronze automaton for at least half an hour, maybe even a full hour, before claiming victory through skill and attrition. Who could have predicted that he would simply raise his hand, fire a palm plasma cannon, and end the fight in less than a minute accompanied by the sound of metal exploding? The ninth-tier automaton disintegrated on the spot. The air still carried the lingering smell of burnt metal mixed with machine oil. Several masters from the Zhuge family looked ashen, unsure whether to marvel at their opponent's strength or question their own understanding of power. Compared to Su Zhan's casual shot just now, their years of painstaking practice in mechanical arts seemed like a joke. Definitely peak ninth-tier strength, someone concluded in a low voice. Long Aoyan's eyes lit up with excitement, his palms sweating. He had only heard from Zhang Sanjia and others that Su Zhan was very strong, but never imagined he was strong to such an absurd degree. Looking across the entire blue star, it would be hard to find a second person capable of the same feat. Daoist Yunlong, who had always prided himself on his deep composure, couldn't help but feel curious. This humble Taoist truly wonders what skills he's hiding that could push an ordinary mechanist profession to such heights. Su Zhan's profession as a mechanist wasn't a secret, and he himself admitted that his current combat power came from certain hidden skills. But Daoist Yunlong had lived for hundreds of years and had never heard of any skill that could boost a mechanist to ninth-tier peak. While people continued their discussions, Su Zhan in the air was also stunned for a few seconds. As the plasma cannon condensed into a point of white light and residual heat, he looked down at the wreckage below, equally surprised. By his estimation, that shot should have at most severely injured his opponent, not directly penetrated the core. 26 mechanical combinations, plus 5 of them at 9th-tier level attributes stacking far exceeded expectations, Su Zhan calculated rapidly in his mind. The combined armor he currently wore was assembled from 26 upgraded and modified mechanical pieces, 5 of which had reached 9th-tier level. Although the system panel couldn't accurately display the specific attributes after combination, he had a rough assessment. 1. When Megatron was upgraded to 9th tier, level 99, all attributes were in the 900,000s. 2. The other 4 9th-tier mechanical pieces were comparable to Megatron. These 5 alone gave him nearly 5 million in attributes. 3. The remaining 21 pieces, though lower level, still added up to several million when combined. By this calculation, his comprehensive attributes in combined state approached 10 million. In contrast, that 9th-tier level 1 bronze automaton had attributes of at most 900,000. In other words, Su Zhan's current stats were more than 10 times greater. This explained why a single palm plasma cannon could directly penetrate the core and cause immediate destruction. Now, the heavy bronze shell split down the middle, with gears and components scattered with clanging sounds. Crackling electrical arcs danced across the ground before being quickly extinguished by the wind and sand. People stared at the pile of wreckage on the ground, no one speaking for a long time. Shock, awe, and confusion spread silently through the air. Su Zhan landed gently, the metal plates of his combined armor slowly closing. He surveyed his surroundings and said calmly, "Test complete. Next one." No one dared to respond. Everyone was processing one fact. The 9th-tier bronze automaton before them was 9th-tier level 1, the most ordinary type of 9th-tier divine beast. Even if this automaton's attributes reached 900,000, Su Zhan's attributes were still more than 10 times greater. With nearly a tenfold power gap, obliterating the 9-turn bronze automaton with a single blast was quite normal. Notification: your level has increased to 4-turn level 99. Notification: your 5-turn class advancement quest has been issued. Notification: 5-turn class advancement quest, Mysterious Metal. Quest details: travel to Tianya Haijiao and find a piece of flowing mysterious metal. A series of crisp system notifications exploded in Su Zhan's ears. Since leaving the Guanshan Immortal Encounter Secret Realm, he had barely spent any time leveling up, heading straight to Medicine Mountain instead. During the battle at Medicine Mountain, he had slain foreign professionals one after another, but due to the lack of experience bonuses from killing fellow professionals, he only gained minimal experience from the 2 spirit beasts hunted at the peak, far from enough to level up. However, this 9-turn bronze automaton was entirely different, its massive experience instantly pushing his level to 4-turn level 99. Let me see what it dropped first. Su Zhan glanced over the class advancement quest, already assuming it would be extremely difficult, so he stopped dwelling on it and spread his wings to glide toward where the automaton had fallen. He had never heard of Tianya Heijiro. It was likely a hidden secret realm. The flowing mysterious metal was even more puzzling, and with the system emphasizing nourishment from the mysterious metal, the search difficulty would only multiply. After returning to the city, he planned to have the professional association assist in the search. At the crash site, dark gold gears were scattered everywhere, with several glowing spoils of war lying quietly among them. Azure Flame Celestial Gold Sword. Category: Sword Weapon. Level: 9-turn level 1. Attached skills: Frenzied Dragon Sword Dance. Flying Sky Slash. 10,000 Rain Flying Swords. Description: forged from Azure Flame Stone. Evolved into Azure Flame Celestial Gold after being infused with Nuwa Stone Essence, possessing the power to shatter heaven and split earth. Excellent. Su Zhan picked up the long sword, the pale blue flame patterns flowing along the blade's spine reflecting in his eyes. 9-turn divine beast level monsters already had extremely low drop rates, and weapon drops were even rarer. Most people could only use low-tier weapons or rely on blacksmith's craftsmanship. However, the quality of blacksmith-made items was limited by their own level and skills. This Azure Flame Celestial Gold Sword before him was his first 9-turn weapon, and it came with 3 skills, definitely a top-tier item. If auctioned, it would surely be worth a fortune. The second item came into view. Bronze Automaton Crafting Blueprint 9-turn. Description: a blueprint for crafting 9-turn bronze automatons. With sufficient materials, 9-turn level bronze automatons can be forged. Another treasure. Su Zhan's heart leaped with joy. Unlike a single weapon, this blueprint meant the possibility of mass production. If they could truly manufacture thousands upon thousands of 9-turn bronze automatons on a large scale, the Dragon Kingdom's military power would explode exponentially. Of course, he immediately noticed the materials list. 9-turn level metals made up the bulk of the requirements, making the production cost astronomically high. He stored away the spoils, already forming plans in his mind. With the blueprint in hand, it would surely prove useful someday. After all, no matter how rare the materials, it was merely a matter of time and resources. As long as they had this blueprint, Su Zhan believed the Dragon Kingdom would eventually be able to manufacture them. Fragment of Nuwa Stone. Note: collect 100 fragments to restore a complete Nuwa Stone. Bronze Mother. Note: 9-turn metal with infinite wondrous uses. As notification sounds flashed one after another, the spoils scattered on the ground glowed with an eerie light. Su Zhan crouched down and collected all the dropped items into his spatial backpack one by one, his fingertips finally brushing over the Nuwa Stone fragment. The system description was crystal clear. Gather 100 pieces to synthesize a complete Nuwa Stone. To others, this might just be rare material, but in Su Zhan's eyes, a complete Nuwa Stone was the core of a 9-turn level mechanical construct. If he could upgrade all 21 of his mechanical constructs that hadn't yet advanced to 9-turn level, his combat power would soar to unimaginable heights. After collecting all the items, Su Zhan shrugged his shoulders, and the crimson armor transformed into a red light that instantly withdrew into his body. He walked back to Zhuge Ming and the others, revealing his true appearance, and scratched his head with slight embarrassment. Grand Elder, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this thing to be so weak. I killed it in one blow. I originally wanted to save it for Daoist Yunlong. No matter. Daoist Yunlong brushed the sleeves of his robe, his tone relaxed. 9-turn divine beasts are plentiful nowadays. This poor Daoist is not in a hurry. As long as you're willing to help, hunting a few more would be effortless. Everyone felt relieved upon hearing this. Su Zhan surveyed the ruined courtyard, his gaze finally settling on Zhuge Xuangyue. Is this your home? He had noticed Xuangyue earlier, but hadn't expected her to be from the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family was a top-tier clan in the Dragon Kingdom, with 5 8-turn professionals guarding it. If not for this calamity, their foundation was incomparably deep. Yes. Zhuge Xuangyue responded softly, her fair cheeks flushing slightly at being singled out. Zhuge Ming immediately seized the opportunity and smiled. Heroes emerge young. I didn't expect you and Yue to be classmates. He glanced at his daughter, his eyes carrying hidden meaning. The subtle atmosphere between Yue and Su Zhan was obvious to him at first sight. If the two could truly come together, he would be more than pleased. Regarding the Gu family incident back then, though Yue hadn't explained in detail, Zhuge Ming had secretly investigated. However, the professional association kept Su Zhan's information confidential, so he discovered nothing. At that time, he had been displeased about the grievances his daughter suffered, but now, having witnessed Su Zhan's strength firsthand, not only had his anger completely dissipated, he even felt somewhat fortunate that experience had clearly elevated their relationship beyond ordinary friendship. This is my father, and also the current head of the Zhuge family. Seeing Su Zhan's puzzled expression, Yue quickly explained. Then I should call you uncle. Su Zhan was quite surprised, having thought Yue was just an ordinary clan member, not expecting her to be the family head's daughter. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Zhuge Ming laughed heartily. Even his sorrow over the clan ground's destruction was somewhat diminished. Seeing the atmosphere warming, Su Zhan said, Uncle Zhuge, since the matter is resolved, we should be going. So soon. Zhuge Ming was slightly stunned. He had hoped to keep everyone for proper hospitality to express his gratitude. But he also understood that other places within the Dragon Kingdom must still have 9-turn divine beasts rampaging, and currently only Su Zhan could handle them. Alone time was indeed pressing. Given the current situation, there were definitely more than just this one 9-turn divine beast appearing within the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Right now, only Su Zhan could single-handedly deal with 9-turn divine beasts. Time was of the essence. Su Zhan explained. Young friend Su Zhan is right. We cannot linger in one place for too long. Daoist Yunlong took over, his voice calm, yet unquestionable. Zhuge Ming nodded knowingly. Then I won't keep you any longer. Once I finish cleaning up this mess, I'll immediately rush to provide support. He knew the situation was urgent, and any further pleasantries would be a waste of time. We'll take our leave then. Su Zhan nodded slightly as a farewell, then stepped onto the 8 trigrams teleportation array with Daoist Yunlong and the others. Su Zhan, you, be careful. Zhuge Yue bit her lip and suddenly called out. Don't worry. Su Zhan waved his hand as the 8 trigrams array patterns lit up, and the light quickly engulfed their figures. After the light faded, only the father and daughter remained in the hall. Daughter, tell me about you and Su Zhan. How are things going? Zhuge Ming smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Years ago, when Yue insisted on studying in Lingchuan City, he had been quite critical, as his daughter felt the family's influence was too overwhelming and she rarely had peace. Now it seemed that decision was absolutely right. If she hadn't gone to Lingchuan City, how could she have met Su Zhan? There's nothing. Zhuge Yue thought of her school days with Su Zhan, her fair cheeks instantly flushing red. Huh. Zhuge Ming's hearty laughter echoed through the hall, though he didn't press further. Meanwhile, the teleportation light flickered, and Su Zhan's group had returned to the professionals' headquarters. The moment their feet touched the ground, Song Sanjia rushed over with a grave expression. Something terrible has happened. 13 9-turn divine beasts have now appeared within the Dragon Kingdom's borders, with 8 of them appearing directly in cities, causing massive destruction. The round trip to the Zhuge family had taken less than 15 minutes, yet in this brief time, 13 divine beast sightings had been reported consecutively from various locations. Grand Elder, what should we do? Long Outyin frowned deeply, his gaze shifting between Daoist Yunlong and Su Zhan. What's your opinion? Daoist Yunlong turned to Su Zhan. At this point, only this young man could face 9-turn divine beasts alone. Here's what we'll do, Su Zhan spoke rapidly. We'll team up to take down the nearest divine beast. Then you return to guard the headquarters while I handle the rest. The Dragon Kingdom lacked 9-turn professionals, and having 3 to 5 8-turn professionals fight 9-turn divine beasts would be suicide. They couldn't even delay them, let alone kill them. We'll go with young friend Su Zhan's plan. Daoist Yunlong decided immediately. Organize the evacuation of personnel from the divine beast's attack ranges immediately. 8-turn professionals should delay the beasts as much as possible while ensuring their safety, until Su Zhan arrives. Yes. Long Outyin and Song Sanjia acknowledged simultaneously. Song Sanjia quickly sent the coordinates of the nearest target to Su Zhan's wristband, 300 li northeast of the association, on a snow-capped mountain. Whoosh. Su Zhan summoned his fusion armor, the mecha boots shooting out blazing white flames as he shot into the sky like an arrow. Daoist Yunlong gripped Fuchin and followed closely behind. So fast, the figure that had been right before him became a mere dot of light in the blink of an eye, causing Daoist Yunlong's pupils to contract sharply. Su Zhan had taken off only seconds before him, but by the time he was airborne, he could no longer trace Su Zhan's whereabouts. Such speed was at least dozens of times faster than his own. At this speed, I'm afraid even if I reached the 9th transformation, I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Daoist Yunlong felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but whisper in amazement. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Once a professional advances to the 9th transformation, Their combat power experiences an explosive leap, and the gap between the 8th and ninth transformations is like heaven and earth. However, the extreme speed Su Zhan was displaying at this moment clearly exceeded the limits of what a ninth transformation should possess. Without time to think further, Daoist Yunlong deployed his movement technique, transforming into a streak of azure light as he pursued. Su Zhan had already arrived first at the target area Linshui city. This small city was named for its proximity to a wide river, and now the urban area near the riverbank was more than half destroyed. A massive blue crab, standing 20 to 30 meters tall, loomed among the broken walls and ruins. Its pincers opened and closed with tremendous force, crushing buildings, causing the ground to shake violently like a continuous minor earthquake. Su Zhan looked up and immediately captured the monster's information. Blue Steel Crab King Divine Beast. Level, 9th Transformation, Level 12. Skills, Earth Shaker, Crab King Slash, Tyrannical Rampage, Water Traversal, Water Strike, and more. On the other side, Wang Bin, the branch president of Linshui City's professional association, stood atop a damaged building with his arms raised, hurling massive fireballs one after another at the Crab King. However, the half-meter diameter fireballs merely sparked when they hit the blue Steel Crab King's shell, not even leaving a single black scorch mark. Die, you beast! Wang Bin roared angrily, though he couldn't hide the despair in his heart. The blue Steel Crab King raised its enormous crab eyes, flashing with almost human-like malice. Old fool, you've eaten the most of my offspring. It swung its pincers through the air, and two massive energy-formed pincer phantoms tore through the air, charging straight at Wang Bin. It's over. Wang Bin's face turned ashen. Being only at the 6th transformation, facing a 9th transformation divine beast was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Linshui River was rich with blue steel crabs below the 1st transformation, their meat sweet and tender, eaten by almost every household in the city, and he had always loved that delicacy. Who would have thought that a 9th transformation Crab King was hidden at the bottom of the river, now emerging into the world? Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky like silk, and a thunderbolt shattered the two pincer phantoms. Wang Bin stared in shock, suddenly looking up to see a golden figure suspended in the sunlight, like a war god. Su Zhan nodded slightly at him, then reached out to tap two squares on his chest, the 10,000 Thunder Prison and Megatron. Two beams of light shot out, stopping above the blue steel Crab King. Those are two 9th transformation divine beasts. He can control 9th transformation divine beasts. Wang Bin's heart pounded as he mistook the 10,000 Thunder Prison and Megatron for living 9th transformation divine beasts. Crack! The 10,000 Thunder Prison spread its arms, and hundreds of barrel-thick lightning bolts poured down, weaving into an electric net that tightly imprisoned the blue steel Crab King. The moment the net closed, dense lightning pillars continuously bombarded the Crab King's shell, creating deafening explosive sounds. In the sky, Megatron completed his transformation, his metallic structure folding and combining as he shifted into Cybertronian flying tank mode plasma cannon. Meanwhile, Megatron hovered in the air not far away, transforming into tank mode as tremendous energy gathered at his cannon barrel. Boom! In the next instant, a blazing beam of light roared forth with space-rending force, seeming to darken the very heavens and earth with its power. The beam instantly pierced through the blue steel Crab King's shell, and amid the violent explosion, one of its massive legs was blown clean off. The enormous body recoiled and crashed into the already deployed Thunder Net, where crackling arcs of electricity coursed through it, causing the blue steel Crab King to convulse violently. Roar! Howling in pain, the fierce beast slammed its remaining giant claw into the ground, splitting the hard surface with a vicious crack. However, just as it tried to escape underground through the fissure, it discovered the gap was already filled with thunderous energy, leaving no route of escape. What's happening? When did Dragon Country get 9th rank professionals? Are these two armored figures divine beasts or humans? Wang Bin stared in shock, his gaze darting between Su Zhan and Megatron, his head throbbing as he struggled to comprehend the situation before him. President Wang, go handle the rescue operations. This giant crab is finished, Su Zhan said as he landed steadily beside Wang Bin, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. And you are? Wang Bin quickly composed himself and asked respectfully. He had assumed Su Zhan was some reclusive master, never imagining he would be so young. I'm the honorary vice president of the professional association, Su Zhan stated simply. This news had been transmitted through internal channels to all municipal branches by Long Outyin at the first opportunity. However, Long Outyin had only reported the position, age, and portrait without mentioning Su Zhan's abilities, leading everyone to think he had lost his mind. Wang Bin, nearing 60, had been equally skeptical at the time. Only now, witnessing it firsthand, did he understand that the title, vice president, was truly well-deserved. Just then, Daoist Yunlong arrived fashionably late, descending from the clouds. Are you, Daoist Yunlong Grand Elder? Wang Bin was so shocked he rubbed his eyes. The 6 Grand Elders of Dragon Country typically only appeared during life and death crises, remaining virtually legendary figures otherwise. Hello. Daoist Yunlong nodded, then looked towards Su Zhan. What is that? Regarding Su Zhan's mechanical units being able to fight independently, Zhang Sanjia and Daoist Yunlong had been briefed. However, the 9th rank aura emanating from Megatron and the 10,000 Thunder Prison was so overwhelming that Yunlong momentarily didn't connect it to that explanation. Those are my mechanical units. My hidden skill not only allows me to upgrade machinery, but also enables them to operate independently from the main body, Su Zhan explained truthfully. You already possess 9th rank mechanical units? Daoist Yunlong recalled the fragments of information he'd received earlier, still completely stunned by the scene before him. Yes. Grand Elder, it's your turn now. Su Zhan nodded and pointed toward the blue steel crab king in the distance, which was barely clinging to life. During their brief conversation, Megatron and the 10,000 Thunder Prison had bombarded the creature to near death. Excellent. Daoist Yunlong's eyes blazed with intensity. Setting aside his questions about the 9th rank mechanical units for now, he soared directly toward the blue steel crab king. Wang Bin followed alongside with a bewildered expression, completely unable to get a word in. At this moment, the cyan steel crab king's 8 legs and 2 massive claws had all been severed by Megatron and Wan Leitian Lao. Its once impenetrable dark blue shell was now riddled with spiderweb cracks, and silvered blood oozed through the mottled fissures, staining the rocks beneath a deep crimson. Young friend Su Zhan, this humble Taoist won't stand on ceremony. Daoist Yunlong turned his head, his gaze falling on Su Zhan with undisguised gratitude. As long as he could slay this 9-turn divine beast before him, he would complete his 9-turn mission and truly step into the 9-turn realm. Please, don't mention it, Daoist. Su Zhan smiled and gestured for him to proceed. They're just casually passing around a 9-turn divine beast like this? Wang Bin watched from the side, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The Dragon Kingdom had no record of successfully slaying a 9-turn divine beast, and he understood perfectly well what kind of tremendous opportunity this represented. Yet these two were passing the achievement back and forth like they were offering each other a dish. Go. Daoist Yunlong hesitated no longer. With a flick of his whisk, a streak of light shot through the air and struck precisely against the Crab King's cracked chest armor. Bang! The barely alive Crab King shuddered violently, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, falling silent forever. In the next moment, a magnificent surge of energy erupted skyward from within Daoist Yunlong's body. Pale golden radiance flowed around his robes, adding an air of divine sanctity to his already ethereal figure, as if a celestial immortal had descended from the heavenly palace. You must get away from me quickly. He suddenly opened his eyes, surprise and urgency intertwining in his gaze. After advancing to 9-turn, practitioners must undergo tribulation. Only by surviving the heavenly tribulation can one become a true 9-turn practitioner. Before Su Zhan could speak, he had already explained the situation clearly. Do you need my help? Su Zhan frowned. When King Yin Liu had previously mentioned the 9-turn threshold, he hadn't said a word about tribulation. Rumble. A muffled roar suddenly echoed from high above. The clear sky was swallowed by heavy black clouds in the blink of an eye, and the light between heaven and earth dimmed rapidly, as if day had instantly plunged into night. Silver serpents of lightning writhed through the depths of the dark clouds, carrying an aura of destruction that made Wang Bin's scalp tingle. The world prompt says this tribulation is best faced alone. During the lightning tribulation process, there are enhancement rewards, but if others intervene, the enhancements will disappear. So this humble Taoist wishes to attempt it alone first. If I prove no match for it, then I'll ask for young friend Su Zhan's assistance. After speaking, Daoist Yunlong handed over both the spoils dropped by the Cyan Steel Crab King and its remains to Su Zhan. The moment he slayed the Crab King, his 9-turn mission was declared complete, and the subsequent system notification clearly outlined the tribulation information. The heavenly tribulation was extremely perilous, but if successful, each of the 9 lightning strikes survived would grant 1 permanent enhancement from heaven and earth's energy. This was precisely the source of the vast gap between 9-turn and 8-turn practitioners. Daoist, focus on your tribulation with peace of mind. I'll guard you. Su Zhan produced 10 myriad spirit pills and pressed them into Daoist Yunlong's hands, then recalled Megatron and Wan Leitian Lao, grabbed Wang Bin, and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Rumble. The next moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel, like a silver dragon, came rushing down from the dark clouds, carrying an aura of destruction as it headed straight for Daoist Master Yunlong. Immortal bearing. Daoist Master Yunlong slightly raised his chin, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if he had no fear of the heavenly tribulation above. He flicked his whisk, and its silken threads instantly transformed into blinding white light. A layer of silver-white armor condensed around his body with a resonant clang. Two principles transformed the universe. He swept his whisk again, and the white radiance spun into a yin-yang bagua that collided heat-in with the descending thunder dragon. Boom. The moment lightning met the bagua, the formation shattered, sending shockwaves rolling in all directions. The thunder dragon's might was diminished by several degrees. Taoist Master Yunlong seized the opportunity to unleash a series of spell sword chi and talisman light weaving into a protective net. When the remaining lightning struck him, only 1/10 of its power remained, nowhere near enough to break through his silver divine armor. At this rate, the Grand Elder should have no problem surviving the first 8 lightning tribulations. In the distance, Su Zhan observed quietly from atop a tall building, rapidly analyzing the situation. Watching a professional cultivator undergo tribulation up close was an excellent learning opportunity for him. Sooner or later, he would face the same trial. This is the tribulation of the 9th transformation. The power is absolutely terrifying. Even if it were reduced to 1,000th, I still couldn't withstand it. Wang Bin stood beside Su Zhan, his face pale. Despite all his experience, he was still shaken by the horror of the lightning tribulation. The Dragon Kingdom's first 9th transformation professional is about to be born. Though not undergoing the tribulation himself, Su Zhan could barely contain his excitement. If Taoist Master Yunlong succeeded, it would be monumentally significant for the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star. Not only would a super powerful expert be born, but it would also inspire those veteran professionals who had been stuck at the 8th transformation for decades to break through rapidly. When that time came, other nations wouldn't be able to catch up even if they tried. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts fell like a string of pearls as Taoist Master Yunlong channeled his magic with full force to resist them. After the 7th lightning strike ended, the silver-white divine armor on his body had dimmed to near transparency, finally shattering into fragments of light under the 8th bolt. Su Zhan's gaze sharpened as his figure flickered, teleporting in front of Taoist Master Yunlong. Grand Elder, leave the rest to me. Young friend Su Zhan, I'm troubling you. Taoist Master Yunlong's tone was helpless. Of the 9 lightning tribulations, he had only survived 8. If he had brought all the treasures he'd accumulated over 300 years, he might have been able to endure the final strike. But the heavenly tribulation descended the instant he advanced to the 9th transformation, giving him no time to return and retrieve his treasures. Rumble. The final lightning bolt crashed down with a might 10 times greater than any before. Lightning crisscrossed the sky like a true thunder dragon roaring as it descended. 10,000 thunder prison. Su Zhan raised his hand, his dharma form soaring into the sky as the entire heavens transformed into a lightning prison. The next second, endless electric arcs completely engulfed him. Explosive shockwaves rolled in all directions, instantly stirring up a Category 10 storm. Half of Linshui City's remaining buildings collapsed entirely, with the central area razed to the ground. Fortunately, when the Azure Steel Crab King had appeared, residents had already evacuated. Otherwise, the destruction at this moment would certainly have exceeded that disaster. Moments later, the explosive lightning gradually faded away, and the terrifying thunder was completely absorbed into the 10,000 thunder prison. At the same time, a strand of unusually pure white energy penetrated through his armor and merged into Su Zhan's flesh and blood. He could clearly feel himself becoming significantly stronger in an instant. The astonishment in his eyes flickered briefly before being replaced by understanding the vast difference between the 9th and 8th transformations was forged by this very energy. Each time one survived a lightning tribulation, the white energy would permanently strengthen both body and soul, comprehensively enhancing attributes like speed, strength, and defense. 9 accumulations would create the terrifying foundation of a 9th transformation practitioner. Calculating by the decreasing power of the lightning tribulations, the first thunder could increase attributes by 100 points, the second by 200 points, and the 9th by a full 900 points, totaling nearly 5,000 points. Though he couldn't see the specific interface, based on what he had just experienced, he had gained at least 900 points. Young friend Su Zhan, how do you feel? As the thunder clouds dispersed, Taoist Yunlong immediately spoke up. I certainly benefited from this. Su Zhan flexed his joints, unable to hide his smile. He had blocked the final lightning strike, so the 900 points of enhancement had fallen to him, while Taoist Yunlong had missed out on this portion of the benefit. Taoist Yunlong laughed heartily. What's meant to be yours is yours. Without your intervention, I fear I would have perished in the 9th tribulation. Compared to 900 attribute points, life is more precious. He appeared both carefree and grateful. Now that the Grand Elder has achieved the 9th transformation, we should split up and act separately. I'm going to hunt down the other 9th transformation divine beasts in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Zhan's expression grew serious as his gaze turned toward the distance. Besides the Azure Steel Crab King, there were at least 12 other 9th transformation divine beasts entrenched in cities throughout the Dragon Kingdom, causing tremendous destruction that needed to be dealt with quickly. Young friend Su Zhan, be careful on your journey. Taoist Yunlong nodded solemnly. Having broken through to the ninth transformation, he too needed to rush to various locations to provide support. Su Zhan suddenly remembered something. Oh, Grand Elder, there's one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. If anyone in the association wants to attempt the ninth transformation but lacks confidence in surviving the tribulation, they can come find me to serve as their protector. For him, each lightning strike he helped someone withstand meant another opportunity to gain attribute points. The Dragon Kingdom had countless 8th transformation practitioners, and even if only a few hundred came to him, the overall attribute enhancement would be extremely considerable. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Daoist Yunlong immediately agreed. Having personally experienced 8 lightning tribulations, he deeply understood the value of that permanent enhancement after the final tribulation, and he was also clear about his own limits barely managing to survive 8 tribulations. For other 8th transformation practitioners, surviving the lightning tribulation would be even more impossible. Most 8th rank professionals reach their limit after surviving 4 or 5 lightning tribulations, but with Su Zhan's assistance, they could achieve a 100 success rate in becoming 9th rank professionals. Although their final attribute improvements would be somewhat reduced, simply stepping into the 9th rank would make all the difference. Then I'll thank the Grand Elder in advance. I'll take my leave now. Su Zhan cupped his hands in salute to Daoist Yunlong, then transformed into a brilliant streak of light that shot straight into the clouds, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Daoist Yunlong turned and headed back toward the professionals' headquarters. Wang Bin watched the two depart, his fists clenched in excitement. The Dragon Kingdom is about to rise. Having witnessed the birth of a 9th rank professional with his own eyes, he was convinced that with a powerhouse like Su Zhan standing guard, the Dragon Kingdom's future was unstoppable. 5 minutes later, Su Zhan locked onto his second 9th rank divine beast, a massive black stone giant, standing 18 meters tall. He didn't even bother scanning it. Lightning erupted across his entire body as he shot forward like a thunder arrow, piercing straight through the stone giant's chest with a thunderous roar that blasted a massive hole. Before the giant could even collapse, Su Zhan swept up all the dropped loot and corpse with a gesture, storing everything away before soaring off toward his next target. What happened? Where's the black stone giant? What black stone giant? That was a 9th rank divine beast. I think I just saw someone covered in golden light punch a hole right through its chest. Right, not golden light, it was someone in golden armor. They killed the 9th rank divine beast and left. That person must be one of our Dragon Kingdom's 9th rank professionals. Who else could instantly kill a 9th rank divine beast? The crowd that had been fleeing in terror from the stone giant's rampage stopped in their tracks, faces filled with shock. Eyewitnesses immediately recounted what they had seen. Representatives from the Professionals Association arrived to restore order. Everyone. That was an expert sent by headquarters. The 9th rank divine beast has been eliminated. Please follow the association's instructions as we work to rebuild our homes. At this moment, other nations across Blue Star were facing the same catastrophe. In Sakura Nation's Tohana City, a 100-meter-long giant python was devastating entire city blocks, leaving nothing but rubble in its wake. Waves of ninjas formed battle formations, unleashing various secret techniques and blade strikes, but they couldn't even scratch its scales. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning crashed down from the distant sky, striking the serpent's body directly. The resulting shockwave created a hurricane of debris and dust. But when the thunder faded, the giant python remained completely unharmed. Instead, it flew into a rage, its tail sweeping across and crushing another section of buildings. President, this 9th rank divine beast is too powerful, we can't even break through its defenses. President, there are at least 29th rank divine beasts rampaging across the nation, causing massive casualties. According to preliminary reports, we've already lost hundreds of thousands of people nationwide. On a rooftop at the edge of Tohana City, Kirigakure Reizo withdrew the lightning from his palm, his expression grave. His subordinate professionals nervously delivered each piece of intelligence without omission. Evacuate everyone from their homes and stay away from the 9-turn divine beasts. Do not disturb them. Kirigakure Reizo issued the order in a deep voice, his face so grim it seemed water could drip from it. When he first received the Divine Beast Hunting Feast mission, he had been thrilled at the prospect of advancing to the 9-turn level. Now, facing actual 9-turn divine beasts, he understood their terrifying power. Even when he and other top-tier 8-turn professionals attacked with full force, they were merely tickling these creatures. Despite repeated contemplation, Kirigakure Reizo still couldn't devise a method to kill a 9-turn divine beast. Guildmaster, wonderful news. A subordinate rushed over, his voice trembling with excitement. Your son's 7-turn Thunderbat has evolved into a 9-turn divine beast, and it's still under control. Let's go take a look. Kirigakure Reizo raised an eyebrow, his surprise fleeting as he led everyone back to the Kirigakure estate. In the mansion's backyard, a massive bat with silver radiance folded its wings and crouched on the ground. Its wingspan exceeded 10 meters, and purple-blue electric arcs crackled across its wing membranes like lightning. Kirigakure Hakushi stood before the divine beast, barely containing his excitement. Father, I've successfully obtained a 9-turn divine beast. Good son. Kirigakure Reizo nodded with a smile, though his eyes harbored a sharp gleam. As a beast spirit master, he could merge with spirit beast pupils to perceive everything. This thunderbat before him could also be completely merged with once successful. His advancement to 9-turn would be guaranteed. The great beautiful country, great old gold city. A 50-meter giant ice lizard lay among the ruins. With one breath of cold air, the streets instantly froze into ice crystals. All 8-turn professionals from the beautiful country's Mages Association had retreated to a safe distance, their faces grave. They had attempted various attacks including fire magic, high-frequency vibrations, and spatial cutting, yet couldn't even scratch the lizard's scales. They could only watch helplessly as it destroyed the city. Spread the word. Whenever divine beasts appear, everyone must evacuate immediately. Mages Association Grand Master Malzahar nodded solemnly. They're marking their territory. If we retreat, they won't pursue. As for hunting divine beasts, we'll find another strategy. Everyone responded and quickly spread the orders throughout the states. Just then, an association member came running frantically. Grand Master, good news. We've found one of the divine beasts you've been searching for. He projected a video into the air. In the footage, a purple worm-like creature lay sleeping on a boulder. Its round, plump body sprouted for sharp claws, with an extremely small head covered in razor-sharp fangs, and 3 golden eyes on its forehead glowing ominously. Its crystalline shell resembled purple crystal, with dark purple currents occasionally flickering across it. Ha ha! I've finally found a voidling. Madness surged in Malzahar's eyes as he burst into laughter. He was an 8-turn powerhouse who had survived a catastrophe 300 years ago. His profession, Void Seeker, was extremely unique. As long as he merged with a wild creature called a voidling, his profession could upgrade to Void Prophet. He possessed a special skill that would allow his profession to evolve to Void Prophet once he fused with this specific type of wild creature, known as a voidling. While advancing his career, he could also use this opportunity to step into the 9th transformation. Malzahar had spent 300 years searching for the Void Spirit without finding even the slightest trace, until this moment when he suddenly realized the Void Spirit was actually a 9th transformation divine beast. Once this thought clicked, he could no longer contain himself and immediately led all the professionals from the Mage Association in a frantic rush toward the desolate peak where the Void Spirit was hidden. Similar scenes were now unfolding across nations on Blue Star. The divine beasts rampaging through cities in various countries were unstoppable, forcing governments and armies into continuous retreat. Yet by a twist of fate, some top-tier professionals accidentally discovered clues for advancing to the 9th transformation. Whoever seized the opportunity might soar to new heights. 3 days later, the Dragon Nation professional headquarters was brightly lit. Su Zhan, Daoist Yunlong, and Long Outyin sat side by side at the long table. Over the past 72 hours, Su Zhan had single-handedly hunted 38 9th transformation divine beasts, completely eradicating the chaos that had spread throughout Dragon Nation. The spoils of war filled an entire warehouse. 1. 9th transformation grade metals black vein sky gold, azure gold copper mother, extreme cold refined gold, 10,000-year cold iron, fallen star iron. A massive pile. 2. Countless skill books, weapons, and crafting materials. 3. 13 fragments of Nuwa stone, just one step away from fusing them into a complete new Nuwa stone. Young friend Su Zhan, we owe everything to you this time. Daoist Yunlong couldn't stop smiling. Without your intervention, Dragon Nation's losses would have been unimaginable. Many of those divine beasts were slain before they could even cause a ripple. You're too kind, Daoist. Su Zhan raised his hand dismissively, showing no intention of claiming credit. Daoist Yunlong spoke seriously. I called you back for 2 matters. First, besides myself, the Council of Elders has 5 other elders. We've all completed over 90% of our 9th transformation advancement tasks, with just the final bit remaining. My task is to hunt 1 9th transformation divine beast, and the others also need items related to 9th transformation divine beasts. After checking, everything they need can be found among the divine beasts you've slain. Second, we'd like you to serve as our guardian during tribulation. As for compensation, I've set the rule each person will provide resources equivalent to 1 9th transformation divine beast. He looked somewhat embarrassed as he continued. But they can't pay immediately and will have to owe the debt, settling it after they complete their own hunts. If you have any additional requirements, just say so. Just give me a list of what you need, and I'll see what I can provide. Su Zhan responded readily. We can't take things for free. If you don't accept payment, where would that leave our dignity? Daoist Yunlong was half joking but firm in his tone. The IOUs are already written, you must accept them. Then I'll follow the Grand Elder's wishes. Seeing the situation, Su Zhan stopped declining. As soon as Taoist Yunlong finished speaking, steady footsteps echoed from outside the door. Three elderly men with white hair entered the hall side by side. The light cast shadows across their slightly hunched backs, yet it couldn't conceal their vigorous or their steps were firm, their gazes sharp, and barely contained smiles played at the corners of their mouths. Hello, Sujan. I'm Zhang Long, the second elder of the Council of Elders. Hello, Sujan. I'm Lin Fei, the third elder of the council. Hello, Sujan. I'm Wang Tung, the fourth elder. The three men paid no attention to anyone else, walking straight to Su Zhan and extending their hands in turn. Their rough palms radiated intense warmth, and during the handshakes, their vigorous vitality overflowed, leaving the professionals present secretly amazed. Greetings, honored elders. Su Zhan shook hands with each of them. Three of the four great elders of the Dragon Kingdom's Council of Elders were now present, and together with Taoist Yunlong, for heavyweight seniors had gathered with enthusiastic attitudes, something unimaginable in the past. The Dragon Kingdom had endured to this day, thanks to these elderly predecessors who had fought bloody battles. They were the true pillars of stability. Taoist Yunlong spoke at the right moment. I've already explained your situation to young friend Su Zhan. Feel free to ask for whatever you need. As for compensation, you should start preparing once you reach the 9th transformation. No need for you, old Taoist, to remind us we know. Second Elder Zhang Long replied with a good-natured curse. The third and fourth elders chimed in unison. Don't worry, we absolutely won't let Su Zhan suffer any loss. With that, the three surrounded Su Zhan, explaining in detail the materials and formations needed for their breakthrough. Su Zhan quickly recorded everything and confirmed each item. Once preparations were complete, everyone left the professional headquarters and headed straight for a desolate mountain range. Dark clouds hung low, jagged rocks jutted everywhere, and only howling mountain winds filled the space between heaven and earth. The first to undergo tribulation was Zhang Lon. His profession was flawless Vajra, a monster-level existence in close combat, with physical defense comparable to city walls. Thunderclouds roared as 8 heavenly lightning bolts struck in succession, each impact exploding into blinding electric arcs on Zhang Long's golden light-protected skin. He gritted his teeth and endured until the 9th lightning bolt's power surged dramatically. Su Zhan flashed to his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, using his own spiritual power to bear most of the impact. Subsequently, Lin Fei and Wang Tung took their turns. Following the same process, each endured the first 8 bolts alone, while Su Zhan intervened to resolve the final one. After a full 3 hours, the thunder clouds dispersed. The three elders were surrounded by mysterious light, symbolizing the 9th transformation, their spirits radiant. In a short time, the Dragon Kingdom had gained 3 more 9th transformation professionals. Su Zhan, we truly owe you our gratitude. Zhang Long exhaled a breath of stale air. This 9th transformation heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even if we had endured it by force, we probably would have been severely injured. Exactly, that overwhelming power, it was truly world-destroying. Lin Fei and Wang Tung exchanged glances, still feeling shaken. Su Zhan nodded calmly. Successfully overcoming the tribulation is what matters. Thanks to the 3 lightning tribulations, his own attributes had permanently increased by 900 points, an unexpected bonus indeed. Suddenly, Taoist Yunlong's brow furrowed deeply. This is bad. Qin Yun is about to undergo tribulation. Qin Yun was the 5th elder, the only female elder. She hadn't been able to come because she was completing her 9th transformation profession quest, but unexpectedly, she had triggered the heavenly tribulation immediately after finishing her mission. Zhang Long asked urgently, "What's happening? How did she suddenly start undergoing tribulation?" The specific situation is unclear. She's currently at East Mountain Sea, need to go there immediately. Taoist Yunlong handed the coordinates to Su Zhan. Young friend Su Zhan, you're the fastest, please go ahead and provide support. Don't worry, First Elder. I'll head there first. Su Zhan responded, transforming into a streak of flowing light that shot into the sky. Su Zhan pinpointed Qin Yun's location and, knowing the urgency of the situation, didn't hesitate for a moment. He transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Taoist Yunlong and the others followed closely behind. The 6 members of the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders had fought side by side during the upheaval 300 years ago, their bond as strong as blood brothers. Having just survived his own heavenly tribulation, Taoist Yunlong understood all too well the terrifying power of such trials. 9 waves of heavenly tribulation were far beyond what Qin Yun could endure alone in his current state. This was why every second counted now. Meanwhile, in a cave on a nameless island in the Eastern Sea, lightning exploded and bolts of electricity tore through the darkness, illuminating the cavern like daylight. Agonized screams and furious roars echoed off the stone walls. Father what? Wu Yin Bai Shui's voice was hoarse, his face twisted in agony. At the center of the cave, a crimson formation array nearly 100 meters in diameter dominated the ground. Around its perimeter, a ring of boiling blood pools bubbled violently. Hundreds of blood-red chains emerged from the pools, binding the nine-turn thunderbat at the array's heart. Rolling waves of blood mist continuously corroded the creature, its once brilliant blue lightning wings now stained dark red. Wu Yin Bai Shui lay collapsed before the bat, his blood drained, skin withered, clinging to life only through the residual spiritual energy of the formation. My dear son, even if you had controlled the nine-turn thunderbat, you could never have achieved true nine-turn status. Wu Yin Leizong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sparing only a brief glance at his son before returning his gaze to the bound beast. But I am different. Once I absorb it, I will step into the nine-turn realm and become a true nine-turn practitioner. For the Sakura Nation, your death serves a purpose. Father, Wu Yin Bai Shui let out a defiant roar, but he no longer had the strength to resist. It was precisely because he had trusted his father and personally helped bind the nine-turn thunderbat that the 10,000 blood-devouring spirit array had been able to seal the creature. This 10,000 blood-devouring spirit array was constructed with the blood of 10,000 people, specifically designed to suppress and assimilate high-tier monsters for the caster to devour. Without Bai Shui's initial restraint, the formation could never have contained the nine-turn thunderbat. It's done, it's done. Wu Yin Leizang's ecstatic roar echoed through the cavern as the nine-turn thunderbat's entire body became saturated with blood mist. He leaped forward, landing on the creature's spine. The once violent and wild beast now resembled a declawed tiger, completely submissive. I, Wu Yin Leizong, am about to enter the nine-turn realm. And the first thing I'll do after achieving nine-turn status is destroy the Dragon Nation. Venomous hatred churned in his eyes, his loathing for the Dragon Nation carved deep into his very bones. As his words fell, Wu Yin Leizong plunged both hands into the bat's skull. His body became like a bottomless abyss, frantically devouring the lightning-infused blood. Time passed slowly as the nine-turn thunderbat's massive form visibly withered. Simultaneously, lightning crackled across Leizang's body, his aura climbing steadily toward the nine-turn threshold. Boom. Moments later, the bat's bones and membrane dissolved into blood essence and were absorbed into his body. Wu Yin Leizong crashed heavily to the ground as thunder erupted from his form. Violent arcs of electricity, cascading like raging dragons. The entire altar was torn apart by the terrifying lightning. Boom. Thunder roared overhead just as Kirigakure Reizo was reveling in his excitement. Another heavenly tribulation? He froze in place upon receiving the world notification, completely unprepared for the fact that reaching the ninth transformation would require surviving another tribulation. Before the thought fully formed, pitch-black thunder clouds collapsed in midair, and purple lightning as thick as a barrel came crashing down. For a full hour, electric arcs raged and waves rolled backward as the entire island was carved down to nothing but a palm-sized reef. Kirigakure Reizo lay there, charred black and bleeding profusely, while the surrounding seawater turned dark red. He had brought over 58th transformation professionals to capture the 9th transformation Thunderbat, and when the lightning tribulation descended, he used all these companions as human shields. They were all reduced to ash, allowing him to barely survive the ordeal. After this battle, 90% of the 8th transformation experts from the Sakura Nation's Ninja Association were dead, but in Kirigakure Reizo's view, any price was worth it had successfully advanced to the 9th transformation. A treasure? A strange wind swept across the distance. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with faint lightning as his gaze pierced through 100 miles of ocean. In the distance, a white-robed woman sat cross-legged on the sea surface. Under the blazing noon sun, sheets of starlight descended from the heavens like fine rain, falling upon her. As the starlight merged with her body, her aura visibly surged at an explosive rate. She was Qin Yun, the 5th elder of the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders. Kirigakure Reizo's eyes widened suddenly, and he immediately revealed a sinister smile. I'll kill you first as interest on the debt. With his mind made up, he flipped into the sea, lightning wrapping around his body as he silently approached Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun was completely enveloped in starlight, her consciousness having left her physical body to wander through the boundless starry sky, comprehending the movement of countless stars. She was completely unaware of Kirigakure Reizo's recent tribulation and his approaching threat. 9th transformation. Moments later, her consciousness returned to her body, her aura surging to its peak as her level completely broke through. Almost simultaneously, dark clouds rolled, and lightning roared. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Come then. Qin Yun looked up at the thunderclouds with a smile on her lips. Daoist Yunlong had already informed her that the 9th transformation would inevitably bring a lightning tribulation, so she wasn't panicked. Upon breaking through to the 9th transformation, she had gained a skill that allowed her to enter an absolutely invincible state by borrowing starlight, and she believed she could withstand it heated. Haha. Qin Yun, your time has come. Water exploded as Kirigakure Reizo emerged from the waves, staring at her with cold malice. The ninth transformation tribulation was extremely sensitive to interference. Any distraction could result in being struck to pieces by lightning, and having an enemy attack from the side meant certain death. Damn it, what is he doing here? Qingyun glanced at him sideways, her eyes filled with disgust. There were few good people in the Sakura nation, and Kirigakure Reizo was among the worst. To learn a single skill, he had killed his own daughter with his own hands. Such unconscionable acts were well within his capabilities. Boom. The first bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Qingyun raised her hand, summoning starlight to form a shield and forcibly blocking it, while keeping Kirigakure Reizo locked in her peripheral vision. The latter stood with his arms crossed leisurely, as if waiting for something. He knew the first few lightning strikes had limited power. The real terror lay in the latter half. By his calculations, when the seventh bolt fell, Qingyun would be at her most exhausted, and that would be when his full force strike could claim her life. The thunder grew more urgent, the sea surface churned wildly, and the dark clouds pressed lower and lower. Kirigakure Reizo licked his cracked lips, murderous intent boiling in his chest, yet he remained motionless, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hee, Qingyun die. After the sixth heavenly tribulation, Wuyin Leizong roared with excitement and unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning toward Qingyun. At the same time, the seventh dark thunder cloud formed a vortex overhead, and the next round of heavenly punishment was already approaching. Eternal starlight. Qingyun's expression darkened slightly as starlight burst from within her body. In an instant, her form transformed into a brilliant star spanning the cosmos, radiating an ancient and profound aura. This was the core skill of the 10,000 stars goddess profession, becoming one with the stars themselves. As long as the starlight remained undimmed and the star unbroken, the caster would enter a state of true invincibility. Boom. Wuyin Leizong's lightning and the seventh heavenly tribulation struck simultaneously. The sea surface exploded into a bottomless black hole as towering waves surged skyward. Violent energy scattered in all directions, threatening to tear heaven and earth apart. When the lightning faded, Qingyun tumbled from the starlight, raising her hand to cover her lips, yet still couldn't help but cough up blood. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Eternal starlight could only be used once more, and the star power that had gathered within her after 9 transformations had been mostly depleted by that strike. With the 8th and 9th tribulations still remaining, plus Wuyin Leizong, her chances looked grim. Hee, nice skill, but let's see how many more times you can use it. Wuyin Leizong cackled, raising both arms as thunder roiled behind him, forming the massive shadow of a lightning bat with bared fangs and claws. 1,000 thunderbats. With a piercing shriek, lightning bolts as thick as tree trunks shot forth, instantly transforming into hundreds of thunderbats nearly a meter in diameter, swooping toward Qingyun. Qingyun's brow furrowed deeply. The 8th heavenly tribulation could strike at any moment. If she used eternal starlight again, forget the 9th tribulation. Wuyin Leizong alone would be enough to end her life. Just as she found herself caught between a rock and a hard place, a streak of light shot across the distant sky. The light touched down and materialized into an armored young man. With a wave of his hand, powerful winds carrying golden blue electric arcs instantly destroyed all the incoming thunderbats. Fifth Elder, focus on your tribulation. Leave this scum to me. Su Zhan's voice was cold, but carried unquestionable confidence. He then stepped into the air and charged straight at Wuyin Leizong. It's Su Zhan. Starlight flashed in Qingyun's eyes as relief washed over her, allowing her to concentrate on facing the heavenly tribulation. On the other side, Wuyin Leizong also recognized the newcomer. You're the armored man who killed our country's professionals at Medicine Mountain? Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. Today I'll slaughter you both as tribute to my son. News of the Medicine Mountain battle had long since reached the Sakura nation. Thinking of how he'd returned empty-handed with heavy losses, rage burned in Wuyin Leizong's chest. Thunder Eye. A vertical eye suddenly split open on his forehead, and a silver-white lightning bolt that seemed to tear through space itself blasted towards Su Zhan at a speed beyond mortal perception. Boom. The lightning exploded but vanished instantly, as if swallowed by an abyss. Su Zhan's armor glowed faintly as the 10,000 thunder prison resonated with the blue-gold material, absorbing all the energy. For him, this wasn't an attack, it was the perfect supplement. Impossible. Wuyin Leizong's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. This thunder eye was a supreme treasure he'd obtained years ago at Medicine Mountain, the very thing that had elevated him to the position of president of the Sakura Nation's Ninja Association. He'd assumed that as fellow 9 transformation professionals, his thunder eye would be enough to severely wound Su Zhan in a single strike. He never expected it to have no effect whatsoever. Worse yet, it had actually replenished Su Zhan's energy. You piece of trash, is that all you've got? Come on, your grandfather will play with you. Su Zhan patted his armor and beckoned Kirigakure Reizo with his finger. Baka. Kirigakure Reizo's eyes exploded with bloody light. We're both 9th Revolution practitioners. I refuse to believe you're truly stronger than me. He had sacrificed his own son to the heavens and survived a life-or-death tribulation to advance to the ninth revolution, thinking himself invincible. Yet his full-power strike had just been effortlessly deflected by Su Zhan, driving him nearly mad with rage. Screech! A piercing shriek tore through the sky. A massive silver-white lightning phantom emerged from his body, rolling thunder surging like a torrent, its might shaking the nine heavens. This was Kirigakure Reizo's trump card beast spirit descent. This technique could fully manifest the monsters he had devoured, unleashing their complete power. Now, pushing his strength to the limit, he summoned a ninth revolution Thunderbat, vowing to kill Su Zhan with one strike. Go! As his energy reached critical mass, Kirigakure Reizo pointed through the air. The Thunderbat, wrapped in destructive lightning currents, hurtled towards Su Zhan like a thunderous comet. In the distance, Qin Yun, who was undergoing tribulation, was drawn by this terrifying energy wave. Turning to look, his face went pale. Sujan, be careful. Its power rivals the eighth heavenly tribulation. Focus on your tribulation. This mongrel can't hurt me. Sujan waved dismissively to reassure Qin Yun, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer. Compete with lightning? I'm your ancestor. With those words, he turned to face the Thunderbat directly, his eyes growing cold as he slowly raised one finger. Hiss! A thread-thin bolt of lightning cut through space almost instantaneously, piercing straight through the Thunderbat's chest. The bat's massive body suddenly froze, then exploded into countless electric fragments in midair. This finger strike was the miniaturized high-energy ion cannon, a technological weapon from the Suanio space fighter. High-energy ions compressed to their limit into a beam, fast as light, with terrifying penetration and destructive power. Upon impact, it directly destroyed the target's internal structure, annihilating it instantly. PFF. With his beast spirit destroyed, Kirigakure Reizo suffered backlash, blood gushing from his mouth. Only one thought remained in his mind: escape. Impossible. How can his strength be this overwhelming? Damn it. He turned frantically to flee, roaring as he escaped into the distance, his mind screaming, I should be the strongest one. Whoosh. A sharp sound cut through the air as a silver-white blade flashed past him, blocking his path in the next instant. A pair of massive silver feet descended from above, kicking him square in the face and sending him flying dozens of yards. Another ninth revolution? Kirigakure Reizo roared in shock and terror, looking up. He saw a three-meturtle silver armor hovering in the air, its streamlined shell outlining a feminine form. This was the battle armor that the Suanio space fighter had evolved into after advancing to the ninth revolution. The Suanio space fighter said nothing, moving instantly to appear behind Kirigakure Reizo and delivering a devastating kick to the top of his head. With a thunderous crash, Kirigakure Reizo had no time to react, not even half a second before plummeting toward the azure sea like a kite with severed strings. Before he could even touch the water's surface, a crimson figure suddenly materialized, delivering a fist the size of a cooking pot that slammed heavily into his face. Blood exploded in a mist as over a dozen teeth mixed with gore scattered like shattered stones. MPH. Baba, you damn, this hurts like hell. The excruciating pain from his shattered dental sockets caused Kirigakure Reizo to emit garbled sounds. He barely managed to steady himself, glancing first in terror at the Suanio space fighter, then at the crimson figure below. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. His mind went blank. Another ninth revolution practitioner? When did the Dragon Kingdom produce so many ninth revolution professionals? Why did he have no intelligence on this? In the distance, Su Zhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. All right, game over. Kill him. His tone carried a hint of boredom. Though Kirigakure Reizo had entered the ninth revolution, he was merely at level 1, separated from level 99 by an insurmountable chasm. The Suanio space fighter and Crimson Storm mecha floated side by side in the air. Dealing with someone of this caliber was like an adult toying with a chick, hardly requiring Su Zhan's personal intervention. Yes. Both suits of armor responded in unison, their living metal muscles suddenly tensing as they shot through the air toward their target. No, you can't kill me. Kirigakure Reizo's face turned deathly pale as he shrieked for mercy. However, the only response he received was 2 thunderous punches. Under the immense force, his body seemed to be crushed between 2 mountains, exploding into a rain of blood and flesh with nothing left of his remains. At that same moment, the thunder clouds in the distant sky dispersed, marking the end of the ninth tribulation lightning. Fifth Elder Qin Yun floated in midair, her spiritual consciousness clear and pure, having truly stepped into the ninth revolution realm. She contained the lightning and flew to Su Zhan's side, her gaze filled with amazement as she observed the 2 suits of armor in the distance. Su Zhan, what are these? My armor. Su Zhan casually gestured, and the Suanio and Crimson Storm mechas transformed into streams of light, merging back into the main armor on his body. As the armor plates overlapped, the locust-colored metal rippled like water. Qin Yun smiled softly, the corners of her mouth turning upward in an elegant and gentle expression. They said your profession could change the world. I was half skeptical before, but now I completely believe it. First, congratulations to the fifth elder on successfully overcoming the tribulation. Sujan returned her smile. I had intended to ask you to protect me during the tribulation, but I didn't expect that after advancing to the ninth revolution, I would learn celestial star immortality on my own. Qin Yun spoke openly and honestly. Such core skill information that could influence the tide of battle should normally be closely guarded, but with Su Zhan, she felt no need to conceal anything. At this moment, Taoist Yunlong and the others flew over, surrounding Qin Yun to carefully examine her physique and soul. After confirming she was unharmed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young friend Su Zhan, we owe you another debt of gratitude. Taoist Yunlong looked somewhat embarrassed, and the other elders' gazes carried similar appreciation. Though Qin Yun was the fifth elder, she was the youngest among them, and they had long regarded her as a junior. Grand Elder, you're too kind. Su Zhan waved his hand dismissively, indicating no further words were necessary. The group then returned together to the professional headquarters. Kirigakure Reizo's death seemed to cause barely a ripple in this era. The fall of a ninth revolution professional was not uncommon, and everyone was too lazy to even discuss it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, atop a treacherous mountain peak within the great beautiful country's territory, dark purple energy completely shrouded the summit. Each time the energy flickered, space seemed to be sliced open, revealing glimpses of the boundless starry void. Screech. Suddenly, a series of eerie, piercing shrieks echoed through the air as a swarm of purple void spirits emerged from spatial rifts above the mountain. Their numbers were staggering, blanketing the entire peak in a dense, writhing mass. The spirits' wails pierced like sharp needles into eardrums, making the very air tremble as if being torn apart. Did the president succeed? He must have. On a distant mountaintop, professionals from the great beautiful nation excitedly poked their heads out, gazing at the purple tide with trembling voices. This spectacle, it's giving me goosebumps. The void spirits covering the mountainside each emanated the terrifying aura of an eighth-tier being, their energy pressing down like a tsunami, making it nearly impossible for onlookers to breathe. Our great beautiful nation is about to rise. Invincible, absolutely invincible. Screams of excitement rose one after another, mixing exhilaration with awe. Suddenly, the sky above the void spirits was torn open like fabric by a blade, revealing a purple rift dozens of meters long. A figure draped in robes of pure condensed energy slowly emerged from the tear, only his beast-like purple eyes visible beneath the hood. Cold and razor-sharp it was Malzahar, president of the Great Beautiful Nations Mage Association. Through forbidden rituals, he had completely merged with the void spirits, evolving his profession into void prophet. The overwhelming swarm of void spirits before them had all been summoned with a mere wave of his hand. Even more terrifying was that, having mastered the rules of the void, he was no longer bound by heavenly tribulations. While he had only heard tales of the void prophet's power before, now that he had truly transformed into this profession, Malzahar finally understood the terrifying depths of this strength. If he could summon ninth-tier void spirits, he would stand at the absolute pinnacle. A cold, deep voice emerged from beneath the purple robes. The divine beast hunting feast begins. As his words fell, countless void spirits transformed into a purple torrent, surging down the mountainside. The other members of the Mage Association followed at a terrified distance, their hearts filled with dread. Moments later, a ninth-tier snow beast over 30 feet tall blocked their path. Its body was snow white, and with each breath, frost condensed into ice spears that shot forth. Malzahar raised his hand and pointed. Go. The void spirits swarmed toward the snow beast like an ant tide, filling the air with shrieks, tearing sounds, and deafening impacts. The snow beast roared in fury, its claws instantly crushing swaths of void spirits. But Malzahar simply waved his hand again, and new void spirits poured from spatial rifts like a tide, filling the gaps. In just over 10 minutes, the snow beast was completely overwhelmed. As the purple torrent receded, only a pile of dropped items remained. The massive corpse had long since dissipated. A ninth-tier wild beast died just like that? The president is too powerful. The distant observers cheered excitedly. President, you're the strongest. I worship you. This is the power of the void. Beneath the purple robes, Malzahar's lips curved slightly upward, deeply satisfied with this initial test. He raised his hand to signal the others to continue, and the mountain-covering void spirits followed him toward more distant battlefields. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the great Brahma nation, the banks of the sacred river were already packed with people, its surface floating with colorful petals and incense ash. In the center of the river stood a towering stone platform, upon which sat a man whose entire body was painted deep blue. Amir, president of the Great Brahma Nation's Professional Association. Enter the water. The command rang out, and the crowds on both banks erupted in nearly frenzied roars, leaping into the sacred river. Amid the churning waves, magnificent and pure energy was guided by the altar's runic patterns, flowing endlessly into Amir's body. Babaha! Amir's eyes suddenly snapped open, his unnaturally blue pupils seeming to pierce through the void itself. He raised both hands high above his head, chanting strange syllables while stepping out rhythmic movements on the stone platform, performing a bizarre dance. As massive amounts of energy surged in, Amir's aura continuously climbed until he finally stepped into the ninth transformation, while nearly 1 million people who had entered the sacred river saw 90% of them perish. The torrential energy washed over his bones and flesh, and in that instant, two pitch-black arms sprouted from his back, his profession. Four-armed Shiva. The heavens exploded with thunder, dark clouds churned, and lightning serpents weaved through the sea of clouds as the ninth transformation tribulation descended. Before the lightning could strike, the sacred river roiled again as another aura of equal magnitude erupted. It was Ram, vice president of the Brahma Kingdom's professional association, whose profession was corpse eater. He devoured nearly 1 million corpses, using the power of the undead to force his way into the ninth transformation. 1 million lives exchanged for two ninth transformation powerhouses. The Brahma Kingdom considered it a profitable trade. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The situation in various countries gradually stabilized as they successively gave birth to their own ninth transformation professionals. Weaker ninth transformation divine beasts were surrounded and slaughtered, while the powerful ones were marked as dangerous coordinates, surrounded by red warning signs. The first wave of calamity in the global mission Divine Beast Hunting Feast had finally been barely survived. At this moment, Su Zhan and 6th Elder Lu Zilin were flying toward Mount Kunlun. Lu Zilin's profession water god was renowned throughout Dragon Kingdom's history, and her ninth transformation advancement task was to collect 1,000 different types of water. 999 types were already in hand. Only the last one remained. According to ancient texts and the latest reconnaissance, that final drop of water lay within the ninth peak of the Kunlun mountain range. 6th Elder, there it is, the ninth peak of Kunlun, Heaven Peak. Sujan pointed toward the distant snow-capped ridges. The Kunlun mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, with the main peak bearing the Kunlun name towering into the clouds, while Heaven Peak, though ranked only ninth, was equally majestic. With the mission at hand, Lu Zilin couldn't suppress the excitement flickering in her eyes. Collecting water sounded simple enough, but for those 999 types, she had already traveled half the globe. Now with the finish line in sight, how could she not be thrilled? Let's go. She activated her water-patterned robes, her spiritual power dispersing the frost. Sujan nodded as well. He accompanied Lu Zilin for two reasons. First, to protect her during tribulation, and second, for himself. His fifth transformation task required finding mysterious metal capable of self-flow. The Dragon Kingdom Professional Association had conducted a thorough investigation, speculating that the volcanic rock layers deep within Heaven Peak might contain such metal. Though uncertain, making the trip was worth gambling on the odds. The two broke through the wind and instantly landed atop Heaven Peak. Before them lay a massive extinct volcano that had been dry for ages, its crater black as ink, with cold winds howling from the deep valley, as if instantly throwing one into the depths of winter. The two exchanged glances and leaped into the volcanic cave without hesitation. With Su Zhan's combat power, plus the divine beast intelligence now available, no danger here was sufficient to make him retreat. The moment they landed, a roar that shook the cave walls echoed from the depths, low and rough, like a bull's bellow, yet more prolonged and ancient. Could it be a dragon? Su Zhan's brow twitched as he immediately thought of that legendary creature. Su Zhan, it might really be a dragon. Lu Zilin's voice trembled with excitement. Kunlun is the source of all dragon veins under heaven, where dragon energy is most concentrated. If some wild monster absorbed dragon energy and then fused with Nuwa stones, it might not be impossible for it to transform into a true dragon. Since the global catastrophe began, though many ninth transformation divine beasts had appeared, no one had truly seen a dragon, not even a flood dragon. Lu Zilin was extremely excited. Although many ninth transformation divine beasts had emerged, no one had yet encountered a dragon, not even a flood dragon. If there really is a dragon here, that would be perfect. Su Zhan stood atop the mountain peak, his robes billowing in the wind, his gaze burning with intensity. Dragons held a revered position in the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, and if he could slay one, the benefits would be immeasurable. With this thought, he called out to Lu Zilin, "Let's go down and take a look." The two figures flashed and dove down together. Meanwhile, high in the distant sky, Amir spread his four arms wide, riding the wind at breakneck speed, heading straight for Heavenly Peak. The explorer Ayr followed closely beside him. "Are you certain there's a Naga there?" Amir asked in a low voice. "Honorable Guildmaster, how would I dare deceive you? I am a Frostwind explorer, and while exploring Heavenly Peak, I personally heard a dragon's roar. Following the sound, I saw a divine beast with a human torso and serpent tail, exactly the Naga from our great Brahma kingdom's legends. Ayar wore a fawning smile, speaking rapidly. A gleam flashed in Amir's eyes. I'm in need of a mount. If I can tame that Naga, you'll be credited with the primary achievement. The Naga was the legendary dragon king of the great Brahma kingdom, half human, half dragon, with terrifying power. If it became his mount, his status would rise to new heights. At the same moment, in the depths of Heavenly Peak, deep within the pitch-black cavern, a pair of massive eyes nearly 5 meters in diameter suddenly snapped open. Crimson pupils blazed like flames, tearing through the darkness as malevolent energy surged. Someone's coming. They smell quite appetizing. The deep voice echoed through the trembling air. Immediately after, a serpentine tail roughly 200 meters long, its scales gleaming with cold blue light, swayed slightly. The heavy scales were forged like refined steel. The Nagave Dragon King from Great Brahma Kingdom mythology finally revealed itself. Its upper body was that of a mighty humanoid form, while its lower half was a thick, elongated serpent body. Suddenly, two figures burst through the air, landing steadily before it: Su Zhan and Lu Zilin. Crack! Su Zhan snapped his fingers, and lightning shot along his arm, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. Seeing the Naga's human-serpent hybrid form, he frowned slightly. Human torso with a snake tail? I thought it would be a true divine dragon, but it's just a snake demon. Lu Zilin glanced over. This creature should be the divine beast Naga from the great Brahma kingdom. No wonder it's so ugly. Sujan shook his head. Since they bordered the great Brahma kingdom, finding a Naga here made sense. Lu Zilin asked, should we attack? Since we've encountered it, might as well kill it. Though it's not a dragon, it's still a 9-transformation divine beast. The harvest should be substantial. Sujan's body crackled with lightning, his fighting spirit soaring. Roar! The Naga bellowed in fury, its sound waves becoming visible shock waves that sent debris flying everywhere. Arrogant brat, you deserve death. Its chest heaved as rage steamed from its body. As a 9-transformation divine beast and legendary dragon king, to be called a snake demon and then scorned was an absolute humiliation. It lowered its voice, fixing its gaze on the two. Stormwind, Wanderer, you two deal with them. The Crimson Storm and Danger Wanderer mechas burst forth from Su Zhan's chest, hovering in midair. Yes. Both mechas responded in unison upon receiving the command, transforming into streaks of crimson and dark silver light as they charged toward the Naga at the mountain pass. Come on, let's head inside to find the mission items first. Su Zhan withdrew his gaze and nodded to Lu Zilin. Lu Zilin's eyes practically lit up with excitement. So this is your 9-turn armor. Seeing it in person is truly incredible. It's amazing. The Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and others had mentioned Su Zhan's abilities to her before, but she had always been too embarrassed to ask for a demonstration. Now, watching the armor emerge from Su Zhan's chest, as if possessing independent life, the overwhelming spectacle made her heart race. I owe much of my current strength to these armors. Su Zhan smiled in response, leading Lu Zilin deeper into the cave. According to intelligence reports, Mount Kunlun was the source of all dragon veins in the world, nurturing 9 separate dragon veins hidden beneath 9 main peaks. Each peak's base was sealed by a massive bronze gate, with the dragon veins lying beyond. The flowing metal, Su Zhan saw it was located beneath Heavenly Peak, where Lu Zilin's target dragon vein water could also be found. As the two descended the stone steps, the Naga above the cave entrance had been thoroughly enraged. Its thick serpentine tails whipped up rolling black mist as they lashed violently toward the storm mecha in the air. Bang! Explosive energy erupted in brilliant white shockwaves. The storm mecha merely raised one alloy arm, effortlessly blocking the massive tail's strike without budging an inch. You call yourself a divine beast with just this level of skill? Its electronic voice dripped with mockery. In the next second, it flexed its wrist, actually grasping the serpent's tail and hoisting the Naga high into the air before hurling it toward the distant mountain wall like a sandbag. Boom! Shattered rocks flew everywhere as the entire Heavenly Peak trembled, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. The Naga struggled to its feet from the rubble, its face filled with terror. Impossible! How can you be this powerful? Though it was also at the 9-turn level, it felt as if an abyss separated it from the Storm Mecha, not to mention the equally terrifying Wanderer Mecha nearby. The Storm Mecha couldn't be bothered to explain and was about to continue its attack when the Wanderer Mecha extended an arm to stop it. The Master told both of us to handle this together. You can't hog all the action. The Wanderer Mecha's voice was deep and resonant. After being granted life by Su Zhan, they rarely spoke, but now they were quite vocal. I only hit it once. How is that hogging everything? The Storm Mecha protested, waving its fist in dissatisfaction. Well, I haven't gotten to hit it at all yet. The Wanderer Mecha countered pointedly. The Storm Mecha considered this and proposed a compromise. How about this: rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins goes first, but only one punch. Deal. Deal. The Wanderer Mecha readily agreed. Rock, paper, scissors. Both alloy right arms swung down in succession, freezing at the moment of the third strike. Haha, I won. Seeing that the Wanderer had thrown rock while it had played paper, the Storm Mecha laughed triumphantly and spun around to charge at the Naga. This is too much. On the ground, Naga stomped, creating a crack in the earth, and looked up at the two suits of armor playing rock, paper, scissors in midair. Fury nearly blazed from his golden vertical pupils. I know I can't beat you, but you don't have to humiliate me like this. Rock, paper, scissors to decide the outcome, and the winner only gets one hit? Do you really think I'm a pushover? He roared, the scales on his spine bristling. Ray of destruction. Naga's upper body suddenly shot into the air, fangs bared, as crimson and pitch-black energy swirled wildly together, instantly forming a massive beam of light that blasted forth. Child's play. The storm armor sneered dismissively. His blue-white shell moved like lightning to the side as the crimson beam swept past behind him. Ultimate plasma punch. His mechanical fist clenched tight, lightning surging between the gauntlets, the blinding arcs like a miniature sun, bathing the cave in ghastly white light. The next second, thrusters roared as storm armor transformed into a crimson streak and slammed into Naga's face. Boom. Thunder exploded, rock walls shattered, and Naga's massive body was brutally smashed into the stone wall. Blood mixed with several enormous teeth fell to the ground, which caved in to form a large crater. Come back, it's my turn, called Wanderer Armor from behind, raising his hand. Coming. Storm Armor shrugged and turned back, once again assuming the rock, paper, scissors stance with his companion. At that moment, a figure dropped from the cave ceiling Amir. His gaze swept the scene, taking in Naga's bloodied form. His pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his stare on the two suits of armor. Who are you? How dare you come to the Brahma Kingdom and hunt our divine beasts? In the Brahma Kingdom, Naga was revered as the Dragon King. Amir had traveled thousands of miles specifically to capture it as his mount. How could he accept seeing the Dragon King so gravely injured? Ah, perfect timing. Storm Armor's eyes lit up as he waved at Wanderer Armor. You can have the snake. Give me this one. Nonsense. The snake is mine. Wanderer Armor grabbed him and threw him toward Naga, then charged straight at Amir. Storm Armor flipped in midair and landed, shrugging as he rushed toward Naga again. Fine, fine. I'll play with this snake. Green-haired freak. Come on, let's have some fun. Wanderer Armor landed in front of Amir and crooked his finger tauntingly. You seek death. Amir's entire body trembled, his emerald hair standing on end. This is the color of Shiva. I am the four-armed Shiva of the Brahma Kingdom. Tiger Claw Flame Dance. Instantly, his four arms burst into crimson flames, with ghostly green spirits writhing within the fire, their piercing wails penetrating the soul. Amir spun like a top, transforming into a blazing tornado that swept toward Wanderer Armor. Hiss! A crimson chain sword shot out from the Wanderer Armor's right arm, the blade chain tracing an arc of light through the air. With a casual swing, it cleaved the raging tornado of flames in half, sending broken fire waves scattering in all directions. The resulting sword energy struck Amir, splashing blood across his body. How is this possible? Amir's pupils contracted sharply, the searing pain in his chest making it nearly impossible to breathe. The Hellfire was his ultimate technique, mastered after reaching the 9 Revolutions realm and said to incinerate everything in its path. Yet it had been casually shattered, defying all his understanding. Not bad, you actually survived one of my strikes. The Wanderer Armor was equally surprised, though only at the fact that this single blow hadn't killed Amir outright. Though Amir had reached the 9 Revolutions realm, he had only just entered it at level 10. Meanwhile, he himself was a level 99 mechanical being of the 9 Revolutions realm, fused with Nuwa Stonefar superior in both level and fundamental capabilities. Not to mention the mechanical enhancements he'd received from Su Zhan, making him nearly unbeatable even against peers of the same level. Amir gritted his teeth through his injuries and raised his hand, unleashing an even more ferocious torrent of black-red flames. Hellfire Frenzy Dance. The Hellfire surged forward like a tsunami, instantly engulfing a 100-meter radius. The previously cold cave was scorched by the intense heat, the rock walls glowing dark red as the very air seemed to ignite. Deep within the cave. Is it just me, or is it getting warmer in here? Lu Zilin wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, speaking with confusion. Another green-skinned warrior from the great Brahma Kingdom showed up outside. His flames are raising the temperature. Sujan remained calm. Through his synchronized vision with the Storm Armor and Wanderer Armor, he had a complete view of the battle above. Another 9 Revolutions warrior? Lu Zilin immediately grasped the significance only a 9 Revolutions practitioner could generate heat of this magnitude. Don't worry, they can handle it. We'll stick to the plan. Sujan's tone was casual yet confident. With the combat power of his 2 armor suits, even another Emir wouldn't pose a threat. Lu Zilin nodded and refocused her attention ahead. 100 meters away stood a massive bronze gate, 100 zhang tall, its sides carved with ancient cloud and thunder patterns. At its center were engraved mythical beasts like Qilin and Taotai, radiating an ancient, primordial majesty. She pulled out a golden orb, the dragon vein pearl, containing a strand of dragon vein fortune and the only key to open this gate. The pearl flew into the gate's crevice, and golden light spread like liquid, coating the entire bronze gate in flowing radiance. With a heavy, resonant creak, the gate slowly opened as stone dust rained down. Su Zhan and Lu Zilin stepped through side by side. Above in the cave, the blazing fire continued its relentless assault, the air blackened and distorted by heat, yet the Wanderer armor stood unmoved. It raised its right arm as the mechanical structure instantly transformed into a dark gray cannon barrel. Ultimate plasma cannon. A blinding beam of energy tore through the sea of flames, shredding the Hellfire frenzy dance like torn fabric before striking Amir squarely in the chest. Puffed, Amir spat a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward, crashing through the mountain wall and hurtling toward the forest outside the cave. The Wanderer armor kicked off and pursued the falling figure. Though the cannon blast had severely wounded Amir, it wasn't fatal needed to bring the man back for Su Zhan to deal with. In the cave, the Naga had already been struck down by the storm armor's devastating punch that shattered its skull. Crimson blood trickled along the rock walls and across the ground like winding streams, forming thin rivers of red that quickly disappeared into the fractured stone crevices. Moments later, the Wanderer armor dove down from the cave's ceiling, dragging the unconscious Amir behind it, with flames still spurting from the mech's shoulder vents. As for the attendant Amir had brought along, he had already been crushed to death beneath the falling rubble. Meanwhile, in the valley at the foot of Tianfeng Peak, melted snow had formed gentle streams that meandered slowly around scattered rocks. Suddenly, the nine-turned divine beast's blood that had earlier seeped underground surged up through mountain fissures into the waterway, rapidly staining the clear surface a dark crimson. As the blood-red color spread, clusters of pink flowers burst forth from the stones, their petals glowing with a soft luminescence that illuminated the shallows. It turned out that blooming spirit flowers could only be awakened by the blood of nine-turned divine beasts. Near a cave entrance not far away, a figure emerged with measured steps. The man was tall and powerfully built, with long braids at his temples and a blue steel sword at his waist, appearing to be in his early 30s. That tremor just now. Had someone been hunting a nine-turned divine beast? He bent down slightly, cupping some of the bloody water in his fingertips, his brow furrowing before he sat cross-legged in the river. This man was named Yasuo, a professional windwalker swordsman. Years ago, he had descended into this realm through a spatial rift, already at the 8th turn. His mission panel indicated that to advance to the 9th turn, he needed to absorb the light of blooming spirit flowers. Yet despite trying every method, he had been unable to make the flowers bloom, forcing him to guard this valley for ages. Now the truth was revealed: divine beast blood was required as a catalyst. A gentle breeze swept by, and all the blooming spirit flowers' luminescence seemed to heed his call, flowing into Yasuo's body. The petals quickly withered and crumbled to dust. Immediately after, a sharp aura erupted from around him, with wind sounds carrying razor-sharp sword energy that spiraled skyward into a tornado, shredding the cloud shadows. So this is the 9th turn? I still need to undergo tribulation. Yasuo looked up, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze sweeping over the nearby Tianfeng Peak before his form flickered and transformed into flowing wind, streaking toward the distant sky. Within moments of Yasuo's departure, the void suddenly tore open above the riverbed where he had absorbed the blooming spirit flower's energy, and a crimson energy burst forth from the rift. Brother, I finally found you. A hoarse voice echoed from within the light mass, which then transformed into a blood-red streak of light, howling away in the direction Yasuo had gone. At that moment, deep within the cave, Su Zhan and Lu Zilin had pushed open the bronze gates, revealing a massive cavern. The cave was filled with pale golden mist that obscured their vision in a hazy veil, with undulating contours barely visible in the depths. No monsters here. Let's go. Su Zhan quickly scanned the surroundings, sensing only energy fluctuations within the mist. That fog was the legendary dragon vein chi, but without special instruments, it could neither be collected nor directly absorbed. The two proceeded along the cave wall for over 100 meters until the mist gradually thinned, and a small pool about the size of a fist suddenly came into view, filled with viscous golden liquid that shimmered with flowing light. This is dragon vein water. Lu Zilin gazed at the golden pool water with great excitement. The dragon vein water is located at the source of the dragon vein, formed by the convergence of magnificent dragon energy. If Su Zhan hadn't accompanied her this time, Lu Zilin alone would have had no chance of victory, even with the divine beast raised by the great Brahma kingdom above. Su Zhan, I'll collect the dragon vein water first. Lu Zilin couldn't suppress her excitement as she pulled out a jade bottle the size of her thumb from her robes and hurried toward the golden glowing pool. The pool's surface, originally mirror-like, suddenly churned. A golden dragon over 10 feet long burst from the water, its fearsome maw lunging straight at Lu Zilin. Watch out! Sujan's hand shot out like lightning, pulling her back. Bang! Before the golden dragon could adjust its position, Su Zhan clenched his fist and struck hard against its head. The golden dragon was forcibly smashed into the churning golden mist, splashing out ripples of light before disappearing from sight. So tough, Su Zhan was secretly amazed. Although he had deployed 2 9-turn armors externally, he still retained 3 9-turn armors and over 10 8-turn mechanical devices within his body, making his combat power far exceed that of conventional 9-turn practitioners. That punch would have been impossible for any ordinary 9-turn professional to withstand. Lu Zilin patted her chest, still shaken. What on earth was that just now? Su Zhan didn't respond. A blue light flashed at his temple as his scanning device activated. The small dragon had been hidden beneath the dragon vein water earlier, making its data uncapturable. Now that it had revealed itself, its attributes instantly appeared. Name: Flowing Gold Dragon. Level 9 turn, level 99. Skills: Flying Dragon Strike, Dragon's Claw, Dragon in 9 Heavens, Dragon's Roar. Description: Originally flowing metal from beyond the heavens, it absorbed dragon vein energy for years and condensed into dragon form. Holy! Su Zhan drew in a sharp breath. It wasn't that the flowing gold dragon was undefeatable, but rather this was exactly the key target he needed for his 5-turn advancement quest. Yet the quest target turned out to be a 9-turn divine beast. If he hadn't requisitioned high-tier mechanical equipment from the Professional Association to boost his combat power to terrifying levels, trying to defeat it with his own strength alone would have taken forever. 6th Elder, you collect the dragon vein water. Leave this creature to me. Su Zhan gestured toward the front. Right. Lu Zilin had absolute trust in him. After nodding, she approached the golden pool again. Whoosh. The golden mist churned as the flowing gold dragon suddenly reappeared, seemingly determined to treat any creature approaching the dragon vein water as an enemy. Su Zhan's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Lu Zilin. His 5 fingers clamped down like iron pincers, precisely locking onto the flowing gold dragon's head. Roar! The flowing gold dragon thrashed wildly, its sharp claws tearing at the armor on Su Zhan's wrists, sending sparks flying. 9-turn, level 99, truly ferocious. Su Zhan silently admired. The gap between 9-turn level 1 and level 99 was like a chasm. If this had been a level 1 divine beast, it would have been powerless to resist by now, yet the flowing gold dragon continued its violent struggle. However, no amount of frenzy would help under Su Zhan's control. It simply couldn't break free. 10,000 Thunder Prison. With a thought, the 10,000 Thunder Prison armor on Su Zhan's chest blazed with purple-white light, and lightning of up to 1,000,000 volts instantly enveloped the flowing gold dragon. Roar! The flowing gold dragon let out a piercing shriek as it began to melt under the terrifying electric current. Blazing arcs of electricity wrapped around its scales like a spider's web, causing the golden scales to crack and shatter with sharp snapping sounds. Streams of dragon essence gushed out from the fractures, rising into the air like steam from intense heat. In the blink of an eye, the massive dragon's body was reduced to nothing more than a fist-sized pool of liquid metal, still churning and reflecting blinding cold light from its surface. Flowing gold, grade 9 revolutions. Description: a mysterious metal from beyond the heavens that flows like water despite being metal, possessing extraordinary malleability. That's it. Lu Zilin stood frozen in place. Such a formidable flowing gold dragon had been killed instantly? She had only heard Qin Yun and others describe Su Zhan's strength verbally before, never having a concrete measure to judge by. Only now did she realize that Qin Yun's descriptions had still vastly underestimated Su Zhan's power. A super divine beast at level 99 of the 9 revolutions had been casually obliterated. If word of this got out, absolutely no one would dare believe it. Su Zhan withdrew his hand, residual lightning still dancing at his fingertips. Its actual combat power was mediocre, just had tough defenses, he explained casually. Using his raw strength, he had employed brute physical control combined with electric current reaching millions of volts to directly melt the flowing gold dragon's body. This method would be too much for any 9 revolutions divine beast to withstand. The reason he could achieve such body-searing electricity and instant melting was due to the stacking of multiple armor sets, 23 pieces of super mechanical armor with their attributes amplifying each other, plus the endless terrifying energy from the blue gold. Without any of these components, such effortless victory would have been impossible. Notification: you have completed the 5th Revolution class advancement quest. Notification: you have learned the skill Metal Plunder. Metal Plunder: release your own energy to forcibly control metal objects within a certain range. Well damn, that's domineering, Su Zhan muttered as he raised his hand to collect the liquid flowing gold into his equipment inventory, while a world announcement echoed in his ears. He was quite surprised by the new skill he'd gained upon reaching the 5th Revolution. Metal Plunder's description was straightforward. It could forcibly strip others of their control over metal within a specific range, including metals that have been crafted into machinery. In other words, once the skill activated, enemies' mechanical equipment could be directly seized by him. With this ability, he truly deserved the title of Mechanical Lord. He quickly organized his skill tree in his mind. First revolution, mechanical life. 3 forms that grant life to machinery can combine into armor, establishing the foundation. Second revolution, weapon loading. Transform other machinery or metals into weapons and load them onto mechanical bodies. Third revolution, mechanical clone. Allow combined machinery to separate from the main body and act independently. Fourth revolution, metal absorption. Directly absorb metals to strengthen the armor worn on the body. While these active skills were quite useful, they were generally support-oriented, all revolving around mechanical life. Only the fifth revolution, metal plunder, was different. It possessed equally strong support effects, while also having terrifying offensive attributes. When facing professionals who relied primarily on metal for their attacks, once this skill activated, they would be completely countered by Su Zhan. For instance, weapons and armor used by other professionals also counted as types of metal. Once Su Zhan activated his metal plundering ability, he could directly seize their weapons. In the battle plans racing through his mind, those professions that relied entirely on weapon swordsmen, blade wielders, and the like all became lambs for slaughter. Without their blades and swords, they were like tigers with their fangs pulled out, utterly vulnerable. Let's go. I've finished taking it. Lu Zilin shook the jade bottle in her hand, the dragon vein water inside shimmering with flowing light. When she looked up, her throat moved slightly, having clearly downed the entire bottle of spiritual liquid in one gulp. Where do you plan to undergo your tribulation? Su Zhan's gaze shifted from the jade bottle to her face. I'll start as soon as we get out. Lu Zilin grinned. Perfect timing with you here, Reef. I can't handle it. I'll have to rely on you. No problem. Su Zhan nodded lightly and stepped out of the cave first. Before they had gone far, the heavy bronze door behind them slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The shallow pool inside, which should have been still as molten gold, now rippled with waves as 4 golden statues slowly rose from the water. The statues wore dragon robes and had human bodies, but sprouted dragon horns that gleamed brilliantly. Big brother, how much longer must we wait before we can be resurrected? The leftmost statue spoke first, its voice deep yet clear. Yes, big brother, I can't wait any longer. After all these years, we 4 sea dragon kings have finally reached the chance for resurrection. The other 2 statues chimed in. The previously silent cave instantly took on a more ominous atmosphere. Indeed, these 4 statues were none other than the 4 sea dragon kings from the ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be hasty. The East Sea Dragon King, addressed as Big Brother, spoke calmly. Resurrecting too early may not be a good thing. Big Brother is right. The South Sea Dragon King chuckled darkly. The outside world is different from before. If we appear rashly, we might well become prey for those so-called professionals. Hunted? Let's see if they have the ability first. The West Sea Dragon King and North Sea Dragon King scoffed. Then all 4 statues fell silent, focusing solely on absorbing the dragon vein energy permeating the air. Meanwhile, Su Zhan quickly found the storm armor and wanderer armor with Lu Zilin. The 2 mechs knelt on one knee, their armor still bearing traces of undried blood. Master, the Naga has been killed. Storm armor reported in a deep voice. This professional suddenly appeared while we were killing the Naga. Wanderer armor lifted up a green-skinned man. This person is severely injured and unconscious. Please decide his fate, Master. Su Zhan's gaze swept over the green face, frowning involuntarily. Why is this person green? He's Amir, the president of the Great Brahma Kingdom's Professional Association headquarters. Lu Zilin stepped forward for a look and immediately recognized him. I didn't expect he had also entered the 9th transformation. Quite a big fish we've caught. Su Zhan raised an eyebrow, completely unexpected that this green-skinned man had such significant background. Is this guy useful? Of course he's useful. Lu Zilin spoke rapidly, appearing excited. The Great Brahma Kingdom people are fickle, and Vice President Ram has long wanted to eliminate Amir and take his place. But Amir has managed the association for years, holding massive secrets and commanding a group of loyalists. If we can make him talk, the Dragon Kingdom could gain considerable intelligence. Su Zhan nodded silently, contemplating how to handle Amir next. Lu Zilin continued to elaborate. The Dragon Kingdom bordered the Great Brahma Kingdom, with constant friction between professionals from both nations. Long Outyin had negotiated with Amir multiple times, but this man remained consistently untrustworthy, breaking agreements almost immediately after reaching them. Over time, the Dragon Kingdom's opinion of Great Brahma Kingdom professionals had become extremely poor. Now that Amir has fallen into our hands, Lu Zilin's eyes brightened, her tone confident. Not only can we cause internal chaos in the Great Brahma Kingdom, but we can also make him reveal all his secrets, which will greatly help the Dragon Kingdom deal with the Great Brahma Kingdom in the future. Then let's take him back to Chairman Long. As soon as the words fell, The storm armor and wandering armor moved in tandem, presenting the equipment from Amir's body and the spoils dropped by the Naga before Su Zhan. Two dark purple skill books stood out most prominently, Demonic Shriek and Dragon's Roar, both signature techniques of the Naga. Su Zhan had no immediate use for them, and planned to put them up for auction to exchange for resources. The remaining materials were carefully categorized. The ghostly green glowing Naga scales, the Naga essence, brimming with demonic power, and the still slowly rotating Naga eye, all top-tier materials for crafting weapons and armor. However, in Su Zhan's eyes, having slain over a dozen 9-turn divine beasts, these gains were merely average. What truly caught his attention was a palm-sized fragment of Nuwa stone, whether in the Dragon Kingdom or other nations. All divine beasts required it to advance and evolve. After confirming the spoils, Su Zhan recalled the storm armor and stored the Naga's massive, grotesque corpse in his storage space. Though hideous in appearance, the body of a 9-turn divine beast remained premium material for forging artifacts. The wandering armor dragged the unconscious Amir, following alongside Su Zhan and Lu Zilin as they quietly departed Tianfeng Peak. The group soon found a desolate canyon with sparse vegetation and an open view perfect for tribulation crossing. "I'm beginning now," Lu Zilin called out to Su Zhan, raising her hand with a wave. 1,000 water droplets appeared from thin air, hovering neatly in midair. Each droplet was only thumb-sized, yet emanated distinctly different auras, some scalding like furnaces, others cold as abysses, and some that howled with fierce winds, resembling wind clusters rather than water drops. There really are so many types of water. Su Zhan watched with fascination. Such a spectacle of 1,000 waters manifesting together could only occur when someone with Lu Zilin's special profession underwent tribulation. In the next instant, all droplets transformed into fine mist, drilling into Lu Zilin's body. The moment the mist dissipated, her level soared to 9-turn. Crack! Ink-black tribulation clouds gathered in the blink of an eye, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Rolling thunder coursed through the cloud layers, pressing down until the very air groaned. The first heavenly tribulation suddenly descended, marking the official beginning of Lu Zilin's tribulation crossing. Unlike ordinary people, she gently raised her hand, and an entire river 100 meters away surged upward, transforming into dozens of water dragons circling around her. Ice water could instantly ignite, while blazing water could freeze into ice. She freely altered the properties and forms of the water flows, relying on this vast aquatic force to withstand the first 8 heavenly tribulations heated. Su Zhan continuously monitored her condition, ready to intervene at any moment, but discovered that after enduring 8 lightning strikes, she remained spirited with her spiritual power flowing normally, so he continued observing. When the 9th heavenly tribulation descended, Lu Zilin's entire being actually transformed into water form, directly swallowing the thunder into her body. Within mere breaths, the violent lightning completely dissipated, and the tribulation clouds crumbled. Tribulation crossing successful. "Congratulations, 6th Elder." Su Zhan stepped forward with a smile of congratulation. Though he hadn't helped her block the lightning and missed out on several hundred attribute points, he didn't mind. Rather than adding more flourishes to his already impressive attributes, it was better to strengthen the Dragon Kingdom's professionals overall. For companions like Lu Zilin, those additional attributes represented a genuine leap in power. Lu Zilin withdrew the water flows and turned to face Su Zhan solemnly. "Su Zhan, there are things I need to tell you." Lu Zilin approached Su Zhan with a look of astonishment on her face. "What's wrong?" Su Zhan noticed her expression and frowned slightly. "You know my profession is water god, but after successfully overcoming the tribulation, the word false suddenly appeared after my profession." Lu Zilin raised her hand and pointed to her personal panel. "Just scan me and you'll understand." Scan. Su Zhan immediately activated the detection function of his fusion armor, and the visor flashed with a deep blue light. Information appeared on the screen one by one. Lu Zilin. Profession, water god false. Level, 9 revolutions level 1. Attributes. Skills, water god domain. Blessing all living beings. Waters across the world. And more. You see it, don't you? Lu Zilin lowered her voice, but couldn't hide her excitement. "The system gave me an exclusive special quest, become a true water god. The condition is fused with an immortal fate." Immortal fate? Su Zhan's expression grew serious. In the legends of the Dragon Kingdom, immortals were the ultimate goal for cultivators, and achieving immortality meant eternal life. Lu Zilin's quest revealed shocking information. Immortal fates truly existed in this world, and once a professional fused with one, they could become immortal. If fused by a water god false, they would become a true water god who commands all waters under heaven. Su Zhan quickly made his decision. 6th Elder, I'll send you back first. I need to focus on leveling up. The immortal fate will inevitably trigger a world quest sooner or later, and we must prepare in advance." Lu Zilin nodded in agreement. The two quickly took to the air, the sound of wind breaking echoing in the sky before they vanished in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom professional headquarters. Shortly after their departure, Ram, the vice president of the Great Brahma Kingdom Professional Association, arrived at Heavenly Peak. The cave was covered in scorched earth, with the stench of blood and burning filling the air. A 9 Revolutions divine beast died here recently? Ram crouched down, dipping his fingertip in the Naga's remaining blood, his eyes showing both surprise and regret. With his profession, he could enhance his strength by absorbing corpses, and if he devoured a 9 Revolutions divine beast, his combat power would increase several times over. He surveyed the surroundings. Melted rock walls, cracked stone pillars, and extensive burn marks from Hellfire. At least 2 other 9 Revolutions professionals had participated in the battle. Could it be that Amir was killed by Dragon Kingdom professionals? The traces of storm armor and wanderer armor naturally led him to point the finger at the Dragon Kingdom. Vice President, we've been sending messages to the President, but there's been no response, a subordinate carefully reminded him. Ram stood up, shaking the bloody mud from his hands, and said coldly, "He's already dead. From now on, I am the president of the Great Brahma Kingdom Professional Association." "Yes, you are the president." Everyone's faces changed dramatically as they immediately bowed in acknowledgement. "Issue a mobilization order." Ram licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "Gather all professionals, form a coalition army, and declare war on the Dragon Kingdom to avenge our former president." Unlike others, he drew his power from the dead. The more people died, the stronger he became. Now that everyone was a professional, the most direct way to cause massive deaths among professionals was through national war. Meanwhile, Su Zhan escorted Lu Zilin back to the professionals' headquarters and handed over all his skill books to Zhang Sanjia for auction before departing for Pingding Mountain. The professionals' headquarters buzzed with activity as Su Zhan's figure flashed by like the wind, leaving behind an ecstatic Zhang Sanjia, who eagerly examined the stack of rare skill books. After arranging the auction details, Su Zhan set off light-packed, riding the wind straight toward Pingding Mountain. During his previous journey home, he had spotted 2 ninth-tier monsters, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, entrenched on Pingding Mountain from afar. The desolate mountain range posed no immediate threat to other professionals due to its remote location away from any towns, so he had left them alone. Now, seeking to level up, these 2 demons made perfect targets. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation Professionals Association had no pressing matters requiring Su Zhan's intervention. The 6 elders had successively broken through to become 9th-tier professionals, and ordinary 9th-tier divine beasts stood no chance against their combined might. The 6 were now taking turns assisting other 8th-tier professionals with their advancement quests. As for those still at the 8th tier who hadn't yet faced tribulation, Su Zhan had given clear instructions: gather 100 people to face tribulation together, and he would personally provide protection. 3 days earlier, at Southern University in Lingchuan City, Zhuge Xuanyue had returned to campus after concluding the Zhuge family meeting. The ruins of the Zhuge estate were being hastily repaired, while her father Zhuge Ming and 2 uncles were undertaking their respective 9th-tier advancement quests. Long Outyin had already conveyed to all 8th-tier professionals the news that Su Zhan would personally escort them through tribulation, including Zhuge Ming and his brothers. The 8th-tier professionals who received this news split into 2 groups: those with insufficient levels frantically grinding dungeons day and night, and those already at peak levels immediately diving into the challenging 9th-tier quests. While everyone busied themselves, an old matter came to lightly use initial intelligence to Su Zhan had been incomplete. First, 9th-tier advancement quests varied by individual. Taoist Yunlong had to slay 9th-tier monsters, while Lu Zilin needed to collect 1,000 types of water. Second, after completing the quest, one had to comprehend their own unique skill, often the most difficult step. Taoist Yunlong and others had been 8th tier for over 300 years and had long mastered this, but others might not. Third, the condition Liu deliberately concealed: heavenly tribulation was the true matter of life and death. Without Su Zhan's intimidating presence, Taoist Yunlong would likely have perished in the lightning sea. Liu was truly despicable. "You're saying Su Zhan has already reached the 9th tier?" Outside the dormitory building, Xiang Wen's expression darkened after hearing Zhuge Xuanyue describe how Su Zhan had slain a 9th-tier divine beast with a single sword strike at the Zhuge estate. Feeling the gap between herself and Su Zhan widening, she had desperately leveled up, finally reaching the 5th tier, only to learn he could now face 9th-tier divine beasts Hedon. The disparity had grown rather than shrunk, and her disappointment was understandable. "I don't know if he's actually 9th tier, but he definitely has 9th-tier strength," Zhuge Xuanyue said with certainty, then produced a yellowed parchment map. "So, are you interested in this place?" The map was labeled Little Mount Wanshou, marking a location near Pingding Mountain. Legend spoke of a small secret realm there, deep within which grew a spiritual treasure that could directly boost one's cultivation by a full tier, the ginseng fruit. Having witnessed Su Zhan's overwhelming power firsthand, Zhuge Xuanyue felt equally urgent. frantically grinding dungeons while using family treasures to break through to the 5th tier. Learning of this map's existence, she could no longer sit still. If the ginseng fruit truly existed, consuming it would allow them to leap directly from 5th to 6th tier, saving months of arduous cultivation. If we rely on gradual leveling, we'll exhaust ourselves halfway to death. Zhuge Xuanyue gripped the map tightly, fire blazing in her eyes. Xiangwen looked up, determination replacing the gloom in her gaze. Yes, absolutely yes. Xiangwen threw a punch and immediately agreed. According to Zhuge Xuanyue's information, the highest level monsters in that secret realm were only 6th tier, and with their current 5th tier strength, as long as they coordinated well, victory would be guaranteed. Both were typical action-oriented people who acted on their decisions immediately, leaving Lingchuan City that very night and heading straight for Pingding Mountain, hundreds of miles away. During the 3 days of travel, they barely stopped to rest. Mountains and wilderness flashed past their vision, night and dawn alternated, until the 4th morning when they finally set foot on the soil at the base of Pingding Mountain. Strange, why doesn't this place match what's shown on the map? And there isn't a single wild monster here. Xiangwen looked around and muttered under his breath. In the outer areas, they had occasionally encountered 4th and 5th tier wild monsters, but once they stepped into the Pingding Mountain range, the world seemed drained of life, with no trace of monsters anywhere. By normal logic, this place should have been crawling with 4th and 5th tier creatures. Zhuge Xuanyue, however, was thrilled and completely unconcerned about the anomaly. This is perfect, saves us the trouble. Come on, let's hurry and find the secret realm entrance. She then pulled Xiangwen toward the depths of the mountain. They had no idea that a few days earlier, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers had advanced to 9th tier divine beasts, their overwhelming presence intimidating everything within 100 miles, causing all nearby wild monsters to flee. As for intelligence about 9th tier monster distributions, that was classified information rarely known to ordinary professionals. Even though Zhuge Xuanyue had encountered 9th tier powerhouses before, she knew nothing about their internal affairs, let alone connecting it to the eerie silence before them. After searching for 2 full hours, they finally discovered a spatial rift leading to the Little Longevity Mountain secret realm beneath an ancient tree. Following the map's guidance, Zhuge Xuanyue unsealed the node. The entrance opened with a flash of soft light, and they stepped through together. What an enormous tree! Upon landing, both exclaimed in unison at the sight before them. The secret realm wasn't large, roughly 20 miles in circumference, with a low hill standing at its center. Atop the hill, a giant tree nearly 100 meters tall spread its branches like a canopy, lush and verdant. Are there little people on the tree? Xiangwen squinted toward the crown. 8 gates, far sight. Zhuge Xuanyue traced a circle in front of her eyes with her fingertip, her vision zooming in like a mirror, instantly clarifying the scene atop the mountain. Scattered among the branches hung 5 or 6 palm-sized black fruits, their surface contours remarkably resembling curled-up little people. They really are ginseng fruits. Xiangwen drew in a sharp breath. In Dragon Country mythology, Xinyuanzi presided over Longevity Mountain, and the ginseng fruit tree was considered the symbol of the ancestor of Earth immortals. When they first saw the Little Longevity Mountain marking on the map, they had suspected a connection to the legend, but never expected it to be real. Zhuge Xuanyue's eyes lit up. There are about 6 ginseng fruits on the tree. Each one can boost you up a full tier. 3 each for us, and we'll jump straight to 8th tier. Her voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Let's go. As the two raced toward the mountaintop, inside the palace atop Little Longevity Mountain, 2 figures, one golden, one silver, suddenly straightened in their stone chairs. It was Golden Horn and Silver Horn. After advancing to 9th tier, they had inadvertently broken through to the secret realm while excavating their mountain stronghold, casually slaying the 6th tier snake demon that guarded the place and claiming the cave heaven as their own. Since then, everything within 100 miles had been under their intimidating presence, with no wild monsters daring to approach. They had detected the intruder's presence the moment Xiangwen and Zhuge Xuanyue entered. Brother, fresh prey has delivered itself to our door. Silverhorn looked up toward the palace entrance, bloodthirsty light flickering in the depths of his pupils. We brothers haven't had a proper meal in quite a while. Golden Horn licked his lips. Ever since tasting the snake demon's flesh and blood, they could no longer bear to gnaw on grass roots. After all, eating grass couldn't compare to the pleasure of eating meat. Hee, big brother, just wait. I'll go grab those 2 for you. Yin Jiao chuckled sinisterly, his pupils flashing with an eerie light as he peered through the mist-like space, spotting Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiangwen cautiously making their way through the depths of the secret realm. Second brother, big brother awaits your good news. Jin Jiao leaned back against his throne, his golden armor gleaming coldly under the torchlight, his tone lazy yet dripping with disdain. Just 2 fifth-tier professionals, you can handle them alone. Before he finished speaking, Yin Jiao transformed into a silver streak of light, shooting skyward and appearing above the 2 in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming pressure of a ninth-tier divine beast crashed down like a mountain, making their knees buckle. Where are you two little ladies headed? A thunderous wave of energy slammed into them, forcing Zhuge Xuanyue and Xiang Wen to collapse to the ground. There's someone here? Not summoning a monster, and a ninth-tier one at that. Xiang Wen's heart filled with terror. Zhuge Xuanyue had once experienced the aura of a ninth-tier bronze automaton and knew well the fearsome power of ninth-tier divine beasts. But the map clearly indicated that the highest-level monsters in this secret realm were only 6th tier. Did a ninth-tier beast suddenly appear? Haha, let's go. Yin Jiao was in high spirits, his hands clamping down like iron claws as he seized both women and turned back toward the palace. Big brother, I'm back. We're in for a treat, two tender little ladies. Yin Jiao tossed the two onto the ground, proudly seeking praise. There's another one? We're done for, absolutely done for. The two looked up to see Jin Jiao by the throne, their faces turning ashen. They thought one ninth-tier beast was terrifying enough, but there was a second one. Two ninth-tier divine beasts were equivalent to two ninth-tier human professionals. Even if Su Zhan arrived, he might not be able to match them. Thank you for your hard work, second brother. Jin Jiao's gaze turned greedy as he licked his lips and grabbed Xiang Wan. Second brother, big brother will have the first taste. With that, his head instantly transformed into a rhinoceros horn as he opened his mouth to bite down on Xiang Wan. Seeking death, a bone-chilling killing intent struck like lightning. Outside the palace gates, a bolt of electricity tore through the sky, and a golden figure teleported in front of Jin Jiao, snatching Xiang Wan away. Immediately after, a fist slammed into Jin Jiao's chest. Bang! Jin Jiao was sent flying, crashing through the back wall and disappearing into the rubble and dust. The newcomer was none other than Su Zhan, who had come to Pingding Mountain to eliminate the two ninth-tier divine beasts. Big brother, I'll devour you. Yin Jiao roared in fury, leaping up with his fist whistling through the air towards Su Zhan. Get lost. Su Zhan's leg shot out like lightning, his foot slamming into Yin Jiao's chest as thunder erupted. Yin Jiao spat blood violently, flying out of the hall like a cannonball. When he hit the ground, the earth trembled with continuous thunderous crashes. Su Zhan Wu. Xiang Wen's legs went weak with fear as she buried herself in Su Zhan's embrace. The cold armor now felt like a safe harbor, gradually calming her panicked heart. It's all right now. How did you two end up here? Su Zhan seemed somewhat at a loss, gently patting her back and speaking in an extremely soft voice. I discovered a map that said there were ginseng fruits here that could directly boost levels, so we came. We never expected there would be two ninth-tier monsters here. On the ground, Zhuge Xuanyue stood up and dusted herself off as she explained. Watching Xiang Wen bury her head in Su Zhan's embrace, her heart suddenly tightened with a pang of bitterness. Roar! Two furious roars erupted simultaneously from the front and back of the Great Hall, causing the palace doors to vibrate with a resonant hum. Wait here for me. I'll go deal with them first. Su Zhan's gaze turned sharp, cold light flashing in his eyes. He gently set Xiang Wen down, touched his toes to the ground, and shot through the air. At that moment, in the open space directly in front of the Great Hall, Silver Horn had revealed his true form. It was a massive rhinoceros demon standing 10 meters tall, its body surface shimmering with flowing silver light, creating such a powerful visual impact that the very air seemed to tighten. Silver Horn. Level 9 Revolutions Level 12. Attributes. Skills. Great Demon Transformation. Rampage Charge. Silverhorn Sky Pierce. Silverhorn Trample. Mountain Collapse, Earth Split. And more. Su Zhan's gaze swept over the information, taking in all the attributes. It seems Great Demon Transformation is the ability that allows it to switch between human form and demon body. This skill to transform into human form and revert to monster form was extremely rare. Among the 9 Revolution Divine Beasts he had previously hunted, only a select few possessed it. Roar! Silver Horn bellowed in rage, silver light exploding into trailing flames as the entire rhinoceros transformed into a silver meteor, thundering towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan snorted coldly and met the charge with a punch, striking directly at the towering silver horn. Boom! A visible shockwave of energy exploded between them, violent lightning instantly enveloping Silver Horn. In the next moment, the silver light shattered completely, and the rhinoceros's body exploded directly into a cloud of blood mist. Killed with one punch. But that was a 9 Revolution Divine Beast. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue had followed and witnessed Silver Horn being obliterated by Su Zhan's single punch, leaving them speechless with shock. The 9 Revolution Divine Beast that had just paralyzed them with its mere presence was destroyed just like that? You dare kill my brother? I'll tear you apart. Amid the roaring, Golden Horn charged out furiously from behind the Great Hall. Seeing Silver Horn explode into blood mist with only a silver horn remaining on the ground, Golden Horn's eyes instantly turned blood red. His golden demonic power surged violently as the entire golden rhinoceros transformed into a blazing meteor, launching a suicidal charge at Su Zhan. Didn't that last punch teach you anything? Sujan casually raised his arm. His previous punch had only used 30% of his strength out of concern for Xiang Wen's safety. Otherwise, Golden Horn would have already followed Silverhorn's fate. Ultimate Plasma Cannon. As his words fell, a silver beam as thick as an arm shot from his palm. Whiz. Like a sword cutting through air, the light beam instantly pierced through Golden Horn's chest, even severing his strongest horn in half. The golden massive body exploded into brilliant golden rain in midair, with fragments of the corpse scattering to the ground. Another one-hit kill. Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue gasped in shock once again. 2-9 Revolution Divine Beasts, both instantly slain by Su Zhan with single strikes. While the two were still immersed in their amazement, Su Zhan had already collected the remaining corpses of Silver Horn and Golden Horn along with their dropped items, his movements swift and efficient. You two should learn these skill books. He walked over to them and handed over 2 skill books. The covers bore the same name Great Demon Transformation. Once mastered, they would be able to transform into the rhinoceros demon forms of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, temporarily gaining combat power 1 revolution higher than their current level. Golden Horn and Silver Horn had each dropped 1 book, perfectly providing 1 for each person. Great Demon Transformation? This skill is too precious, we can't accept it. Xiang Wen opened the skill book, and the first line of attributes made him gasp upon mastery. One could transform into a golden rhinoceros, directly advancing by 1 tier. This meant that with Zhuge Xuanyue's current 5th tier level, once activated, she would immediately possess 6th tier combat power. The skill still had limitations, only able to push the user up to the 8th tier at most. If one was already an 8th tier powerhouse, they could still use it to enhance their combat strength, though they couldn't break through to higher levels. Even so, this was undoubtedly a divine skill. Yes, this is far too precious. Zhuge Xuanyue's heart skipped a beat. This was a premium skill book, dropped by a 9th tier divine beast. Putting it on the market would be like offering a mountain of gold. Are you really going to be formal with me? Sujan wouldn't take no for an answer, stuffing both skill books into their arms. They're not much use to me anyway. I just have to throw them in the auction house, so I might as well give you 2 the bargain. Before he finished speaking, he was already heading toward the summit. Come on, let's see what this so-called ginseng fruit is really about. The two were about to decline when Su Zhan had already walked several steps away. Seeing this, Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue stopped being overly polite, stored the skill books, and hurried to catch up. According to the map markings, the tree at the summit was the legendary ginseng fruit tree. But Su Zhan didn't believe if true ginseng fruit, also known as the grass returning pill, could extend one's life by 360 years just by smelling its fragrance, and consuming one could grant 47,000 years of life. Its master, Zhen Yuanzi, was the ancestor of Earth immortals. If he had truly established a secret realm here, how could it be so small in scale? A few minutes later, the three reached the summit of Little Longevity Mountain. Su Zhan raised his hand to scan. Ginseng fruit, tree fake. Level, 9th tier 10. Note, someone took a branch from a ginseng fruit tree and cultivated it here, nourishing it with endless blood and vengeful souls for tens of thousands of years to reach its current state. Ginseng fruit fake. Level, 9th tier 1. Effect, limited to 1 use per person. Practitioners who consume it can advance by 1 tier, but will be haunted by endless vengeful souls, potentially triggering unpredictable supernatural events. Note, nurtured by blood and vengeful souls, the effects are remarkable, but the side effects are extremely severe. Caution, caution, caution. A tree branch was transplanted here by someone? Su Zhan caught the key information. In the merged world, the descriptions of every item revealed their true origins while also containing hidden secrets. Clearly, there was an unimaginable story behind this fake ginseng fruit. Haunted by vengeful souls. A flash of alarm crossed Zhuge Xuanyue's obsidian-like eyes. Her warlock profession could already summon spirits what people commonly called vengeful souls. What's there to fear about vengeful souls? We'll destroy however many come. Xiang Wen raised his fist to encourage Zhuge Xuanyue, though he was actually trying to bolster his own courage. After all, the one who truly feared vengeful souls the least was her. Because her profession was spirit summoner, and her inherent skills involved summoning spirits for combat. The figures she summoned, like Zhong Limei and Ji Bu, were actually a type of spirit, just not vengeful ones. 7 fruits hung from the ginseng fruit tree. Su Zhan looked up and counted them, about to divide them when Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue interrupted in unison. 1 each is enough for us. After speaking, they exchanged smiles, clearly not wanting him to lose out. Su Zhan pondered briefly and proposed a compromise. You each take 2, I'll take 3. Besides the one you're eating now, leave the rest with me. I'll go to the professionals' headquarters and exchange them for resources of equal value for you. For Su Zhan now, money and treasures had long become insignificant, but for Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue, these were precious aids. This, how could we? Before they could finish, Su Zhan waved his hand dismissively. It's settled. Eat quickly. He reached up and plucked all 7 fake ginseng fruits, handing one each to the two of them while casually popping one into his own mouth. The flesh dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a cold energy that surged through his limbs and bones. Sujan suddenly shivered violently. His vision blurred, and his consciousness seemed to separate from his body, plummeting into a desolate mountain range. The gray, oppressive sky made breathing difficult, while black cold currents swept along the ground like the knife-sharp winds of the harshest winter. A figure suddenly appeared standing on a distant peak, covered entirely in black fur. After a brief pause, it charged toward him like a wild beast. Just as Su Zhan was about to get a clearer look, system notifications suddenly rang in his ears. Alert! Your level has increased to 6th revolution. Alert! You have learned the skill mechanical domain. Skill description: deploy a domain spanning 1,000 meters in radius, allowing complete control over the gravity of all metals within. Range increases with level advancement. Another support skill? Sujan glanced at his status panel, secretly amazed. Reaching the 6th revolution had granted him a domain-type ability. This was a step beyond his 5th revolution skill Metal Plunder, which could only seize metals. Now he could completely control machinery. With this domain in hand, he was essentially a god of machines. Sujan, did you see it? That gray sky and the monster covered in black furit was terrifying. Xiang Wen's voice trembled. You saw it too? Sujan turned around to see both of them pale-faced, clearly shaken by the vision. That place looked like the apocalypse. The sky was frighteningly dark, and the air was filled with piercing shrieks. It was like hell. Zhuge Xuanyue still seemed haunted by what she'd seen. Don't be afraid. It was just an illusion. Sujan spoke calmly to reassure them. Whether that place was real or fake, no matter how eerie it might be, as long as one's own strength was sufficient, there was nothing to fear. All right. Though the two women still felt somewhat worried, they couldn't figure out what that strange scene was all about, so they could only treat it as an illusion, as Su Zhan had suggested. Let me take you both to level up, Su Zhan said, withdrawing his gaze and casually changing the subject. Just moments ago, he had quietly scanned Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue's attributes before consuming the fake ginseng fruit. They had already reached the 5th rank, and now they had directly advanced to the 6th rank, the same level as him. This leveling speed was truly astonishing. We're going to level up together? Xiang Wen blinked, finding it hard to believe for a moment. She was well aware of Su Zhan's terrifying combat power. Even 9th rank divine beasts couldn't withstand a single strike from him. For such a powerful warrior to propose traveling together was tantamount to personally power leveling them. Su Zhan, we can't really help at all. We'll just hold you back, Zhuge Xuanyue said. Though her heart was leaping with joy, she instinctively declined. She was keenly aware of the gap in their abilities. We're all friends here. Don't talk about holding anyone back, that's too formal, Su Zhan said with a smile, raising his hand to send team invitations to both women. Normally, when professionals teamed up to level, experience from killing monsters was distributed evenly. But Su Zhan no longer needed those meager gains, and he would casually collect dropped equipment and materials from monsters without even bothering to examine them closely. You're right, then we won't be polite. Xiang Wen's eyes lit up. Rather than wanting to level up, she was more eager to fight alongside Susan. After all, memories of their shared life and death experiences were still vivid in her mind. Do you have any suitable leveling locations in mind? Sujan asked casually. For 6th rank professionals, there were plenty of places to go, but for him, those maps were completely inadequate. However, directly taking them to hunt 9th rank divine beasts wasn't realistic either. Most of the 9th rank divine beasts within the Dragon Kingdom had been cleared out by him. The remaining ones, like Jin Jiao and Yin Jia, had either hidden in natural secret realms or created their own pocket dimensions at the level of 9th rank divine beasts. Their locations often gave rise to independent spaces, which was part of their prestige. My family actually has a place we could try, Zhuge Xuanyue said thoughtfully, suddenly speaking up. What place? Su Zhan became interested. The Zhuge family was a prestigious professional family with deep heritage tracing back to Zhuge Liang's lineage, so it was perfectly normal for them to control some hidden secret realms. It's not really a secret realm, just what the outside world commonly calls Mount Wuhou, Zhuge Xuanyue revealed with a slight smile. Mount Wuhou. Su Zhan immediately understood. It was a widely recognized leveling paradise in recent years, an underground area beneath the Zhuge family estate called Mount Wuhou, with 8 confirmed levels so far. Each level was vast in area, inhabited by various mechanical puppets and mechanical beasts. According to public information, the first 5 levels had been completely explored, with each level containing between 50,000 to 100,000 monsters that would respawn within an hour after being cleared. He nodded. That place would indeed be quite suitable. It was a very appropriate place for leveling. However, Zhuge Ming didn't claim it for himself. Instead, he opened it to the Dragon Nation Professionals Association, allowing all members to enter and level up inside. The materials dropped by monsters killed within could be sold to them. The opening of this secret realm became the primary reason why Su Zhan and others rushed over immediately after the Zhuge family's incident. Let's go there then, Zhuge Xuanyue decided. Su Zhan nodded and lightly tapped the control panel of the Suenio space fighter. A milky white beam shot out instantly, forming into a sleek silver spacecraft with blade-like wings and a hull that reflected a cold metallic gleam. This, a fighter jet? Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue were momentarily stunned, their minds going blank. When did Su Zhan learn to summon fighter jets? I'm not a fighter jet, I'm a space fighter. A clear, pleasant female voice suddenly rang out, floating directly into their ears. The aircraft was talking. Both of them turned pale instantly, instinctively pressing against Su Zhan's sides and grabbing his arms like two startled cats. Su Zhan chuckled. Senior, didn't you already know? I can modify machinery. Suanio is my creation, and due to special circumstances, she possesses life just like a human. Just call her Suanio. As he finished speaking, he gestured with his hand. The hovering Suanio fighter descended, opening its belly as a metal ladder slowly extended down to Su Zhan's feet. Let's go. He stepped onto the ladder first. The two exchanged glances and reluctantly followed. Upon entering the cabin, the door sealed shut, seats automatically adjusted to the most comfortable angle, and the entire aircraft suddenly accelerated without any impact or weightlessness, as if they were still standing on solid ground, with only the scenery outside rushing past at incredible speed. It's also autopilot? Not even a hint of turbulence. Xiang Wen marveled, even stomping his feet unconsciously. Zhuge Xuanyue curiously examined the instruments and cabin walls like a child in an amusement park. In less than 5 minutes, Su Zhan reminded them, we're here. What? Already? Xiang Wen was stunned. From Pingding Mountain to Wuhou Mountain is at least 50 kilometers. Zhuge Xuanyue couldn't believe it, turning to look through the porthole. The familiar mountain terrain came into view, confirming they had indeed reached their destination. 50 kilometers in under 5 minutes, that speed is ridiculous, she sighed. Su Zhan smiled. This is actually slow. Suanio is only at 100 Mach right now. With that, he waved his hand. The entire space fighter transformed into flowing light and disappeared into his chest. Ah! Xiang Wen and Zhuge Xuanyue immediately found themselves suspended in midair and screamed. Su Zhan grasped each of their hands, steadily carrying them toward Wuhou Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, numerous professionals were queuing to enter the secret realm. Someone looked up and exclaimed, "Look, someone's coming. 1 man and 2 women? Isn't flying prohibited here? How dare they fly over? Hey, aren't you going to do something about this?" The Zhuge family guards maintaining order merely glanced up, then lowered their voices. "Queue up properly and mind your own business." They then looked down, unwilling to watch further. Under normal circumstances, flying above Wuhou Mountain was strictly forbidden. Though the secret realm was open to outsiders, visitors still had to follow the Zhuge family's rules to avoid causing trouble for the family. But rules varied depending on who you were. Zhuge Xuanyue was the family head's daughter, and if she wanted to fly, she could fly. Others had no right to interfere. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.